The Dirty War. Martin Dillon. I dedicate this book to my parents, Maureen and Gerard, for their constant love and support while I write about difficult times in a difficult society. Foreword. Connor Cruz O'Brien. As a writer, Martin Dillon possesses a quality which was commended by Albert Camus, the reserve that befits a good witness. He has no axe to grind, he follows the evidence, as far as it takes him, and he acknowledges that, in a number of cases, the evidence does not permit of more than an open verdict. In his conclusion, he writes, "My role, I felt, was to prise open some of the issues, to unravel some of the stories which have become distorted by the propaganda of either side, and to tease out the complexity of the backdrop to the war." Finally, in reiterating that the dirty war often generates more questions than it answers, I hope the reader will understand that in some instances where no answer was available, I included the question in the belief that the question of itself was important, and that perhaps its existence may encourage someone, somewhere, to provide an answer. Those who know Martin Dillon, including those wary denizens of Northern Ireland who are the subjects of his inquiries, know well that he will never distort what anyone says to him in order to build up some kind of case to support a theory or assumption. This well-established reputation has greatly assisted him in the pursuit of his inquiries. Most of his subjects, the dirty warriors, are not in the least trustworthy themselves. They are either terrorists, whether of the Catholic or Protestant variety, or they are policemen or soldiers, who have either broken the law themselves, usually by murdering suspects or releasing information likely to get them murdered, or, more usually, have connived at such activities, or condoned them. These are by no means people who cannot tell a lie, they lie habitually, as part of the conditions of their survival within the struggle of terrorist and counter-terrorist. Yet I have the impression that, in recalling past events, a number of them have told Martin Dillon much more of the truth than they are normally in the habit of telling. It is clear that he won the confidence of several of his subjects, by getting them to realize that he was not out to get them personally, only to get at the truth. The Dirty War is the most thorough inquiry yet made into the armed struggle in and over Northern Ireland, during the past 20 years. Future historians will draw on it, especially on the confessional statements by protagonists on the various sides, as rare and indispensable source material. But it is not only historians who will draw on it, so will writers of spy stories. Here is a real-life underground world of double and treble agents, and many of them are singing. For the general reader, too, the Dirty War has much of the attraction of good spy story. If you can think of it as fiction, it makes most entertaining reading. It is only when you keep in mind that this is not an invention of Graham Greene or John Le Carre, but the cold and sober truth about something that is still going on, that you begin to get the horrors. I shall not, in this foreword, attempt to pursue the various absorbing and horrifying episodes which make up the Dirty War. These are complex stories, and any attempt at summary would be bound to spoil them, through the distortion of compression. Instead, I should like to consider the general theme which pervades the story of the Dirty War. The theme is complicity. Respectable people in Ireland, politicians, clergy, businessmen, condemn, for example, as regularly as clockwork, the latest atrocity of the Provisional IRA. Yet Irish politicians helped to start the Provisional IRA with the help of some Catholic priests. As for the businessmen in both communities of Northern Ireland, their readiness to cooperate financially helps to keep both the Provisionals and Loyalist paramilitaries in, well, business. All that is told in this book. As a citizen of the Republic, and a former member of its parliament and government, I am particularly concerned with the far-reaching complicities of the politicians in the Republic, and shall concentrate on that aspect in the remainder of this foreword. In his preface, Martin Dillon says, for example, in 1969-70, while television screens were depicting the conflict as a series of street battles between rioters in both communities and the British Army, the Irish government was consorting with gun runners and members of the IRA, and British intelligence was operating a policy of spying which was amateurish, outlandish, and downright dangerous. Martin Dillon's strictures on many of the activities of British intelligence, both in 1969–70 and in some later periods, are well merited and amply demonstrated in his narrative. It is also true that senior British politicians often condoned, or turned a blind eye to, breaches of the law on the part of the security forces, and then either lied about them, or repeated lies reaching them from the security forces. Yet the often shabby role played at various times by certain British politicians should not be allowed to distract attention from the fact that the primary responsibility for the foundation and arming of the Provisional IRA rests squarely on the shoulders of a particular group of Irish politicians, members of Jack Lynch's government in 1969–70, aided by some of the Catholic clergy. That story is told in Chapter 1 of The Dirty War. Again, there is no need for me to summarize that, but I shall quote certain passages, and comment on their general implications. Martin Dillon quotes Paddy Devlin, who at the time looked for guns to be used in the defense of Catholic homes, but then realized that the guns, and the money to buy them, that were coming in were being steered towards people who would use them, not defensively, but in a war to be waged against the British and the Protestant population. Devlin told Dillon, initially it was easy for the IRA to take over the defense committees because they had the men with experience of conflict. Slowly they took over all the areas, but it was the type of leadership that worried me. They were the men of the right who would become the provisionals. They tended to remain in the background, using the barricades as cover for reorganizing and for planning the reshaping of the IRA. I believe the church knew who it was getting into bed with. However, I don't believe the vast majority of people realized what was going on. In the course of seeking assistance for his organization, Paddy Devlin met the Dublin government's Minister for Finance, Charles J. Haughey, at the latter's home. He says that Haughey promised financial assistance for the relief of distressed families, but that guns were not discussed. Devlin added, "I eventually resigned my post but remained in the organization in name only. I was appalled on one occasion when I arrived at a meeting to see that some of those leaving the house with members of the clergy were men I knew were about to return the IRA to an offensive role. The clergy believed that the good Catholic nationalists who became provisionals would be less dangerous than the Marxists. In this, the clergy were wildly mistaken." Martin Dillon's considered judgment as regards responsibility for the establishment of the Provisional IRA is as follows. On December 29, 1969, the name Provisional Army Council hit the headlines after a meeting of the full IRA Army Council. The dissidents issued a statement to the newspapers declaring their position. Several weeks later, at a full convention of IRA Sinn Féin, the break was finally made when the dissidents walked out. The Provisional IRA was born. In relation to violence, weaponry, contacts with the Irish government and support from the Catholic population, it appeared to hold all the ace cards. During its infancy it was nurtured by an Irish government which behaved as though it had unfinished national business to resolve. That suited the provisionals. They watched and felt morally secure in the knowledge that a sovereign state was trying to acquire arms for them. Some might argue that Fianna Fáil was merely engaged in supplying arms to protect Catholics, but the facts are that they knew with whom they were dealing, and they had in their mind's eye a doomsday situation on which those weapons would be used not only against Ulstermen but also against British troops. And also against the Protestants of Northern Ireland, perceived to be tools of the British. The former leadership of the IRA, before the provisional breakaway, had been Marxist-orientated and had aimed, in theory, at class war and revolution in the whole island of Ireland, overthrowing the bourgeois government in Dublin and creating a socialist United Ireland. As there was never the slightest likelihood of any of that happening, the Marxist-inclined IRA, later the official IRA, was much less dangerous than its successor, which drew its strength from the gut nationalism and sectarian animosities of a large element in the Catholic population of Northern Ireland. The deal that launched the Provos was essentially this: certain members of the Lynch government approached those leading members of the IRA who were known to be disgusted with the Marxist leadership, on both nationalist and Catholic grounds, and also on operational grounds. These leaders, who were to become the leaders of the Provisional IRA, were offered money, arms, and general support if they would abjure operations against the Republic, and concentrate on operations inside Northern Ireland. The provisional leaders to be agreed. The new policy, in exchange for which the emerging provos received support from the then Dublin government, is enshrined in the IRA's General Order No. 8, which is still in force and is set out in the IRA's Green Book, published for the first time in the appendix to the Dirty War. General Order No. 8 runs as follows. 1. Volunteers are strictly forbidden to take any military action against 26 county forces under any circumstances whatsoever. The importance of this order in present circumstances, especially in the border areas, cannot be overemphasized. 2. Minimum arms shall be used in training in the 26 county area. In the event of a raid, every effort shall be made to get the arms away safely. If this fails, the arms shall be rendered useless and abandoned. 3. Maximum security precautions must be taken when training. Scouts must always be posted to warn of emergency. Volunteers arrested during the training or in possession of arms will point out that the arms were for use against the British forces of occupation only. This statement should be repeated at all subsequent court proceedings. 4. At all times volunteers must make it clear that the policy of the army is to drive the British forces of occupation out of Ireland. Thus the provos were born, and the Dirty War began. That deal was a radical, indeed a revolutionary, departure from the policy of previous Fianna Fáil governments. Eamon de Valera, after he became head of a democratically elected government in the Irish Free State, laid down the principle that an armed minority would not be allowed to usurp a power, that of waging war, which belonged to the state alone. He assured the British government, on the outbreak of the Second World War, that he would not allow the territory of the Irish state to be used for attacks on Britain. De Valera was as good as his word. He interned all known IRA people, allowed hunger strikers to die, and death sentences handed down by courts to be carried out. In peacetime, de Valera's successor, Sean Lemis, held to the same basic policy. In 1957–60, he introduced internment, successfully, to quell a campaign which the IRA had begun against Northern Ireland. He treated as irrelevant the fact that the IRA of that period was not attacking targets in the Republic. He would not let them attack Northern Ireland, either. That was the policy that was jettisoned in 1969–70. The covert accord between the Dublin government and the emerging provisional IRA was of brief duration. When it ended, it was replaced by a tacit understanding, the consequences of which are still felt, and do much to sustain the Dirty War. That war began in earnest in 1971, when the Provisionals' offensive led to the deaths of 174 people. Under the principle laid down by de Valera and followed by Lemis, this attempt to usurp the power of the Irish state, by waging war, should have been met as in the past by internment. This did not happen. The Stormont authorities, with the approval of the British government, introduced internment in Northern Ireland in August 1971. This was clumsily done, on the basis of old lists, and was represented by Catholic leaders in Northern Ireland as a witch hunt against Catholics. All parties in the Republic, not just Fianna Fáil this time, joined in the outcry against the use of internment in Northern Ireland. Partly as a result of that agitation, and partly for other reasons, internment itself soon became a dirty word. A consensus that internment is abominable in Northern Ireland, and unthinkable in the Republic, speedily became established, and still exists. This consensus is extremely advantageous to the IRA in its prosecution of the Dirty War. In the Republic, the anti-internment case is presented as a courageous adherence to liberal principles. It is part of a general liberal stance pervading the Irish media, which provides copious coverage and commentary on the British side of the Dirty War. The media pundits of the Republic dilate on such impeccable themes as that the security forces must never descend to the level of the terrorists, a theme which, as well as being impeccable, is very helpful to the terrorists. There is little if any conscious hypocrisy in this liberalism of the Irish media, but there is a great deal of the unconscious kind. For those concerned know very well that if the IRA were to drop General Order No. 8 and start an offensive down here, in the Republic, internment would be introduced, before the death roll reached 50. Public opinion would approve the most ruthless measures against any of the IRA who might remain at large. The beating of suspects and a shoot-to-kill policy would be routine, and public opinion in the Republic would have no fault to find with it, provided it worked, and the IRA was stopped from shooting and bombing people in the Republic. Few of the media voices which have been so vocal about the Stalker Report etc., would be heard from about excesses of repression against the IRA if the IRA campaign, and its consequent repression, were going on down here. This type of liberalism is for export only. There is another side to the medal of internment. Internment would be introduced in the Republic if General Order No. 8 were dropped. But conversely, as long as General Order No. 8 is observed, internment will not be introduced in the Republic. People know that if it were introduced, a number of the IRA would escape the net and would start killing people down here. So the tacit assurance conveyed to the IRA is, we won't intern you as long as you are killing people up there, and only up there. But if you start killing people down here, woe betide you. The IRA gets the message, and General Order No. 8 stands. This tacit understanding between the IRA and the authorities in the Republic is a great part of the foundations and of the durability of the dirty war. The IRA cannot be beaten without the firm application of internment on both sides of the border. If internment is ruled out in the Republic, then it cannot be made effective in Northern Ireland either. As long as the security forces have to fight the IRA without the aid of internment, they are going to bend the law. There is no such thing as a dirty war on one side only. But the dirtiest secret of the whole dirty war, is the tacit understanding which has grown up since 1970, that the IRA shall be safe from internment in the Republic, as long as the people they murder are all outside the Republic's jurisdiction. Author's Preface. When I began planning a trilogy of books on terrorism and the Irish conflict, I was determined that one of the works would concentrate on the war which is fought away from the headlines. It is the war which takes place in the shadowy world of agents, double agents, and informers, the world in which intelligence agencies and terrorists seek to outwit and kill each other. From the outset of what people term the Troubles in Ireland, beginning in 1969, part of the terrorist war has been fought at a pace and ferocity not always represented in the media. For example, in 1969-70, while television screens were depicting the conflict as a series of street battles between rioters in both communities and the British Army, the Irish government was consorting with gun runners and members of the IRA, and British intelligence was operating a policy of spying which was amateurish, outlandish, and downright dangerous. Those were times of major conspiracies which provided the basis for the dirty war and created a need for deniability on the part of both governments which would recur each time there was a crisis. Ultimately, it was to be the British government and not the Irish government of those early years which, whether under Labour or Tory leadership, was to be drawn inexorably into a dirty war in which the rules of engagement were not those of a conventional conflict. Some have rightly referred to this part of the war against the terrorists as the undercover war because it is fought by men from secret agencies of government and the military. The fact that this war is not always apparent and is not contested openly on the streets determines that different rules can be applied, and often are, without the consent or approval of government. In the late 1960s and early 1970s, while the conventional forces of government were openly combating terrorism in Ireland, other agencies within the intelligence community in the United Kingdom believed that unorthodox methods and techniques were required in the war. The intervention of these groupings, which included Special Branch, Military Intelligence, MI5 and MI6, was uncoordinated. Much has been written about that period, some of it honest journalism but most of it propaganda inspired by the terrorists and their supporters. I persuaded the IRA and former members of the organization to talk for the first time in detail about that period, and what I discovered was startling. The evidence pointed clearly to the involvement of the British military in amateurish counter-terrorist methods which cost lives on both sides of the conflict and left a legacy which seriously damaged the role of the British Army in Northern Ireland. I also uncovered evidence that the IRA secretly executed and buried those of its members who became involved in working at that time for military intelligence. The IRA also revealed for the first time the details of how it smashed a major spy network and how the IRA itself was almost destroyed by what it still regards as a brilliant British intelligence operation or sting. One area of the dirty war which I was obliged to confront was the use of black propaganda by the terrorists as well as the intelligence agencies and how propaganda led to the deliberate or accidental creation of conspiracy theories. Much of the evidence in print or by word of mouth pointed to the involvement of British intelligence groupings in political murder and the manipulation of loyalist paramilitaries for counter-terror. My conclusions may not please people in both communities or some of the left in Britain, but I believe it has to be said that the vast majority of the conspiracy theories in this regard are inaccurate and in some instances are a deliberate creation of black propaganda for the purpose of discrediting the security forces. In a few instances I uncovered evidence which pointed to the involvement of members of the security forces in terrorism, but the overwhelming evidence indicated that such involvement was personal and not part of a stated policy. One aspect of the conflict which fascinated and puzzled me was the extent to which the terrorists on both sides were engaged in criminal pursuits and the degree to which mutual profit created unholy alliances and collusion in murder spanning the political and religious divide. I found evidence to show that such alliances exist between sworn enemies and that deals were made as a result of criminal collusion which guaranteed the safety of terrorist leaders on both sides and sometimes led to joint terrorist operations. This avenue of research also led me to an analysis of the way in which terrorism is funded and how the IRA has made use of international terror contacts to purchase arms. By far the most controversial aspect of the dirty war is the use of agents, double agents, and informers. My investigation provided me with insights and information which shocked and dismayed me. I uncovered a world in which a dangerous game is played out every day which costs as well as saves many lives. It is a game in which things are not always as they appear or are represented, a world of mirrors and of clever and dangerous men. In this world the innocent and the guilty can be compromised and sacrificed for very high stakes. In the last 10 years it is this part of the dirty war which has formed the most critical area of the conflict not only in Ireland but on the international stage when terrorism is confronted. It is a game of high-tech surveillance equipment, of tiny bugs and tracing devices which can be placed in terrorist weapons or explosives so that elite counter-terrorist teams from groups such as the SAS can trace and eliminate IRA active service units. One of the stories in this book illustrates the danger of such techniques. The IRA almost wiped out an SAS unit by discovering the existence of a bugging device in a weapon. In this part of the war the intelligence agencies employ not only their own staff but also informers to enable them to learn about terrorist operations, weapons supplies, and the constant threat of political assassination following the bombing of the Royal Hotel at Brighton during the Tory party conference, a terrorist act which almost claimed the lives of the cabinet and might, if it had succeeded, have changed the course of British history for the remainder of this century. It is essentially because the stakes are so high that the dirty war is the critical arena where the war against terrorism can be won or lost. Consequently, in the gathering of intelligence about terrorists it is the agent, double agent, or informer who is the vital tool or pawn. In this dimension of the dirty war the rulebook of orthodox military procedure is not applied even by those agencies which are ultimately responsible to government. In this book I have tried to represent every aspect of the dirty war including the IRA's use of the honey trap to lure soldiers to their deaths. In so doing I hope I have presented a readable book with chapters devoted to stories which illustrate varying aspects of the war. No grouping emerges from the book unscathed, and that includes those organizations which exist to defeat terrorism. However, I hope that by attempting to present an honest analysis of the undercover or dirty war I will have dispelled many of the myths and conspiracy theories which distort the history of the period. In order to assist readers who may not be aware of all of the major events which characterize the conflict since the emergence of the civil rights protests of 1968, I am including a chronology of milestones in the Troubles. Overall, I have dealt with events which I believe broadly to represent the progress of the dirty war from the outset of the violence, although, in some cases, I have been obliged to deal with events which are not clearly defined in a chronological representation of the conflict. Martin Dillon. Belfast. January 1990. Chronology of major events in Northern Ireland 1969 to 1989. 1969 deaths 13. As the civil rights campaign brought worldwide media attention, it was a year of mounting tension, with violence at marches and loyalist bomb attacks on a reservoir and power stations. In August, 3 days of rioting in Derry's Bogside led to the deployment of the first British soldiers. Violence then switched to Belfast, leading to further troop deployments there. During the honeymoon period that followed, the IRA split and the Provisionals were formed out of Catholic vigilante groups which had been partly funded by the Irish government. The first shots fired by the army were in October and were directed at Protestant gunmen on the Shankill Road who had claimed the first RUC victim of the Troubles, Constable Victor Arbuckle, during disturbances over the disbanding of the B Specials. 1970 deaths 25. A 34-hour curfew and search operation in the Lower Falls area of Belfast in July is generally regarded as marking the end of the honeymoon period and the end of the Army's initial role as a protector of Catholic areas against Protestant attacks. On April 1 the Ulster Defence Regiment came into service to replace the B Specials, and politically the year saw the formation of the Nationalist Social Democratic and Labour Party and the election of a Conservative government in Britain. 1971 deaths 174. The first soldier to be killed, Gunner Robert Curtis, was shot dead in Belfast on February 5. In March 3 Scottish soldiers were lured away from a city centre bar by young women and shot dead. Northern Ireland's Prime Minister, James Chichester Clark, resigned because of what he saw as Westminster's lack of understanding of the seriousness of the security situation, and he was succeeded by another Unionist, Brian Faulkner. On August 9 Faulkner ordered internment without trial. 350 people were picked up in initial raids, but intelligence was poor, many had nothing to do with the IRA, and more than 100 were released within 48 hours. In the climate of resentment which followed, there was widespread violence and an increased IRA bombing campaign. In September the Protestant paramilitary Ulster Defence Association was born out of an amalgam of vigilante groups, and on December 4 15 people were killed in a UVF bomb attack on McGurk's Bar in Belfast. 1972 deaths 467. The worst year for violence so far. On January 30 13 civilians were shot dead by soldiers of the Parachute Regiment in Derry on Bloody Sunday. A 14th died later. The Widgery inquiry said there would have been no deaths if there had not been an illegal march, but none of the victims was shown to have been handling a weapon when shot. On July 21 9 people were killed when 22 IRA bombs exploded in Belfast on Bloody Friday, and in Dublin 2 people were killed and 80 injured when 2 bombs exploded on December 1 while the Irish Parliament was debating tighter security measures. No one claimed responsibility. On March 24 direct rule from London was established after the Unionist government at Stormont resigned over the transfer of security powers to Westminster. In June the Provisional IRA called a truce, and on July 7 the Northern Ireland Secretary, William Whitelaw, held a secret meeting in London with 6 of its leaders, including Gary Adams. The truce collapsed 2 days later, and at the end of the month the Army launched Operation Motorman to occupy no-go areas in Belfast and Derry. 1973 deaths 250. In March a British government white paper proposed a new 78-seat assembly elected by proportional representation and without security powers. Elections were held in June, and by November a majority had agreed on the creation of a new power-sharing executive. This was ratified by a 4-day conference at Sunningdale in Berkshire attended by the power-sharing parties and the British and Irish governments. In March the Irish authorities seized 5 tons of arms for the IRA on board the Claudia off the coast of Waterford. 1974 deaths 216. The new Northern Ireland executive took office in January with Brian Faulkner as chief executive. The following month the anti-power-sharing unionist parties united in the UUUC to take 11 out of 12 Northern Ireland seats in the Westminster election. On May 14 the executive voted 44 to 28 in favour of the Sunningdale Agreement, which included a Council of Ireland, and this was followed by the Ulster Workers' Council strike. The strikers used a combination of industrial action and open paramilitary intimidation to bring the province to a virtual standstill until May 29 when unionist members of the executive resigned and the executive collapsed. The previous week 22 people had been killed in Dublin and another 5 in Monaghan when bombs exploded without warning in cars which had been hijacked in loyalist areas of Belfast. Later in the year, on October 5, 5 people were killed and 54 injured when bombs exploded without warning in Guildford, Surrey, and on November 21 another 19 people were killed and 182 injured in explosions at 2 Birmingham pubs. In December the Provisional IRA announced a Christmas ceasefire after 6 IRA leaders had met a group of Protestant churchmen for talks at Fecal in Co. Clare. 1975 deaths 247. The year began with the IRA's Christmas truce being extended from January 2 to February 10. It was then extended indefinitely with incident centres set up by Sinn Féin and with links to an operations room in Stormont Castle, to monitor breaches of the ceasefire. With a steadily growing number of incidents during the year the centres were closed in November and the ceasefire was officially ended on January 23, 1976 with a raid by the Army on the Sinn Féin offices in Belfast's Falls Road. Among the notable acts of violence during the year was the murder of 3 members of the Miami show band near Banbridge in July by the UVF. 2 of the killers also blew themselves up with their own bomb. In September 5 Protestants were murdered at Tullyvallen Orange Hall in South Armagh. This was claimed by a group calling itself the South Armagh Republican Action Force, which was widely thought to be a cover for the South Armagh IRA who had abandoned the ceasefire at an early stage. Politically the year saw the calling of a constitutional convention in May. It was intended to encourage local politicians to write their own constitution for Northern Ireland's future, and although it was recalled again in February 1976 it could reach no real agreement and was finally dissolved in March 1976 after a majority report which rejected power sharing and called for the restoration of the old Stormont system. 1976 deaths 297. In a bloody opening to the year 5 Catholics were shot dead near Whitecross in South Armagh on January 4 and the following day 10 Protestant workmen were taken off a bus at Kingsmills nearby and also murdered. In response the government drafted a unit of the SAS into South Armagh on January 7. In March the Secretary of State, Merlin Rees, announced the ending of special category status for all prisoners convicted of offences after that date, and by the end of the year protests had begun in the Maze, with Republican inmates refusing to work or to wear prison clothes. In August the deaths of 3 children in Anderson's Town led to the formation of the Peace People and the staging of a number of highly publicised peace marches and rallies. In September Roy Mason took over from Merlin Rees at Stormont Castle, and in October Mrs. Mayor Drum, the Vice President of Provisional Sinn Féin, was shot dead in the Mater Hospital in Belfast where she was a patient. 1977 deaths 112. This is the year in which the policy of Ulsterisation was begun, with the day-to-day direction of security policy being put in the hands of a coordinating committee chaired by the Chief Constable. April saw the formation of the UUAC, who announced another loyalist strike in support of their demands for the implementation of the Convention Report and the introduction of tougher security measures. The strike was launched on May 3 but collapsed within 10 days owing to much more vigorous government response than in 1974 and because of divisions among the Unionists themselves and their failure to close the power stations. Later in May, Mason began a new round of talks with the political parties and he announced increases in the strength of both the RUC and UDR and the increased use of undercover soldiers. 1978 deaths 81. On 18 January the European Court of Human Rights in Strasbourg ruled that interrogation techniques used on internees in 1971 had been inhuman and degrading, though the court said they did not amount to torture. In February 12 people were killed in an IRA incendiary attack on the La Mon Hotel just outside Belfast. March saw the stepping up of the prison campaign for the restoration of special category status, with Republicans starting their dirty protest. In November the Deputy Governor of Belfast Prison, Albert Miles, was shot dead by the IRA. 1979 deaths 113. This was a year of spectacular successes for the Republican paramilitaries. On March 30 the INLA came to prominence when they killed the Conservative Party spokesman on Northern Ireland, Airy Neve, with a bomb which exploded under his car as he was driving out of the House of Commons car park. Humphrey Atkins became Northern Ireland's secretary when the Conservatives took office in May. On August 27 the IRA killed 18 soldiers in a double bomb attack in Warrenpoint, Co. Down, and on the same day they also murdered Lord Mountbatten of Burma when they blew up his boat off Mullakamore, Co. Sligo. His 14-year-old grandson Nicholas and another 14-year-old, Paul Maxwell, were also killed, and the Dowager Lady Brabourne died later from her injuries. Mrs. Thatcher came to Northern Ireland on August 29 to see how security could be improved, and in October she appointed former head of the Secret Intelligence Service, Sir Maurice Oldfield, as security coordinator. 1980 death 76. The year opened with another constitutional conference at Stormont. It ran between January 7 and March 24. It was boycotted by the official Unionist Party but attended by the DUP, the SDLP and Alliance, who could not reach agreement. However, the year was really dominated by prison issues. On March 26 the government abolished all special category status. In May the European Commission on Human Rights rejected an application by 4 of the Republican prisoners on dirty protest. The Commission said they were not entitled to political status, but it also criticized the British government for having an inflexible approach. On October 27 7 H Block prisoners began a hunger strike which was only called off in December after 53 days, following apparent concessions including an agreement that civilian-type clothing could be worn. When prisoners realized this would be issued by the authorities they felt duped, and this helped lay the foundations for a second hunger strike. Earlier in the year, in June, a prominent Republican campaigner on the prisons issue, Dr. Miriam Daley, was shot dead at her home by gunmen who were never apprehended. 1981 deaths 101. On January 16 another prominent prisons campaigner, former MP Bernadette McAliskey, and her husband, were shot and seriously wounded by Loyalist gunmen at their home near Coal Island in Co. Tyrone. The second hunger strike began on March 1 when the provisional IRA commander within the prison, Bobby Sands, began refusing food. He and the others that followed were making 5 demands: the right to wear their own clothes, to refrain from prison work, to associate freely, to have 1 letter, visit, and parcel a week, and to have lost remission time fully restored. 4 days later the independent Republican MP for Fermanagh/South Tyrone, Frank McManus, died, and Sands won the seat in a by-election on April 9 in a straight fight with the former Unionist leader, Harry West. On May 5 Sands died on the 66th day of his fast, and this led to widespread disorder in Catholic areas, a pattern which continued as 9 more prisoners died on hunger strike between May and August. In August Sinn Féin's Owen Carron won Sands's Fermanagh seat with an increased majority. The following month Jim Pryor took over from Atkins as Northern Ireland's secretary, and on October 3, after intervention by churchmen and families, the hunger strike was called off. On October 6 Pryor announced that prisoners could wear their own clothes and, if they abided by prison rules, could retain 50% or remission. On November 14 it was the Unionist community's turn to be outraged, when the MP for South Belfast, the Rev. Robert Bradford, was shot dead by the IRA. This was followed 2 days later by the appearance of the DUP's Third Force in Enniskillen, and on November 23 there was a Loyalist Day of Action in protest at security policy. Rallies were held at Belfast City Hall and other venues, and in Newtown Ards 5,000 men marched in a military-style parade in front of Ian Paisley. 1982 deaths 97. Politically, the year was marked by the emergence of Sinn Féin as an electoral force. In April, Jim Pryor issued a white paper setting out his plans for implementing a policy of rolling devolution through the creation of a 78-member assembly, which he hoped would reach agreement on how powers could gradually be devolved to it. In elections to the assembly in October, Sinn Féin captured 10.1% of the vote compared to 18.8% for the SDLP. In July, 8 soldiers were killed and 51 people injured by 2 IRA bombs in London, one at Regent's Park Bandstand and the other near the Household Cavalry Barracks at Knightsbridge. On December 6, 17 people including 11 off-duty soldiers died when the INLA bombed a disco at the Drop and Well Inn at Ballykelly, Co. Derry. Also towards the end of the year, 6 people died in shootings by the RUC, which gave rise to allegations that a shoot-to-kill policy had been put into effect and which led to the later Stalker investigation. The first shooting was near Lugan on November 11 when 3 unarmed IRA members were killed. It was alleged they had driven through a roadblock. In December, 2 associates of INLA leader Dominic McGlinchey were shot in similar circumstances in Armagh, and also in December a 17-year-old, Michael Tighe, was shot by police at a hayshed near Lugan. 1983 death 77. In March, the Republic's government announced it was setting up an All-Ireland Forum along the lines proposed by the SDLP after their assembly boycott. It was to allow all parties on the island to redefine Irish nationalism, and it held its initial meeting on May 30. April saw the conclusion of Northern Ireland's first Supergrass trial with the conviction of 14 UVF men on the evidence of Joseph Bennett, who had been given immunity from prosecution. In August, 34 people were convicted on the word of IRA Supergrass Christopher Black. At 128 days, it had been the longest and most expensive trial in British legal history. In June, Sinn Féin's Gary Adams won one of what was now 17 Northern Ireland seats at Westminster, taking 13.4% of the poll. The SDLP leader John Hume also took a seat, while the other 15 went to Unionists. On September 25, 38 IRA prisoners escaped from the maze in the biggest escape in British prison history. One prison officer was stabbed and died during the breakout, and 19 of the prisoners were recaptured within days. In November, 3 elders were shot dead during a church service in a Pentecostal hall at Darkley in South Armagh, an attack claimed by the Catholic Reaction Force. On December 7, the rising Unionist politician Edgar Graham was shot dead at Queen's University, and on December 17, 5 people were killed and 80 injured by an IRA bomb outside Harrods in London. 1984 death 64. On March 14, the Sinn Féin president Gary Adams was shot and wounded by the UF while being driven through the centre of Belfast. On March 29, an RUC man, Constable John Robinson, went to trial for the murder of INLA man Seamus Grew in Armagh in December 1982. Robinson, who was acquitted, claimed senior officers had ordered him to lie about events to protect special branch officers and an RUC informer in the Republic. A few days later, the British government apologised to Dublin for RUC undercover action in the Republic at the time. The shoot-to-kill controversy was raised again in August, when the Armagh coroner Gary Curran resigned after finding grave irregularities in the RUC file relating to the 2 shootings in Armagh. In May, the New Ireland Forum issued its report, re-expressing the desire for Irish unity by agreement as the favoured option, but also including the possible variants of Confederation or joint British-Irish authority over the North. On September 29, the Irish authorities seized 7 tons of arms on the trawler Marita and off the Kerry coast. On October 12, the entire British cabinet narrowly escaped death when an IRA bomb exploded at the Grand Hotel in Brighton during Conservative Party Conference Week. 4 people were killed and 34 injured. Among the dead were Sir Anthony Berry MP and Mrs. Robert Wackham, wife of the government chief whip, Robert Wackham. In Belfast on December 14, Private Ian Thane became the first soldier to be convicted of murdering a civilian while on duty. 1985 deaths 54. On February 28, 9 RUC officers were killed when the IRA used mortars to attack Newry police station. On 12 and July 13 there was sporadic rioting in Portadown after police prevented orange and black parades through the mainly Catholic tunnel area. The big political development of the year was the signing of the Anglo-Irish Agreement at Hillsborough Castle on November 15, under which the Irish government was given a consultative role in Northern Ireland policy through an intergovernmental conference and permanent secretariat. The House of Commons ratified the agreement by an overwhelming majority and it was widely welcomed abroad, but Unionists were outraged and have been protesting about it ever since. In the immediate aftermath they organised a massive rally in the centre of Belfast on November 23 attended by between 50,000 and 100,000 people. 1986 deaths 61. In January Unionist MPs resigned their seats in protest at the Anglo-Irish Agreement. In the resulting by-elections they lost one of those 15 seats, with Newry/Armagh going to SDLP Deputy Leader Seamus Mallon. On February 25 Unionist leaders Ian Paisley and James Molyneux met Mrs. Thatcher, but after at first appearing optimistic of some sort of agreement they returned to Belfast and announced that they would not continue talks and would withdraw all consent from the government. A day of action on March 3 disrupted industry and transport and was marked by violence and the appearance of paramilitaries and barricades. At the end of that month there were serious clashes between Loyalists and the RUC in Portadown over an apprentice boys' parade and 20-year-old Keith White became the first Protestant to die after being hit by a plastic bullet. During the next month 50 RUC families and 79 Catholic households were petrol-bombed by Loyalists. On May 29 the Secretary of State, Tom King, announced that he had decided to dissolve the Northern Ireland Assembly, which had increasingly been used by Unionists as a vehicle for their anti-agreement protest. The SDLP had never taken part and by now the Alliance Party had also withdrawn. The Assembly was finally closed on June 23 with some of the protesting Unionists being carried out of the Stormont building by police. As protests over the agreement continued, there was more violence in Portadown over the rerouting of 12th of July marches and in November a new paramilitary-style grouping, Ulster Resistance, was formed at a rally in the Ulster Hall in Belfast attended by leading members of the DUP including Ian Paisley. 1987 deaths 93. At the beginning of the year 12 people were killed in a feud between factions of the INLA. The feud ran from January until March. In the Republic Fianna Fáil won 81 seats in the election of February 19 and although they were still 3 short of an overall majority Charles Haughey was able to form a government on the casting vote of the Speaker. In May 8 members of the Provisional IRA were shot dead by SAS who were waiting in ambush when they tried to blow up the local police station. June 12 saw another election, this time for Westminster, when the SDLP won a 3rd seat through Eddie McGrady's defeat of Enoch Powell in South Down. On November 1 French customs and police officers intercepted 150 tons of arms and ammunition bound for the IRA on board a coaster, the Exund. It was later revealed the guns had come from Libya and that probably 3 previous shipments had got through. In the Republic police and soldiers organized a massive search of houses and outbuildings along the border counties. On November 8 11 people were killed and 63 injured by an IRA bomb which exploded without warning at the Remembrance Day ceremony in Enniskillen, Co. Fermanagh. Mrs. Thatcher attended the rearranged church service on November 22. On November 19 Loyalist politician George Searight was shot dead by the IPLO, an offshoot of the INLA, and on December 22 a leading UDA figure, John McMichael, was killed by an IRA bomb which had been left under his car. 1988 deaths 93. The largest seizure of Loyalist weapons was made on January 8 when police found 100 guns in the boots of a number of cars near Portadown. Later in the month the Irish government expressed deep dismay at a decision by the Attorney General Sir Patrick Mayhew not to prosecute 11 RUC officers investigated by the Stalker Inquiry for reasons of national security. On March 6 3 members of the IRA, Mairead Farrell, Sean Savage and Daniel McCann, were shot dead by the SAS in Gibraltar. The government at first said the 3 had left a bomb on the rock but it later transpired that there were no explosives in the car they had just left. On March 16 Loyalist Michael Stone attacked mourners at the funeral of the 3 at Milltown in Belfast. Using a handgun and grenades, he killed another 3 people before being arrested. 3 days later, at the funeral of one of Stone's victims, 2 army corporals were attacked and beaten and then shot dead, when they blundered into the cortege in their car. The summer saw a series of IRA attacks on military personnel. On May 1, 2 RAF men were killed in Holland and West Germany. On June 15, 6 soldiers were killed when a bomb exploded under their minibus at a charity fun run in Lisbon, Co. Antrim. On August 1, the first IRA bomb in Great Britain since 1984 killed a soldier at Inglis Barracks in North London. On August 20, 8 soldiers were killed when a landmine was detonated under their bus at Ballygolly, Co. Tyrone. This was followed in October by a government ban on direct statements in support of violence being heard on television or radio, effectively banning Sinn Féin from the airwaves, and by changes in a suspect's right to silence. 1989 Death 62. On February 2 the BBC disclosed that representatives of the 4 main constitutional parties had met for secret talks at Duisburg in West Germany, but claims of a historic breakthrough were dismissed by party leaders. On February 12 Belfast solicitor Pat Finucane was shot dead by the UF at his home in North Belfast. Many politicians later criticised earlier remarks by Junior Home Office Minister Douglas Hogg, who said that some solicitors were unduly sympathetic to terrorists. On March 20, 2 senior RUC officers were shot dead by the IRA as they were crossing the border in South Armagh after meeting Garda colleagues in Dundalk. In April 3 members of Ulster Resistance, including a Territorial Army instructor, were arrested in Paris allegedly trying to trade missile parts for weapons. The DUP said they had severed their links with Ulster Resistance soon after it was set up. The RUC Chief Constable, Sir John Herman, retired at the end of May, to be succeeded by Hugh Annesley of the Metropolitan Police. In July Secretary of State Tom King was replaced by Peter Brooke in the cabinet reshuffle. At the end of August a new row began over links between members of the security forces and loyalist paramilitaries after the murder of a Catholic, Lachlan McGinn, at his home in Rathfreyland, Co. Down. A few weeks after this a BBC reporter was shown a security forces document by loyalists. In the document Mr. McGinn was listed as an IRA suspect. A number of people including 2 UDR men have since been charged in connection with his murder and the Stevens inquiry has been set up to investigate collusion with loyalist paramilitaries. On September 22, 10 Royal Marine bandsmen were killed by an IRA bomb at their headquarters at Deal in Kent. In October the Court of Appeal quashed the convictions against 4 Irish people who had served 15 years in prison for the 1974 Guildford pub bombings. 1990 Death 16. Overall death total 2,781. On January 13, 3 members of a criminal gang were shot dead by undercover agents outside a betting shop in West Belfast. The circumstances surrounding the shooting revived allegations of a shoot-to-kill policy by the security forces. 2 of the robbers were carrying imitation guns and 2 of those shot dead were said to be unarmed. Prologue. Northern Ireland began. The 1960s, much like any other decade the century, with a Protestant Unionist party in power and a Roman Catholic minority which did not consider itself to belong to the state and appeared to owe allegiance to the other part of the divided island, known as the Irish Republic. Catholics regarded themselves as an oppressed people, discriminated against in housing, employment, education, and the public services. Protestants considered Catholics subservient and subversive and resented the fact that they showed no willingness to be a part of a state which came into being in 1920. The events of the early years of the Northern Ireland state formed the basis on which both communities perceived and judged each other. In the period 1920-3 the IRA opposed the Northern Ireland government with a campaign of violence which brought the 6 counties of Northern Ireland to near anarchy. The violence was not confined to the IRA but became a tribal conflict, with both communities as warring factions. Hundreds of people, most of them innocents, lost their lives. The majority of the dead were Catholics, but the numbers killed on both sides testified to an equally prejudiced position adopted by both communities. To assist the police, the Royal Ulster Constabulary, a Protestant special constabulary, was created. This constabulary was to be subsequently known as the B Specials, and until its disbandment in 1970 was rightly regarded by nationalists as a Protestant paramilitary force. The violence of the 1920s also led to the enactment of a Special Powers Act which permitted internment without trial. Catholics, with justification, viewed this piece of legislation as directed entirely at them. The political climate of the 1920s reinforced sectarianism and a society which developed on conflicting lines. Protestants ran the country, perceived the state as their own, and regarded nationalists as second-class citizens. The Unionist Party, as a corollary to Protestant attitudes, devised structures of government which allowed little scope for Catholics to benefit from the state. Electoral boundaries were interfered with to ensure that nationalists were never in a position to elect the number of public representatives that would reflect the size of the Catholic population. This device became known as gerrymandering. Catholics made no effort to seek accommodation with the newly formed state or with unionism, and resented Northern Ireland as a political entity, regarding the partition of Ireland as a political wrong directed at them. By the beginning of the 1960s, Catholic grievances were obvious and justified. By that time, the one-party unionist government had spent 50 years shaping a state with a single religious ethos, and discrimination against Catholics was rife in housing, education, and other areas of life. The situation was a recipe for disaster, but not all the ingredients were in place for the conflagration which would engulf Northern Ireland by the end of that decade. First, the IRA, which was considered the major threat to stability, was in a period of decline. It had staged an abortive campaign during the 1950s which found little support within the nationalist community. The campaign resulted in the deaths of IRA men and the internment of many of its members. The internees were released at the beginning of the 1960s into a world which was changing rapidly. However, the IRA leadership, who languished in jail after the 1950s failure, re-entered society with a new set of values. They decided that the gun was a failure in Irish politics, and a new strategy of social action was required to win the hearts and minds of people in Ireland and to improve the tarnished image of republicanism. They saw Catholic grievances in Northern Ireland as an ideal catalyst for developing a philosophy and strategy of social action. Under the leadership of Cahal Golding, they devised a Marxist approach to politics in both parts of the island, which divided the IRA along left and right lines and eventually led to the creation of two IRA groupings, the official IRA with Golding as its leader, and the provisional IRA, who adopted the mantle of traditional right-wing Republican ideology, which in effect made them the inheritors of the blood sacrifice tradition of the men who led the 1916 Rising in Dublin. However, while the IRA were developing a new approach to Irish politics, there were others in the Catholic community in Northern Ireland who were equally concerned about the plight of nationalists and decided that change was needed. They were men such as Austin Curry, who had benefited from the 1948 Education Act, which made it possible for Catholics to be educated to university level. Another element in this melting pot towards the latter part of the decade was the influence of students at Queen's University in Belfast, who sought to mimic the stance being adopted by students elsewhere in the world who were campaigning for change and civil rights. Prominent among the students were people such as Bernadette Devlin and Eamon McCann, who demanded a more radical change in the structure of Northern Ireland. They believed that Stormont was a failed British experiment at self-government and should be abolished. McCann and Devlin were in the Students' People's Democracy movement, which was formed in 1968. It argued for the repeal of the Special Powers Act, the disbanding of the B Specials, the right of Catholics to one man one vote, the redrawing of electoral boundaries to rid Northern Ireland of gerrymandering, and the outlawing of discrimination in jobs and housing. The most popular and prominent body to reflect the need for change was the Northern Ireland Civil Rights Association, established in January 1967. It was similar in character to the London-based Council for Civil Liberties, with an almost identical constitution. Its demands were for changes to take account of what Catholics saw as basic human rights, such as one man one vote in council elections, and fair treatment in the allocation of jobs, houses, and so on. A small number of Protestants were involved in the leadership of NICRA, and several of the Catholics who were engaged in shaping the organization later formed the Social Democratic and Labour Party in 1970. However, with the Civil Rights Association in place in 1967, Republicans and particularly members of the IRA saw an opportunity to influence the organization. Initially they joined NICRA, and in 1967-8 they assisted in the stewarding of civil rights marches. They were people with political experience and long-term aims. They moved quietly into NICRA and were prepared to bide their time before attempting to control it. The Protestant community viewed the 60s with a degree of trepidation. Some of their leaders warned of trouble from the IRA on the basis that 1966 would represent the 50th anniversary of the 1916 Rising in Dublin and the IRA would conspire to overthrow the Northern Ireland state. Some students of Northern Ireland history would argue that successive Unionist leaders used the threat of the IRA as a means of ensuring Protestant solidarity and a hardline attitude towards Catholics to ensure there was no room for change. Undoubtedly there was a rise in anti-Catholic militancy in response to nationalist demands for change, but there was another factor which is rarely mentioned and is conveniently forgotten by Unionists who were prominent in politics at that time. Within Unionism itself there was a moderating influence led by Captain Terence O'Neill, the Northern Ireland Prime Minister, who was regarded by many people on both sides as a liberal. O'Neill was prepared to give ground slowly to the clamour for change, but he did not take account of the fact that there were those within the Unionist establishment who were prepared to plot against him and overthrow him if he was seen to be capitulating to nationalists. There were plots and counterplots to oust him, but they failed and he lasted in office until April 1969, when calls for his resignation from both communities encouraged him to step down. During his period of office he witnessed the coming together of the dangerous elements which would set the society alight. What he did not know was that three prominent Unionists who reckoned that he was not hard enough on the issues reformed the Ulster Volunteer Force, a paramilitary organization which was involved in the killing of Catholics in the 1920 Troubles. Those three men, who for legal reasons cannot be named here, introduced the one ingredient which the IRA was not prepared to provide in the mid-60s, violence. The UVF was no sooner reformed than it began killing Catholics in West Belfast. The year was 1966. The terrorist group also planted explosives at reservoirs outside Belfast, but this was decreed to be the work of the IRA by a Unionist government which did not believe that the UVF was in place or that Protestants would seek to destroy their own reservoirs. Although the killing soon became known as the work of the UVF, belief remained that the IRA was active in planting explosives. All this tended to support early warnings that the IRA was planning to overthrow the state. That view served the purpose of hardening attitudes towards nationalist demands for change and replaced them with a clamour from within the Protestant community for stricter security measures to deal with the IRA. An interesting footnote to the explosive saga is that two of the leading Unionists who were involved in reforming the UVF in 1965 were also party to the acquisition of the explosives planted at the reservoirs. Both men were in a car which was stopped by police and found to contain gelignite. A file was sent to the authorities but no action was taken. It may be that the two prominent gentlemen were acting on behalf of others of equal importance within Unionism. The fact that they were allowed to go free bears testimony to their importance or to the fact that they were acting in consort with others who wielded considerable power. I am reliably informed that a file on this matter still exists within the Director of Public Prosecution's archives. The most potent symbol of Protestant fear and hatred of everything Catholic and nationalist was the fiery orator, Ian Kyle Paisley, who preached that the Vatican and the Dublin government were co-conspirators in a plot to overthrow the Northern Ireland state. Outrageous as this may now seem, many people believed Paisley. The majority of political pundits of the period would agree that Paisley was an important figure in raising the political temperature of the period, and his obvious bigotry found fertile ground at a time when Northern Ireland was riddled with fear, uncertainty and a growing clamour for a change in the status quo. The moment that most observers agree was the one which pushed events towards the edge was the Civil Rights March in Duke Street in Derry on October 5, 1968. John Hume, leader of the SDLP, says it was the spark which lit the bonfire. The RUC reacted to the march by batoning peaceful protesters. From that moment nothing would be the same. More violence followed, and in January 1969 a march by the People's Democracy through a loyalist area attracted the violence some say it was designed to provoke. This event turned the situation into a sectarian conflict. It was soon apparent that the violence against the students of the People's Democracy was led and organized by members of the B Specials. The violence occurred at Burntolet Bridge outside Derry and the scene was bloody. It also evidenced the sectarian nature of the intention both of the marchers and of those who used brutality to halt it. One other aspect of the People's Democracy march to Burntolet attracted attention. Armed IRA men guarded the marchers while they stopped overnight at Magherafelt en route to Burntolet. That proved that the IRA was an integral part of the civil rights struggle. In April O'Neill resigned, but tension continued to rise. In August a Protestant march led to confrontation and violence. Catholics in the Bogside area of Derry erected makeshift barricades and for days fought pitched battles with the RUC, who attempted to remove the barricades and enter the area but found itself unable to cope with what is now known as the Battle of the Bogside, in which the rioters used stones and petrol bombs. The government ordered the mobilization of 8,500 B Specials just as rioting began in Belfast. The violence in Belfast was organized by the IRA to draw police away from Derry to relieve pressure on the Bogsiders. However, the situation in Belfast, a city where the two communities live within shouting range of each other, erupted into a more brutal conflict. Protestant mobs invaded Catholic neighborhoods in West Belfast, assisted by the B Specials, with the RUC standing idly by. Hundreds of homes belonging to Catholics were set alight, and within days Belfast witnessed the largest population displacement since the Second World War. The RUC used armored cars in the Lower Falls area and fired heavy-caliber Browning machine guns in a densely populated area. The IRA found itself unprepared and incapable of defending its own areas. It possessed few weapons, because it had sold most of its guns to Welsh nationalists several years earlier in the belief that the gun would no longer be required in Irish politics. However, several weapons were removed from old dumps, oiled and used in the Lower Falls area. A shotgun and .22 rifle were made available to IRA men for use against loyalist gunmen who gave cover to a mob which burned out every house in Bombay Street in the Clonard area of the city. Nationalist politicians called for the introduction of British troops to maintain order on the basis that the RUC and B Specials were prejudiced in favour of their own community. The IRA, which had found itself wanting when it came to the need for reciprocal violence, was discredited. Slogans appeared on walls in Catholic housing estates parodying the letters IRA as I ran away. British soldiers were on the streets of Belfast and Derry within days of the serious rioting in Derry and Belfast. Their arrival was welcomed by Catholics and they were treated much like the soldiers who liberated Paris. However, their role was simply defined as peacekeeping, which necessitated there being a buffer between the two tribal factions. While the army settled into this role, both communities made their own preparations to ensure that individual areas were safe from attack. Barricades were erected in both Catholic and Protestant neighborhoods. The barricades created defined areas which were run by those who controlled them. In the Catholic areas that role was first undertaken by vigilante groups who were established in response to an awareness that the IRA was not capable of delivering the required protection. These groups became known as defense committees and were responsible to an umbrella organization called the Central Citizens Defense Committee. Initially it comprised members of many organizations including the IRA but was eventually taken over by Republicans who were disillusioned with the leftward trend of the IRA and its failure to develop a strong military strategy. These men used the Defense Committee structure as the basis for forming the Provisional IRA in January 1970 and continued to control it after that date. It was the CCDC which sought weapons for the defense of the barricades in Catholic areas and had the initial dealings with the Dublin government. In Protestant areas the barricades also provided cover for vigilante groups, and these eventually became the largest loyalist paramilitary group, the Ulster Defence Association. The presence and maintenance of barricades in Catholic and Protestant areas is one of the most critical elements in the development of the war. They created areas of virtual self-government where the paramilitary organizations could act freely. The provisionals used the cover of the barricades to shape a highly professional terrorist organization, and the UDA and UVF did likewise. These areas of confinement enabled criminal enterprises to be devised, and the only law and order was that decreed or delivered by the paramilitaries. The British Army chose not to interfere because of the politically sensitive nature of the society and the fact that its role was simply to keep the two warring communities apart. 1. The hidden agenda, civil rights, the Dublin government and the IRA. The year 1968 has been described as the year of dreams because the youthful involvement in protest movements throughout the world evidenced vitality, optimism, and great expectations. In the United States, civil writers fashioned a style of protest which was mimicked throughout Europe. The song "We Shall Overcome" epitomized the idealistic quality of a new age and a new generation who saw protest as a means of correcting injustice and who were enraptured by their dreams and convictions. Unnoticed by many observers on both sides of the Atlantic was the protest movement which was gaining momentum in Northern Ireland. There was little reason for astute observers to pay attention to this small and almost forgotten part of the United Kingdom. It rarely featured in the news in those days, and, as Tariq Ali admitted to me in 1988, he knew nothing of what was happening in Ireland and was not particularly well informed of the prevailing political climate in Northern Ireland in 1968. The fact was, however, that young Catholic intellectuals such as John Hume and Austin Curry were agitating for social reform of what was in essence a one-party state in which Catholics believed themselves to be second-class citizens. Hume, who later became the leading social democrat in Northern Ireland, was watching the progress of civil rights protests elsewhere in the world and recognized that the time was ripe for similar types of demonstrations in Northern Ireland. However, the young educated Catholics were not alone in believing that change could be effected by protest, neither were they all social democrats. On the fringe of the civil rights movement were university students and graduates who believed that protest required something much more radical than peaceful shows of commitment to fine ideals. Men such as Eamon McCann and Michael Farrell, who espoused a Trotskyist ethos, believed the state could not be changed by gradualist politics but confrontation would bring about the collapse of the unionist domination of Northern Ireland. Another ingredient in the civil rights framework was a coterie, small in number, of young Protestant liberals who believed earnestly in the need for democratization of the state and were convinced that peaceful agitation was preferable to confrontational politics which would only lead inevitably to tribal warfare through the heightening of fear and the arousal of the specter of sectarianism. The one dimension to the civil rights struggle which many involved in it in 1968 failed to perceive with clarity was the presence of the IRA, an organization with a history of protest and long-term objectives. Since 1968 there has been much debate about the degree to which the IRA influenced the civil rights campaign, the extent to which they penetrated it, and whether a war was fought at a subliminal level before it began in earnest in August 1969. The young Protestant liberals who marched in 1968 now believe that they were duped and that they failed to detect the hidden agenda of the IRA and its involvement in civil rights. Within nationalism, there has developed a self-conscious revisionism which articulates the view that the IRA played little if no part in the civil rights movement but was merely there as an observer. This view emanates from a conviction that an admission of IRA involvement would devalue, if not debase, the part played by those who genuinely believed in what they were doing at that time and identify them as part of a Republican conspiracy. In fact, not only did the IRA become a part of what John Hume describes as the spark that lit the bonfire, but so did members of the ruling party in the Republic, Fianna Fáil. Only 1 month after the fateful October 5 march in Derry's Duke Street, when civil writers were battened and television pictures of the event informed the world about the nature of life in Northern Ireland, Neil Blaney, the Minister for Agriculture in the Dublin government, entered the fray. Blaney, who was, and is, unashamedly a supporter of the IRA, saw the civil rights movement as taking a political path which veered away from Irish nationalism. In a speech aimed at people in both parts of Ireland, he pointed out that the Northern Ireland Civil Rights Association did not include the unity of Ireland in its list of objectives. He went on to attack meetings between the Northern Ireland Prime Minister, Captain Terence O'Neill, and leading politicians in Dublin. Blaney asserted that such meetings were futile and the Republic's claim of sovereignty over Northern Ireland should be on the political agenda in the 26 counties of Ireland. Blaney's statements were evocative of a realization that events in Northern Ireland could easily spill over the border, and it was time for his party, Fianna Fáil, to recognize this and be prepared to play the Republican card when the time was right. This was to be the beginning of a strategy which 1 year later would lead to formal discussions with the IRA and the emerging provisionals and create a relationship between members of the Fianna Fáil government and terrorism which Dr. Conor Cruise O'Brien would describe as being highly dangerous for a democracy. During the 1960s, the IRA from its Dublin leadership base was revising its political strategy. Its leaders in Dublin such as Cahal Golding and Tomáš Macchiaila were considering taking the gun out of politics, ending their policy of political abstentionism and adopting a Marxist analysis of Ireland later translated as the stages theory. The first stage of the stages theory was to be the breaking down of sectarian barriers in Northern Ireland, followed by agitation in the Republic to move workers away from the innate conservatism of Catholic Ireland, thus enabling a realignment of working class attitudes in Ireland and a transformation of communal class interests. A further development or stage in the process was a detachment from Catholicism and a coming together of workers throughout Ireland. The stages theory, naive though it was, evolved in discussions between members of the IRA, the Communist Party of Ireland, and left-wing political theorists such as Roy Johnston, who sought to apply Marxist principles to Irish politics with particular emphasis on the ideas of James Connolly, a renowned socialist who was executed as one of the leaders of the 1916 Rising in Dublin. This drift away from traditional Republican thinking and romantic nationalism worried the Fianna Fáil party, and particularly men such as Charles Haughey and Neil Blaney, who perceived this change in philosophy as the beginning of a drift towards communism which could eventually pose a threat to the Republic. Within the ranks of the IRA in Northern Ireland were dedicated Republicans who shared the Haughey/Blaney analysis and felt that Golding and his partners, who discussed many of their newfound theories in Dublin pubs, were out of touch with the developing political realities in the North. Notwithstanding the differences of opinion about the IRA's new policies, IRA members joined the civil rights movement in the belief that it would ultimately provide a vehicle for new politics of the kind envisaged by the Dublin leadership. However, those in the IRA who adhered to the politics of the smoking gun did not have to wait long for a situation which demanded that the IRA play a role for which it was formed, namely the defense of the Catholic population and the armed struggle. In January 1969, the situation in Northern Ireland was transformed utterly by one event which not only evidenced the presence of the gun in civil rights politics but provided the real spark for a conflagration which would engulf the society for the foreseeable future. That spark was the student-led People's Democracy March from Belfast to Derry on New Year's Day 1969. Among the organizers, who included people such as Eamon McCann, Bernadette Devlin, and Michael Farrell, were young men from the ranks of the Republican movement. The organizers sought confrontation through their intention to parade through staunchly loyalist areas. In Dublin, Golding and others within the IRA leadership saw the New Year's Day March as jeopardizing the newly created policies of the IRA. Predictably, the marchers were attacked by Paisleyites and members of the Ulster Special Constabulary, a part-time paramilitary force which was anti-Catholic and anti-Republican in character. When the march stopped for one night at Magherafelt, the guns came out. IRA men paraded armed in the vicinity of a camp set up by the marchers. Those IRA men evidenced not only the developing split within the organization, which would later lead to the formation of the Provisionals, but also the IRA presence within the civil rights campaign. The march organizers achieved their goal of confrontation and determined the way in which politics developed. It became known as the Burntolet March, named after the bridge on the outskirts of Derry where the marchers were ambushed by loyalists. Dr. Connor Cruz O'Brien says that the events at Burntolet pushed things over the edge and convinced him of the presence of the IRA and the developing hidden agenda which would later include the Dublin government. The dirty war was in progress and would be masterminded away from prying eyes and the glare of the media, who simply perceived two communities in conflict. In the spring of 1969, while Captain Terence O'Neill was attempting to woo middle-class Catholic voters to accept his new-look Unionist party, Neil Blaney denounced O'Neill and expressed the view that he should not receive Catholic support. Blaney was again playing the green card for his own party and articulating a view shared by the anti-Golding faction within the IRA. Charles Haughey, then finance minister, Neil Blaney, and Kevin Boland, a fellow cabinet minister, privately discussed how they could influence developments in Northern Ireland, and whether they should attempt to establish an offshoot of the Fianna Fáil party there. They knew that if the Dublin-based leadership of the IRA shaped events in Northern Ireland and considerably affected views in the Republic, there was a danger that Fianna Fáil would not be in a position to capitalise on any political overspill, since the IRA's Marxist policy in the Republic was opposed in every way to the ruling Fianna Fáil administration. As each demonstration for civil rights led to violence, so talk of guns for defence permeated many conversations in Catholic neighbourhoods in Belfast and Derry. In South Derry, a businessman approached the IRA officer commanding that area and asked for a meeting to discuss the availability of weapons. When the meeting was held, the businessman intimated that, if the IRA in that area required guns, a source in the Republic would provide them. The IRA commander did not respond to the offer and was not told the nature or name of the source who would provide weaponry. He contacted Golding, who was not prepared to negotiate with an unidentifiable source and was not in favor of reintroducing guns into the political process. However, Golding instructed the South Derry OC to continue his dialogue with the businessman with the purpose of exposing the source of the weapons. Though no transfer of weapons came from this dialogue, a private IRA communication defined the source. An anonymous document later circulated in Northern Ireland claimed that the South Derry OC and Neil Blaney met in the spring of 1969, but this was simply not true. In fact, it was not until after the dreadful violence on the streets in August 1969 that contact was renewed with the businessman and subsequently Blaney. Even before the dramatic events of August, the civil rights movement had changed beyond recognition. There were prominent Republicans within the civil rights struggle such as Liam Macmillan, an IRA commander from the Lower Falls area of Belfast, and Jim Sullivan, an active Republican campaigner from the same neighbourhood. Their presence did not go unnoticed by those few Protestants who remained within the Northern Ireland Civil Rights Association in spite of Unionist claims that NICRA was merely a front for the IRA. One of those Protestant members of NICRA, who to this day is frightened to be identified, told me, "I knew that between April and August 1969 the IRA was beginning to exert influence within NICRA. I am not even prepared to tell you the whole story for fear I could be identified, but I can tell you that money was being siphoned off to provide the IRA with funds to purchase weapons. I was powerless to do anything about it, even though I knew that this money was being made available to the IRA by, among others, a prominent member of NICRA such as Frank Gogarty. This assertion was made to me by a respected professional, and the person he was referring to was a prominent Catholic who ran a dental practice in North Belfast. Frank Gogarty was of sufficient interest to the security authorities that his phone was being tapped in 1971 while the Provisional IRA was being formed. I sought evidence to authenticate the claim of my unnamed source and discovered that Gogarty did provide NICRA funds for the Republican movement just prior to August 1969 in the belief that guns might be needed to protect Catholic areas, and it must be said that he was later involved with the defense organizations which also sought guns from the Dublin government. IRA activity throughout Ireland in the months before August 1969 did not fully equate with the Golding ethos. Bank robberies were carried out in the Republic under the guise of a defunct organization, say or ERA, foreign-owned farms were burned, and post offices were petrol-bombed in Belfast. All these activities, particularly those in the Irish Republic, frightened the Fianna Fáil administration and forced them to consider the use of internment without trial. Meanwhile, requests for weapons from IRA units in Belfast and Derry were ignored by the Golding leadership. Journalists in Dublin were told by the Irish Premier, Jack Lynch, at a private gathering, to ignore and refuse to print IRA statements about events in the Republic, but events were running away from the control of politicians north and south of the Irish border. Street fighting in Derry on December 13 August between young men and the police produced a massive reaction of sympathy in the Republic and resurrected the spectre of volatile national solidarity. The Irish cabinet met and considered the prospect of invading Northern Ireland, but were informed that the Irish army was unprepared for such a course of action. Blaney, Boland, and Haughey argued that events were slowly heading for all-out civil war, with the Catholic population in the north being left at the mercy of loyalist mobs, the RUC and the B Specials. Blaney contended that at the very least the Irish army should take Derry and force a situation where there would be United Nations mediation leading to the direct involvement of UN and not British troops. Haughey and Boland were in favour of this course of action. The alternative was to make a direct approach to the British government and seek their approval for sections of the Irish army to enter Northern Ireland at 2 points, one giving it access and eventual control of Derry in the northwest, the other, through Dundalk, to Newry. It was accepted that Catholics in Belfast would have to wait until Newry and Derry were secured. The plan was irresponsible and did not take account of Protestant resistance or the Catholic death toll in other areas which would ensue from such drastic action. Blaney, to this day, claims that the British government waited for 48 hours before sending troops to Northern Ireland to allow the Irish government time to make the proposed incursions. He also claims that a decision was taken to proceed with this military strategy and Irish troops were sent to the border. In the event, Jack Lynch did send troops but claimed they were field hospital units for Catholic casualties fleeing Belfast and Derry. Blaney says Lynch had cold feet when the time came to take Derry and Newry. Until cabinet documents from that period are made public we shall not know the truth, but subsequent events and actions by Blaney and Haughey suggest that they felt betrayed by Lynch's refusal to take more direct action. Lynch's failure to apply strong statesmanship to events on August 13, 1969 unleashed other problems of a more serious nature. An article in Hibernia assessed his role thus. August 13 provided the kind of opportunity which rarely occurs even in the careers of successful politicians, the golden moment to cross the gulf between politics and statesmanship, the moment for which great men are afterwards remembered in history. The really important issue was not the political one. It was that Irishmen were fighting Irishmen, Irish blood was being spilled on Irish soil, Irish lives were being threatened by their own kith and kin. The right thing for Jack Lynch to do in those cataclysmic circumstances was to rise above petty political considerations. He should have spoken for all Ireland, North and South, Protestant and Catholic, living and dead. And for once the right thing would have been the most effective, politically. That he failed to do so is hardly any surprise. But that he missed a unique opportunity is as much a personal tragedy for himself as for the nation as a whole. What Lynch also failed to do was to recognize that Blaney's chauvinistic proposal for direct action to end partition would have a logical consequence of inciting support if not actively providing the means for subversion in Northern Ireland, and those who adhered to such a policy were to be found in the ranks of the IRA. The split in the IRA during the Civil Rights Campaign from October 1968 to August 1969 now led to a situation where the real subversives were identifiable and, unlike the Marxist-led Golding faction, were the type of people with whom the Dublin government could do business. The attacks by loyalist mobs, aided by B Specials and police, on Catholic areas of Belfast exposed the inability of the IRA to defend Catholic areas. Across the city from north to west the IRA was able to muster only a small supply of weapons, an old Thompson submachine gun, a few revolvers and .22 sporting rifles and shotguns. Golding discovered that the arms available to the IRA in the Republic were only sufficient to equip 4 active service units which were sent immediately to the border and not to Belfast or Derry. Golding's strategy, which never materialized, was to attack military targets across the border in Northern Ireland and draw RUC and B Special units from the troubled cities of Belfast and Derry. The border plan, which was to be masterminded by Sean McSteofan, was called off after violence subsided in Belfast. Golding reckoned that to proceed with military action would only serve to exacerbate the situation. His judgment was not appreciated by those IRA men in Belfast who were now determined to lay their hands on as many guns as they could find. Golding's leadership and the IRA were at a crossroads. In Northern Ireland, the Catholic population rejected them for failing to protect Catholic districts in which almost 1,600 Catholic families were forced to flee their homes. The Fianna Fáil government upstaged the IRA by placing the Irish Army on the border and calling up the reserve. Golding tried to salvage IRA fortunes by issuing a statement on August 19 claiming that IRA units are active all over the north. The statement added that the IRA was ready to defend Catholic districts and to defend the liberation of the North. Dr. Conor Cruise O'Brien publicly dismissed Golding's claim as outrageous, and so did Catholics in the beleaguered areas of Northern Ireland. The result was the setting up of defense committees and the erection of barricades in many areas. An example of how Golding's statement and his decision to abort the border campaign were received within IRA ranks can best be illustrated by an episode which occurred at that time. Golding decided that he would personally explain to the active service units his reasons for aborting their border mission. He traveled to Louth and headed for a farmhouse close to the Louth, Armagh border. His arrival was detected by one of the active service volunteers positioned in a field near the farmhouse. He radioed his commanding officer with the news that the chief of staff was in the vicinity, to which the OC replied, "Shoot the fucker." The comment, which was not interpreted as an order, was indicative of the mood within the rank and file of the organization. In Belfast and Derry, particularly, there was talk of setting up a new organization or ridding the IRA of the Golding faction. Ironically, Golding's authority is best illustrated by the fact that, while he was explaining his reasons for aborting the border mission, one of the active service units undertook an unsuccessful bid to blow up Crossmaglen police station. There was little left to Golding and those men loyal to him in Northern Ireland but to resurrect the IRA's fortunes, and that could be achieved only by acquiring arms for the units in Northern Ireland and for the defence committees which were blossoming and appeared to be controlling events. Golding was contacted by an Irish priest in London who informed him that he had a source willing to supply an unlimited sum of money for arms, provided they were for use not in the Republic but in Northern Ireland. The implication, Golding believed, was that the source was likely to be someone connected with Fianna Fáil who did not wish the Marxist IRA to have the weapons in the Republic and preferred that the conflict be confined to Northern Ireland. Golding was introduced to the source of the money. The contact turned out to be a man who, because of family ties to someone high in Irish government circles, could only, Golding deduced, have been acting on behalf of the Fianna Fáil administration. Golding told him that a sum in the region of £50,000 was required to buy the right kind of weaponry. His contact handed him £1,500, and promised a further sum within days and the whole amount within a relatively short period. Other people of prominence in the Republic contacted the Golding leadership to discuss the prospect of providing money for weapons, but always with the stipulation that any weapons acquired would be solely for use in the north. Addressing a rally in O'Connell Street in Dublin city centre, Paddy Devlin, then Northern Ireland Labour MP for Falls, took the unprecedented step of calling for money for guns. The result was his eventual departure from the Northern Ireland Labour Party, who were dismayed at his behaviour. Devlin, who had been in the IRA from boyhood until the end of the 50s campaign, says he felt justified in seeking money for guns because there was no one prepared to defend the Catholic population. He argues that he took such a step before the British Army arrived on August 19. Devlin became the secretary of the Central Citizens Defence Committee in Belfast. The chairman was the leading Republican Jim Sullivan. It was in Belfast that events under the surface began to transform everything, including the IRA. Devlin says the barricades and the emergence of the defense committees pushed the IRA into the background, despite attempts by Macmillan and Sullivan to give support to the committees. However, there were others joining the defense committees with the objective of taking them over. Some were members of Macmillan's battalion staff who were opposed to the Golding philosophy, men from West Belfast such as Leo Martin, Joe Cahill, Billy McKee, Seamus Twomey, and the young Gary Adams. There were also men in other areas of the city and in Derry who were of like mind and prepared to adopt similar tactics. The Catholic Church too, always eager not to lose control of its flock, placed representatives on the coordinating body of the Central Citizens Defense Committee. The Church, with its propensity for orthodox guidance and leadership, quickly confirmed that it was determined that the Marxist element within the IRA would not assume control of the situation. As a result, a gradual division appeared which was recognized only by a few within the defense structures. Two leaderships emerged, that of Devlin, Sullivan, and others with a gradualist if not left-of-center ethos, and that of the Catholic Church and those within the IRA and the business community who were more attached to an inherited sense of romantic nationalism. Paddy Devlin puts it this way: initially it was easy for the IRA to take over the defense committees because they had the men with experience of conflict. Slowly they took over all the areas, but it was the type of leadership that worried me. They were the men of the right who would become the provisionals. They tended to remain in the background, using the barricades as cover for reorganizing and for planning the reshaping of the IRA. I believe the Church knew who it was getting into bed with. However, I don't believe the vast majority of people realized what was going on. In the course of seeking assistance for his organization, Paddy Devlin met the Dublin government's Minister for Finance, Charles J. Haughey, at the latter's home. He says that Haughey promised financial assistance for the relief of distressed families, but guns were not discussed. The Dublin government's desire to do something about events north of the border initially centred on the setting up of a cabinet subcommittee to deal with Northern Ireland. Two of the leading members of that subcommittee were Charles J. Haughey and Neil Blaney. Aside from giving aid to Northern Ireland to relieve distress, the Irish government was also interested in knowing precisely what was happening across the border. One man who became central to Irish government contacts in areas such as Belfast was an Irish Army intelligence officer, Captain James Kelly. His introduction to people in Belfast was made easy by his brother, who was a priest in St. Malachy's College, a leading grammar school for boys in Belfast. In this way he was introduced to Paddy Kennedy, the Catholic MP representing the central constituency, and to members of a staunchly Republican family in North Belfast, the Kellys, and in particular John Kelly, who later became Adjutant General of the Provisionals. Paddy Devlin claims that in 1969-70 John Kelly was the liaison man between political figures in Fianna Fáil and the emerging group who announced the formation of the Provisional Army Council in January 1970. In Belfast in September and October 1969 events moved rapidly. Primarily the leadership of the Central Citizens Defense Committee began to change. The Catholic Church organized a putsch against the Sullivan leadership and, despite pleas from Devlin, ousted him in favor of a Catholic businessman, Tom Connady. Sullivan had presented a moderate leadership of the organization and had orchestrated the removal of the barricades. That did not suit the traditionalists within the IRA, who were an integral part of what Devlin calls the other leadership. Devlin observes, the departure of Sullivan was not merely another blow to the IRA in terms of Macmillan and the Golding faction, it also left the organization at the mercy of the traditionalists. I eventually resigned my post but remained in the organization in name only. I was appalled on one occasion when I arrived at a meeting to see that some of those leaving the house with members of the clergy were men I knew were about to return the IRA to an offensive role. Devlin's fears were formed not merely by askance observation but by events which personally affected him. On August 24, 1969, the dissidents within the Belfast IRA command had held a secret meeting in a social club in Casement Park in the Andersons Town area of the city. They discussed their control of the CCDC and their disillusionment with the IRA leadership in Dublin and those loyal to it in Belfast such as Macmillan and Sullivan. The meeting was held secretly because each man present was liable to be court-martialed for failing to inform the IRA leadership and for contemplating its overthrow. Those present included Dathy O'Connell, later to become a provisional IRA Chief of Staff, Seamus Twomey, Joe Cahill, Jimmy Steele, Gary Adams, John Kelly, Jimmy Drum, and Billy McKee. They considered how to replace the IRA leadership throughout Ireland. This, however, was ruled to be unnecessary and a decision was taken to tell Macmillan to step down. On September 22 the plotters took advantage of a meeting being held in a room in Cypress Street. Paddy Devlin was present with Macmillan and members of the CCDC. 21 armed men representing every Catholic area in Belfast arrived in the room. They burst open the door and faced us. They addressed their comments to Liam Macmillan in a threatening fashion. The leader of the group was Billy McKee. He told Macmillan to resign his role as IRA commander. He also said Macmillan and his people started the conflict but couldn't handle it. McKee added that it was the role of the IRA to defend Catholic areas, and in that regard they had failed. You are a Dublin communist and we are voting you out. You are no longer our leader. When Macmillan heard this he shrewdly played for time, agreed to their demands but asked for 1 week to put his house in order and comply with their wishes. McKee agreed to Macmillan's request, but Macmillan spent the following week organizing those units loyal to him, which transpired to be only 2 out of 21 units in Belfast. Golding attempted to defuse the situation by sending his Director of Intelligence, Sean Maxtioffan, to Belfast. Maxtioffan arrived with the proposal that there would soon be an Army Council meeting where all matters divisive to volunteers would be on the agenda. Maxtioffan phoned Golding 24 hours after arriving in Belfast to inform him that there had been a coup and the majority of Belfast units would no longer take orders from Dublin headquarters staff. However, violence between the various factions was averted once again with a meeting in Dundalk, where dissidents from Belfast agreed to participate in pooling resources with General HQ for a major arms deal and accepted a proposal to send representatives to an Army Council meeting in Dublin on October 4. After the Dundalk dialogue, Golding travelled to Monaghan to a gathering which was intended to endorse the setting up of a body to coordinate all activities of defence committees and thus bring them under the control of the Dublin IRA leadership. On arriving in Monaghan, Golding learned that he had been outmanoeuvred by the dissidents, who had set up a similar organisation in Lugan the same day. In the midst of the IRA crisis in the weeks following the August violence, the Irish Army supplied weapons training at Fort Dunree in Donegal at the express wish of the Irish government. That ended when a newspaper inquired from Irish Army headquarters whether the training was officially sanctioned and if it included the provision of weapons. There was also growing concern in the Defence Ministry in Dublin, where the minister in charge, Jim Gibbons, was in receipt of disturbing reports from Captain James Kelly which were being channeled through the Army's Director of Intelligence, Colonel Michael Heffernan. Gibbons and Heffernan were both worried about how arms supplied from the Republic would be used in the north, and by whom. From all accounts, Captain Kelly acted as a professional soldier in pursuit of Irish government policy and his frequent visits to Belfast did not go unnoticed by British military intelligence and operatives of MI5 and MI6. Kelly held a meeting of representatives of the defence committees in October 1969 and among those present were prominent members of the IRA. Kelly deduced that all they wanted from the Irish government were guns for defence, and he relayed his belief to the Dublin government. There is little doubt that the behaviour of the Irish government was to say the least confused, if not downright irresponsible and dangerous. Despite the presence of the British Army, there was a willingness to supply money without knowing exactly how it would be spent, and some were ready to supply weapons, knowing that the only people capable of using them were the IRA. In this context, many people felt it reasonable to deduce that the Irish government through some of its representatives was intent on ensuring that its eventual dealings would be with those members of the IRA, the dissidents, who would guarantee that the conflict would be confined to Northern Ireland and whose traditionalist thinking determined that their allegiance would be to Fianna Fáil in the event of a doomsday situation. It is known that plans for an invasion of Northern Ireland by the Irish Army were envisaged until January 1970, when they were finally shelved. In the intervening period, the excursions of Captain Kelly into Northern Ireland and the contacts between Irish government figures and the IRA provided the opportunity for Fianna Fáil leaders to determine who its friends would be in the event of a major conflagration encompassing both parts of the island. One example of an attempt to define the relations of the IRA vis-a-vis Fianna Fáil occurred towards the end of September 1969 when a Fianna Fáil grouping led by Captain Kelly visited the home of the South Derry OC of the IRA. Kelly examined the feasibility of establishing a separate northern command of the IRA with a view to detaching it from the Golding leadership. It was implied that if this happened, money and guns would be readily available. In October, a consignment of arms arrived at Dublin Airport and was handed over to the IRA. Evidence that this actually took place remains hidden in special branch files in Dublin. Who supplied these weapons and paid for them has never been made known. Meanwhile, a £100,000 fund for distress in Northern Ireland was available to the Dublin Government Subcommittee for Social Action in the North. At least £24,000 was given to Cardinal Conway in Northern Ireland to be used as he saw fit. At a subsequent Dáil inquiry into the use of the £100,000, the sum to the Catholic hierarchy was not investigated because of the highly embarrassing quasi-political role of the Church in the defence organisations. Charles Haughey, as Minister for Finance, decided that the fund would be administered by a committee of reputable people inside Northern Ireland, though his own government's Information Bureau announced on August 21, 1969 that it would be handled by the Irish Red Cross. Ironically, the government pledge of money, which first amounted to £89,000 and then supplemented with public donations reached £100,000, was transferred by the Red Cross into accounts in the Munster and Leinster banks in Baggot Street, Dublin, and Clones. This resulted in the funds not being under the control of the Red Cross. The Northern Defence Committees also had accounts, 3 in all, in the Baggot Street branch of the Munster and Leinster and shifted sums between the 3 accounts. The Defence Committees spent much of their money on relief work, but since they also sought guns, it was inevitable that the Irish government contribution which was handed over to the Defence Committees would be used in part for buying weapons. The Clones account contained a sum of £5,000, and the authorised account holders were, according to the Irish Red Cross documents, Paddy Devlin, a politician, and a Belfast solicitor. The first withdrawal from the account was made by the politician and the second by Devlin, but then an alternative withdrawal system was established. Neither the politician nor solicitor acted improperly, and in the case of the solicitor there is no evidence that he made a withdrawal from the account. Devlin states, "I accept that the money was to be used for relief work, though I also admit that at that time I was also asking for guns. I only asked for guns because I believed that the police failed to protect the Catholic population in Belfast on 13-14 August, and even when the British Army arrived I was still asking for guns because there was no guarantee that they would act as protectors if violence flared again." After the second withdrawal of monies I was approached by people within the defence committees and it was suggested that the signatories to the Clones account should not be actual names but pseudonyms. I now know that this was a ruse to remove me from the scene and obscure the passage of monies from the account. It was agreed that the 3 pseudonyms should be John White, John Loughran, and Roger White. This ensured that other people could withdraw cash from the account. It is my belief that people connected with the Haughey faction through Captain Kelly did not see me as being ultimately dependable. After all, I was a Republican in earlier years, but in 1969 was a member of the Labour Party and did not espouse nationalism. I think they, whoever they were, preferred that I was disentangled from the financial dealings. I don't know what happened to the account after my departure because I never had any other dealings with it. When in 1971 a Dáil inquiry asked Devlin to give evidence about this account, he declined to do so. He argues that his decision was based not on the possibility that he would be compromised but on other considerations. His primary reason, he says, for refusing to discuss his role in the Clones affair was because at the time when the Dáil Committee of Inquiry was sitting, in 1971, Devlin was raising funds for the families of men who were interned. He claims that to have raised the specter that the clone's account was used for anything other than relief purposes could have halted the flow of funds to support internees' families. He says that the public in 1971 would have panicked, or suspicion might have discouraged them from contributing to a fund aimed again at relief in Northern Ireland. Several people who were members of the Golding faction in 1969 maintain that the clone's bank account was originally intended to provide support for the defense committees. Representations were made by the Golding-led IRA commanders to Captain James Kelly, but, though they say he behaved impeccably towards them, he was unable to stem the growing support for the dissidents who appeared to represent nationalist opinion in Northern Ireland through the defense committees. Those months between August and September were littered with intrigue. Both IRA factions watched each other closely, but throughout the period the dissidents appeared to hold the upper hand, using the defense committees to obscure their real intentions and to convince the Dublin government that they were part of a populist movement with traditional views. They thus established significant contacts with the Lynch/Haughey government. On December 29, 1969, the name Provisional Army Council hit the headlines after a meeting of the full IRA Army Council. The dissidents issued a statement to the newspapers declaring their position. Several weeks later, at a full convention of IRA Sinn Féin, the break was finally made when the dissidents walked out. The Provisional IRA was born. In relation to violence, weaponry, contacts with the Irish government and support from the Catholic population, it appeared to hold all the ace cards. During its infancy it was nurtured by an Irish government which behaved as though it had unfinished national business to resolve. That suited the Provisionals. They watched and felt morally secure in the knowledge that a sovereign state was trying to acquire arms for them. Some might argue that Fianna Fáil was merely engaged in supplying arms to protect Catholics, but the facts are that they knew with whom they were dealing, and they had in their mind's eye a doomsday situation in which those weapons would be used not only against Ulstermen but also against British troops. The Irish government's intention to provide arms to the IRA began on November 14, 1969, when Captain James Kelly withdrew money from two of the accounts in the Munster and Leinster Bank in Baggot Street, Dublin. The accounts were in the names of George Dixon and Anne O'Brien, names which were merely pseudonyms. He made contact with an arms dealer in the United States and another in Hamburg. Kelly and his superiors decided it would be easier and more discreet to ship weapons from continental Europe. Blaney was convinced that Europe was a better shopping ground and insisted that Kelly make use of Albert Luyx, an acquaintance of the Blaney family. Luyx knew a Baron William Regni Orers, who in turn knew a Hamburg arms dealer. Kelly traveled to Hamburg, where he met a Herr Schluter and made a down payment of £3,000 to secure a deal for a large consignment of guns. Schluter said time and caution would be needed for assembling the weapons and insisted they meet again on February 19, 1970 in Dortmund, where Captain Kelly would be required to produce £10,000 in English notes which he would lodge in a bank in Schluter's name. On February 19 Kelly did as requested and several days later met the arms dealer at a pre-arranged venue in Dortmund to finalize arrangements for the transfer of weapons to Dublin. Kelly was aware that official sanction had been granted for the consignment to be cleared by Dublin Customs, and he suggested that the weapons be crated with a manifest describing the contents as mild steel plates. The crates would leave Antwerp by boat and arrive in Dublin docks on March 19. Captain Kelly returned to Dublin unaware that his trips were being monitored by MI6, who were passing the information to their mole within the Gardaí, the Irish police. The arms did not arrive in Dublin on the promised date, but instead a quantity of bulletproof vests. Kelly contacted Schluter and was told that the shipping company had refused to transport the weapons because the correct end-user's certificate had not been provided. Unknown to Kelly and Schluter, British intelligence had obstructed Kelly's initial gun-running plan by enticing one of Schluter's employees to ensure that the shipping documents for the Antwerp transportation did not meet official requirements. However, MI6 were as much interested in the people financing the weapons consignment as the threat the guns would pose to British troops on the streets of Belfast. They were faced with the choice of acting to halt Kelly's arms negotiations or, as a journalist would define it, running with the story. They were sure that Kelly was acting for people in senior positions in the Irish government. Their objective was to identify the real source and exploit the information politically. To this end they observed Captain Kelly and Herr Schluter and tapped their phones. They learned that Kelly had received a communication from Schluter that the arms were being moved to Trieste. Kelly asked for the cargo to be halted at Vienna and said he would arrange for it to be flown to Dublin. In the first 2 weeks of April, Kelly connived at encouraging the Department of Transport and Power to support his venture and make it possible for a private plane to land unhindered at Dublin Airport with the weaponry. Kelly adopted this course of action after an unsuccessful attempt to persuade Aer Lingus to be the carrier. Albert Lucaix made the necessary importation arrangement after meeting a government figure who would later become prominent in successive Haughey administrations, and he also hired a private plane. Both he and Kelly met Schluter in Vienna in mid-April to finalize their deal and the trafficking of the weapons. Kelly did not realize while he sat with Schluter in Vienna that his well-laid plans were known not only to British intelligence, but also to Chief Superintendent John Fleming, head of the Irish Special Branch. He, in turn, was keeping the Gardaí informed about the whereabouts of Kelly and the weapons. Another dimension to life within the Irish Republic which was not to Kelly's advantage was the fact that the Gardaí were disillusioned with the inaction of the government in respect of increased IRA activity in the Republic. The Gardaí regarded all Republican groups as subversives, but in April 1970 the force felt bitter about the loss of one of its members, Garda Richard Fallon, who was shot during a robbery in central Dublin. The group known as Say or Fire was identified as responsible for the robbery and shooting and was adjudged to be guilty of a series of robberies at that time. Those in higher ranks within the Gardaí and Special Branch who observed the killing of Fallon as well as increasing lawlessness were concerned that senior figures in the Irish government were conspiring to supply arms to organisations they regarded as subversive. It was in this context that British intelligence kept both the Gardaí and Special Branch informed of the activities of Captain James Kelly and his cargo of guns. In this atmosphere of intrigue, conspiracy, and suspicion, inquiries were made from official channels, mostly Gardaí and Special Branch, about the role of Dublin Airport in allowing the guns to be flown into airport property. In turn, the airport authorities inquired about a document supplied by Captain Kelly from Haughey's Ministry of Finance which requested that the cargo would be permitted to leave Dublin Airport without a customs check. With most bureaucracies, one inquiry or memorandum tends to generate 100 others in reaction. Thus one inquiry led to many until the Department of Justice was being asked for a directive from the Gardaí regarding the weapons due to arrive in Dublin. The Gardaí, while awaiting a directive from the Justice Minister, Michael O'Moraine, placed a cordon round Dublin Airport on the evening of April 18. Word quickly reached the provisionals that the arms would be seized, and their leader John Kelly, who was in Dublin, flew to Vienna to meet Captain James Kelly and cancel all arrangements for transporting weapons. One must ask who was responsible for the tip-off to John Kelly about the trap laid at Dublin Airport and on whose behalf he flew to Vienna to talk to Captain Kelly. One can only assume that someone in the Irish government, perhaps in the cabinet, needed the arms shipment stopped to avert a major political crisis. It was later reported that the Gardaí chief, Peter Barry, announced to the Justice Minister that he had placed a ring of steel round Dublin Airport, and O'Moraine responded, "You'd think we were in fucking Casablanca or somewhere." John Kelly conveyed the seriousness of the situation to Captain Kelly and they returned to Dublin several days later without the guns. For the Irish government, matters did not end there. Almost at the same time as the two Kellys returned from Vienna, the opposition leader, Liam Cosgrave of Fine Gael, received anonymous information about the arms plot. Sources within the Irish Special Branch claim that British intelligence sent Cosgrave a letter which appeared to come from the Gardaí. He made inquiries through his contacts in both Special Branch and the Gardaí and soon discovered that the anonymous source was accurate. Cosgrave, a man of considerable integrity, recognized that he was in possession of information which was not just damaging to Fianna Fáil as a political party but, if made public, would bring down the Irish government. His information implicated important men and included references to cabinet figures such as Blaney and Haughey. Cosgrave, who would have benefited his party politically by making public his information, chose instead to present it to the Dowsiach, Jack Lynch. In the days that followed there were bitter scenes in the Irish Parliament. Dáil Éireann, the Minister for Justice, Michael O'Moraine, was encouraged to resign for health reasons. Blaney and Haughey were dismissed from the cabinet, Boland resigned in protest, and Captain James Kelly was arrested. Cosgrave, when explaining his actions to Dáil Éireann, said, "I considered it my duty in the national interest to inform the Dowsiach of information I had received and which indicates a situation of such gravity for the nation that it is without parallel in this country since the foundation of the state." As the story unfolded, so did criminal proceedings, which resulted in Captain Kelly, John Kelly, Albert Lewis, and Charles Haughey appearing together in the same dock, charged with importing arms. Following a jury trial, all were acquitted. 3 of the defendants, Captain Kelly, John Kelly, and Albert Lewis, freely admitted that they had been involved in the attempted importation of arms but claimed that it was legal as it had the implicit sanction of the Minister of Defense, Jim Gibbons, and that the arms were being imported, at least in a technical sense, for the use of the armed forces. Captain Kelly, in particular, said that at all times he was working directly to his immediate superior, the head of military intelligence, Col Michael Heffernan, and that he had contacted cabinet members about the importation, including Charles Haughey and Neil Blaney. The jury clearly accepted the accused's version of events. The arms trial, as it became known, did, however, produce other information on the nature of the conspiracy and the hidden agenda which existed even into 1970, when British troops were facing serious civil unrest and their first major confrontations with rioters in Catholic areas of Belfast. During the Dáil Committee of Inquiry into the £100,000 fund, which was held after the arms trial, reference was made to a directive of February 6, 1970 from the Defence Ministry to the Irish Army Command. When the Committee of Inquiry sought to question the Army Chief of Staff, General Sean McKeown, about the February 1970 directive, he pleaded privilege. In making his claim, General McKeown said that none of the matters covered by the directive was in any way related to the expenditure of funds being examined by the committee. General McKeown was correct in that the directive was not connected with government funds and the committee's brief was to examine the £100,000 of government money channeled towards the defense committees and, by implication, the IRA in 1969-70. He was advised to seek privilege by the defense minister, who at the time of the inquiry in 1971 was Mr. Cronin. However, General McKeown was also aware of references made to the directive at the arms trial. During that trial, Colonel Heffernan, who was Director of Army Intelligence in 1969-70, gave evidence which supported an assertion made by one of the accused, Captain James Kelly, that the directive had a vital bearing on the question of official and alleged unofficial importation of arms to Northern Ireland and had a considerable bearing upon his actions. Although General McKeown was reacting strictly to the Committee of Inquiry's brief regarding the £100,000 fund, he must also have known that the committee had been given a much wider brief. The advice to him to claim privilege must be considered in relation to the nature of the directive and its implications for the Irish Army both in 1970 and for the future. The famous directive was not committed to paper but was a spoken order which was delivered to the Chief of Staff in the presence of the Director of Intelligence, Colonel Heffernan. From all accounts there was no verbatim record of the order, though the arms trial was told that an appreciation of it had been returned to the Ministry for clarification and ratification. The arms trial was informed that a search had been made and no such document had been uncovered. How does that equate with the fact that Colonel Heffernan told the arms trial on September 29, 1970 that shortly before the trial he contacted the Chief of Staff's branch requesting an opportunity to view the directive to check his recollection of it? Heffernan added that he was not afforded an opportunity to view it but was told the terms of it, and it was his considered opinion that the original directive committed to writing still existed in the Chief of Staff section, in the Plans and Operation branch. So what was Colonel Heffernan's understanding of this secret directive, how did it fit into the overall conspiracy, and why should the Chief of Staff seek to protect himself and the army from it? The general terms of the directive were that surplus arms and ammunition should be put aside and made readily available for certain contingencies. The directive stipulated that the Irish army should prepare for incursions into Northern Ireland and that the surplus arms and ammunition and a supply of gas masks should be provided for these incursions. The directive will never be seen, but there are sufficient grounds for believing that it was primarily concerned with the arming of a section of the Catholic population. If it was merely concerned with the procurement of weapons, that would have been a relatively straightforward matter which would not have required the presence of the Director of Intelligence at the meeting during which the directive was issued. The Quartermaster General, who is responsible for arms supplied, was not present at the meeting. However, if the intention was to supply weapons clandestinely, then there was every reason to have Colonel Heffernan present to offer advice. During the arms trial, when one of the witnesses was repeatedly cross-examined about the directive, he categorically refused to confirm or deny that it allowed for the possibility of Irish army incursions into Northern Ireland or the distributing of arms to the Catholic population. When asked directly if the army was requested to acquire arms which the government could decide to distribute in Northern Ireland, the witness replied, "I don't think that could have happened. These arms would not have been used for any purpose at all without the full agreement of the Irish government. I think counsel is trying to put words in my mouth." There is every reason to believe that the directive was essentially an apparatus to realize the purpose of those members of the government and the armed forces who were preparing for a doomsday situation in Northern Ireland. An example of how the directive was almost put into effect occurred on April 1, 1970. When serious rioting erupted in the highly populated Catholic enclave of Ballymurphy in West Belfast, 500.303 rifles and ammunition were moved to the town of Dundalk close to the border with Northern Ireland. Gibbons did not order the army to send 500 soldiers to use the rifles, which suggests that the weapons were intended for use by others. The defense minister sent the rifles in the knowledge that the Irish army was equipped with 7.62 mm rifles and not Second World War .303 Lee Enfields. Aside from the directive, the arms trial and the committee of inquiry left much unsaid and a feeling that the full facts would never emerge. People remember the great feeling of expectation when the head of the special branch, Chief Superintendent John Fleming, appeared before the committee of inquiry. Like all men involved in a dirty war, an undercover war, he prefaced his testimony with stem warnings that he was obliged to protect his sources, that his information came from confidential sources and that anyway he was not at liberty to disclose his sources or divulge the nature of their work. Everything he alleged was based on hearsay. As one journalist said at that time, after a long investigation it appeared that there was a great deal more that the head of special branch didn't know compared to what he did know. And what of Herr Schluter and the guns? Arms dealing, as this book will later explain, is a risky venture. Before the story was exposed in Dublin, the machine guns, submachine guns, and automatic rifles were removed from the crates bound for Dublin. When members of the Irish Special Branch flew to Vienna, where the crates were impounded at the request of the Irish government, they only found crates containing 500 pistols with a supply of ammunition. Gone were the heavy weapons and several 100,000 rounds of ammunition of high-velocity caliber. Therefore, the arms trial centered only on the importation of pistols. Nothing more was heard of the other weapons. The provisionals refused to confirm or deny whether they retrieved the weapons, but privately they accept that British intelligence thwarted the operation. There were many forces at work to create a conspiracy. Who were Say or Era? That question is never likely to be answered. It is known they existed as a small breakaway group, but their emergence and subsequent disappearance raised questions about the convenience of the Republican label. The significance of Say or Era in the eventual uncovering of the government's dealings can only be looked at briefly in respect of certain factors. Although it was never proved, it was Say or Era who were believed by the Garda to be responsible for numerous bank robberies and, especially, the murder of Garda Richard Fallon. When Captain James Kelly was first interrogated by the head of Special Branch, he was asked if he knew about Garda Fallon's murder. Kelly knew nothing, but he wondered why this should have been relevant to the importation of arms. The only thing that one can say for certain is that there was a hidden agenda, one which was dangerous for the Irish state, and provided an indication of just how dirty the war would become on both sides of the Irish border. One can only speculate on what might have occurred had the consignment of mild steel plates been available on April 1, 1970. As we know, it was in Vienna, and the .303 rifles were recalled from Dundalk because it was believed that they could be traceable to the Irish Army, so says the official version. We may never know the true version, if such a concept as truth exists in the labyrinthine levels of a dirty war. What Haughey, Blaney, and Captain Kelly did not know in 1970 was that the Provisionals had plans for the Continental arms shipment. On the occasion when it was expected from Antwerp, the Provos had an armed unit on the dockside and a lorry to convey the guns to the border. There is little doubt that they would have endured no interference on the part of Captain Kelly, who intended moving the guns to a monastery in Cavan until a decision could be taken about their distribution. John Kelly and his brother Billy, the OC of the Provost 3rd Battalion, who were on the dockside, had already arranged for a convent on the outskirts of Dublin to store the cargo until the Provost units were allocated a percentage of the cargo. Likewise, at Dublin Airport in April, the Provosts were again prepared to seize the weapons and move them northwards without delay. The Provosts were not simply preparing for defense. Like Fianna Fáil, they believed they had some unfinished national business to conclude. 2. Gangs, counter-gangs and secret burials. The formation of the Provisional IRA in 1970 signalled a significant change in the situation in Ireland. It reintroduced romantic nationalism and placed it firmly on the stage of political conflict. By 1971 the Provisionals were illustrating that they viewed the British Army as a force of occupation rather than a peacekeeping force. As violence increased, the Northern Ireland Prime Minister introduced internment without trial. Predictably it was directed at Republicans, but ironically many of those interned were neither Republicans nor members of either the Provisional or official IRA. 4 months later 15 innocent Catholics were killed when a bomb exploded at McGurk's bar in Belfast. The explosion was the work of the Ulster Volunteer Force, but the authorities tried to suggest that it was an own goal, a bomb which the IRA had placed in the bar to be collected by one of its units. By January 1972 the situation was further exacerbated when paratroopers shot dead 13 unarmed civilians in Derry in what became known as Bloody Sunday. In retaliation the official IRA took the war to England and placed a bomb in Aldershot military barracks which claimed the lives of 7 people. In March 1972 the British government finally ended one-party government in Northern Ireland by imposing direct rule from Westminster and abolishing the Unionist administration at Stormont. The reaction of the loyalist population was fear and a feeling that the British had finally succumbed to terrorist pressure. Loyalist reaction was violent. Killer gangs took to the streets claiming the lives of hundreds of innocent civilians, mostly Catholics, particularly in the summer months of 1972. Murder squads were stalking the streets, the war had spread to mainland Britain, and at the end of 1972 bombs exploded in central Dublin while the Dáil was discussing the implementation of tougher anti-terrorist laws. The bombs killed 2 people and injured 80, and the anti-terrorist legislation was passed in a Dáil shocked by news of the carnage. At first the explosions were believed to be the work of the Provisionals, who were said to be angry that the Dublin government was seeking to impose curbs on IRA activities. The IRA denied planting the bombs and accused British intelligence of responsibility on the grounds that the bombs were intended to force the Dublin government to pass the stricter anti-terrorist legislation. Within a short time senior political figures also sought to blame the British once it was realised that British agents were operating what was viewed as a dirty tricks campaign in the Irish Republic. The situation in Ireland had come a long way since 1969. British security chiefs who had watched the army being sent to Northern Ireland in a peacekeeping role quickly realised that it was unprepared for what had developed into an urban guerrilla war. When the British Army arrived on the streets of Northern Ireland in 1969 in response to pleas from Catholic politicians, In traditionally Republican areas, soldiers were welcomed much like the troops who arrived to liberate Paris in 1944. The scenes of jubilation witnessed on film and captured by newspaper cameramen, in trouble spots such as West Belfast, were soon replaced by a belligerent nationalist population who saw the army as the old enemy. By the middle of 1970, Catholic youths were frequently in serious confrontation with soldiers. The army was not equipped for dealing with civil disturbances within the United Kingdom, much less the threat of terrorism which began with the emergence of the Provisional IRA. The provos, as they soon became known, simply assumed that they were the rightful inheritors of the 1916 Republican tradition and that war with the British in Ireland was still in progress. However, in 1970 the IRA waged a war on the sidelines because they were unsure of their support in their own community for a military campaign, and they were too busy acquiring the weaponry to form themselves into a guerrilla army. They preferred to condition attitudes towards the British troops by advising people not to fraternize with soldiers. Such a word as fraternize carried a historical message, if only subliminally, that associating with British soldiers was a crime which throughout IRA history carried the penalty of tarring and feathering or something more sinister. Inside the Catholic ghettos, the role of vigilantes within the defense committees was reduced by the provisionals to a minor element in the power structure, and, ironically, these same provisionals were representing the Catholic community, in the guise of community leaders, at meetings with the British Army and the RUC. The Army also assisted a gradual erosion of confidence in itself by being seen to behave with ill discipline and overzealousness in dealing with riots. Perhaps most significantly, the Army was seen to concentrate its policing role mainly in Catholic areas. By the end of 1970, British troops were engaged in searching nationalist areas for guns, while Protestant paramilitaries operated freely and often manned road blocks with the express permission of the army. There was no one in authority, political or military, who was capable of examining the situation, unraveling its complexities and providing equitable solutions. Matters too often gravitated towards a breakdown because of historical prejudices, historical ignorance, or a lack of political clarity at a level where it should have existed. Within Army HQ at Lisbon, some 15 miles from Belfast, there was a growing concern that irrespective of street rioting, the army would suddenly find itself in a historical struggle from which it might not easily be extricated. After all, by September 1970 the Army Command was aware of the attempts by the Dublin government to import arms, and it was assumed that it was only a matter of time before both wings of the IRA would be fully equipped to sustain a campaign of terror. In 1970 the Golding faction, now the official IRA, were concerned about improving their image within the nationalist community and were as equally anti-British as their counterparts, the Provos. In April 1970 a soldier who had the credentials for dealing with difficult situations arrived in Belfast. He was Brigadier Frank Kitson, and he took command of 39 Infantry Brigade, which gave him effective control of the city of Belfast. His arrival went virtually unnoticed, and few people in journalistic circles judged his presence to be of news value. Fewer within paramilitary circles recognized the name Kitson, which now seems absurd, when one considers the significance the terrorists and propagandists have since attached to his tour of duty in Northern Ireland. Before being posted to Ulster he had spent a year at Oxford and finished a book entitled Low Intensity Operations. In 1960 he had published what became a counterinsurgency manual, Gangs and Counter-Gangs, about his experiences of fighting the Mau Mau in Kenya. In that conflict Frank Kitson, at 27 years old, was a district intelligence officer who devised techniques for terrorizing the terrorists. These involved using counter-gangs which could be attributed to the enemy, namely the Mau Mau, in order to discredit them. After Kenya he fought in Malaya and was given command of a battalion in Cyprus between 1962 and 1964. His tour of duty in Northern Ireland turned out to be brief, which was unusual for a man with so much military experience. However, during his short stay he devised a system of intelligence gathering, of penetrating the IRA and of exploiting propaganda that was in some respects extremely successful. His critics have attributed him with the role of devising every conceivable dirty trick ever used in Northern Ireland. Indeed, sections of the Provisional IRA became paranoid about Kitson. They saw events as though in double vision, and happenings which seemed inexplicable at any point in time were deemed to be part of a Kitsonisk experiment. The IRA incorrectly credited Kitson with the introduction of internment in August 1971. In fact, he was opposed to the policy because, as he told his military superiors, it would prove counterproductive. That is not to suggest that he was not central to the idea of using the interrogation techniques which were applied to 12 of the first batch of men arrested on the day internment without trial was implemented. However, it is in the areas of intelligence gathering and propaganda that Kitson was a supreme strategist. His stay in Northern Ireland ended in April 1972. There were those within the army and within political circles who felt that this quiet but self-assured soldier was a liability. The IRA were using the publication of low-intensity operations and gangs and counter-gangs to support claims that Kitson was responsible for illegal in-depth interrogation techniques, killings and counter-gangs. Fanciful stories emerged, and Kitson's actions in Kenya were seen as being applied to Northern Ireland. Senior nationalist politicians fed the mythology which began to surround him, and his published work provided a framework which the Provisionals duly exploited and exported to the international press. Even 20 years later, Kitson is defined by some writers as the man responsible for devising counterinsurgency techniques involving the use of the SAS in covert actions. This chapter is an attempt to explore a period which the Provisionals, in respect of this book, have agreed to talk about for the first time, since they too believe it is crucial to an understanding of the Dirty War. Leading Provisionals provided me with information on the subject, and the Army's views on the events which are unfolded in this chapter are drawn from press coverage and off-the-record briefings. So where does the influence of Frank Kitson become apparent in relation to undercover activities, considering that he was the expert in this field? Kitson had left Ireland by the time the incidents dealt with in this chapter took place in Belfast, but most of the episodes I am about to describe have their origins in structures and events which began while Frank Kitson was in command of 39 Infantry Brigade. At 11:20 am on Monday, October 2, 1972, West Belfast was quiet. In the Twinbrook estate on the edge of the Andersonstown area, many housewives were arranging dirty clothing and placing it in bags to be collected by the firm of Foursquare Laundry. It was an efficient service and cheaper than others that operated in the neighborhood. A van called twice a week to collect and return the laundry. The van was always driven by a pleasant young man who remained at the wheel while his companion, a pretty, slimly built young girl, went to houses and collected the clothing. Customers believed they were brother and sister because they looked so alike. The Foursquare Laundry's Bedford van was distinctive. It had a symbol of the company, four squares overlapping each other, cut into the metal above the windscreen. Most housewives did not have time to talk to the female employee of the laundry company, but those who did found her chatty and pleasant. Those who were wary of strangers were relieved to discover that both the van driver, Ted, and his colleague, Sarah, had Belfast accents. They appeared to be a quiet, hard-working young couple. On that morning, October 2nd, Ted drove the van into Juniper Park in the Twinbrook estate. Everything seemed normal, and once he had completed the Twinbrook run he would travel to nearby estates in Fanagi and Lambeg before completing his day's work. He would return with the laundered clothes to the three estates on Thursday. As he drove slowly into Juniper Park, Sarah directed him towards number 8, where there was always a large supply of dirty clothing to be collected. When the van came to a halt, Sarah made her way towards the front door of number 8. The occupant, a mother of 2 children, opened the door and exchanged pleasantries with Sarah. Ted remained in the van and watched Sarah produce the relevant forms to record the items of clothing. Sarah was busy checking the laundry items when she heard the sound of gunshots and what sounded like machine guns. For a split second her mind flashed back to the moment when Ted was driving into Juniper Park. A blue car driven by a man with a beard had passed the Foursquare van and the driver of the car peered at her and at Ted. But this recollection was suddenly shattered by the reality of what was now happening 15 yards away. Two men, their backs to her, were facing into the driver's side of the van. They were crouched in a firing position and there was a lot of smoke surrounding them. As she stood, motionless, the gunman fired at least 20 shots. Then one of the gunmen appeared to swivel his body in her direction. Sarah reacted quickly and dived into the doorway of number 8, dragging the occupant and the children with her. She waited there for a few minutes and then made her way out of the rear of the house, explaining that it was probably a loyalist hit squad that had carried out the attack. Before she left number 8, she looked into the street to see the van being driven away. The van was being driven by a local man, Frank Finlay, who with a friend had arrived on the scene to find the laundry van riddled with bullets and the driver slumped over the wheel. Finlay, his friend, and a local priest decided that there was no time to waste if they were to save the life of the laundry van driver, who appeared to be alive. They drove towards Lisbon and were fortunate to meet an ambulance en route. They transferred the injured man to the ambulance and drove the van to Lisbon police station in the knowledge that it represented crucial evidence of the terrorist attack. There were 14 bullet holes in the driver's side of the vehicle and a further 2 bullet strike marks. Before the van reached the station, the young man who had been its driver was found to be dead on arrival at the hospital. On October 2 it was also a quiet morning on Belfast's Antrim Road in the north of the city. At approximately 11:30 am a car containing 4 men drew to a halt outside number 397. 3 of the occupants of the car alighted from the vehicle and walked quickly to the entrance. A casual observer would not have noticed that the 3 men each carried something concealed inside their heavy overcoats. The ground floor of the premises at number 397 was used as a massage parlor which offered a range of services including sex. The floor above was used as an office and was staffed by a young girl and a middle-aged man. The massage parlor often advertised that it had attractive masseuses. That was more than simply an exaggeration. There was just one masseuse providing services with the consent of her husband who owned the business. On the morning of October 2 business was not brisk and the only customer was a middle-aged man sitting in the shabby waiting room. He did not notice as 3 strangers entered 397, passed the waiting room and made their way to a staircase leading to offices on the floor above. Then one of the men removed a Thompson submachine gun from the folds of his coat and his companions produced a short American ML carbine and a .45 semi-automatic pistol. As they slowly climbed the staircase, the gunman carrying the Thompson was so busy gripping the weapon in front of him with 2 hands that he slipped on a loose stair board. He failed to control his weapon and his finger accidentally squeezed the trigger. The gun was not switched to automatic fire, otherwise the 3 gunmen would have been killed. 3 bullets were loosed off, one of them penetrating the staircase and striking the customer in the waiting room of the massage parlor. The gunmen panicked as the gun discharged, hurried from the building and made good their escape in the car which had driven them there. The injured man was rushed to hospital but was not seriously injured. As the shooting was taking place on the Antrim Road, another group of gunmen fired wildly into office premises in College Square East, close to Belfast city centre. The offices were not occupied at the time and no one was hurt. Within 48 hours of these incidents the Provisional IRA claimed that they had killed 5 British spies in the 3 shootings. The British Army replied to this claim. The IRA says it executed 5 spies but as everyone knows we always disclose any deaths and on Monday there was one. The Army was admitting that Ted, or, as the kids in Twinbrook called him, Teddy, was a spy. The Provisionals, however, were more explicit than journalists expected. The Republican movement has been aware for a number of months of a special British Army intelligence unit, codenamed MRF. This unit, comprising picked men, has been operating under the guise of civilians. The unit was run by a Captain McGregor who used flats and offices in Belfast and ran a laundry service. Were the Provos correct in claiming that a secret unit existed, and what was the purpose of the laundry service and the other premises attacked on October 2? Yes, the MRF, or, to give it its correct designation, the Military Reconnaissance Force, did exist. It was attached to 39 Infantry Brigade and was formed in 1971. The Foursquare Laundry was just one of many MRF operations. It was a simple but clever way of conducting surveillance in difficult areas. Laundry was collected, and the clothing items of people known to be connected with the IRA were forensically tested. The laundering of the clothing was then contracted out as part of a job lot to a large laundry firm in Belfast which was unaware that there was a military connection. The Foursquare Laundry offered competitive prices which made them more attractive than their rivals. The operation had been in progress 3 months when the provos uncovered it. The laundry van driver was 21-year-old sapper Ted Stewart, a native of Northern Ireland. His companion was Lance Corporal Sarah Jane Worka, W/439979, Provost Company, Royal Military Police. The attack on 397 Antrim Road was intended to wipe out another MRF operation which was run from the rooms above the massage parlor, but what the IRA did not know was that the massage parlor itself was also part of the intelligence operation. The attack on the offices in College Square East was also aimed at an MRF operation, but the operatives had moved from the premises several days before the attack. In the days following the 3 incidents, the Times and other national papers carried a claim from the provisionals that they had executed 2 high-ranking British agents in the Antrim Road premises and 2 other operatives who were hiding in the van in which Sapper Stewart was killed. Until recently the provos insisted that they killed 5 people on October 2, 1972, and several books have unquestioningly accepted their assertion. However, they now admit that only 1 agent was shot and that IRA units bungled the other operations on the Antrim Road and in College Square East. The real story, which until now has not been revealed, is the degree to which the provos were penetrated by the MRF operations and the extent to which they were eventually damaged by them. In 1972, following the ravages of internment without trial, the IRA leadership was changing rapidly. Internment in August 1971 failed in that it led to the arrests of innocent men, of people who had left the IRA after the 1950s campaign, and civil rights activists who were classified as subversives on RUC special branch files. Internment failed because the Army relied heavily on outdated intelligence files in the hands of the RUC. By 1972 the Army, which was facing an urban guerrilla force, required precise intelligence identifying people at various levels of leadership within the Provisional IRA. The provos knew that the favorite method of screening the population of areas such as the Lower Falls was the constant stopping and searching of pedestrians, the frequent checking of vehicles, house searches, temporary arrests and interrogations, or the placing of soldiers or small units in derelict buildings. A soldier or unit would be supplied with food and told to establish a temporary observation post for several days. Such posts were set up in shops damaged in rioting or houses which were bricked up after being vacated by families who had fled from an area because of intimidation. A unit would move into a building under cover of darkness and set up listening devices which would be angled towards the street. A brick would be carefully removed from an outside wall to provide a view of a street. A slate or part of a slate would be removed from a roof so that a soldier could perch in the rafters of a building and be afforded a panoramic view of a neighborhood. The IRA knew from years of experience that the most successful form of surveillance took place when someone within its own organization was informing to the security forces. That was difficult to detect and isolate, and when it happened the damage was often irreparable. In the Lower Falls, British Army intelligence was particularly interested in penetrating D Company of the 2nd Battalion of the Provisionals because much of the violence in that part of the city appeared to emanate from within the confines of the area which the Army knew contained that company. In the summer of 1972 the intelligence officer of D Company reported to his OC that one of their volunteers was frequently absent and had lately been arrested. The OC suggested that a casual watch be kept on this volunteer, a married man in his early 20s called Seamus Wright. He lived in Leeson Street and was regarded as a quiet but dedicated Republican. When volunteers were arrested by the Army they were interned or released if little was known about them. When they returned to their areas they were not debriefed in the style which now exists and which proves as grueling for the IRA men as when they face police or British Army interrogators. However, D Company was an exception to the rule in 1972, and when it was suggested that a casual watch be maintained on Seamus Wright, the intelligence officer did the opposite. When Wright was released from Army custody he returned to his wife and reported briefly to his unit in D Company. He explained in a plausible manner that he was questioned about guns and explosives and asked to name the leading IRA men in his area. Shortly after this episode, Wright again disappeared from home. The inquisitive IO of D Company inquired from Mrs. Wright if she knew of her husband's whereabouts. She replied that he had gone to England to seek work and produced a letter from her husband with an English postmark. The IO allowed the matter to rest for several weeks and then again approached Mrs. Wright, who said that her husband was trying to get a job so that he could arrange for her to join him. Some weeks later the IO learned from a neighbor that Mrs. Wright had gone on a trip. After a few days she returned and told neighbors and acquaintances that she had visited her husband in London but did not wish to live in England. She hinted that her husband would soon be returning home. Seamus Wright surfaced in his old haunts in the Lower Falls several weeks later, but this time there were prying eyes watching his every move, and every question he asked was analyzed. The intelligence officer was a naturally suspicious man and he knew that D Company had been suffering setbacks. People who had recently joined the IRA in the area were being pulled in for questioning and the army seemed to know exactly where to look for weapons. The IO's analysis was that of everyone he could identify in the company, the one person whose habits were erratic was Seamus Wright. He conveyed his suspicions to the OC of D Company, who suggested that Wright should be questioned. When Wright was hauled before several officers from D Company in a shabby room in a house off Leeson Street, he panicked. He believed he was about to be executed. The irony was that Wright, when suddenly faced, as he believed, with death, realized that he had a value. As one IRA man put it later, when we catch a guy who has been turned by the Brits, we know that he knows he has a value to us. He has learned that by the fact that the Brits have also convinced him of his value. In essence, when you look at the two poles of that argument, he is expendable as far as both sides are concerned. When it comes to the sting, winning matters, not the survival of the double agent. Wright's interrogation lasted 48 hours, during which he unfolded a fascinating story for his captors. He told them that early in 1972 he was arrested while walking along Leeson Street. He was taken to Castlereagh Interrogation Center where he was told that there was evidence to connect him with a murder in D Company area. Wright was connected with an explosion which had killed a member of the security forces, and the fact that his interrogators knew of his involvement suggested that someone had grossed on him. His interrogators offered him a deal whereby no charge would be preferred against him if he cooperated and named everyone in D Company. He admitted to the IRA that he did in fact name everyone he knew to be in D Company. Wright's reaction to events in Castlereagh was from the outset that of a naive young man who firmly believed that the authorities were in a position to charge him simply on the assertions being made by the security forces interrogators. The IRA found Wright's story much more fascinating when he began to reveal how he cooperated with special branch and military intelligence and how he became part of an intriguing operation. Wright said that on his release from Castlereagh he was taken to Palace Barracks at Holywood on the outskirts of Belfast and placed in a heavily guarded compound with other men. He was treated well and informed that he was to be part of a special team to assist in the defeat of all violence. Wright did not personally meet the other men in the compound, but within 24 hours he was flown to England, where he was given training in basic man-to-man surveillance techniques. After several days he was flown back to Belfast with instructions to be seen around his neighbourhood. He would then disappear on the pretext of going to England to find work. Wright travelled initially to Palace Barracks. According to the IRA, he admitted that when he returned to Palace Barracks his training continued. He was asked to write letters to his wife which he was told would be posted from an address in England. As a result of this correspondence, he received replies from his wife, who insisted that she would visit him at his English address. His army contacts suggested that to avoid his cover being blown they would arrange for his wife to travel to London to the accommodation address which appeared on his letters to her. He was flown to London and from there he wrote to his wife and arranged for her to meet him. Although he tried to encourage her to remain in England, she refused to do so. His army handlers would have preferred that she left Belfast so that Seamus Wright did not have the added complication of constantly worrying about his wife or the danger of her finding out about his double life. She represented a particular danger to the army's operations because she, unlike Wright, was from a prominent Republican family and there was always the risk that someone from her family might ask awkward questions about her husband. Wright was told that if he could persuade his wife to live in England he could operate more freely and return to Belfast as often as he liked without having to answer to her for his movements. The revelation which most fascinated Wright's IRA interrogators was his reference to a compound within Palace Barracks housing informers. The IRA knew informers existed within its ranks, but the concept of a compound where they were temporarily housed and trained appeared much more intricate and serious than typical special branch ploys which the IRA constantly experienced. Wright told them that the group with whom he worked was known within the Army as the Military Reconnaissance Force. He was allowed free access to Palace Barracks and to the compound, which was segregated from other military buildings within the camp. He was constantly questioned about his childhood, his family, school friends, and everyone he knew in his neighborhood. He was shown photographs of IRA suspects and asked to identify them or shown photos or newsreel of funerals and parades in order to discover if he knew any of the faces. Occasionally he was driven into the falls area in armored personnel carriers and asked to scrutinize pedestrians or people standing on street corners to determine whether they were members of either wing of the IRA. Wright soon had his Provo interrogators acutely interested in him, especially when he pointed out that there was a great deal more he needed to learn about the MRF. Wright was trying to buy himself time, to buy his life. Equally the IRA was faced with a dilemma. On the basis of his confession, they were obliged by their rules to shoot him, yet, as he was pointing out, there was much to be gained. The IRA were also beginning to realize that they were dealing with someone who was extremely capable and who was offering himself as a double agent while expressing, in the face of danger, a feeling of invincibility. After all, he had survived Special Branch's threats at Castlereagh and was now about to repeat the performance by making himself useful to the Provos. However, his captors in Castlereagh did not tell him that they could kill him if they so desired, whereas the Provos made that clear to him. The OC of D Company decided to run the operation without reference upwards to battalion level in the belief that this was such a sensitive matter that it had to be handled secretly and with only the knowledge of those present at Wright's interrogation. In late August and early September 1972, Wright made frequent trips to the MRF compound at Holywood Palace Barracks and passed on low-level information which the IRA deliberately provided for him. On several occasions ammunition was conveniently planted in derelict buildings by the IRA and, on Wright's information, the Army picked it up. This maintained the double agent's credibility with his handlers at Holywood. Each time he reported back to the IRA he provided them with information which enabled them to construct a dossier on the Army's secret unit. The IRA learned that the MRF operation was under the auspices of 39 Infantry Brigade and had been devised by Frank Kitson, who had left the province in April after having shaped the structure of the new force. The MRF was composed of several elements. The first was a group of regular soldiers who were divided into 4-man units comprising a junior officer, a sergeant, and 2 privates. They operated in plain clothes and drove civilian cars. The section to which Wright was attached was known as the Freds and was composed of members of Republican and Loyalist paramilitary organizations who had been turned by Special Branch and Army intelligence. Wright told the IRA that the complete MRF operation and its members were billeted in an area close to the entrance to Palace Barracks and that this area was out of bounds to other members of the military within the camp. The Freds did not associate freely but tended to avoid each other. Each Fred had separate accommodation and his duties included traveling inside armored personnel carriers with an Army intelligence officer. They would travel through Republican and Loyalist areas and observe pedestrians or men gathered at street corners. From gun slits in the sides of the carriers a person could easily view the outside world. If a Fred pointed out someone of importance, a photographer in the vehicle quickly snapped that individual. At the end of each day the trip was analyzed and the Fred was shown photographs of people whom he identified. A dossier was painstakingly assembled from all the knowledge the Fred had of the target. The OC and IO of D Company constantly warned Wright to be careful about what he divulged to the Army, and only when there was little choice was he willingly to identify an important member of the Provisional IRA. They encouraged him that when he was faced with a difficult situation he should identify a provisional as a member of the official IRA. This could later prove valuable in confusing Army intelligence about the allegiance of certain individuals. Within 2 weeks of working as a double agent, Wright asked for a meeting with his IRA handlers on the grounds that he had something important to convey to them. While D Company's OC and IO listened intently, Wright claimed that there was a special operation in progress to which the specialist military teams within the MRF constantly referred in code, but in a fashion which suggested that it was extremely successful. The IRA men listened to this and then put it to Wright that this was of little value to them unless he could reveal something meaningful about the operation. Wright said, "There is a guy I have seen in there and he is one of us. He comes and goes freely and even wears a shoulder holster." Before the IRA men could ask who this man was, Wright blurted out his name, Kevin McKee. The shock on the faces of the OC and IO confirmed what Wright knew: McKee was important, not simply because he was working for the Army but because he came from a well-known Republican family. Both IRA officers were visibly embarrassed by the revelation and even more embarrassed as Wright began to recount how McKee was allowed freedom of movement within the compound, was permitted to carry a pistol in a holster and did this while he was in the company of Republicans and members of the IRA. Wright provided a description which implied that McKee enjoyed his work and that the military units within the MRF enjoyed his companionship and admired his bravado. The OC of D Company was faced with a dilemma as to whether he should relay this information to the others within his area and in particular to the OC and IO of the 2nd Battalion to which he was responsible. The IO of D Company expressed the view that there was a risk in spreading the net and thus compromising an operation which had begun with D Company. He also added that until the scope of MRF penetration of the IRA was fully established the matter should be confined to as few people as necessary. The OC agreed, but insisted that McKee should be pulled in for questioning about the special MRF operation which Wright said was in progress. If McKee maintained constant contact with the MRF military units, then there was a possibility that someone had divulged information to him which might, when assembled, lead to the uncovering of the MRF's real intentions towards the IRA. Within days, Wright and McKee were both in IRA custody. From the outset the interrogation of McKee began in earnest. Initially the interrogators did not reveal the source of their information because they were intent on discovering not simply whether Wright was a genuine double agent but the personality and underlying motivations of McKee. When he was seized by the IRA, McKee was wearing his shoulder holster and pistol which he claimed he had bought from an IRA man who was killed in a gun battle several months after the transaction. The interrogators were more concerned about the detailed allegations regarding the MRF. McKee spent 2 days under interrogation before he broke, and that happened after he was confronted with the presence of Seamus Wright. Within 24 hours the IRA extracted from McKee a fascinating portrait of an MRF operation which concerned a laundry service. McKee said that in his conversations over drinks with the military members of the MRF details emerged of how this cleaning service, the Foursquare, actually worked. It was not simply a means of forensically testing laundry but the van was especially equipped for surveillance. The Foursquare symbol above the windscreen offered a view of the street to 2 operatives who lay face down in a specially constructed compartment built into the roof of the vehicle. These observers were equipped with miniaturist photographic equipment and also a 2-way radio which linked them with the MRF base. McKee told his interrogators that the laundry van covered estates in West Belfast. He also said he had overheard that 2 other operations were linked to the Foursquare missions, and these comprised offices above a massage parlour on Belfast's Antrim Road and offices in College Square East. McKee also confirmed Wright's assessment of the role of the Freds in the MRF, identifying known IRA, UDA, or UVF operatives. However, the IRA was puzzled when McKee also admitted to having been trained in the use of a range of weapons. D Company was now presented with a major problem in the form of 2 volunteers who were working with the MRF, information which required detailed assessment, and the probability that if they executed Wright and McKee the Army would know that MRF operations were blown, provided of course that such operations existed and that Wright and McKee were not working on an elaborate plan to entrap the provisionals in a more devastating fashion. The OC of D Company decided it was time to refer matters to the command of the 2nd Battalion. His primary reason was that most of the alleged MRF operations occurred outside his battalion's area, although College Square was in the 2nd Battalion's area, Antrim Road was in the 3rd Battalion's and the major housing estates in West Belfast were the responsibility of the 1st Battalion. The IRA rules dictated that the operatives of a battalion area were permitted to operate outside their defined zone only with the permission of the Belfast Brigade staff. Secondly, if Wright and McKee were correct, then the matter was too intricate to be handled simply by D Company. Within 24 hours, while Wright and McKee were still being held in IRA custody, the Belfast Brigade staff met with representatives from the 3 battalion areas of the city. The OC of D Company outlined the nature of the information gleaned from the questioning of Wright and McKee. It was agreed that one member of the Belfast Brigade staff would immediately assume responsibility for assessing the evidence and acting on it quickly. Wright and McKee had now been held captive for 4 days. The brigade officer suggested that they should be held for a further 24 hours to establish whether there was any truth in the claims about a 4-square laundry and offices in 2 areas of the city. If there was no corroborating evidence, both men should be court-martialed and executed without delay. If they were telling the truth, a temporary arrangement could be made. The IRA man who was now in charge told the intelligence officers representing the 3 areas of the city to move cautiously. On the one hand, it could be a trap, but if the operations were genuine, then they should not risk blowing their cover and jeopardizing what could transpire to be a crushing blow against military intelligence. With 5 days having passed since the arrest of Wright and McKee, the brigade staff officer learned that there was a 4-square laundry vehicle which toured Twinbrook as well as estates bordering on Fanagi and Lambeg. No one knew from whence it came or how it laundered clothes. The intelligence officer of the 3rd Battalion confirmed that offices existed above a massage parlor at 397 Antrim Road and, according to local people, only 2 persons used the offices, a middle-aged man and a young girl. The intelligence officer from the 2nd Battalion said there were offices in College Square East which were not listed to a company, but a laundry van bearing the 4-square symbol was frequently seen outside the premises. The brigade officer ordered that Wright and McKee be released with suitable warnings, but watched. It should be pointed out to them that it was fully understood that they could at any time be required to report to Holywood, and they should do so with the utmost caution. When I asked the IRA why they took the risk of releasing Wright and McKee, they replied that they had no choice. It was a calculated risk taken in the knowledge that if, as it seemed, Wright and McKee were telling the truth, both men had compromised their army handlers and their only salvation was with the IRA. Both were assured that they would be protected and moved from Belfast if their position with the MRF was to be jeopardized. I also put it to the IRA that the army would surely have been suspicious if 2 agents disappeared for 5 days. The IRA spokesman whom I talked to replied, "You have to understand the period we are talking about. There was a lack of communication with all groupings involved in the war because there were so many things happening. In the case of these 2 men, their role was to infiltrate and inform on the IRA. It was easy for them to make excuses for delaying meetings with their handlers. We also checked their homes during the 5-day interrogation to ensure that nothing untoward happened which would have implied that the MRF was checking on their movements. Once we released them, we knew we had to act quickly." As the end of September approached, senior officers within the Provost's 3 battalions were nervous that the longer IRA intelligence officers surveyed the 4-square laundry operations, and the offices, the greater the risk of indicating IRA interest. By the last day in September, the brigade officer in charge reckoned that enough was known about Foursquare and what he believed were its offshoot workings to move against it. The commanding officers of the 3 battalions were assembled with their attendant intelligence officers. From the discussion which ensued, a decision was taken to hit the MRF operation on 2 October and to coordinate attacks against the 3 targets so that they coincided at the same time of day. The intelligence officer of the 1st Battalion said Twin Brook was the best for an assault on the laundry van and, since customers claimed it arrived punctually, the assessment, based on a week's observation, was that it would arrive on the estate between 11:15 and 11:30, and would complete its tour of the neighborhood by midday. He reckoned that if the van was attacked in Twin Brook, an IRA unit could make an escape with ease and be in the safety of the Andersonstown district within a matter of 5 to 10 minutes. There was, he pointed out, a dilemma in the form of a girl who went from door to door to collect the laundry. The brigade reacted by telling the 1st Battalion OC that the girl, the driver of the van and whoever was in it were to be wiped out. He stressed that his information was that 2 soldiers were lying face down in a special compartment in the roof. The hit was to be executed with speed, but the volunteers had to ensure that they riddled the roof of the van. If possible, said the brigade officer, the attack on the van should take place at approximately 11:30 so that the other attacks could coincide. If the van was moving and had to be stopped, the assault would require 2 cars. Otherwise, the car containing the active service volunteers should complete the job while laundry was being collected from door to door, in which case the driver and the persons in the roof would be shot first. It would be easy to deal with the girl afterwards because she would be on foot. The important thing, stressed the brigade officer, was to act swiftly and decisively. No one was to be left alive, however the attack was made. The representative of the 3rd Battalion reckoned that 1 squad comprising a driver and 3 volunteers could neutralize the man and girl who occupied the offices above the massage parlor in the Antrim Road. A similar grouping was chosen from the 2nd Battalion to make an assault on the premises at College Square East. The brigade officer insisted that 24 hours before the operation, Wright and McKee should both be arrested and held in secure custody. On the afternoon of October 2, the 3 IRA units returned jubilant to their commanders in the respective battalion areas. The squad from the 1st Battalion reported that they had shot the van driver and riddled the roof of the vehicle, which would have ensured the death of the other operatives, but the female agent had escaped by running into a house and claiming that a loyalist hit squad was after her. In fact, the roof of the van was never riddled and L/C Sarah Jane Warka was never fired on. The evidence available suggests the IRA team loosed off bursts of automatic fire at the van, then panicked and hightailed it out of Twin Brook. Unfortunately, L/C Warka did not trust her instincts when she saw what was an IRA vehicle and its driver observing her and Ted Stewart. The 3rd Battalion unit reported that they had shot up the offices at 397 Antrim Road and must have killed anyone who was there. The 2nd Battalion unit made a similar claim. Meanwhile, the news media were reporting the death of sapper Ted Stewart and the shooting of a man at premises on the Antrim Road. The Provisional IRA Brigade staff were at first content to believe the versions given by their men, though they were willing to discount any killings at College Square. The admission by the authorities of a death at Twin Brook and a shooting at the Antrim Road tended to support the unit's claims. The IRA tendency at that time was to suspect that the Army never revealed the numbers of its dead. They believed that the Army was obliged to admit to the death of Stewart and the wounding on the Antrim Road because there were public witnesses to both incidents. However, for reasons of pride and propaganda, they would hide the failure to kill the operatives in the roof of the laundry van and the couple above the massage parlor. In the days following the attack on the laundry van, therefore, the IRA issued statements revealing its knowledge of the MRF, claiming its units executed 5 British spies. Only now is the IRA willing to admit the truth. It says that within a short time the brigade officer conducted a detailed examination of the entire operation of October 2 and was not convinced of the claims made by the 3 units. It was obvious that, if the unit in Twin Brook had riddled the roof of the van and killed 2 operatives, The local men and the priest who drove the van from the scene of the shooting would have been aware of blood dripping through the roof or of the sounds of wounded persons. Journalists provided their readers with information that the offices in College Square had been out of operation for some time before the shooting, and that, of course, left the Antrim Road episode to be properly examined. What the IRA never knew is that the Antrim Road operation was an MRF exercise but was not connected with the Foursquare laundry. The offices above the massage parlor and the massage parlor itself were both part of one operation, which was another form of intelligence gathering. The two MRF operatives in the rooms above the massage parlor were a retired Army major known as Jim or Bossman, who had agreed to undertake duties with the MRF. His companion was a serving soldier and the daughter of a British Army brigadier. They installed listening equipment linked to bugging devices in the massage parlor, which was being run by an ex-Republican internee and his wife, who had been recruited by the MRF. This operation took place without the knowledge of local SID officers or members of the special branch. The massage parlor offered services including masturbation and full sexual intercourse, and its clients were encouraged to talk generally about the troubles in Belfast. Since it was situated close to Catholic areas, people of interest to Army intelligence were expected to frequent it. One client who came to the attention of the watchers at 397 was a leading political figure in the nationalist community, Paddy Wilson, a Belfast city councillor. He was in his late 30s, married, and loved to carouse and spent much of his time in McGlade's Bar, off Royal Avenue, the haunt of politicians and journalists. Paddy Wilson's visits to the massage parlor provided hard intelligence about terrorism within the Catholic community. Wilson was close to that community and was frequently in the company of members of the SDLP who knew what was happening on the ground and the prominent people within the IRA. On one of his visits, his masseuse asked about his reaction to the brutal slaying of 3 young Scottish soldiers in March 1971. Wilson felt comfortable with her, and she encouraged him to believe that she was discreet. As a result, he revealed the names of the 3 provisionals who carried out the killing. The 3 Scottish soldiers were lured from a busy city centre bar on the promise of being taken to a party where girls would be available. On a lonely road outside Belfast, the 3 young men, all in their late teens, left their car to urinate by the roadside. While they were relieving themselves, beer glasses in their hands, they were individually shot through the back of the head. 2 of them were brothers. Paddy Wilson was accurate in naming the guilty men, one of whom, Paddy Mcad, was later shot by the Army during a gun battle in August 1971. The other 2 are still alive and one of them is living in the Irish Republic. What is particularly fascinating about this story is that Paddy Wilson divulged this information in 1971 before Mcad was killed. This places the MRF operation firmly within this period. Paddy Wilson was brutally slain by a loyalist murder squad operating from within the UDA on the night of June 26, 1973. He left McGlade's Bar with 29-year-old Irene Andrews, whom he frequently dated, and they drove to a lonely road outside Belfast. Their bodies were found, his with over 30 stab wounds lying 20 yards from her car, and hers with 20 stab wounds to the head and chest beside the car. It later transpired that he was held on the ground face upwards while he was stabbed to death, and she was forced to watch before the assassins used the knife on her. Another dimension to MRF operations which eluded the gaze and scrutiny of the provisionals in 1972 was revealed after an incident which occurred in West Belfast on the morning of June 22, 1972. Shots were fired from a civilian car near a bus terminus on the Glen Road. 2 men were injured and a stray bullet entered the bedroom of a house and wounded Thomas Gerard Shaw, who was lying in bed. Journalists who covered the story assumed that the attack was either carried out by loyalists or was part of a feud between the Provos and the official IRA. This incident occurred just when the Provos announced they were talking to the British government about a truce, which necessitated the British government flying IRA leaders to London. It was not until 12 months after the failed truce that the Glen Road shooting was fully explained, and even then it only merited coverage on an inside page of Northern Ireland's only evening newspaper, the Belfast Telegraph. Ironically, The front page on that day, June 26, was given over to coverage of the murders of Patty Wilson and Irene Andrews. The Glen Road shooting, according to the Belfast Telegraph report, was the subject of revelations in the Belfast High Court, where 26-year-old Sergeant Clive Graham Williams was on trial accused of attempting to murder 3 men on the Glen Road on June 22, 1972. Brian Hutton opened the case for the Crown by telling the jury that Sergeant Williams was in civilian clothes, traveling in a civilian Ford Cortina car, on the day in question. 3 men, Hugh Kenny, Joseph Smith, and James Murray, were gathered round a car at the bus terminus on the Glen Road. Sergeant Williams, Mr. Hutton alleged, opened automatic fire at them from the rear passenger window of his car, wounding Murray and Smith, and injuring Mr. Shaw in the nearby house. Sergeant Williams also faced the charge of maliciously wounding Mr. Shaw. The Crown prosecutor went on to say that Williams subsequently made statements claiming he saw 2 gunmen at the terminus, one armed with a carbine and the other with a revolver. The sergeant further alleged that 6 to 8 shots were fired by these gunmen at the Cortina, 1 bullet penetrating the rear window, and that only at this point was fire returned. The Crown, added Mr. Hutton, would say that Kenny, Smith, and Murray were unarmed and that a forensic examination of Sergeant Williams's vehicle produced no evidence that a bullet had entered the rear windscreen. The Crown would allege that the window was knocked out deliberately. Evidence would be offered to show that none of the men at the terminus could have fired a weapon, and likewise in respect of Mr. Shaw. The Crown would also claim that Williams made to attempt to retrieve terrorist weapons from the scene. He drove away after the shooting and did not summon military assistance. On the second day of the trial, Sergeant Clive Graham Williams walked into the witness box and identified himself as the commander of a unit of the Military Reaction Force attached to 39 Infantry Brigade. The judge, the late Ambrose McGonigal, and the jury listened intently as Williams revealed that the Military Reaction Force was set up to carry out surveillance in areas where it was difficult for uniformed troops to travel freely. In June 1972 there were about 40 men in the force, and they were supplied with civilian cars to move about areas and had their own armory. He had 15 men in his squad and generally 2 to 4 men traveled in a vehicle. He told the court that in June 1972 his squad was inoperative because an IRA truce was in prospect. At that time there was a fresh intake of NCOs into the unit. On the morning of June 22 he gave the new recruits a briefing and then took them to Kinnegor firing range near Palace Barracks at Holywood. His intention was to familiarize them with general weapons and those used by terrorist organizations, particularly the Thompson submachine gun. His unit had 2 Thompsons in its armory and he demonstrated the use of one of them on the range that morning. Later he traveled to Army HQ at Lisbon to have a radio fixed to his car. He dispatched 2 squads of men to patrol Belfast city centre and districts in the south of the city. On his return trip from Lisbon to Holywood he was accompanied by 2 new recruits, and the Thompson submachine gun which he had demonstrated earlier was in a holdall under the seat of his Cortina issue car. He decided en route to introduce his 2 companions to West Belfast by making 2 passes through the Andersons town area. In this way, he believed, they would begin to understand the nature of the work for which they were being trained. At this point, Sergeant Williams assured the court that a Thompson was not normally carried by an MRF squad. The regular issue weapon was a Sterling submachine gun. When a squad consisted of 3 persons, 1 man carried the Sterling while his companions were armed with automatic pistols. When asked by a lawyer why the Thompson was concealed that morning, Sergeant Williams replied, "Soldiers were our biggest enemy because if they spotted a gun in our vehicle they would open fire and we would be shot dead." He claimed that he was fired on by terrorists on several occasions while he was engaged in armed MRF duties. On June 22, after making 2 passes of Anderson's Town and Suffolk, he ordered another squad to move down the Glen Road. It was then that he received a communication from that squad that they had sighted a man armed with a revolver at the Boonbeg bus terminus. He asked the squad to make another pass and they confirmed their previous observation. Sergeant Williams went on to explain how he made for the area and saw 2 gunmen, who fired on his vehicle, one bullet shattering the rear windscreen. As I approached the bus terminus, I saw a man crouching near a car and looking through a pair of binoculars. A man in front of him was carrying a pistol. I just glanced away, and as I did there were several single shots from what appeared to be a semi-automatic weapon. I looked round and saw a man looking over the roof of a car and firing what I took to be an ML carbine. I fired 3 bursts of automatic fire, discharging about 10 rounds from the Thompson. A forensic scientist told the court that no lead residue was found on the hands of Kenny, Murray, and Smith. Lead residue was generally an indication of a weapon discharge. Under further questioning, the forensic expert admitted that lead residue could be removed by rubbing or washing. Before the jury retired to consider the case against Sergeant Williams, the judge decided there was insufficient evidence to justify one of the charges against the accused, that of wounding Murray and Smith with intent. The jury retired for 2 hours and returned with an 11-1 majority verdict which found Williams not guilty of the attempted murder of Kenny, Smith, and Murray and of maliciously wounding Shaw. Prior to the trial of Sergeant Williams, arms charges were dropped against a leading member of the MRF, Captain James McGregor, who was a passenger in the Cortina with Williams on June 22. In October 1972, the name Captain McGregor had featured prominently during the interrogations of Wright and McKee, who claimed that a Captain McGregor was one of the leading figures in the whole setup. They were not to know that the same name would surface a year later in connection with the Glen Road shooting. Nor was it the last time that Captain McGregor would feature in the undercover war between the Provos and the Military Reconnaissance Force. Until now, no one has been certain of what became of Wright and McKee. I can now reveal the fate of both men. During the course of my research, IRA intelligence agreed to talk for the first time about the missing men and what befell them. What I discovered about their activities, their roles within the IRA, the damage they caused to IRA operations and how the IRA handled them is new material which until now has remained locked in IRA files. The moment the Provos mounted their attacks on the MRF operations, the fate of Wright and McKee was sealed. They had outlived their usefulness, and to imagine that they could continue to operate after the workings of the MRF had been exposed was absurd. Perhaps, more significantly, the IRA realized that the 2 men were a liability. From the IRA standpoint, they had transgressed and the penalty for their behavior was execution. They could not be trusted and they were in possession of information about the IRA which could be of value to their handlers. There was no guarantee that they would not be induced or coerced into turning once more. The IRA knew that it would be only a short time before the MRF identified the source of the leak, if they did not already know it, and to release Wright and McKee was too great a risk to take. McKee was removed from Belfast to a house owned by Republicans in South Armagh. His family were informed by the IRA about the MRF operations and, according to the IRA, accepted that he would be shot. However, it was agreed that it would not be made public, since this would embarrass the family, who were prominent Republicans. McKee spent several weeks with the family in the countryside, constantly under guard. Orders were sent from the Belfast Brigade that he was to be executed in the IRA tradition and given a secret burial. 1 week later a communication reached the Belfast Brigade that the family in South Armagh had formed a relationship with their young captive and could not undertake his execution. The brigade officer who masterminded the planning of what became known as the Foursquare operation chose 2 volunteers from the 1st Battalion area to execute McKee. These men, Jim Bryson and Tommy Toland, traveled to South Armagh and took charge of the prisoner. A priest was summoned to appear at the execution so that McKee could be given the last rites of the Catholic Church and prayers be said at his burial. Bryson and Toland carried out the killing of McKee after reading out passages from the IRA's Green Book which recorded the IRA rules in relation to court-martial and execution. The last rites were given to McKee in a remote field near the house where he had spent his captivity. The priest was witness to the shooting, which was carried out in accordance with the rules of the Green Book. McKee was made to kneel, his hands were tied behind his back, a black cloth hood was placed on his head, and Bryson and Toland fired 2 pistol shots simultaneously into the back of his head. McKee's body was buried at that spot. One of the men who had interrogated McKee later remarked to another leading IRA man that there were aspects of McKee's character he could never fully understand. One was that McKee enjoyed the role he played within the MRF and was thrilled by the fact that he was permitted to carry a pistol and had immunity from prosecution or any form of retribution. Other personality traits that struck this IRA interrogator were McKee's display of bravado even when under pressure and, when he knew his life was about to end, the way in which he accepted his execution without protest. He was naive, he was brash, and you knew that he enjoyed his notoriety, his immunity, but what I will never understand is that he accepted death as if it was a fact of life. This observation seems to imply a naivete, an abandon, a carelessness which made McKee more of a potential recruit for the role he undertook than Seamus Wright, the young married man who appears to have been an unwitting victim of circumstance. The IRA's treatment of McKee in the last months of his life signified, if not identified, aspects of republicanism which provide an interesting insight into the nature of the IRA. The court-martial procedure, the secret burial on unconsecrated ground, on a plot of land which would never be identified for the dead man's relatives, indicated the seriousness with which the IRA viewed a crime which merited such a penalty, and constituted an added punishment which was made known to McKee before he was shot. The decision not to bury McKee in a cemetery is obviously rooted in Catholic belief that burials must take place in consecrated ground. The presence of the priest to administer the last rites presents a bizarre image. While writing this book, I was told by a senior provisional that, on one occasion, as a result of representations from a Republican family, a body was removed from a secret grave, transported across Ireland and given to a family to inter in a cemetery. The IRA traditionally shoots informers and leaves their bodies in back streets or country roads. This is the first time, to my knowledge, that they have admitted to carrying out secret burials. I was given to understand that the secret execution and burial applied only to informers who were IRA members and who were judged to have seriously damaged the organization. However, in many instances it was not possible for an informer to be taken into the countryside, and therefore executions took place where it was deemed convenient. So what became of Seamus Wright? He is the only person referred to in subsequent articles or books as a man believed to have been connected with the MRF who disappeared from his home in October 1972. The IRA have always argued that Wright disappeared from his home, the implication being that the army spirited him away. It must be remembered that in October 1972 and until now they were unwilling to reveal that they had executed McKee. Moreover, they were not obliged to do so by his family, who knew not to question the IRA command, since one of the dead man's relatives was Billy McKee, one of the founders and leaders of the Provisionals. However, Seamus Wright's wife and family were willing to talk to the media about what little they knew of Seamus. The Provos had no control over them, so they preferred to let it be known that it was probably the MRF who spirited him away. In fact, he too was executed and given a secret burial somewhere in the South Armagh countryside 3 months after the Foursquare operation happened. He was married into a prominent Republican family and his execution was kept secret to prevent public embarrassment. I would contend that since 1970 many people have been buried secretly, though it is unlikely that we shall ever know how many people met their deaths in lonely fields or hillsides. This is the first time the Provisionals have admitted to a writer that they secretly buried people, and in particular McKee and Wright. Until October 1972, when the Provisionals learned about the MRF and made public their knowledge of it, many claims had been made by the SDLP, civil rights leaders, the Association for Legal Justice, the official IRA and the Provisionals that counter-gangs were operating as part of a counterinsurgency strategy and that these gangs were from the 22nd Special Air Service. What is certain is that Kitson's MRF strategy did not involve the operational use of the SAS on the streets. A small number of SAS personnel were flown into Palace Barracks to train members of the MRF in the use of weapons, surveillance and tactical methods of counterinsurgency, which does not necessarily imply counter-terror. With what is known about the MRF, it is worth examining unsolved incidents which occurred prior to the Foursquare laundry episode to discover whether they fit a pattern. Some of them happened around the time in which Sergeant Williams and Captain McGregor were undertaking MRF operations in Belfast. Between midnight and 1:00 am on May 13, 1972, a group of men, mostly members of the Catholic Ex-Servicemen's Association, were on vigilante duty at Riverdale Park in the Andersonstown area of West Belfast. Among the group was Patrick McVeigh, a 44-year-old father of 6 children and a welder by profession. Suddenly a car approached the vigilantes from the direction of the Fanaggy Road North junction with the Andersonstown Road. According to later reports, a burst of submachine gun fire struck the vigilantes. McVeigh was mortally wounded, his companions suffered gunshot wounds, none of a serious nature. The car from which the submachine gun was fired drove down Riverdale Park, made a 3-point turn, drove past the scene of the shooting where McVeigh and his companions lay dead or wounded, and returned to Fanaggy Road North. Eyewitnesses saw it approach a military checkpoint where the driver produced identification and was permitted to proceed. For the next 24 hours, the Army press desk at HQ in Lisbon continued to tell journalists that gunmen in a passing car had fired indiscriminately at civilians, wounding 5, one fatally. It was stressed that it was an apparently motiveless crime. As a journalist at that time, I remember the frequency with which the phrase apparently motiveless crime was used by both the Army and RUC public relations staff. It was used when the Army did not know who was responsible, or when they did and it was not responsible to tell the public. The phrase contributed to heightened tension because it was open to whatever interpretation bigots wished to place upon it. In this instance, the implication was that loyalists were responsible because the car came from the direction of Fanaggy Road North, which was then a predominantly Protestant district. When eyewitness accounts of how the killers went through a checkpoint became common currency, this reinforced the view that the British Army was acting in collusion with loyalist murder gangs. The Observer and journalists such as Frank Doherty, who was then writing for Hibernia, began to look much more closely at the McVeigh shooting. Doherty, a streetwise journalist who knew Andersonstown, began to look at the possibility that the Army was involved. However, the Observer got to the story first and revealed the Army's role in the shooting. Within a month, McVeigh's companions were told officially that they were shot by soldiers in plain clothes. It was expected that the inquest into the death of McVeigh, which was held in December 1972, would reveal all. This is how it was interpreted by Frank Doherty. The military officer who was on duty in the area that night admitted under cross-examination by counsel for the next of kin that he had regarded the killing as a sectarian assassination until he heard military statements read at the inquest. The statements from the soldiers involved in the killing, who as in all such cases at that time did not appear for cross-examination, claimed that they saw a group of men armed with revolvers and rifles and that one of these men fired at their car. If the soldiers had appeared at the inquest, the McVeigh family's barrister would no doubt have asked how they saw such detail from a speeding car in an area which had total blackout. He might have asked them why they did not inform their uniformed colleagues by radio that there were gunmen operating in the area. And he might also have asked them why they had allowed the incident to be recorded in military logbooks as a sectarian assassination, and why, if they had come under fire as they claimed, they did not drive to the safety of Casement Park Military Fort, which was less than 1 minute ahead of them, but chose to make a cumbersome turning, within range of their alleged attackers' guns, past the point where the initial shooting took place and head into the Protestant district of Fanaggy. Forensic evidence given by police experts at the inquest showed that neither the dead man nor his companions had fired weapons. There was no evidence to show that a window in the car had been shattered when the machine gun had been fired from it, so the conclusion drawn was that it was open at the time of the shooting. If this was the case, it indicated the possibility that the occurrence was anticipated by the occupants of the vehicle before they were in a position to see McVeigh and his companions. The inquest returned an open verdict and the matter was not proceeded with further. The coroner suggested that 2 men who were a part of the McVeigh grouping, and who were not before the court, may have been the gunmen. The McVeigh incident only served to complicate an already complex situation where each day saw shootings. Very few were motiveless, but it was difficult to define which paramilitary group was responsible. Several weeks before the McVeigh shooting there was an incident in Ballymurphy which did not attract as much publicity but was well documented at the time by the Association for Legal Justice. It served to prove the presence of MRF-type units. Gary and John Conway left their home in the Spring Hill estate to get a bus to the Falls Road. As they walked casually, they claimed, past the gates of St. Thomas's School on the White Rock Road, a car pulled alongside them and three men dressed in pullovers and light trousers leapt from the vehicle with pistols. The brothers say they ran back towards their home but were fired at and both wounded. The incident was witnessed by a Mr. Noel O'Reilly and his wife, who were in an upstairs bedroom of their home. They told investigators that the man who shot the Conway brothers was dressed in light gray trousers and a brown pullover and that he returned to his car after the shooting and spoke into a handset radio. A short time later, O'Reilly and his wife saw two armored personnel carriers arrive on the scene. There was a conversation between the soldiers in the carriers and the occupants of the car before the three vehicles left the area. The Conway brothers were taken to the Royal Victoria Hospital and treated for their wounds. They made statements recounting their version of the shooting incident. The press desk at Army HQ in Lisbon responded with a statement to journalists that an Army mobile patrol had encountered two men, one of them on an Army wanted list, the other a suspect, and that this person fired on the patrol, which returned fire, wounding the suspect, who dropped a pistol and escaped. If this was an exact and honest account of what occurred, one would have expected the terrorist weapon to have been recovered and fingerprinted and one of the two wounded men in the Royal Victoria Hospital to have been interviewed and subsequently charged. The matter ended with the Army statement. In May 1972 an incident involving an Army patrol in civilian clothes took place in the Protestant Shankill district. As in the McVeigh and Conway incidents, events were disputed after an Army mobile patrol fired shots at four people in a car. The occupants of the car drove to Tennant Street Police Station to claim they were victims of a sectarian assassination attempt. The Army version was that a mobile patrol tried to question the occupants of a car containing four men, two of whom produced guns and fired at the patrol. However, after the shooting, in which no one was injured, the Army vehicle crashed and the soldiers had to be rescued by uniformed troops. An angry mob believed they were members of an IRA gang. Inside the vehicle, which was later removed from the scene by Army breakdown trucks, local people found an Army handset radio, nylon masks and a military identity card. Another shooting involving an Army plainclothes patrol occurred on September 27, 1972. After midnight on that day 19-year-old Daniel Rooney and a companion, 18-year-old Brendan Brennan, were shot from a car which sped past the junction of St. James Crescent and St. Catherine's Road where the boys were standing. Rooney was killed and Brennan wounded. An Army statement claimed that 5 shots were fired by Rooney and Brennan at an Army mobile patrol. Soldiers in plain clothes returned fire, claiming 2 hits. Lieutenant Colonel Robin Evelegh, who was commanding the 3rd Battalion of the Royal Green Jackets in the St. James District, was asked to comment on the incident. He told journalists that Rooney was a known gunman and Brennan, who was less prominent in the IRA, got his just deserts. He also told a BBC interviewer that plainclothes patrols operated in his area on reconnaissance missions, and that one of his men had on one occasion seen Brennan with a gun and had heard him boast of how he had shot soldiers. For the television cameras, Evelegh produced a car with bullet holes in it and claimed it was the vehicle that Rooney and Brennan had fired on. As with most incidents of this nature, there were many eyewitness statements contradicting the Army version. One element which continuously surfaced was that the firing from the vehicle took place from the rear and there were 4 men in the car. These mobile patrols, which were undoubtedly part of the MRF operation, had been frequently observed in the St. James district for several weeks prior to the Rooney shooting. The Roman Catholic churches in the Falls area reacted angrily to the shooting, and in a statement read from all pulpits on October 1, 1972, the day before the IRA attack on the Foursquare laundry van, the church expressed its revulsion and its assertion that Daniel Rooney was an innocent victim. The one thing which is clear about this period in 1972 is that the MRF was active in Belfast. There will always be arguments about such incidents, though not all of them will reinforce the provisional IRA belief that the units were employed in a counterinsurgency role to carry out selective assassinations. The IRA argument of the 1970s and even until recently was as follows. The MRF squads carried out hits for two purposes. To encourage people to the view that there was a sectarian war and not a revolutionary struggle taking place. To force us to engage in a sectarian war with the loyalists so that this would divert our energies and be an easier problem to resolve. To prove to ordinary Catholics that our purpose as defenders of the Catholic people was merely a hollow promise. Remember that the official IRA lost support and fragmented because it failed to protect Catholics in '69, and Kitson knew that. When you can send a squad into a neighborhood and shoot, in the case of McVeigh, 5 people, 1 of them dead, and then kill Rooney and wound Brennan, people begin to lose faith in their protectors. There are many weaknesses in the IRA case, in that they did not always properly interpret Kitson's strategies as outlined in low-intensity operations. Certainly it can be argued that some of his theorizing lacked clarity and thus afforded terrorists an opportunity to exploit his work for propaganda purposes. However, one must ask why the British Army chose to admit its involvement in many of the shootings. Is there a case to be argued that what Kitson put into place was a system of elite squads which operated with an uncontrolled independence that resulted in the shootings I have outlined? If one examines these cases, one tends to feel that there was an amateurish quality about the MRF. It was, undoubtedly, the type of special force which Kitson in low-intensity operations argued was essential to combat insurgency. Kitson was a man who foresaw international terrorism, the types of wars which would not be fought by armies that were traditionally structured and had the same orthodox dynamic. He believed the British Army required a special counterinsurgency force which could eventually be used inside and outside the United Kingdom. The question that inevitably arises is whether he was in effect afforded an opportunity in Northern Ireland to examine how his theories could have a practical application. What the provisionals fail to recognize is that the Royal Ulster Constabulary, through its detective work, initiated the procedures for the charges to be preferred against Captain McGregor and Sergeant Williams and provided evidence in respect of the McVeigh shooting. The RUC also commented on some of the other incidents, ensuring that for their part there would be no cover-up. While writing this book I spoke to several leading and highly respected policemen, one of them from Special Branch, and I raised the issue of the conflicting stories concerning the MRF in the early 1970s. To a man they all replied that the RUC was happy not to be involved. A Special Branch officer told me that their fingerprints were not on that period. They all agreed that the MRF operations were amateurish and not tightly controlled. The tendency to train MRF members in the use of IRA weapons and encourage them to think like the IRA may well, in the view of one expert, have had a detrimental effect. According to several policemen who observed the period, there was an arrogant if not brash attitude among the MRF operatives. They knew they were members of an elite group. Irrespective of the debate about the mobile surveillance patrols, the MRF had more than one objective and method of gaining intelligence and damaging the IRA, as the provisional soon found, at a considerable cost to manpower, morale, and the near collapse of the IRA. 3. The Sting, British Intelligence and the IRA. In 1974 two groups were emerging within the IRA with differing views of the future of the armed struggle. There was the old guard led by Seamus Twomey, Billy McKee, and Mayor Drum, who believed that the conflict was falling into a historical pattern in which a good fight had been fought and the time had come for a cessation of hostilities as a prelude to a negotiated political settlement. They did not see the IRA as an organization capable of winning the war. The other grouping within the IRA was led by young men such as Gary Adams, who believed the armed struggle must be viewed as a long war in which both the military and the political struggle could be fought side by side, while the attitude to the British should be intractable until they agreed to meet the IRA at a political conference table. As the gulf between these factions widened, so did the struggle for control of the IRA. British intelligence saw the opportunity to influence events and with the help of RUC Special Branch devised a sting. In the words of an IRA leader, the sting was a brilliant intelligence operation which caused the Adams faction, many of whom were in prison, to be discredited within the IRA, as well as weakening the Adams group. It almost destroyed the IRA. The immediate result was that the old guard gained the upper hand and negotiated a ceasefire in 1975, which the IRA has since described as its darkest hour because the organization developed a sectarian strategy and became involved in criminal enterprises. When those who supported Adams's philosophy finally gained control 2 years later, a control they still maintain to this day, they acted against many young men whom they believed were a part of the sting, instigating a series of executions and one secret burial. In the aftermath of the Foursquare Laundry episode, journalists as well as paramilitaries were equally puzzled by the British Army's willingness to reveal many details about the existence of the MRF and plainclothes patrols. The reason may lie in the fact that, though the provisionals claimed a victory, they and the rest of the population were left in no doubt that a secret war was being waged, that the Foursquare Laundry operated with impunity for several months in the middle of IRA areas, and that British military intelligence could be ingenious when spying within the enemy camp. Colin Wallace, who worked at Lisbon HQ as an Army public relations officer, privately hinted that similar operations were probably being aimed at the Loyalists as well as Republicans. A clear admission that undercover operations were in progress instilled a wariness within the ghettos where the terrorists held sway, and over a period of time it also created paranoia, particularly within the IRA, which was the major target for army operations. The panic which set in after the Foursquare Laundry incidents and the shootings involving MRF mobile patrols resulted in a hitherto unexplained killing of a civilian on October 22, 1973. Shortly before midnight on that day, Mrs. Jean Smith was the passenger in a car being driven down the Glen Road. A gun was fired from the Anderson's Town estate and a bullet passed through the driver's window, striking Mrs. Smith on the head and mortally wounding her. The driver's first reaction was to think that his car had had a tire blowout, so he stopped the vehicle and got out to examine the tires. When he returned to his seat, he found Mrs. Smith slumped in the front passenger seat. The dead woman was the mother of a young child and was separated from her husband. On that night she was returning with her young companion from a nearby lounge bar. 25-year-old Jean Smith had short dark hair, and in an area where there was no street lighting both she and her companion were likely to have been mistaken for soldiers. The car belonged to the driver, who lived in the Fanagi district, and therefore neither he nor his vehicle was familiar to the IRA unit on the Glen Road. The provisionals never admitted responsibility, though I was told, when making inquiries for this book, that provisionals were responsible and it was an unfortunate hit. During this period there were other incidents which no one could explain satisfactorily. 2 undercover soldiers in a car were stopped by unarmed vigilantes in the Lower Falls, disarmed, and handed over to the IRA. The provisionals say that one of the soldiers, a Sergeant Davies, was placed in their custody and put under armed guard in a house in the Leeson Street area. He escaped but was wounded as he fled. Even though his armed captors searched for him relentlessly, he managed to find his way to a nearby army base. The other soldier was handed over to the official IRA, who said later that his name was Captain Dent, that they executed him for spying and dumped his body in an alleyway off Leeson Street. They elaborated on the killing by adding that several bullets were fired into the back of his head and the body was later recovered by an armored personnel carrier. The Army press desk responded by telling journalists that no such incident occurred, but later suggested that the officials had executed a provisional on that night and not a soldier. The incident certainly occurred, and the Defense Committee for the area admitted that both soldiers were handed over to the IRA. The Provost's story is accurate, so what of Captain Dent, whom the officials say they executed? The fact is that they released their captive but could not publicly admit it in the highly charged atmosphere of 1972. Although the Army did not wish to fully compromise what was a decent gesture by the officials, they did, to a degree, exploit the event. In claiming the incident did not occur and in suggesting that the officials probably executed a provisional, they were sowing seeds of doubt between the two factions, between whom there was little if any affection. Similarly, a story which had all the ingredients of the Foursquare laundry affair, and was linked to it, surfaced in the Sunday Times on May 13, 1973 under the heading, "Why the Provos Shot Their Own Double Agent." The article was written by Paul Eddy and Chris Ryder, a journalist familiar with Belfast. The first paragraph read, "The British Army deserter who was left for dead in a Belfast alley 2 weeks ago was not shot because he spied on the IRA. Although 19-year-old Lewis Hammond did pretend to work for Army intelligence for 7 months last year, he was in fact a double agent planted by the IRA." Ryder and Eddy went on to claim that Hammond was beaten for 3 days and shot by the provisionals because he had given the journalists a story about the wholesale embezzlement of IRA funds by leading provisionals. Why should a man who, according to Ryder, was an IRA double agent give damaging information about the Provos to Sunday Times journalists? And, if he was a double agent, was he connected with the MRF, as were Wright and McKee? It is worth examining the manner in which Ryder and Eddy brought Hammond to public attention, how they interpreted his story and how other journalists covered it before I attempt to place it in a historical perspective. A brief biography of Hammond is necessary to understand the origins of these events. Hammond, a Belfast Catholic, was born in 1954 and joined the Royal Irish Rangers in 1970. After initial training he was posted to Watchet in Somerset. In January 1972 he went absent without leave from his unit and was understood to have returned to his home in the Andersons Town area of West Belfast. Ryder claimed in the article of May 13, 1973 that in April 1973 Hammond helped us reveal that at least £150,000 had been stolen from IRA funds, mainly by officers serving in the Provisional's 1st Battalion. Although he knew he was taking a risk, Ryder and Eddy added, Hammond helped us, in his words, because somebody had to speak out about the hard men who are lining their pockets and not fighting for the cause. According to the Sunday Times journalists, Hammond believed that during a brief and bizarre terrorist career he had served the cause well and was in no danger from the Republican movement. 2 weeks ago, a few days before his 19th birthday, he nearly paid the traditional price that the IRA extracts from informers. 4 provisionals, one of them a close friend of Hammond, lured him into a house in Joy Street, Belfast. They beat him for 3 days and interrogated him about the information he had given to us during the 3 months we had known him. Finally, on Saturday, April 28, as he lay unconscious from the continued beatings, he was shot 3 times in the head and once in the stomach. His body was taken to Ormeo Road, half a mile away, and just before midnight he was dumped in the entrance to an alleyway and left for dead. Astonishingly, he survived, although 1 of the bullets passed through his head, 2 lodged in his skull and 3 in his liver. For 8 days he lay critically ill in a heavily guarded ward in the Royal Victoria Hospital, Belfast, but by last Friday he had recovered sufficiently to be able to get out of bed for an hour. Hammond is now partially paralysed, and will almost certainly lose the sight of one eye, but he is well enough to be moved for his own safety, to another better guarded hospital. It was comparatively easy for the would-be killers to abduct Hammond because he thought he had nothing to fear from the dedicated provisionals who he believed shared his anger and disillusionment over the embezzlement. Ryder and Eddy also told Sunday Times readers in the same issue that Hammond became an intelligence officer in the Provos 1st Battalion, E Company, while absent without leave from his regiment in 1972. On May 19, 1972 he was arrested by the Army while he was on vigilante duty. The security forces soon realized he was a deserter, but Hammond bought himself immunity from prosecution by offering, in his words, to work as a spy for the Army. This was a pre-arranged Provo plan. The Provo's Belfast Brigade was anxious, at that time, to get information on the British Army's secret and increasingly effective weapon, the plainclothes surveillance groups, codenamed MRF. Their assertion that the Provos knew of the existence of the MRF at this time will be discussed later in this chapter and should be borne in mind as a potentially significant element in assessing the veracity of the story as written and understood by both these journalists. I make this point because the line in the Sunday Times article which followed the previous assertion is also important, Provisional volunteers including Hammond and two other men we know about, Seamus Wright and Kevin McKee, had been instructed, if arrested, to offer their services to the MRF and then become double agents. Ryder and Eddy were basing these claims either on interviews with Hammond or on army briefings. Why would Hammond claim that McKee and Wright were double agents? The likely explanation is that Ryder and Eddy saw this story as fitting the scenario they sought to outline. Nowhere in their article did they confirm that they knew of the fate of McKee and Wright. Surely if Hammond was working with McKee and Wright in the MRF he would have learned something of their whereabouts by the time he met the journalists. Ryder and Eddy add that Hammond went to live with 9 other informers including Wright and McKee in 2 secluded houses, 9 and 10 Harwell Road inside Palace Barracks. They tell their readers that they were given a frank briefing by a senior officer at Army HQ in Lisbon the week before the May 13 article and were told the following. The MRF is made up of regular soldiers who volunteer for these dangerous duties. They always wear plain clothes and patrol Belfast in civilian cars, or, on occasions, bogus commercial vehicles. Their main job is surveillance of suspected terrorists, but they are always armed and will certainly fire back when shot at. The officer told us that the unit is part of the normal military chain of command, but he would like to retain the benefit of some doubt in the matter. When we asked him about the use of civilians, he refused to comment and said we were getting into deep matters. Ryder and Eddy met Hammond on several occasions between January and April 14, 1973, and they claim he told them that he, along with Wright and McKee, gave the British Army genuine but second-grade information. However, although they were not allowed out of the camps, they managed to pass on to the provos, in coded letters to relatives and friends, vital information about MRF operations, registration numbers of cars used by the MRF, the addresses of policemen, their car registration numbers and details about informers. According to Ryder and Eddy, Hammond said the 3 double agents gave the army these letters and the army posted them from England. The double agents knew their information had been received when a coded message was painted on walls in West Belfast. In Hammond's case the coded message was Che and was observed by him on occasions when he was taken on surveillance duties by his MRF handlers. All of this suggests an extremely elaborate plan involving 3 double agents who each required separate codes and, one must assume, had undergone intensive training by the provost to enable them to undertake such a major role under the noses of British military intelligence. If, as the article claimed, the double agents were not allowed out of Palace Barracks, why did Wright and McKee disappear from their homes? The Sunday Times article expected a suspension of disbelief, considering that the information required to undertake the October 2 Provo offensives against the MRF could not have been assembled in the form of coded letters from McKee, Wright, and Hammond. The 3 young men were not known for a high degree of intelligence, and in any case the provos would have needed a detailed knowledge of the workings of the MRF for a considerable period of time. There is no evidence to suggest that such knowledge existed, and the provisionals admit that it was only through Wright and McKee that they learned of it and, as I shall seek to demonstrate, of the presence of Hammond. When Hammond talked to Ryder and Eddy he was, according to them, in hiding in Belfast. He gave them a story about the MRF which to a degree was true, but I believe it was an MRF intelligence sting and the truth was therefore laced with half-truths and inventions. His handlers within the MRF found a use for him in 1973 long after they had extracted all he knew about the IRA. Let us look at how the Hammond story was unfolded to Chris Ryder and Paul Eddy, whom I believe acted as most journalists do when they believe they have an interesting story to tell. At the outset Hammond contacted Chris Ryder, who was a prominent journalist in Northern Ireland and was privately inquiring into the disappearance of Seamus Wright. This is what Chris Ryder had to say in 1973. We first met Hammond when we were making inquiries about the disappearance of Seamus Wright. He offered us information about the MRF, and during the next 2 months contacted us at least once per week. He identified himself by the codename Chris. The meetings were usually held in either the Unicorn Bar in Castle Street or Keenan's Bar in King Street, both frequented by Republicans. He never drank more than one bottle of lager and was constantly afraid that soldiers would raid the bar. Last March, after we had learned of the embezzlement of IRA funds, we asked him to confirm information we had got from other sources. Hammond was in a unique position to help us because he had been intelligence officer of E Company whose members had stolen most of the money. We interviewed him twice in the Europa Hotel, Belfast on April 3/4. On the second day, with Hammond's permission, we tape-recorded the interview, having first warned him that anything he said might be printed and might also be given to the security forces. When the interview was completed, we warned Hammond that he might be in danger from some of the provisionals, but he remained convinced that the only real threat was from the army. Is it credible that Hammond would have believed that he could divulge details of a £150,000 embezzlement, discredit the provost and not face retribution? Did Hammond know exactly what would be published, and, as Ryder claimed, was he willing to be tape-recorded and have his statement possibly turned over to the people the journalists say he feared most, the army? The story about a major embezzlement which was being prepared for publication was being authenticated, as it were, by the timely presence of Lewis Hammond, since it just happened to concern the company in the IRA to which he had been attached. Liz Curtis, in her book, Ireland, The Propaganda War, observes, one of the Army's most successful leaks surfaced in a story in the Sunday Times in April, '73 under the byline of reporters Paul Eddy and Chris Ryder. Their front-page article, headed IRA Provost Chiefs Milk £150,000 from funds, concerned a document that the British Army claimed to have intercepted as it was being smuggled out of Longkesh on its way to the IRA's Belfast commander, Seamus Twomey. Said to have been written by a senior IRA detainee, the document alleged that 7 named provisionals had embezzled funds acquired by the IRA through armed robberies. From extensive inquiries we have made in Andersonstown, wrote Eddy and Ryder, we are convinced that the document is genuine. Guardian reporters Derek Brown and Christopher Sweeney later suggested that the information given by the Army to the Sunday Times was doctored and described the affair as one of the most serious dirty tricks reported to them. To substantiate the embezzlement story, Eddy and Ryder identified one of their sources as a former intelligence officer of E Company. Their article of April 15 told readers that they had tape-recorded an interview in which he confirmed their story. From this revelation, the IRA would have had little difficulty in identifying Hammond. In June 1981, a London Times article made this reference to the embezzlement document that Ryder and Eddy had in their possession. Whatever the provenance of the document, the military were delighted with their leak. Counterinsurgency expert Major General Anthony Dean Drummond cited the Sunday Times story as an example of how true stories can be put about on the methods or motives of the terrorists which can help to destroy their morale and lead to disintegration, and claimed that it had directly led to the virtual disbandment of the IRA unit. He believed it was a benign use of the psychological weapon. The 2 Sunday Times stories which were directly connected to Lewis Hammond were extremely damaging to the Provisional IRA's 1st Battalion. In essence, the stories were not strictly concerned with the undercover war and the disappearance of Seamus Wright, but with allegations that IRA leaders were stealing the organization's funds and were responsible for the subsequent murder of an IRA double agent for having exposed their racketeering. From the British Army's point of view, both stories realized the type of counterinsurgency objectives that a psychops unit in any conflict would have been proud to achieve. The first story was designed to show that IRA leaders were not ideologues but criminals, gangsters who were willing to milk £150,000 from IRA funds. It also illustrated what the Army wished people to believe about the provosts, that they were acquiring large sums of money through criminal activities and that, like mafia chiefs, the IRA leadership was in turn milking the IRA. For the journalists, the story gained credibility when Hammond suddenly became available to authenticate it. Moreover, Hammond gave the journalists enough details about the MRF to keep them interested in what he had to say, as the April 15 article demonstrates. To disguise the fact that Hammond and his colleague were spying in Belfast, the Army arranged for them to be given false addresses in London and Birmingham. Hammond's address was 71 Fulham Road, London, SW6, Wright's address was Umbury Way, Green Lane, Great Bar, Birmingham. In both these cases the Army's plan misfired. Hammond's father travelled to London last September to see his son, only to find that 71 Fulham Road is a record shop which provides an accommodation address for small weekly charges. The article went on to argue that Wright, fearing he would be arrested by the Army, had fled to Scotland with the assistance of two friends and was living there under an assumed name. The journalists, however, had formed a different perception of the Hammond case. Lewis Hammond was not so lucky. Like Wright, he was released by the MRF when he had outlived his usefulness as a spy, taken to Liverpool by Captain Moore and advised to lie low in England for a few months. In fact, he immediately returned to Belfast, reported back to E Company and gave the provisionals the remaining information he had about the MRF activities. Now here the journalists were asking their readers to accept elements of the story which appeared to fit perfectly but raised some interesting questions. Why should the Army suggest that Hammond should lie low only for a few months? If we are to accept the Sunday Times story, the Army believed Hammond was a genuine agent. As such, he would have been in possession of information which would have necessitated his remaining outside Belfast. If Hammond was a genuine Army agent, then he had not outlived his usefulness. Accordingly, when the Provos exposed the Army's Foursquare operations, there was a price to be paid, and one might ask if the embezzlement story was the price the Army exacted in revenge for the murders of Sapper Stewart, McKee, and Wright. If the MRF were preparing in late 1972 to send Hammond back to the IRA, he needed a cover story since Wright and McKee would presumably have divulged Hammond's name when they revealed details of the Fred's operations. The letters Che were never painted on the walls of West Belfast by the Provos, according to leading figures in that organization. However, Hammond could tell Ryder and Eddy that he believed he was working for the Provos and that his information was reaching them because he requested the coded signal Che to be painted in relevant areas. Hammond, if interrogated by the Provos, had a cover story. Even though it could not be substantiated, he could at least have appeared to the Provos as someone who had been fooled by Army intelligence. If we assume there was a sting, it is worth examining the story from the perspective of what the Provos say happened in 1972-3. The Provos claim they knew all about Hammond after prolonged interrogations of Wright and McKee. They never expected Hammond to surface again, since Army intelligence would have known that Wright and McKee had been taken out and that they were likely to have blown the cover of Hammond and other agents. According to the Provos, Hammond was brought out of retirement for a final job for the MRF. We half hoped that Hammond would be put on the streets, but we knew that once we blew the Foursquare the Army would know that we had exposed two of their agents. In fact, we never made it known that we killed Wright and McKee, in the hope that there would be a slight doubt in the minds of the military that the two guys had run for cover. However, that was a slim hope. We knew the MRF leadership would be in no doubt that we had compromised Wright and McKee for us to be in a position to hit the laundry service and the other operations. We half expected that Hammond was operative or was being used as a source once the Sunday Times article appeared. It was easy for us to determine that the only former intelligence officer of E Company who was going to be used to discredit us would be Hammond. What we were not sure of was whether Hammond was in actual contact with Ryder or whether that was just the Army playing a game. We decided to investigate. We knew that if he was being allowed the freedom to contact journalists, he would at some stage contact his family, namely his father. That's how we got to him. We knew too much about him and about the MRF setup from our interrogations of Wright and McKee. We also knew the damage that was being done by the embezzlement story. He told us that he was sent to Ryder to feed him details about the MRF and was warned that he would be obliged, after some time, to confirm a story about the IRA's 1st Battalion and the embezzlement of funds. The Che story was one designed to convince the journalists that he was genuine. It was a clever setup. That sting was prepared well in advance. The journalists were sucked into it. They believed the embezzlement story because Hammond convinced them he was a genuine double agent who worked for us, and so he gave them all this bullshit about the coded signals involving the use of Che on the walls. The Army was willing to risk Hammond, if necessary to sacrifice him, to seriously damage the IRA's 1st Battalion and, as a result, the whole organization. He was like the spy who came in from the cold. There were two things the army could not control: the way Ryder would write the story, because that warned us that Hammond was possibly back in action, and the fact that Hammond would break his cover by trying to contact his family. Whatever the truth of the story, there can be little doubt that the army played a final and devastating card in the war between the MRF and the Provos. Hammond's usefulness would have been limited after Wright and McKee had been taken out of circulation. I believe the intelligence operatives within the MRF planned the use of the trump card, namely Hammond, with precision. They gave him his story about the use of Che, and they primed him with sufficient information about the MRF set up to interest the Sunday Times reporters, so that they could make use of his one distinct advantage, his former role as an intelligence officer in the IRA battalion, which the army intended to damage ineradicably. They succeeded in doing that, creating an image of leading provisionals as gangsters, and began a period of investigation by the media into racketeering. Fortunately, Hammond survived, but the issue raised questions about the nature of journalism, how it could so easily be compromised, and how young men could become pawns in a highly dangerous game. Around the end of 1973 and the beginning of 1974, the provisionals were forced to rethink their military strategy because of numerous setbacks. First, many leading members of the organization were either interned or imprisoned as a result of the MRF operations involving agents such as Wright, McKee, and Hammond. Secondly, military surveillance techniques were rapidly improving with the use of sophisticated technology, and Republican areas were being constantly saturated with troops, making movement extremely risky for those IRA men and women who were on police and army wanted lists. Finally, the beginning of 1974 saw a more prominent profile for loyalist paramilitary organizations and loyalist politicians who were violently opposed to the newly constituted political administration in Northern Ireland, the power-sharing executive led by Brian Faulkner and his deputy, Gary Fitt. This executive brought together in government, for the first time, nationalists and unionists. To Catholics, Faulkner was the epitome of unionism, and to Protestants, Gary Fitt of the SDLP was the epitome of nationalism and republicanism. The executive was responsible for creating a role for the Dublin government in policy making, which was to be achieved through what was termed the executive's Irish dimension. The concept of Dublin being consulted, much less having a say in the affairs of Northern Ireland, was enough to convince hardline sections of the Protestant population that a united Ireland was on the political horizon. As a result, groups within the Protestant community began to prepare for the overthrow of the executive, and others toyed with the possibility of establishing an independent Northern Ireland through a unilateral declaration of independence. The prospect of the Loyalists overthrowing the power-sharing executive did not worry the Provisionals unduly, but it forced them to consider the prospect of having to defend the Catholic population if such a move led to communal violence. Since the Provisionals knew they were seriously weakened by British Army successes, the IRA leadership in Belfast reached the conclusion that, if the organisation was to prevent further setbacks and prepare for a major confrontation with the Loyalist population, steps had to be taken to enable the IRA to restructure the organisation in Belfast. It was the Belfast Brigade which was under the greatest pressure, and it was that brigade which would be at the forefront of defending Catholic neighbourhoods in the event of a doomsday situation. The IRA turned to one man in Belfast to provide a solution, 26-year-old Brendan Hughes, who was regarded within the IRA as a shrewd tactician. His brief was initially to find a means of making it easier for senior IRA figures to travel throughout Belfast and meet together away from the prying eyes of military intelligence, and then to devise a contingency plan for the defense of Catholic areas. Hughes quickly decided that, since the IRA operated traditionally within neighborhoods which were obviously defined as Republican and therefore easy for the security forces to target for maximum surveillance, it was imperative that the Provisionals establish safe houses and bases in parts of the city which were middle class, predominantly Protestant, or simply politically undefined. After being given clearance to set up the bases, he began to establish a new identity for himself. Brendan Hughes took on the identity of a dead man, Arthur McAllister. He dyed his hair black and grew a mustache. His new persona was that of a toy salesman. With the help of IRA intelligence operatives, Hughes studied the role he was about to play. He acquired a large collection of toy samples, order books containing details of shops and prospective buyers, and a diary to show his movements and the shops he intended visiting on a daily basis. He bought a new car and acquired a driving license in the name of Arthur McAllister. His next purchase was a house in the Knockbreda district of Belfast. Until now that aspect of his life has not been known. An IRA woman posed as his wife so that he could be seen to be living like most young men in a developing middle-class area. Then Hughes fully adopted the role of toy salesman. For 2 months he traveled to shops in Belfast and sometimes further afield, selling toys from Monday to Friday of each week. He established many contacts in the sales business and traveled every day to businesses he had approached the night before. In this way he discovered that he could travel freely and his real identity was never in danger of being exposed. After 2 months he rented a ground floor flat in an expensive property in the exclusive Malone Road district of Belfast. His plan was to move important IRA operatives out of Republican neighborhoods so that like himself they could live in anonymity and plan operations without incurring Army and Special Branch scrutiny. He also rented other accommodation addresses on Belfast's Antrim Road so even more IRA men could be moved to the periphery of troubled areas. It was a clever ploy in that it allowed the IRA to begin to rebuild its tattered leadership and set up operations in districts where the Army did not feel the need to concentrate its surveillance. Hughes, alias McAllister, maintained the Knockbreda property as his home and did not allow it to be used as a base or safe house. If other accommodation addresses were uncovered, the Knockbreda house would still provide him with a base for his operations. The Malone Road safe house was in Myrtle Field Park, the most unlikely place for terrorists to be based. It became an emergency dump for weapons and explosives. When an active service unit required guns or bombs and it was too risky to transport them from one troubled area to another, the Myrtle Field Park dump could be used. I was told that the flat once contained an Australian submachine gun which the IRA did not wish to fall into the hands of the security forces because its serial number and other identifying features would have led them to the source of the weapon and halted a planned deal for a further consignment. There was one other dimension to the IRA strategy at that time which has never been made known until now. After examining Hughes's scheme, the IRA proposed what must have appeared then as it does now a bizarre idea: the setting up of a company to manufacture car doors. The IRA was beginning to believe that the best means of disguising its operations was through the creation of respectable businesses. We were pleased that the creation of bases outside Republican areas was achieving results, and we decided the next step was to set up a business through which we could move weapons and explosives. We purchased a factory site on a development at Fanagi. It was a purpose-built site, so we sent guys in to design offices and get the place ready for business. We had the whole thing well worked out. While some of our lads were painting and building wooden partitions, others were building an underground bunker. This was to be a sealed dump. In other words, it was not to be opened for normal operations and was to be there for a major emergency. The plan was to house only explosives in it, and it was about the size of an average living room. We intended to ask Brian Faulkner to open the place to reinforce the image of the factory as a normal business venture. We knew that he would have had difficulty in refusing, as this was to all purposes a job creation scheme in an area of high unemployment. We put the explosives in the bunker, sealed it, and continued with the work of making the site look like an interesting business operation. Meanwhile, Hughes and one of his colleagues were busy preparing a doomsday plan for the IRA's defense of nationalist areas, and the Myrtle Field Park flat was used for keeping written notes, maps, and drawings relating to this. The flat also contained evidence of another IRA operation, the bugging of telephones at Army HQ in Lisbon. When working on this book, I asked the IRA how they managed to place taps on Army lines. We cannot tell you how we did it because that would only serve to reveal important details about those who work for us. We were able to bug lines leaving Army HQ, but our recordings of conversations on those lines were of little value to us without specialized equipment. The Army was using scrambling devices. We got several people into Army HQ and acquired the necessary equipment. We learned that there was a highly placed source in our midst, but, by the time we learned that from the bugging, the Army were onto us. On May 10, 1974, the Army and police swooped on the flat at Myrtle Field Park and discovered two men on the premises. Arthur McAllister, alias Brendan Hughes, and another IRA officer, 34-year-old Dennis Laughlin, who described himself as a company director. A search of the flat revealed 4 rifles, a submachine gun, 2 pistols, 3,600 rounds of assorted ammunition, command wire for bombs and detonators. Members of Special Branch and military intelligence who searched the premises were much more interested in the IRA documentation they found there. 2 maps of Belfast showed areas shaded in green and red with accompanying notes indicating that the shaded areas were those the IRA would take and hold. Notes also stipulated how long certain areas could be held and those areas which would be vacated and firebombed. The documents revealed the IRA's plans for a doomsday situation. The Army learned, for example, key buildings such as factories, mills, business premises, schools, firefighting facilities, and petrol stations were all to be coded and listed, and battalion commanders were to mark such buildings as targets for either offensive or defensive action. Among the items in the flat was a draft of a press statement which the IRA intended to circulate in nationalist areas in the event of their doomsday scenario becoming a reality. An emergency has been forced upon us and the IRA has no alternative but to defend its people. It may be necessary to impose harsh measures to ensure that this succeeds militarily. The press statement indicated that an IRA-established radio station would broadcast information about food supplies, and men who had lost their jobs because of the social unrest were to contact their local IRA commanding officer and place themselves at his disposal for the defense of the area. Documents relating to overall strategy forecast that the IRA would be required to take over Protestant areas in West Belfast and, presumably, force out the indigenous population, to hold such areas as New Barnsley for the influx of Catholic families which the Provost expected to be forced out of areas such as the Short Strand in East Belfast or the Bonmar housing estate on the outskirts of the city. The capture of Hughes, Laughlin, and the documents was a major intelligence coup for the Army, who used the media to exploit the extreme elements of the Provo Doomsday documents. 4 days after the arrest, many of the national papers carried stories depicting Hughes as a person who drove a Daimler and wore a pinstripe suit. The coverage of the story was elaborate and fanciful, but the element which the Army exploited was damaging to the Provisionals, their plans for Armageddon. When news of the Myrtle Field Park raid became public, many facts were kept from media scrutiny. The presence of tape recordings of telephone conversations was not revealed until much later. Unfortunately, not all tapes in the IRA's possession were in the flat, though the IRA was obliged to abandon the bugging of Army HQ. What has never been made known, much less admitted by the Army, is the presence of a bunker loaded with explosives. The factory site was indeed raided and the explosives removed. I asked the IRA why they did not make the matter public. No one dared go near the site and there was damage limitation to be considered in respect of other ongoing operations. The Knockbreda safe house was not discovered nor the bases on the Upper Antrim Road. But in this type of war nothing is as it seems. Those of us who knew about the bunker were left to ponder on who was the informer. The Army was clever. They simply maintained the secrecy of the presence of the bunker to confuse, to create paranoia. We had to ask ourselves, how much do they know? You see, there was the possibility that they knew all along and that they were following us. It took time to resolve that one. The real story is that they kept us thinking because, firstly, they had a high-level informer in place. They knew we had bugged their HQ, and they knew we were watching for their agent to surface, to make a mistake. No one at first could check the bunker for fear that they had not discovered it or that they had and were waiting for someone to try to unearth the explosives. It was some time before we discovered that they had lifted the gear in the bunker. By then we had discovered the spy in our midst. It turned out that he worked in the brigade quartermaster's department. The bastard was not under suspicion for a long time. By degrees we isolated everyone who could have known about the dump. Just think how clever the Brits can be. They hit the dump because they knew that the Myrtle Field debacle would create sufficient confusion so that suspicion would not lead to their men within the brigade. When we identified the guy who confirmed our worst suspicions, we set an elaborate trap for him. We reckoned that if he was a spy he would react predictably to a given situation of our making. We sent him to meet someone across the border, but we mapped out the route for him. In South Armagh his car was flagged down by what he believed was a British Army patrol. One of the patrol dragged him from the car, told him they knew he was IRA and threatened to shoot him. The others told him they were SAS, that there were no witnesses, and advised the guy holding him at gunpoint to shoot the bastard. That did it, and he blurted out to the bogus patrol that he was Army, gave them a code and told them to check it. We court-martialed him after he was interrogated. He was married but had no kids. We gave him a secret burial. The Army must have wondered about his disappearance, but that's the war. It wasn't until 1976 that we eliminated him, and by then he had done us a lot of damage. You must realize that the British know it's a long war. When they have an agent like that in place, they use him cautiously. They are careful not to expose him. We know that they will not use all his information at once because that would be too expedient. It is a complex and dangerous game all the time. Equally, when we identify a spy, we are faced with the choice of confronting and liquidating him or her. On the other hand, we also have the option of feeding the spy with information which may result in creating a situation to our advantage, watching where the information goes in order to identify the spy's controllers or to discover whether the penetration extends to more than one person. In all these circumstances there are considerable risks, and often it is best to minimize them by eliminating the person who is the risk factor. You'll hear talk of double agents, but in most instances it is not worth asking an informer to turn again because the person has already proved unreliable. Another situation which often presents itself is when a person approaches us and admits to having been recruited by special branch or military intelligence. The question has to be asked as to whether the person is a plant, someone who has been told to admit to spying so that the IRA will attempt to run him or her as a double agent, thus enabling the spy to assess and identify those people in IRA intelligence who are prominent and responsible for handling informers, spies, and double agents. Every case has to be assessed on its merits. We often ask ourselves to what extent we were sucked into MRF plans by almost being offered the obvious opportunity to have an easy success. On the other hand, look at the damage inflicted by Wright, McKee, and Hammond. We identified Wright, who gave us McKee, who told us about Hammond. You could argue that they gave us a knowledge of the MRF, the Foursquare, and exposed each other. In turn, the Army may have extracted from Wright and McKee much more valuable information about their interrogators in the IRA. That is fanciful reasoning, but it just goes to show how much you begin to wonder what is going on and where the reality lies. This aspect of the war is like a room of mirrors, not just for us but also for the Army. As I shall demonstrate later in this book, the Army reveals no details of its undercover operations except when it decides there is propaganda value to be achieved, or when it can make the revelation in a newspaper story or in a political leak which is intended to confuse the IRA or obscure public knowledge of an event. Until now, the IRA has taken a similar view. Like many writers, I approached the writing of this book on the basis that there are always people willing to reveal the truth, whether for the purpose of putting the record straight, for self-aggrandizement, or because of disillusionment with an ideology. An example of the difficulties facing an investigator of the undercover conflict is contained in a series of hitherto unlinked episodes which had their origins in 1974, followed a pattern established in 1971-2 and almost led to the collapse of the Provisionals and serious damage to loyalist paramilitary organizations. This episode, which the Provisionals now say was a brilliant piece of counterinsurgency by the Brits, began after the murder of two policemen. Constables John Malcolm Ross and Edmund Bell were on foot patrol on Fanaggy Road near Andersonstown at the beginning of May 1974 when they were shot dead by IRA gunmen. 4 young men and a juvenile were charged with a range of offenses connected with the killing. Only two of the accused, 18-year-old Vincent Hetherington and 19-year-old Miles Vincent McGrogan, who lived in the Andersonstown area and knew each other, are relevant to the story which is about to unfold. As with many accused in Northern Ireland, they were initially remanded in custody to Crumlin Road Prison in Belfast. At that time the procedure was for the IRA commander in a prison wing to interview accused men when they first arrived. In 1974 a wing of Crumlin Road Prison housed Republican remand prisoners and convicted terrorists, while Longkesh housed Republican and Loyalist internees. Crumlin Road Prison also had a wing devoted to men convicted of non-political crimes. The prison authorities interviewed men when they arrived at Crumlin Road and informed them of the structure of the prison, defining the nature of each wing and leaving remand or convicted prisoners in little doubt about the allegiance of the men in particular areas of the prison. This arrangement obviated any necessity to ask a prisoner to admit his political allegiance personally and formally, which could have constituted admission of membership of an illegal organization. At that time the only two proscribed terrorist organizations were the IRA and UVF, while the largest loyalist paramilitary grouping, the UDA, was legal, as it is to this day. Once a principal prison officer had established where a prisoner chose to be billeted, the officer sent for the terrorist officer commanding a wing. For Hetherington and McGrogan this was the provisional IRA commander of a wing. After the prison official took his leave, the IRA OC could interview prospective candidates for admission to his wing of the prison. Hetherington and McGrogan told the IRA commander that they were provisionals from the 1st Battalion and lived in the Andersonstown area, Hetherington at Navan Green and McGrogan at Colnazilla Avenue. They were asked to define the nature of the charges against them but were not questioned about guilt or complicity. Both were accepted to a wing, and this decision was conveyed by the Provo OC to the principal prison officer, who in turn arranged for specified cell accommodation to be provided. The IRA then, as now, was organized on military lines within prison, and care was taken in accepting prisoners into a particular wing in order to try to eliminate the risk of informers being placed in IRA ranks. The UDA and UVF adopted similar tactics and, as with the IRA, the initial interview was simply the beginning of a process designed to determine whether a new prisoner was trustworthy or was a plant. From the moment a prisoner arrived in a wing he was subject to a debriefing to establish whether he was being truthful and if he had compromised others during police or army interrogations prior to being sent to prison. Before Hetherington and McGrogan reached their prison cells, the IRA OC asked his intelligence officer to check whether any prisoners in a wing blocks had knowledge of the newcomers. Within 24 hours it was established that both men had been punished by the IRA in the early 1970s while they were members of the boys section of the organization, Fianna Éireann. They had been found guilty of larceny and had been tarred and feathered. When the IRA leadership in the prison learned of the past history of Hetherington and McGrogan, they immediately suspected that neither of them could have been involved in the killing of the policeman, since they were no longer members of the IRA. However, to ensure that this was the case, the OC and IO interviewed other remand prisoners and sent secret messages from the prison to try to elicit details about McGrogan and Hetherington, and to find out whether they had played a part in the Fanagi Road murders. No attempt was made at this time to debrief either of the two men because it was believed that a debriefing would prove successful only if information was available from IRA sources outside the prison. Within several days information was smuggled into the prison inside a tampon worn by the girlfriend of one of the wing Republicans. The message confirmed that McGrogan and Hetherington were not in the IRA and were not involved in the killing of the policeman. It was relayed from the 1st Battalion, which had organized the murder of the policeman and knew the identities of the men who had driven the unit to the scene and of those who had fired the guns. On the basis of this information, the OC approached McGrogan and Hetherington and asked them if they were involved in the killing of the policeman. Both replied that they were not, but that they were forced by police to sign statements to the effect that they were guilty of the killings. This allayed IRA fears that McGrogan and Hetherington were plants. They were then asked why they chose to be with the provisionals in a wing, to which they responded that facing charges of murdering policemen would place them in jeopardy both in loyalist wings and in the wing which housed ordinary criminals. When asked why they had not chosen the wing containing members of the official IRA, they replied that their allegiance was to the Provos. They made no mention of earlier membership of Fianna Iran or the fact that they had been tarred and feathered, but the OC reckoned that the omission was a result of embarrassment. However, the IRA intelligence officer of a wing was not satisfied and conveyed to the OC his feeling, intuitive though it was, that there was something about the demeanor and personalities of both young men which disturbed him. The OC said the debriefing should proceed normally, adding that there was no reason to suspect that either Hetherington or McGrogan was lying or had anything to gain, since they were being truthful about their non-involvement in the murders of the police constables. The IO chose several experienced interrogators and divided them into two teams to question Hetherington and McGrogan separately about the killings of the policemen, to discover who had interviewed them when they were arrested, the questions they had been asked and whether they had divulged information about people they believed or knew to be in the IRA. Debriefings were conducted not in lengthy sessions but whenever time afforded. The IO decided that he would personally undertake, with assistance, the debriefing of Hetherington. This soon became a hard interrogation, partly because of the IO's inherent suspicions, and partly because the young man became increasingly evasive and vague about the nature of the police questioning he experienced before being remanded to prison. At the end of 1 week the IO consulted both teams of interrogators. Those handling the McGrogan inquiry reported that he was impassive under difficult questioning, was not uncooperative, but was cool and divulged nothing of significance. By contrast, the other team observed that Hetherington appeared nervous, evasive, and at times agitated. The IO consulted the OC of a wing and received permission to continue with the debriefing sessions with the greatest concentration being placed on Hetherington. After several days, Hetherington was told that his interrogators knew he had a criminal background as far as the IRA was concerned and had been publicly humiliated by tarring and feathering, and he then began to show signs of stress. This means of discrediting him was followed by assertions that if he could hide this fact he could also be hiding other matters. He was asked whether he could be an informer. Persistent periods of questioning in this fashion brought Hetherington almost to the point of mental collapse. Just as the IO was preparing to abandon the interrogations, Hetherington proffered a confession. He said he had been forced at the age of 16 to work with Special Branch from 1971 onwards. While he was in the Fianna he was caught in possession of an old Lee Enfield .303 rifle and was taken to Springfield Road Police and Army Base, where he was offered a deal, immunity from prosecution in return for providing information on the IRA. He agreed, but the information he was able to give them was in his opinion low grade, because the Fianna did not have access to important matters. Moreover, he was forced to leave the Fianna after being caught robbing a local shop. Hetherington told his interrogators that he accepted the immunity deal only because he was frightened of being sent to prison and of the hurt it would cause his parents, and because the Special Branch investigators warned him that they could brand him an informer by making it known to the IRA that he was giving them information. He said that after he was discarded by the Fianna he kept in touch with his Special Branch contacts but did not have information to offer them. One day he was picked up by two Special Branch officers and taken in a car to Hannistown on the outskirts of Belfast. They stopped at a point where they could observe a Gaelic game being played in front of a small crowd of onlookers. One of the Special Branch operatives handed him a gun and told him to fire on the crowd. He refused, the gun was snatched from him, one of the Special Branch men fired over the heads of the crowd from the car, and the car then sped away. He was told that the gun contained only his fingerprints, since both Special Branch operatives wore gloves, and that it had just been used in what could be construed as an attempted murder. The gun would be kept in a secure place and used as evidence if Hetherington failed to provide information on the IRA. To the IRA in Crumlin Road Prison, it appeared that Hetherington was cooperating with them and that he was the unfortunate young victim of cleverer and more devious people. As he began to unravel his story, he offered his interrogators names and implicated McGrogan as a fellow agent. Unknown to Hetherington, however, a senior interrogator within the team was listening intently to his revelations in a fashion which was not mirrored by the actions or questions of the others. This man had been the central figure in the interrogation of Wright and McKee. He was to observe, Later, that alarm bells began to ring in my head and the Foursquare experience loomed large in my thoughts. Hetherington was now in full flow, providing a list of names of IRA men, some of whom were in Crumlin Road, others in the maze and several on the outside, whom he claimed were British agents. He also proffered information about incidents that the IRA believed to have been caused by the army or loyalist groups. One such incident was the bombing of a bar in Corporation Street in the Docks area of Belfast on a Halloween night in which 2 young children died. Hetherington said McGrogan drove the car and the target was a Catholic-owned bar. The intention was to plant a no-warning bomb, which would serve to heighten tension and would lead initially to speculation that it was an IRA-owned goal PR an attack by loyalists. According to Hetherington, as the car he was driving approached the bar he observed 2 children swinging from a lamppost and he told McGrogan that if he threw the bomb at the bar the children would be killed. McGrogan replied, "Fuck it," and then threw the bomb. After this revelation, questioning was diverted away from other matters, for a time, to a search for the source of Hetherington's handlers and whether they were merely special branch, in other words, as the senior interrogator later remarked, to discover if suddenly the MRF, which we thought we smashed, was back in business on a grander scale. It was vital for the IRA to establish without doubt that Hetherington was telling the truth. If he was, all those he mentioned as agents would have to be dealt with. In response to questions about the nature of his work, Hetherington claimed that he was taken to England for weapons training and to learn anti-interrogation techniques. An Englishman controlled their group, which included McGrogan, a woman, and a Protestant, Gregory Brown from East Belfast. They often met in a caravan owned by the Englishman and situated near Fanaggy Road North, but it was only one of many meeting places. Occasionally they met at a flat near Connolly Station in Dublin. They held parties in the flat and the Englishmen gave them money. In Belfast they had their own weapons supply and were permitted to carry out their own robberies so that these would create disruption and confusion and cause the IRA to suspect that some of its own members were lining personal pockets. They also had explosives for carrying out no-warning bomb attacks to discredit the IRA. All of this was exactly the kind of information the IRA was eager to hear. Hetherington was kept apart from McGrogan as much as possible, and Hetherington's revelations were not used against McGrogan at this stage. McGrogan's interrogators continued to report that he was not proffering information which could incriminate him. As the interrogation of Hetherington continued, the IRA also maintained a watch on his cell and scrutinized his belongings to determine whether he was communicating with McGrogan. One evening the IO of a wing was presented with a note which had been found concealed in Hetherington's bedclothes. It was a message from McGrogan warning his fellow accused that if he talked he was a dead man. McGrogan was not confronted about the note, but it confirmed the IRA belief that in Hetherington they had the right man and McGrogan was confirming his own guilt. After receiving reports of Hetherington's revelations, the officer commanding a wing organized a meeting with his intelligence officer and the 2 teams of interrogators to evaluate the information they were extracting. The OC insisted that the one question needing to be answered was why the special branch or military intelligence should have risked sending 2 operatives into a prison where it was known that the IRA debriefed people. Even if Hetherington and McGrogan were trained in anti-interrogation techniques, why take the risk of exposing them to interrogation? The OC said he would accept that Hetherington had genuinely broken under interrogation if he could be given a reason for the presence of the 2 in his wing. He added that the matter was deadly serious for many IRA personnel named by Hetherington, if it could be proved beyond reasonable doubt that he was telling the truth. On the other hand, he argued, Hetherington was telling them many things they really wished to hear but which could not easily be substantiated. The IO returned to his questioning of Hetherington and probed for a reason for his appearance in the prison. Hetherington replied that the charges against him and McGrogan for the murder of the policeman were merely designed to get them into prison and would never be made to stick. They had both been told that after they had been in prison for some time they would be contacted by a member of the prison staff who would supply them with a quantity of poison which they should use to kill 3 senior provisionals. Their targets were Brendan Hughes of the Belfast Brigade, Tommy Roberts from Derry, the IRA's prison commander, and Junior Fitzsimmons, a prominent Belfast provisional who held a high rank in the IRA's prison hierarchy. Since the poison plot was aimed specifically at the men now responsible for assessing Hetherington's information, their reaction to this motive was predictable. Poison was discovered when details of a poison plot were conveyed to the governor of the prison. Moreover, the Provo leaders were particularly susceptible to believing that their lives were in danger because they knew that a UVF leader, Lenny Murphy, had poisoned an accomplice in Crumlin Road prison. A Provo leader later commented, "We battened down the hatches in a wing. We suddenly believed Hetherington." The names of all those he mentioned were passed on to relevant people in the IRA in Longkesh and on the outside. Interrogations began, and in the maze many men were badly treated by their interrogators. The IRA was carried away in hysteria. Men admitted, under interrogation, crimes they could not have committed. No one was safe from scrutiny. We passed on our information to the Loyalists in respect of Gregory Brown and others named by Hetherington. They reacted as we did but not on the same scale. The result of the maltreatment of some of our own people later led to an internal IRA inquiry. We got nothing from McGrogan except his note, which served to support our suspicion that Hetherington did, indeed, have a lot to tell us. I ordered Hetherington to be pulled in for further interrogation and we really leaned on that guy. What does he do? He tells me it is all a lie and that he was told before being sent into the prison that when interrogated to breaking point he was to divulge all the information which he had given us over a period of weeks. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I was confused. After all, here was a guy I was beginning to know well. I had made assessments of him to the effect that I felt sorry for him. He admitted personal things to me about how he and McGrogan raped a young girl at the bottom of Kennedy Way. Looking back, I don't know what to believe. While the IRA leadership in Crumlin Road Prison were considering Hetherington's latest revelation, an event occurred in a wing which had consequences that placed the matter of Hetherington and McGrogan beyond the control of that wing's leadership. A prison officer named Hanna was attacked and received a throat wound. The man responsible should not have been on a wing at that time, since he was from the Ardoyne area and was not a Republican. He had attacked the prison officer with a tinfoil cover from a packet containing a meat pie. The result was that everyone was locked into their cells in a wing as a punishment. When the measure was relaxed, the IRA leader discovered that McGrogan and Hetherington had been removed to protective custody. The wing leaders, the younger generation of Provos who in the late 1970s would become synonymous with Gary Adams's leadership, were discredited. It was believed in large sections of the Republican movement that they had created hysteria and paranoia through their interrogations of Hetherington and McGrogan. On the outside, the IRA leadership was changing. The Adams leadership now view the happenings in Crumlin Road in 1974 as part of an important military strategy. One IRA source had this to say: "The damage to the leadership in 1974 took various forms. Military intelligence and special branch eventually put the younger leadership away and, as with Hetherington, discredited many of us. We believe now that they were softening us up. The leadership that took over comprised the type of men who stand up with every generation and say that at least they fought but lost and then left it to another generation. The Brits needed that leadership in place to negotiate a ceasefire and they got it in February 1975. The men who negotiated that were physical force men, pure and simple. They believed the Brits were going, the economy was collapsing. They overreacted to sectarianism with the result that the H blocks began to fill with kids involved in sectarian warfare. That truce was described at Bodenstown in 1978 as a major mistake. It led to 4 years of feuds and sectarianism. In the Provisional IRA by Eamon Malley and Patrick Bishop, the period that ushered in the ceasefire of 1975 is described as the Provo's darkest hour, which brought it close to collapse and defeat. In March 1975, after one of the longest-running trials, Hetherington, McGrogan, and 4 others were acquitted of all charges in connection with the murders of the 2 constables at Fanagi Road North in 1974. McGrogan and Hetherington were free men, and to their relief they were not on an IRA hit list. What they did not know was that the provosts in the prison who were responsible for the interrogations which led to a witch hunt within the IRA sent messages to the Belfast Brigade asking for both men to be executed. The brigade, which was still under the control of the older leadership, refused the request for two reasons. First, they believed the younger men in the prison who had carried out the interrogation were wrong in their assessment of McGrogan and Hetherington and had forced them to make false statements, and that the whole process led to paranoia and the near collapse of the IRA because of the bitterness and dissension generated by the numerous interrogations of IRA men who had been innocent of the charges of collusion which had been leveled at them. The second reason was that the Belfast Brigade and IRA leadership saw an opportunity to exercise authority over the people in prison who were part of what they saw as the Adams-led faction, which believed the Republican movement should be going in a different direction. However, it was not long before the older leadership was ousted in favor of the Armalite and the ballot box strategy and a more sharply defined approach to the British. By the beginning of 1976, the old guard in the provisionals was on its way out and the young Turks who supported Adams were on their way in. Those in the prison who were involved in the interrogations of Hetherington and McGrogan were now in a position to demand that the Hetherington/McGrogan episode be reopened. In the course of my research, I met one of the provisionals who had been close to the Hetherington/McGrogan affair, and he made the following observations. We were had. We knew we had fallen for it. It was very much in the mold of the MRF operations, clever, well planned and brilliantly executed. The IRA knew and found it difficult to admit that British military intelligence was brilliant. They almost destroyed us. They created paranoia in the ranks and left us severely damaged. Retrospectively, you see how simply it was worked. Hetherington gave us what we wanted only after pressure was exerted. Now that was clever. McGrogan played a game designed to make us feel that he was holding back so that we could feel pleased that we were making progress with one of them. When we began to succeed, as it were, that kept him protected and he left the note. It reinforced our views. Hetherington gave us all those names of innocent guys and we believed him because he also supplied us with information which supported our own theories about various incidents. In effect, Hetherington did not need to be very intelligent. He only needed to be given information and instructed on how to divulge it. The Brits and Special Branch had obviously done their homework on us because we reacted with predictability. For example, Hetherington told us that there were explosives in Dublin and he was informed that they were required south of the border. That equated with our theory about the Brits bombing Dublin. Hetherington also told them that the murder of the UDA leader, Tommy Heron, was carried out by the grouping, which included a Protestant, Gregory Brown. Heron's murder has always been shrouded in mystery. It is known that he was lured to a car by a woman and that a killer was concealed in the boot of the vehicle. The rear seat had been unscrewed, and when the woman drove Heron into the countryside outside Belfast for a sexual encounter, the killer emerged from the boot and attacked. That information surfaced before the Hetherington escapade and it was, one could argue, available to Hetherington and his handlers. Considering that this was allied to the Dublin bombing theories and the statement that the IRA did not bomb the Catholic bar in Corporation Street, one could validly suggest that all the stories Hetherington gave were convenient fabrications. However, because the stories were fashioned to equate with IRA theories, mythology, and prejudice, the provosts were more likely to be susceptible to them. Aside from McGrogan and himself, two others were implicated by Hetherington, Gregory Brown and a Catholic, Seamus Brendan O'Brien, from Andersonstown. At the beginning of January 1976, Seamus O'Brien, known in his locality of Andersonstown as Shay, was visiting his brother Paddy at a flat in the area when two armed men burst into the premises and kidnapped them. Seamus and Paddy were hooded, their hands were tied behind their backs and they were transported to another house in the Andersonstown/Glen Road district. They were held in separate rooms and constantly interrogated. 2 days later, Paddy O'Brien, still hooded, hands tied, was dumped from a stationary car at Kennedy Way in West Belfast during rush hour. He was told by his captors that he would be shot on sight if he reported to the police or military. When he told his parents about the threat, the family waited for a further 5 days without consulting the security forces. It was exactly 1 week from the day of his kidnapping that the body of Seamus O'Brien was discovered by a roadside ditch in the Glen Road area. It was a Saturday afternoon, January 17th, a day his mother would never forget. I knew from the day of Paddy's release that, like him, Seamus had a filthy hood over his head. Paddy said that when he was there the heating in the house was turned up and their mouths became dry. They were refused water and food, and Paddy heard Seamus screaming as he was being tortured. If they had beaten or kneecapped Seamus it would not have been so bad. But if they thought he was a British agent, why did they not kill him cleanly instead of torturing him? The provos are hypocrites, bringing cases before the European Human Rights Commission, accusing the British Army and RUC of torture, when they are carrying out worse torture. When Paddy was released his hands were swollen like balloons. I dread to think of what Seamus went through. We asked a priest to try to find out what was happening, and he brought back word that Seamus was being accused of being a British agent. For Mrs. O'Brien this was the second death she faced in 1 month. Her daughter had been found gassed in a flat in the Falls Road area on December 9, 1975. The Provisionals issued a statement claiming that Seamus O'Brien was a British agent who had been caught planting a bomb outside the Martin Forsyth Social Club in the Falls area. It was hardly a credible explanation. If he had been caught, why was he kidnapped at his brother's flat? To confuse matters, a spokesman for an unknown loyalist grouping, the Ulster Army Council, phoned journalists to claim that O'Brien had passed information about both wings of the IRA to loyalist paramilitaries, as well as identifying IRA arms dumps. He added that the dead man was a true Ulsterman and loyal Catholic who wanted to break the stranglehold of the Republicans over ordinary Catholics. The Provos, UDA, and UVF say they never issued such a statement. So who did? Could it have been military intelligence? Did they perceive an advantage to be gained by suggesting that there were informers in Provo ranks, or did they intend to offset any attempt by the Provos to claim that O'Brien worked for the army? No one is ever likely to answer these questions. What is known is that the Provos' detailed statement alleged that O'Brien was apprehended by an IRA intelligence unit while planting a 201B gelignite bomb and that he was armed with a Japanese pistol. He admitted, they said, that he was involved with the British Army through loyalist paramilitary organizations. One must ask whether the Provos based their statement about the 20-pound bomb on an admission extracted from O'Brien under severe physical and mental torture. If it had been put to O'Brien that a bomb had been planted outside the social club, he could surely have been forced to admit that he was the guilty person. The additional detail about the Japanese pistol is puzzling, though it could have been added for effect. It is my contention that the Provos had decided to kill O'Brien, not simply because Hetherington identified him but because his death was to be the precursor of a series of assassinations intended to reinforce the IRA's judgment that Hetherington and McGrogan were British agents. By extracting a confession from O'Brien, the Provisionals who felt duped by Hetherington in the prison interrogation were preparing a case for the execution of several other people. After all, Hetherington and McGrogan had survived without fear of retribution, while the men who suffered and who sought revenge against them had been discredited. The IRA leadership was beginning to come under the control of the faction that included the Crumlin Road interrogators, and those men were moving stealthily to prepare a case against Hetherington and McGrogan and to reverse the view in the provisional movement that they had been victims of a paranoid leadership in Crumlin Road prison. The Provos were now engaged in a witch hunt, but Hetherington and McGrogan appeared oblivious. They showed no sign of panic, and IRA intelligence was unable to detect any indication that they were acting as informers. This is how one provisional IRA officer saw it: they were normal citizens. They were not in the IRA and therefore, aside from gossip and general observation, they would not have possessed sensitive information. We couldn't watch them 24 hours a day. Anyway, the feeling was that by now they could have learned sophistication. 4 months after the death of Seamus O'Brien, a killing took place in West Belfast which puzzled everyone, including, it seemed, the police. On the afternoon of May 5, 1976, At the junction of Shaws Road and Glen Road on the periphery of the Andersonstown area, a 22-year-old taxi driver, James Green, who lived in the predominantly Catholic Lower Falls district, was driving his black London-type taxi countrywards when a woman hailed him. As he slowed his vehicle to a standstill, a red Renault car pulled alongside and one of its 3 occupants emerged with a gun and shot Green at point-blank range. 1 bullet struck him in the head and 3 in the chest, killing him instantly. The gunman and the unknown woman rushed to the Renault, which sped off citywards. Journalists speculated that the killing was the work of a loyalist murder gang, or that the taxi driver had been mistaken for someone else, or that his death was the result of a feud between the official IRA and the Provisionals. Journalists could not discover a clear motive and no terrorist grouping claimed responsibility. The murder was well organized, and if a loyalist gang had been intent on killing a Catholic on that day, there was no need for them to prepare an elaborate plan. It was mid-afternoon and there were hundreds of potential victims walking the roads of Belfast at that time. On the other hand, a journalist would have quickly dispensed with the feud theory, since both IRA groupings always advertised atrocities committed in feuds. The possibility that the murder was the result of mistaken identity would have held much more weight in respect of the available evidence. However, what journalists did not possess was a fine piece of detail about the career of James Green. Like Lewis Hammond, he had spent some time in the Royal Irish Rangers before returning to Belfast to work for the Falls Taxi Association, which the army believed to be a front and fundraiser for the Provisionals. When the London-type taxis were first used in West Belfast, drivers paid a weekly contribution to IRA funds. In return, the Provisionals ensured that the taxis had plenty of business by organising the burning of public transport and the use of council-controlled buses as barricades. Moreover, Green was another man who had been named by Hetherington during the lengthy interrogations in Crumlin Road prison. The Crumlin Road interrogations had also unleashed a paranoia within loyalist paramilitary ranks in 1974, but this subsided once the Provisionals in the prison had been discredited. With the killing of O'Brien and Green in 1976, however, the UDA also decided to act on Hetherington's claim, as they began to suspect that maybe the prison interrogators were right after all. 9 days after the killing of James Green, an assassination team from the UDA's Ulster Freedom Fighters Belfast Brigade gunned down 27-year-old Gregory Brown as he walked with friends along the Cragach Road in East Belfast. The shooting took place before midnight on May 14, 1976. A silver-colored Cortina, the favourite vehicle of terrorists in Northern Ireland, drew alongside Brown and his friends. A gunman armed with a revolver emerged from the car and shot Brown from a range of 8 to 10 feet. Gregory Brown died, leaving a young wife who was expecting their first baby. The UF claimed responsibility for the murder and said they shot Brown because he was involved in the murder in 1973 of the East Belfast UDA leader, Tommy Heron. On July 8 the Irish Times carried a headline, "Murdered Man in Heron Death Cycle." From a casual glance this headline might have appeared to concern the fate of Gregory Brown, shot 2 months earlier. However, it related to Vincent Hetherington, whose body had been found at Colin Glen on the outskirts of Belfast 2 days earlier. 2 youths were walking past Colin Glen Bridge when they saw a hooded body lying behind a wire fence. The victim had his hands tied in front of him and the hood, which covered part of his head and face, was a rough piece of cloth. When the police arrived, a forensic expert and a pathologist quickly confirmed that the body was warm and had been dumped only shortly before the youths had found it. The police were left in little doubt that the dead person was the victim of a paramilitary execution. It is extraordinary to think that for this IRA ritual of placing a hood over a victim's head, someone had meticulously fashioned and sewn the hood with a needle and thread. Occasionally loyalists have adopted a similar ritual when killing a Catholic, and this may be a form of mimicry, an indication that the killers believed the victim to be a member of the IRA, or simply a trademark of a particular killing team. Such hoods are used by death squads throughout the world. While working as an investigative journalist, I remember constantly depicting such a murder where a victim was hooded as macabre. I now think that the paramilitaries always intended it to be so, Terror is understood or illustrated not simply by killing, but by the wicked symbolism that remains fixed in one's thoughts long after the name of the deceased is forgotten. In this instance, the IRA was letting everyone know the penalty for treachery. Unlike the case of Kevin McKee, where a public avowal of his crimes would have caused embarrassment because of his family's prominence within Republicanism, with Vincent Hetherington the IRA harbored no reservations. The Belfast Brigade, IRA, accepts responsibility for the execution of Vincent Hetherington. After extensive and exhaustive inquiries, he was found guilty of the highest form of treachery, complicity with British forces. This statement reached newspaper news desks within hours of the execution, and a British Army spokesman responded to press inquiries by saying that the IRA claim was rubbish. Several days before his death, Hetherington had been abducted by two armed men from his girlfriend's home in Andersonstown. Police were informed of the kidnapping by the Hetherington family, and an exhaustive search was mounted by the security forces. It is a measure of the potential success of such searches that Hetherington's body was eventually found less than 1 mile from where he was abducted. The article in the Irish Times of July 8, which asked penetrating questions about the dead man, was written by David McKittrick. He sought to infer a connection between the murder of Gregory Brown and Hetherington. The killing has been admitted by the Provisional IRA, which claims that Hetherington was shot because of complicity with the security forces, but the story behind his death is much more complicated than that. A strange story lies behind these facts, and it looks as though the full details will never be known. It begins with the death of Tommy Heron in 1973, for which no one has been brought to trial. David McKittrick had every reason to believe that Heron's death was linked to both Brown and Hetherington. Though he did not possess all the facts, what he knew from his contacts about these events was given an added ingredient by the interest shown by RUC Special Branch. After Gregory Brown's death, the Irish Times carried a claim that Brown, an RUC detective constable, a Catholic, and a woman had murdered Heron. Following publication of this, two Special Branch officers questioned the Irish Times reporter responsible for the allegation. According to McKittrick, they were particularly interested in the alleged involvement of a policeman in Heron's death. As David McKittrick wrote on July 8, 1976, the full details of the Hetherington saga may never be known. One such element, which I deliberately refer to almost as a postscript, is that Gregory Brown lived in Andersonstown for a short period in the early 1970s. I was told this by an impeccable source, but I could not find evidence to substantiate the claim, that is, until I conducted a search of newspapers of the period. I uncovered an Irish Times report from the summer of 1976 that made a slight reference to Brown, to the effect that provisionals had informed the UDA that Hetherington and two of his co-accused in 1974 had told them they knew Brown because Brown once lived in Andersonstown. 14 years on from that report, it is not possible, I believe, to ascertain the veracity of the alleged Brown/Andersonstown link. It begs so many questions. If the allegation is true, one could conclude that Hetherington and McGrogan knew Brown because he was a neighbor, but one might then ask why a Protestant was living in a predominantly nationalist area during the height of the Troubles. If it is untrue, why and who was responsible for adding such an ingredient to an already complex and murky story? One further puzzle concerns the fate of 22-year-old Miles Vincent McGrogan. One would expect that the death of Hetherington would have galvanized him into action, and that he would have quickly left not only his home at Colnazilla Avenue in Andersonstown but the island of Ireland. On the other hand, he had said little during the 1974 Crumlin Road prison interrogations and had been left in peace by the IRA. He may well have concluded that Hetherington was vulnerable, and that if he, McGrogan, decided to run, he would be signposting his guilt. The provisionals say they kept tabs on him, if only on an infrequent basis. He would have known that, so one must also wonder if he remained in Andersonstown on the advice of others. His decision to remain in Belfast cost him his life. On April 9, 1977, a motorist traveling countrywards along the Glen Road saw a body at a roadside adjacent to the spot where Hetherington had been found dead. McGrogan had been shot in the head and, according to police evidence, had been killed where he was found. Thus ended an unusual saga which left many unanswered questions, and which cost the lives of young men who were caught in an undercover war in which nothing was as it appeared. They were, one could argue, in a room full of mirrors, and they were expendable. With so many questions unanswered, it is impossible to attribute blame except to recognize that they were all murdered by terrorists. One must, however, consider the fact that their youth made it easy for them to be influenced and manipulated by more experienced people who saw them as pawns in a greater game where, perhaps, the risks were higher than several lives. The Hetherington/McGrogan escapade almost destroyed the provisionals, and that did not occur by chance. It was cleverly designed, but at what cost to life? Many people may argue that there are a limited number of options when dealing with terrorism and that, of necessity, one must recognize that the stakes are higher. One only has to remember the 16 people who died in McGurk's or the Enniskillen tragedy. In such a war, one might argue that there must be an acceptable level of violence and damage in terms of human life and, in particular, counter-terrorist operatives. The British Army, Special Branch, and other agencies will never answer questions about matters as secret as those I have outlined. Their reasoning is that the war goes on and many events of the last 20 years remain unsolved and unresolved. In addition, many of the IRA intelligence operatives of 1974-7 remain active, and discussion of secret activities could reveal patterns of thinking or behavior which could prove relevant, because some operations never end. In that context, I would appreciate an answer to the following question. Assuming that the Hetherington saga was a fictional IRA story, or rubbish as described by an army spokesman, why was McGrogan not warned of the danger to his life after Hetherington's murder? The reason why such a question is relevant is that in July 1976, after Hetherington's death, newspaper reports were indirectly hinting that McGrogan had worked for the army and had pointed the accusing finger at Gregory Brown. Surely McGrogan would have known his days were numbered unless he was motivated by other factors or advised by others. Was McGrogan advised that there was a possibility he might escape a death sentence? Did the IRA wait for 9 months after Hetherington's execution to see if McGrogan would run for cover and expose other people? The answers, I believe, may lie with the dead. 4. Playing it dirty, British agents in Ireland. When the violence began in Ireland in 1969, knowledge of the precise nature of the conflict and the organizations central to it was not an intelligence priority. The use of internment without trial in 1971 showed a distinct lack of hard intelligence for the Northern Ireland Special Branch and the British Army, because the majority of those arrested in the first swoops were neither IRA personnel nor Republicans but innocent nationalists, some of whom were subjected to inhuman and degrading treatment during interrogation, which led to the British government facing the Court of Human Rights in Strasbourg. Even at the outset of the violence, Special Branch files on the IRA were outdated because they related to the 1950s, and many of the IRA men of that period were no longer active. In the minds of security chiefs in Britain, and particularly within MI6, which considered Ireland as part of its remit, the IRA was the one organization which represented terror and threatened stability in Northern Ireland from the safe haven of bases in the Republic and a headquarters in Dublin. In order to acquire intelligence on the threat posed to the British Army and British interests in Northern Ireland, MI6 placed the IRA in the Republic under close scrutiny, and MI6 contacts within Irish intelligence and the Irish police force, the Gardaí, were asked to provide whatever up-to-date information was available on the IRA. Initially, the mistake made by British intelligence was the targeting solely of what was the Marxist-led official IRA and not the element which was to emerge as the provisional IRA. In the course of this primary offensive, British intelligence permitted the use of criminals as agents in an effort to penetrate the official IRA under Golding's leadership. Since the official IRA at that time harbored a number of criminal elements, the British agents and those members of the IRA whom they sought out recognized each other as fellow travelers or likely bedfellows. This was a period of dangerous and amateurish spying exploits by British agents, and it happened at a time when bombs were exploding in Dublin while the Dáil was discussing anti-terrorist legislation, and when the official IRA were planning a political assassination campaign which almost claimed the life of John Taylor, Minister for Home Affairs in the Northern Ireland government. It was also a period when Dublin was a hotbed of activity with the planning of arms shipments and the development of terrorist contacts outside Ireland. Some would say it was a dangerous time for criminals to be operating as British spies. London-Dublin relations were at their worst ever. The Dublin government was constantly in receipt of complaints from Catholic leaders and politicians that British soldiers were harassing the Catholic population. For their part, the British were unhappy about the government of Jack Lynch and its association with the IRA and those who were in the process of shaping the provisionals. Within this framework of political uncertainty there were rumours of a British dirty tricks campaign. Yet agents were placed in Ireland with disastrous consequences for British-Irish relations. Most people are familiar with the James Bond image of the undercover agent, but Ian Fleming's character, attractive as he may be, bears little or no resemblance to the real-life Joes, MI6 parlance for intelligence operatives. The men and women who are recruited by the security services are not necessarily persons of good character or without criminal blemish. Agents are often chosen for their skills and abilities to mix in a grubby, immoral, and amoral level of society far removed from the quick-shooting celluloid arena where the fast cars, expensive suits and Dom Perignon come straight off the pages of a thriller and not from a financial retainer. Sometimes there are exceptions to the rule. For example, a fast car and a champagne lifestyle may be exactly what is required for an agent to fit perfectly into a particular part of society. To many people, however, the prospect of persons with criminal backgrounds working for the security services will be anathema, but in the murky world of espionage and counter-terrorism the edges of public morality become frayed and blurred. At least that is how it appeared when the first major case of British espionage surfaced in Ireland at the beginning of the present conflict. The episode illustrated the amateurishness of MI6 policy in Ireland and the risks involved in using Joes with criminal backgrounds. This story concerns two brothers, Kenneth and Keith Littlejohn, who became entangled in a web of intrigue which severely damaged British-Irish relations and forced the head of MI6, Sir Maurice Oldfield, to reassure his staff in 1973 that no violence is involved now in the operations conducted by the SAS. The spy watcher extraordinary, Chapman Pincher, commented on the perception of the Littlejohn saga in MI6 HQ. There was concern among staff. Some of the women and junior staff did not relish working for an organization involving violence and assassination. The exact function of the Littlejohn brothers may never be known except to those in MI6 who handled them and the keepers of the files at Century House in London where MI6 has its headquarters. Equally, there is a danger in relying too much on what the Littlejohns have said about their role as agents. However, if one examines their words in combination with interviews with people who knew them, members of the IRA who worked alongside them and Irish police sources, an interesting story emerges which could have come directly from the pen of L. E. Kerr or Frederick Forsyth. The story begins in 1968 when 27-year-old Kenneth Littlejohn was released from prison after serving 3 years for robbery. He immediately decided to improve his life and that of his wife Christina and their 2 children, and began dealing in cars, but business was not very brisk, and disillusionment set in. On August 28, 1970 a robbery took place at the Midland Motor Cylinder Company in Smethwick, near Birmingham, and a substantial sum of money, £30,000 to £40,000, was stolen. Littlejohn's brother-in-law, Brian Anthony Perks, was found bound and gagged at the scene of the crime and was arrested. He was convicted of complicity but was discharged on appeal. Immediately after the robbery, West Midlands Police issued a warrant for the arrest of Kenneth Littlejohn for questioning in relation to the crime. On September 11 the West Midland Police Gazette named Kenneth Littlejohn as wanted and referred to aliases he used, Kenneth Austin and Charles Durvern. Police raided 20 to 30 homes in Birmingham, London, and Torquay in the search for Littlejohn. He says he stayed with friends in London who introduced him to a policeman, who in turn showed him the contents of the West Midlands arrest warrant. Littlejohn claims he paid this police officer money and was advised by him to travel to Dublin. He further alleges that the officer used contacts in Birmingham to arrange introductions for him in Dublin. Whether one believes the sequence of events relating to the police officer, the fact is that Kenneth Littlejohn arrived in Dublin purporting to represent a clothing firm. In December 1970 WizKids Ltd was established. The directors of the London parent company were Kenneth Austin and Robert Stockman. In Dublin, Littlejohn announced that he was setting up a factory in County Kerry on the west coast of Ireland, an area of great natural beauty but high unemployment. When Kenneth Littlejohn arrived in Kerry, he was received with warmth and friendliness. Although he said he had worked in the textile business all his life, WizKids company records described him as a property consultant and property investor. He encouraged Kerry locals to believe that he was a big spender and told the Cahir-Savine Development Association he intended to build a factory to manufacture hot pants. Cahir-Savine is a village which sees many tourists but is not known for opulence or fast living. Kenneth Littlejohn exploited this by impressing the locals with his expensive clothes, red MGB sports car and his tendency to dispense largesse in local bars. All the lads got a drink from Kenneth when he arrived in a pub. He was perceived as a dashing young man who was about to bring prosperity to Cahir-Savine. When people waited for the foundations of the proposed factory to be laid, Littlejohn stayed in smart Killarney hotels, took flying lessons at Foranfore Airport and spent much of his time in an attractive hideaway at Killorglin, the property of the owner of a major salmon factory. The residents of Cahir-Savine soon became disillusioned with him when the factory did not become a reality. Littlejohn turned down 4 possible sites and left Kerry as quickly as he had arrived, leaving a string of debts and a few items of ladies' clothing in the office leased to him by Foranfore Airport. Littlejohn claims that while he was in Kerry something happened which made him put aside his business interests. He says he was visiting a possible factory site in Galway when he was shown an AK-47 or AK-49 assault rifle which he was told had been landed from a Russian submarine. At this point, Littlejohn, a former paratrooper who had been dishonorably discharged from the paratroop regiment, decided to return to England. It is worth noting that during this time there was considerable disquiet in Britain about the Lynch/Haughey administration's perceptions of the problems in Ireland, and newspapers carried stories about arms being bought abroad and smuggled into Ireland. Littlejohn, an astute man always with an eye to advancement, would have been aware of the political situation. His stay in Kerry, a staunchly Republican county, would have acquainted him with the fervour, complexities, and developing violence in Ireland. If his claim about the assault rifle were true, it would perhaps have offered him an advantage, if not impetus, for the career on which he was about to embark. However, I doubt his claim on the basis that there is no evidence that guns were ever landed from a Russian submarine. AK-47 assault rifles were introduced to Ireland in small numbers at that time, but the source was Europe and the Middle East. Is it likely that someone is going to show a veritable newcomer, a flashy Englishman, an assault rifle and tell him how it came to be in Ireland? Whatever the truth of this matter, Kenneth Littlejohn abandoned his business plans and returned to London, where he was joined by his younger brother, Keith. One must wonder why he risked going back to London knowing an arrest warrant was still on police files. Was he considering the prospect of exploiting his knowledge of Ireland in the certainty that his proposed business ventures had folded and he was facing arrest, if not the prospect of criminal charges? His brother Keith had a similar attitude to life but had made social contacts which would prove valuable in his future career. Keith Littlejohn at 26 years of age was going through his own personal crisis. His life from the age of 14 was littered with problems which led him into Borstal training for larceny, being considered beyond parental control, and committing robbery. By 1969 he was reviewing his life, had served a period in Brixton Prison and was studying for A-levels at Bromley Technical College. His attempt to reconstruct his life ended when his girlfriend left him. He was emotionally devastated and left Bromley for London, where he lived rough until he was assisted by a voluntary organization, Teamwork Associates, whose aim was to rehabilitate ex-Borstal boys. It was through this organization that he met Lady Pamela Onslow, who was well known for her great interest in youth. She was an official at the Ministry of Defence, a personal friend of the Defence Minister, Lord Carrington, and the wife of William Arthur Bamid, 6th Earl of Onslow and former Assistant Chief Whip to the Tory party in the Lords. Kenneth Littlejohn says that when he arrived in London and told his brother about the rifle, Keith arranged for him to meet Pamela Onslow because of her friendship with Lord Carrington. According to Kenneth Littlejohn, he told Lady Onslow about the rifle, his knowledge of Ireland and the contacts he had established, and convinced her of his value to British security interests because she spoke to Carrington and arranged a meeting in her home which was attended by one of the Defence Minister's staff, the junior minister, Geoffrey Johnson Smith. This meeting lasted 3 hours and its duration, as well as the presence of a junior minister, was indicative of the seriousness being attached to Kenneth Littlejohn's story of his experiences in Ireland. So impressed was Johnson Smith that he relayed his conversation with Littlejohn to Century House, headquarters of MI6. One man who insiders believe knew about the Littlejohn episode from an early stage was Christopher Ewart Biggs, who later became British ambassador to Ireland and was murdered by the IRA. Subsequent meetings between the Littlejohn brothers and Lady Onslow resulted in the junior minister asking Kenneth Littlejohn if he would be prepared to operate in Ireland on behalf of Special Branch. Littlejohn claims he stated that he wanted nothing to do with the police, to which Johnson Smith replied that he could arrange instead for him to meet people from the Ministry of Defence. Such an appointment was made, and Kenneth Littlejohn met for the first time an employee of MI6 named Douglas Smythe. According to Littlejohn, Smythe wanted to know if he was willing to return to Ireland to work as an agent for MI6. Littlejohn says that Smythe talked of conditions in Northern Ireland and political assassinations there, and was anxious to know if Littlejohn knew about the communist-made weapons in the hands of the IRA. An important issue relating to the initial dealings between Smythe and Littlejohn is whether Smythe knew he was dealing with a person with a criminal background. One would expect that MI6 would have checked out their prospective agent and discovered that not only was he a professional criminal but that one of his crimes was characterized by a military efficiency which shocked a court. This was a wages snatch in 1965 from the firm of Fisher and Ludlow Ltd in Edrington, Birmingham. When Kenneth Littlejohn was being sentenced for his part in organizing the crime, the presiding judge, Mr. Justice Ashworth, said the raid had required skill, determination, and luck. It is not to be compared to the great train robbery in amount, but it can be compared in execution. Littlejohn maintains that Smythe was fully aware of his criminal past and his recent predicament, namely the outstanding arrest warrant. He says Smythe gave him a telephone number which he could use to make contact with Detective Inspector Sinclair of Special Branch if police in England arrested him, and that Smythe assured him that Sinclair would negotiate a speedy release in the event of such a happening. What Littlejohn did not know was that Smythe was not simply a Special Branch bureaucrat but a fully fledged operative who worked in Ireland, especially Northern Ireland, and handled several agents. Littlejohn claims he met Smythe in Belfast, Dublin, and other places early in 1972, and that on each occasion they discussed the prevailing political situation. Both Smythe and Johnson Smith, he says, were particularly interested in the official IRA, because it was felt that the provos were a temporary phenomenon, whereas the officials had communist affiliations and would pose the greater threat in the longer term to British interests in Ireland. This would accord with the political climate of the time and, as I explained in Chapter 1, was partly the reason why members of Fianna Fáil encouraged the growth of the Provisionals. Whatever Smythe may have wished, he was not fully in control of Kenneth Littlejohn, who was joined in Dublin in early 1972 by his brother Keith. They received a substantial retainer from Smythe which enabled them initially to lead an active social life for a short time in Dublin and establish contacts with people who were mostly on the fringes of the official IRA. However, whether on Smythe's instructions or their own ingenuity, they moved in the spring of 1972 to Clogherhead in County Louth, close to the border with Northern Ireland, where they rented Smuggler's Cottage, a pleasant residence, and according to the Gardaí led a fairly high life and associated with a good class of society. Kenneth Littlejohn persuaded his wife Christine to stay there, so they could present to the local community an air of being a normal family. They were generous in pubs and made it known that they were in favor of Republican ideals. Their acceptance into the world of the terrorists and criminals was also made easier by the fact that police in England contacted the Gardaí to warn them about the Littlejohn's criminal background. This ensured that any inquiries from the IRA or affiliated groups were met with the kind of biographical details which would not have encouraged anyone to believe that the Littlejohns were British agents. In that respect, one has to accept that the choice of the Littlejohns as agents was ideal, since they exhibited attributes which made it seem they were merely white boys, one of whom was on a wanted list in Britain, and they spoke a language which was common to criminals everywhere. In positioning themselves at Cloggerhead, they were also paving the way for association with the IRA. At the time, many IRA men who had fled Northern Ireland to escape internment or to rest from terrorist action were living around Dundalk and Cloggerhead, some of them billeted in caravans. There was a caravan site at Cloggerhead which was the staging point for men on the run, and from there they would operate from the south into the north. I was told to get involved with these people, but I said I didn't fancy getting into the lines there unless I had a bloody gun. I asked for a 9mm model Browning, but Smythe said he fancied a heavier weapon for stopping power. He was telling me that he had put about 9 9mm bullets into some man's head and he carried on moving. He preferred a .45, but to carry a .45 when you are constantly subjected to body searches would have been not only impossible but also uncomfortable. It was decided that I should carry a .22, which, although it hasn't got any stopping power, in an emergency would give me some measure of protection. Every time I asked him for this gun, he would still make excuses. Eventually, he asked me if I would pick it up in Dublin, and I went to a solicitor's office in Dublin, and the man just opened a drawer and gave me a .22 Beretta with 100 rounds of ammunition. There are several features of this account by Kenneth Littlejohn of his alleged dealings with Smythe which show the absurd nature of how the self-confessed spy perceived his role, and, if it is true, the bravado of his spymaster. Littlejohn appears as the romancer who needs a gun. He could have bought one from his IRA contacts, but if it was given to him by Smythe it would be a symbol of his job as an official agent. It was as though Littlejohn needed an officially sanctioned weapon before he could believe in his role. If he accurately quoted Smythe, then the spymaster would have had a similar obsession with bravado, notably his preference for a .45 pistol because of its stopping power, and his nonsensical claim that 9 9mm bullets in a man's head failed to stop him moving. Littlejohn's account depicts two men who are busily obsessed with role-playing in a contextual mode which is almost celluloid in character. Moreover, these alleged meetings between Smythe and Kenneth Littlejohn were always reserved to the two, as though the older Littlejohn was ensuring that his younger brother was cushioned from the dangerous world of spying. Kenneth Littlejohn says that his handler was interested in who was on the terrorists' hit list. I was told to stick with the officials and to get close to Seamus Costello and Sean Patrick Garland. I was told by Smythe that there was going to be a policy of political assassination and that I was to offer myself as someone available for this. Littlejohn's claim about a political assassination policy would fit the historical context. In early 1972, the official IRA shot and wounded John Taylor, the Unionist Minister for Home Affairs. At the time there was no reason to believe that Joe McKen of the official IRA, who masterminded the assassination attempt on Taylor, was about to embark on a campaign of political killings. McKen was shot dead by a British soldier in the markets area of Belfast before he had time to put his plan into operation. Whatever the Littlejohns' boasts, however, in fact they were associating with members of the official IRA who were not frontline operatives and who, like the Littlejohns, were interested in ordinary criminal activity. The main IRA contact for the brothers was Brian Mathers, from Newry, who had fled across the border when internment was introduced in 1971. Mathers was surrounded by several IRA men who had been expelled from the organization for carrying out unofficial bank raids. It was a motley crew, but it provided the Littlejohns with the right kind of cover and detailed information about IRA figures and organizational matters. Kenneth Littlejohn says that he was involved in transferring weapons and men across the Irish border, and IRA sources have supported his claim. He argues that his army training enabled him to assist in such exercises. Most of them were getting disillusioned with the command structure in Dublin. They felt that the command people were getting fat and lazy and living off what everyone else was earning, and they weren't really in touch with the situation on the border. They were getting pretty disillusioned. I talked to Smythe about this, and we thought we might set up another IRA splinter group, somehow keep it within the movement but give it some sort of independence and operate it more or less like an SAS unit. This statement by Littlejohn is indicative of the way in which he not only perceived his role as an agent but imagined himself running an SAS-type unit which would ultimately be self-sufficient and rob banks to finance its existence. From inquiries I have made, Littlejohn undoubtedly harbored this concept and, though it was later adjudged to be part of a British counterinsurgency policy, it was in reality only an idea which Littlejohn conveyed to Mathers, and it did not derive from briefings by Smythe. Littlejohn also claims that Smythe suggested that he planned the assassinations of Sean MacSteofan, Chief of Staff of the Provisionals, and Seamus Costello and Sean Garland of the official IRA. It is interesting to note the flattering if inaccurate fashion in which Kenneth Littlejohn describes the lifestyle of the IRA leaders, attributing to them training in Havana and Moscow. This is how he recounts the plan to kill MacSteofan. I was told to assassinate him in the summer of 1972, and I waited in a car outside his house, which is at 32 Black Castle, Navan, County Westmeath, but we never saw him. The instructions we were given was that MacSteofan's body was to be blown up so that it was completely unrecognizable. We should also take his car to Dublin Airport, and thereafter money would be sent from Canada to his family so that it would appear that he had absconded with IRA funds. They would also spread rumors to this effect, which they had previously tried to do. These claims are not simply outrageous but signify, I believe, his tendency subsequently to exaggerate his role in Ireland. When one considers the type of people with whom he was operating, he was only in a position to deal in low-grade intelligence, valuable as it may have been, but he needed to accord himself greater importance. The charge that he was being asked to assassinate 3 well-known Republicans does not merit analysis other than a recognition that much of what Littlejohn eventually said demands close scrutiny. What is significant and cannot be called into question is that he was, with official sanction, associating with terrorists and, as impeccable sources have confirmed, undertaking basic terrorist roles in the border areas of Newry and Dundalk. The Littlejohn's stay in County Louth was becoming increasingly fraught with danger by the summer of 1972, partly because the provisional and official IRA leaderships were suspicious of their presence in Ireland, and partly as a result of one tragic incident. A car which Kenneth Littlejohn admits was in his possession was somehow removed from Clogherhead and left across the border in Northern Ireland at an area known as Hillside. Littlejohn, using the imperial we but not defining whom that related to, says we sent 3 men to pick it up. The 3 men who went to retrieve the car were Edmund Woolsey, a married man with 6 children who owned the Ulster Bar at Warren Point, and 2 of his customers who were simply obliging Woolsey by accompanying him. They contacted the British Army to ensure that the abandoned vehicle had been checked for explosives, a normal procedure in Northern Ireland, where cars were often stolen and booby-trapped. The Army and the police confirmed that the vehicle was in a safe condition. However, when the 3 went to the vehicle, the 2 customers adopted a cautious approach which saved their lives. Woolsey was blown to pieces when he tried to open the driver's door. The official IRA leadership suspected that Littlejohn was involved, and he admits that he became aware that the accusing finger was pointing towards him. He says he never executed anyone and named another party as responsible for the killing of Woolsey. This is merely a suspicion for which Kenneth Littlejohn has never provided evidence. One would conclude that if he had informed Smythe about the car or been in direct contact with him at this time, he would have said so in order to harden his accusation that this was the work of British intelligence. On the other hand, there is no proof that it was not, though one is obliged to ask whether there were people within either wing of the IRA who had reason to kill Littlejohn and who believed that he would personally retrieve his car from Newry. There is a valid reason for arguing that there were people within the official IRA leadership who wanted him dead. It is known that Costello and others were aware of Littlejohn's associations with criminal elements within the organization and of his grandiose plans for creating an independent unit. The Provisionals distrusted the Littlejohns when they first came to their attention in the border areas and, I am told, only desisted from executing them because of their association with members of the official IRA. Would it therefore have been easier to booby-trap a car? I can only leave it to the reader to assess which of three groupings, official IRA, provisional IRA, or MI6, would have had sufficient reason to engineer such a crime. It was at this time that Douglas Smythe handed over control of the Littlejohns to a man whom they came to know as Oliver. According to Kenneth Littlejohn, the transfer took place after he had warned Smythe that a man answering to his description was known to visit Belfast pubs and was about to be executed by the IRA. Littlejohn may well have delivered such a warning, but the real reason for the transfer was that Smythe was, unknown to the Littlejohns, in a spot of bother. In Dublin, a John Wyman and a Detective Sergeant Patrick Crinion of Irish Special Branch were under scrutiny. Irish Special Branch operatives had been aware for some time that one of their colleagues was passing classified documents to a member of the British Secret Intelligence Services who operated under the alias of John Wyman. What they also knew, but have never admitted, was that John Wyman had another alias, Douglas Smythe, and that his activities included the running of other agents in Ireland, including the Littlejohn brothers. While Kenneth Littlejohn was attempting to establish a rapport with his new handler, Douglas Smythe, alias John Wyman, was arrested in the act of receiving Irish Special Branch documents on the IRA from Detective Sergeant Patrick Crinion. Wyman gave his address as Swan Walk in Chelsea, which the Littlejohns would have recognized as the address of Douglas Smythe. However, the Littlejohns never knew that Smythe and Wyman were the same person. No photograph of Wyman was issued even after he and Crinion were charged in respect of the classified documents, nor at a later stage because of other events which transpired to obscure the identity of Smythe/Wyman. Kenneth Littlejohn's relationship with his new spymaster was beset with difficulty, and, according to Littlejohn, this derived from their differences of opinion about what Littlejohn should be doing for MI6. I rode with Oliver every time I met him. We just didn't get on. His ideas and my ideas were not the same. He wanted the results that would come from illegal acts. I just hadn't the patience to deal with him. He was an ordinary lad, probably a very nice fellow, but I wasn't in it for friendship. It didn't bother me whether he liked or disliked me. All I wanted was someone I knew so that I could pick up the telephone and he would get on with the business. If I was in the stook, he would immediately put his mind to try to help me and wouldn't be continually thinking I was trying to con him. The final sentence of that statement is vital in assessing Littlejohn's mentality and the dilemma that faced him. It implies that he was being run by a no-nonsense spymaster who demanded results and that Littlejohn was not providing anything of significance. He was feeling under pressure and, perhaps more importantly, he needed to deliver something significant or else find a way out of the spying profession. He admits in his statement that he is tired and disillusioned. I detect in this that Littlejohn had been allowed considerable freedom by Smythe, but Oliver was more demanding and was tightening the reins of control. My thesis about Littlejohn's state of mind by October 1972 is based on the event which brought him and his brother to prominence and which occurred during his period of disillusionment. On October 12, 1972, 3 armed men kidnapped the wife, sister-in-law and the 2 children of a Dublin bank manager, Noel Curran, at his home on the outskirts of the city. They tied up their hostages and forced Mr. Curran to help them rob his bank. In all, 6 robbers were involved in the enterprise. On the morning of the robbery, Noel Curran was forced to admit members of his staff to the Allied Irish Bank in Grafton Street in Dublin city centre. Clerks were locked in a strong room while the 3 robbers filled bags and trunks with notes. The heating in the bank had not been switched on, and female members of staff complained that it was bitterly cold, so the manager suggested that cups of tea would relieve the problem. The raiders responded by providing the women with ledgers on which they could sit and ordering a porter to make tea. It was obvious to the bank staff that the 3 robbers had not taken a great deal of trouble to disguise themselves. During the 2 hours they spent removing banknotes from the vault, the men referred to each other by the military titles of Major, Corporal and Sergeant. Such was the relaxed atmosphere that the robbers discussed with bank staff a boxing match which had been televised the previous night and included the British fighter, Joe Bugner. They also talked about the failure of the Republic to improve its antiquated telephone system. The robbery netted £67,000 and the Dublin newspapers that evening revealed that a military-style raid on a city bank had led to the biggest bank robbery in Irish history. 5 days after the robbery, during which time British and Irish newspapers speculated about it, most of them reaching the conclusion that the Provisional IRA were responsible, Kenneth Littlejohn, his wife Christine and his brother Keith were in London. On October 18 Kenneth Littlejohn met his spymaster Oliver. The meeting took place under Nelson's column in Trafalgar Square and lasted 3 hours. It was not a pleasant affair and their conversation centered on the Dublin bank robbery. Littlejohn says that Oliver told him he was unhappy about the brothers' involvement in the robbery, though Littlejohn's account of the verbal exchange implies something sinister. There was a complete change of attitude from the start. Originally, Oliver had said, "Goody, goody. Can you get away with it?" Now, after it has happened, he is taking a holier-than-thou attitude as if he hadn't known or that he hadn't want to be involved. I told him it was too late and that he should have said so from the beginning, and I would have dropped it and gone back to normal living. He said there was nothing they could do and I said it was a bit late, him telling me that I was about to be extradited. We argued and he said he would go back and see what he could do and I would see him the next day. In the meantime I should keep my head down. This account is perfectly shaped to fit Littlejohn's claim that the Dublin bank robbery, which he personally masterminded with the direct assistance of Keith, Brian Mathers, and 3 others, was part of an ISIS plot. It was, however, a piece of retrospective analysis which he forged to discredit British intelligence and to defend his own actions. At the October 18 meeting he undoubtedly learned that there was a warrant issued for the arrest of himself, Christine, Keith and Robert Stockman. A Garda officer had already arrived in London with extradition warrants and relevant addresses. On October 19, Kenneth Littlejohn's 31st birthday, officers from the flying squad arrested him and took him to Edgware police station. When he arrived at the station he met Inspector Parker and gave him the telephone number of Inspector Sinclair, the contact provided by Douglas Smythe. The number, Littlejohn was told, was inoperative. Meanwhile, in Dublin, Wyman and Crinion were in custody serving a 6-month sentence imposed by the Special Criminal Court. What both governments have never admitted is that, with Kenneth and Keith Littlejohn in custody and Wyman and Crinion behind bars, a deal was struck to the effect that if the Littlejohns were returned to Ireland to face charges in connection with the robbery, Crinion and Wyman would be sent to Britain. The government with most to risk from the prospect of the Littlejohns being tried in Ireland and possibly revealing their involvement with British intelligence was the British government. Even greater risks would be incurred if the identity of Wyman could be proved to include the Douglas Smythe alias. On the other hand, the Irish government was determined to prove how it was handling the IRA and other criminals and wanted a show trial with the Littlejohns in the dock. What the Irish government was not being told by Irish Special Branch was that Wyman had also handled the Littlejohns, because such an admission would have discredited Irish Special Branch and created the impression that matters of espionage in Ireland were out of control. The result was that the British government struck the better deal. It would extradite the Littlejohns on condition that they were charged only with robbery and provided that Wyman and Crinion were flown to Britain. The qualification that the Littlejohns should be charged only with robbery was extremely significant. Before the intergovernmental deal was completed, the British government intimated through its ambassador in Dublin that the Littlejohns were connected with British intelligence but not in a way that should concern the Irish. What the British really required was the release of Wyman/Smythe, the spymaster. If it became apparent that he was a spymaster and not merely a courier receiving documents, other operatives in Ireland would be placed at risk. The British government also knew that once its Irish counterpart made a deal there was no going back. Wyman was important. If the Irish had refused to agree to what were essentially British proposals, the likelihood is that the British government would have found a means of charging Kenneth Littlejohn with the Birmingham robbery, convicting him if necessary, and making it impossible for him to be extradited to Ireland. The British government played it cleverly. They were in a position where they could be compromised and were obliged to choose which course of action would be preferable in respect of damage limitation. The fact that they chose to get Wyman extradited reinforces the view that he was much more important than the Littlejohns, that he was the big fish. There is, of course, another view, that the intergovernmental deal which returned the Littlejohns to Ireland and Wyman and Crinan to England was contrived by both sides so that each could be seen to be walking away from the mess without further damage being caused to Anglo-Irish relations and without a serious diplomatic row which might lead to the unveiling of all aspects of British operations in Ireland. This theory is enticing and assumes that both governments were aware of the role played by the four operatives, or at least the generality of their intentions in Ireland. According to the theory, the Irish were content to agree to the deal but required a show trial to convince people in Ireland that they were not prepared to allow the British to do as they wished in the Republic of Ireland. By bargaining for the extradition of the Littlejohns, the Irish government appeared as though it was after the bigger fish and was willing to release two other known spies to get them. The British played their part in the charade but privately stipulated that the Irish could have only a limited show trial, with the Littlejohns subjected only to charges connected with the Dublin robbery. Some would say this was a winning hand for the British. They were given Wyman and his Garda operative. They also managed to limit the Irish to dealing with the Littlejohns as criminals and not spies, which eventually made it easier to discredit the Littlejohns' stories of spying. Most people were not prepared to believe two bank robbers who claimed to be spies. If one is to believe the theory, one must also accept one of its most important ingredients, the reason why the Irish agreed to an intergovernmental deal which offered them little. The theorists would say that the Irish government was faced with a fait accompli. They were told that if they persisted in seeking a major show trial, the British would be forced to defend its actions in Ireland by revealing details about politicians in the Republic who were closely associated with both wings of the IRA, and other matters which could prove highly embarrassing to the Dublin government. The Irish government, so goes the theory, opted for caution and safety and for better Anglo-Irish relations. When Littlejohn realized he was facing extradition, he asked that Lord Carrington, Geoffrey Johnson Smith, Lady Pamela Onslow, Douglas Smythe, and Oliver be served with summonses to appear on his behalf at Bow Street Court. The summonses were not issued and the charges against Christine Littlejohn were dropped, leaving Kenneth, Keith and Robert Stockman in the dock. Littlejohn claims, plausibly enough in view of the intergovernmental deal, that he was told that, if he admitted to involvement in the robbery at Smethwick in 1970, he would not be extradited but would be sentenced to 14 years in prison for handling stolen goods. Inspector Parker said to me that if I managed to beat the extradition rap, he had been ordered to charge me with handling stolen goods and the maximum sentence was 14 years. I thought, if I admit it, I am leaving everyone else in Stoke. So I didn't admit to the robbery. If I had done, then we couldn't have been extradited, but it was the threat of the handling charge that kept me quiet. Littlejohn apparently felt that if he faced extradition he had a better chance of surviving because he could rely on blackmailing British intelligence or presenting a defense to an Irish court that he was working for the CIS. He never imagined that he would ever be extradited or that he could go to prison. He also possessed a bizarre sense of honor. He knew that if he wished he could force the police to charge him with the Smethwick robbery by claiming that he was involved in it. This course of action would, however, leave his younger brother and his friend, Robert Stockman, to face extradition without him. It was easy for others to maneuver Kenneth Littlejohn towards an extradition hearing. It was held in camera before Lord Widgery at Bow Street. The 19th century law which was invoked to allow the hearing to be conducted in secret was part of a ploy by the government through its agent, the Attorney General, to limit the scope of the Littlejohns to embarrass Lord Carrington and others by claiming that they committed the Dublin robbery while working for British intelligence. The British government needed to have Wyman back safely in England before allegations of spying surfaced in the newspapers. The Irish Attorney General, Colin Condon, had given an assurance that the Littlejohns would be tried in Ireland only for criminal and not for political offences. Lord Widgery ruled that they be extradited. As they were flown to Dublin, Wyman and Crinan were placed on a specially guarded flight to London. Within several months Robert Stockman was freed from Port Aloys prison and charges against him were dropped. Kenneth Littlejohn decided that his appearance in a Dublin court was an indication that he was being sacrificed for something, but he did not know that the something was Douglas Smythe. Littlejohn reckoned that he would have his day in court, but that he would also reveal the details of his connection with British intelligence. In the course of the trial in August 1973 he attempted to paint a picture of how he worked as a British agent within the IRA, but his story did not have the desired impact, because the trial centered on the Grafton Street robbery, and only when Kenneth Littlejohn himself was giving evidence was he free to give an outline of his time as a self-confessed British spy. There were moments during his testimony when he exhibited the bravado which was his trademark. When asked about the use of guns in the robbery and the threat to human life, he replied, "The only people who were in danger were the men who actually took part in the robbery. If anybody got hurt I might have shot them out of hand." He told the court that he would not reveal the supplier of the gun he carried, and as for the other guns used by his accomplices, there were a lot of guns and ammunition in Ireland already. He attempted to convince the court that he did not rob the bank for personal gain, stating that he had left £11,000 in a flat in Dublin and taken £2,000 with him to England, that £67,000 was a lot of money and very tempting but no use to him personally. The money, he said, was to be used to set up and equip a splinter group in the IRA which he intended to lead and train. When asked what happened to the bulk of the money, since only the £11,000 sum was recovered, he replied that it might have found its way into IRA funds, but he could not be sure because he was not an accountant. When it was put to him that the robbery was a crime, he answered, "In my view I was saving the lives of a lot of people." On the afternoon of August 3, 1973, Mr. Justice Finlay addressed a crowded courtroom at the Special Criminal Court in Dublin. He stated that Kenneth and Keith Littlejohn were now convicted of the crime with which they had been charged, and the offence carried a maximum penalty of penal servitude for life. The robbery had been carefully planned and involved taking a young wife and her children as hostages and ruthlessly putting them in terror not only of their own lives but also of Mr. Curran's. The court was satisfied that in the preparation and execution of the crime Kenneth Littlejohn was the leader and Keith took an important, if somewhat subservient, role. Regardless of the motives or mixture of motives which led to the commission of the offences, the least sentence the court could impose on Kenneth Littlejohn was 20 years penal servitude. Keith Littlejohn was sentenced to 15 years. As the brothers were ushered from the dock to begin their sentences in Mountjoy prison, Kenneth Littlejohn turned towards the public gallery and said, "Thank you, England." Ask Carrington what he thinks of that. For several days after the trial there was speculation about the Littlejohns' claim that they worked for British intelligence. Only newspapers in the Irish Republic paid much attention to the trial and the allegations that surfaced from Kenneth Littlejohn's testimony. However, the Irish government and particularly the former Dowsiach, Jack Lynch, were embarrassed by the Littlejohn saga because great emphasis was placed on whether a deal had been done to release Wyman and Crinan and whether Lynch had been informed at an early stage by his London ambassador that the Littlejohns were working for British intelligence. In the weeks following the trial, the only point at which the British government felt the need to say anything about political affairs in Ireland was when Jack Lynch was reported in newspapers as having a suspicion that the bombings in Dublin on December 2, 1972, which killed 2 people and injured 74, were the work of British intelligence agents. This assertion, attributed to a former Dowsiach, added to mutterings of a similar nature within Dáil Éireann, threatened to cause a serious rift in Anglo-Irish relations. In London, Lord Whig, who had been responsible for security under the previous Harold Wilson administration, called for the resignation of Lord Carrington, arguing that the Littlejohn affair demanded a public inquiry and that relations between Britain and the Irish Republic were in serious decline. The British government did not react officially to Jack Lynch's statement but made it clear through unofficial channels that they placed little reliance on a claim based merely on suspicion. However, the impact of Jack Lynch's allegation was to be lasting and will be dealt with later in this book. By the end of August 1973 it seemed the Littlejohn affair was relegated to the history books. Brian Mathers was eventually convicted for his part in the robbery and sentenced to 10 years imprisonment. In January 1974 Robert Stockman, who described himself as a 35-year-old clothing production manager of Wellington Street, London, appeared before the Special Criminal Court in Dublin charged with the robbery of £1,141 from the Hillgrove Hotel at Latlorcan in County Monaghan in the Irish Republic on October 8, 1972, and of being armed with an offensive weapon and in the company of another person. Prosecuting counsel told the court that Stockman had held up the hotel receptionist at pistol point and snatched the money, which was the proceeds of a dance. Stockman, outlining his history to the court, said that he had been arrested by Scotland Yard detectives on October 19, 1972 and charged together with the Littlejohn brothers. After he had been extradited to the Republic, the charge relating to the Grafton Street bank robbery was dropped. A further charge of harboring one of the brothers in London was also dropped. He denied ever having been in Monaghan and claimed he was in London when the hotel robbery was committed. He told the court that he had planned to buy a restaurant in Torquay with Kenneth Littlejohn and, when questioned about this, volunteered the statement that the deposit for the restaurant was not part of the £67,000 stolen from the Allied Irish Bank. The criminal court judge, Mr. Justice Ryan, acquitted Stockman of all charges relating to the Monaghan robbery, observing that the identification parade from which Stockman had been picked out after the crime was open to comment. So, in January 1974, it seemed as though the Littlejohns would be forgotten and would languish in Mountjoy prison until the late 1980s. That was not how Kenneth Littlejohn intended it to be. From the moment the Littlejohns entered Mountjoy prison they were kept in solitary confinement. Since their admission in August 1973 that they were British agents placed them in danger from other political prisoners, they were kept in B basement, an area reserved for prisoners undergoing punishment for breaches of discipline. B basement was capable of holding 35 inmates, and after a riot in the prison in October 1973 the Littlejohns, who had until then been the only prisoners in B basement, had the opportunity to converse with other inmates who were leaders of the October riot. Aside from this they experienced little contact with the outside world, though they received several visits from friends in Britain and 2 visits from a British embassy official. It was rumored in the prison that the brothers negotiated a truce with IRA prisoners, mostly provisionals, after Keith was beaten up by several Republican inmates. However, all their time in custody, the Littlejohns were planning an escape. At 7:20 p.m. on March 11, 1974, while other prisoners were watching television, Kenneth and Keith left B wing through a gate and door at the northern end of that block and made their way across the prison grounds to the southeast corner of the outside wall. In order to reach the wall they were obliged to pass the ends of C and D wings, where guards were normally on duty. On this occasion there were no guards, and when the Littlejohns reached the outside wall there were 4 planks of wood, each measuring 17 feet by 9 inches by 3 inches, placed against the 20-foot-high wall. Conveniently, or by arrangement, the planks were positioned in such a way that the brothers were quickly able to assemble a makeshift ramp. The police who patrol outside the wall must have been otherwise engaged, because the brothers managed to clamber onto the wall and make their way towards a small tower. As they reached the tower they were spotted by a prison warder, who raised the alarm. They both leapt from the wall to make good their escape, but Keith landed awkwardly, injuring his ankle, and gesticulated to his older brother to hurry away. Kenneth made his way into Dublin and, despite exhaustive searches in the city and throughout the Irish Republic at airports and ports, he was not found. He surfaced in Amsterdam and for the next 2 years he held clandestine meetings with journalists and continued to point the finger at British intelligence. The most detailed interviews were carried in the London magazine Time Out, which gave Littlejohn a platform for brazenly describing his exploits and recounting how he was sold out by his spymasters. The Time Out articles were, however, valuable in placing firmly on the record the thoughts of a self-confessed spy. One paragraph in the Time Out interview struck me as characteristic of a man who had begun to believe his own lies. I wouldn't actually have taken up arms against the British. I was continually meeting the relatives of people who had been murdered or who died in some way or other. Some of them were very, very tragic, particularly those who were victims of execution squads and other bloody psychopaths that were around, doing the work I was doing. I thought in some small measure that I was doing something to stop, not the genuine Republican lads, but the horrible maniacs that were running about. I felt that the only way you could stop them was that you needed someone who could play it dirty, like me. Maybe this was tilting at windmills, maybe it was an absurd idea, but I just felt that if you ever stopped people like this, you needed someone who was just as bad, and maybe I could help to do it. I think that, finally, Little John was, in his own words, tilting at windmills. 2 years later he was again extradited to Dublin, given the opportunity, once again, to stand in front of a Dublin court, this time on an escape charge, and reiterate his allegations. By 1976, however, people were tired of the Little John saga. His escape and his tendency to embellish his story while on the run from prison only served to discredit if not debase his original claims. His account of his prison escape was as fantastic as everything else about his life. He told a Time Out reporter how he hid in Dublin, slept on a beach, got his bearings and hitched a ride on a train, reached Drogheda, walked 30 miles, took a train to Belfast and, well, no one knows how he left Northern Ireland. In fact, Little John never revealed how he managed to get to Europe. His escape from Mountjoy prison raised serious questions about security at the prison and whether Little John had inside help. If British intelligence knew Kenneth Littlejohn as well as I believe they did, it is only natural to speculate that it was in their interest to assist him to escape, because in so doing he damaged his credibility. Had he remained in Mountjoy prison, a forgotten man and a victim of circumstance, the mythology, doubt, and suspicion might have led inquiring minds to use his story to damaging effect. Kenneth Littlejohn was returned to prison in 1976 and, with his brother, was released in 1981. The Dublin government explained the early release as being on health grounds. This was interpreted as a case of leniency, perhaps with British collusion. After all, the Littlejohns did not provide a service. There was also a theory that the time they spent in solitary confinement damaged their health, thus demanding a compassionate response from the Irish government. On their release, little notice was taken of their thoughts or dated allegations. They returned to Britain to live in hiding, meanwhile threatening that they would further embarrass the British government by writing a book which would reveal the whole truth about their time in Ireland. That never materialized. Within 1 year of his release, Kenneth was jailed for 6 years for armed robbery. Little John's counsel, attempting to explain why his client was in possession of a gun, said that Kenneth owned a weapon because he feared an IRA reprisal attack. Little John told the court he planned to make a living as a writer and added, "I tried to bury Kenneth Littlejohn 10 years ago. On this occasion it was as if we were caught up in something we could not stop." His form of expression even in 1982 was redolent of a man who devoured the more pompous lines of cheap novels. Mr. Justice Drake remarked, "Yours is a very unusual background. You still have the opportunity to make an extremely good life out of writing." The judge may have detected something in the character of Kenneth Littlejohn which few observed. Essentially, he was a man who enjoyed danger, loved the high life, but was not willing to work honestly and was unscrupulous in his dealings with others. One must ask whether British intelligence recognized and appreciated these qualities in a man they were prepared to recruit. If so, in a democracy, one must inevitably question not simply the wisdom but the morality of such a decision. It leads to an erosion of confidence in the law and a dark suspicion that anything can be contemplated in pursuit of the defeat of terrorism. Equally, the sanctioning of the use of the Littlejohns in another country is open to the accusation that MI6 were irresponsible in selecting them as agents of Her Majesty's government overseas. Moreover, there will always remain suspicion that the whole story contains dangerous revelations and that the Littlejohns were agents provocateurs. For example, it has been argued by reputable journalists that the Littlejohns were involved in several bank raids. They were by their own admission participants in petrol bomb attacks on Garda stations which, at the time, served to reinforce a view that the Provisional IRA was posing an increasing threat to the stability of the Irish Republic and that harsh measures were required to deal with them. Within the mythology which bedevils Irish life, the Littlejohn saga served only to reinforce the concept of perfidious Albion. Only those who have access to the index cards in Century House and the file on John Wyman, alias Douglas Smythe, know the true story. There is little doubt that Wyman/Smythe was masterminding operations much more important than those undertaken by the Littlejohns. Self-confessed mercenary recruiter, Leslie Aspin, who sent British mercenaries to Angola in 1976, claims to have taken money to Kenneth Littlejohn when the brothers were living near the border. Aspin says that on one occasion he went to the town of Newry and delivered money from his bosses, whom he says were British intelligence. The Littlejohns were petty criminals who were blackmailed into working for British intelligence. Once they found themselves in the big time, they panicked and blew their cover. I worked for the British in Northern Ireland and my job was to take over from the Littlejohns, but my cover was blown after Irish intelligence tipped off a newspaper. The last mention of the Littlejohns occurred in 1982, when the Provisional IRA sent a parcel bomb to the Kensington home of Lady Onslow. Fortunately, a detonator failed to explode the 2IB bomb hidden in a book. While the Littlejohn brothers were operating in 1972, another episode occurred which, with retrospective analysis, illustrates how lucky the brothers were to survive their period in Ireland, and how events in a dirty war often leave so many unanswered questions. In the early hours of Sunday, February 6, 1972, a pop group was traveling home along the South Armagh border when the group's van driver spotted a body lying by the roadside. As the van slowed almost to a standstill, it became apparent that the body was not that of a road accident victim. It was a dead man lying in a fetal position. However, what suggested that the dead man was another victim of the war was the grotesque death mask which almost covered his features. His face was hidden from the nose upwards by surgical tape, broken by a series of holes. The pop group drove to Dundalk and reported their grim discovery to the Garda, who in turn informed the RUC. When policemen from both forces reached the murder scene, they discovered that the body was 10 yards on the Northern Ireland side of the border at Clovelly, which meant that the body was the responsibility of the RUC. The IRA always ensured that it never came into conflict with the Southern Irish security forces because it saw the Republic as a haven where its position would be compromised if it forced the Garda to investigate its activities. For this reason, bodies were left north of the border as if to indicate subtly that the conflict was only in Northern Ireland. Both wings of the IRA were therefore able to operate with impunity in the south because they were not being sought for crimes within the Irish Republic. The RUC officers standing in the cold mist at Clovelly on February 6 knew instinctively that they were looking at a crime that could well have taken place 15 yards from them on the other side of the border, but they were powerless to operate. The situation was reminiscent of the American Wild West in the 19th century, where gunfighters such as John Wesley Harding remained at liberty for a long time because they were free to cross state borders and thereby escape prosecution. The scene on the border on that cold morning was a familiar one and was to be repeated with great regularity. The RUC sealed off the area and began a painstaking search for clues. It soon became apparent that the victim, who appeared to be a man in his mid-30s, had been shot elsewhere. His hands were tied behind his back with sash cord and the 5 holes in the surgical tape mask were bullet holes, but there were no empty bullet cartridges in the vicinity and no visible signs of a struggle. Forensic experts quickly concluded that the body had probably been taken from a car and dumped at the roadside. The body was removed to Newry Mortuary, where a post-mortem confirmed that 5 bullets from a .38 revolver had entered the back of the victim's skull, killing him instantly. A sharp-eyed detective who saw the body being carried into the mortuary observed that the victim bore a striking resemblance to a man who had been the central figure in an IRA propaganda exercise 4 months earlier. This hunch was followed up. Scotland Yard checked the victim's fingerprints on its files and came up with the name Barry Barber, alias Hans Kruger, alias David Seaman. The name Barry Barber did not immediately conjure up an IRA connection, but David Seaman was a name which was firmly fixed in the minds and files of the RUC and British Army. On October 23, 1971, the official IRA, through the auspices of their Sinn Féin HQ at Gardner Street in Dublin, had presented David Seaman to the world at a hastily prepared press conference. Seaman, who gave his address as Anglesey Avenue, Manchester, and his age as 31, told assembled journalists that he was a deserter from the SAS and had gone over to the official IRA because of what the British Army was doing in Northern Ireland. He said he had been to Belfast with other British agents to cause explosions in pubs, hotels, and police stations in order to maim or kill civilians and to discredit the IRA. Seaman claimed that he and a fellow SAS operative had bombed the Four Steps Inn on the Shankill Road in Belfast, killing 2 people. He also told the pressman that he had been trained by British intelligence in silent killing, espionage, safe blowing and other techniques for special warfare, and that he had defected because the work he was being asked to undertake was a crime against humanity. The chubby little Englishman augmented his allegations by reading a lengthy personal statement outlining how he had worked in Ireland as a British agent on 3 other occasions. Once in 1968 he had posed as an American Army deserter, but his story was not believed and he was sent back to England. On another occasion he and another agent had been dropped by parachute onto Howth Heath outside Dublin, as part of a training exercise, but his colleagues had been arrested for being drunk and disorderly and the mission ended. Finally he had been parachuted onto Bray Head, also outside Dublin, but had been arrested by the police and returned to England. Recently he had been forced to take part in 2 missions in Belfast in return for a promise of money and the return of his son who was being cared for by welfare authorities in Suffolk. His statement included an admission that he had a criminal record for assault in England. The immediate impact of the press conference was sensational coverage of his revelations in Irish newspapers and a more guarded reflection in the British press. Initially it appeared as though the IRA had won a propaganda coup, though the provisionals and a few members of the official IRA privately indicated that caution was required. Within 24 hours, leading newspapers in Britain were carrying detailed stories about David Seaman. One might question how so much detail could have been so readily available, but that is only one of many unanswered questions. Suddenly David Seaman was really Barry Barber, a Walter Mitty figure regarded by neighbors as a fool and a hoaxer, according to the British press, and the IRA was beginning to experience negative effects from its propaganda exercise. In fact, the IRA was being made to look very foolish. Seaman quickly shunned the limelight and retired to Moran's Hotel in Dublin to join his girlfriend, Norma Grindrod, and her 2 young sons. Within a week he returned to Manchester and continued to issue statements claiming he was a spy, but adding that his defection to the IRA was really a ploy to discredit them. Some people believed him, but the sensational newspaper coverage had ineradicably damaged his reputation. The Ministry of Defence in London rejected his story as a fabrication and utter nonsense. A ministry official told inquiring journalists that Seaman had served only 7 months in the army and was never in the SAS. The Guardian on October 25 reported. In Manchester, former neighbours were amused by his claim. They knew him as a Walter Mitty, always telling fantastic stories about exploits from his past, like fighting in the Burma campaign, pearl diving in Honolulu, flying red aeroplanes and being an undercover agent. They said that he had worn an identity bracelet inscribed David Seaman, Special Air Service, but it had been bought and inscribed at a local market. Seaman reacted to this denunciation by telling Irish journalists that he expected such a reaction. An Irish Independent reporter wrote the following on October 25. Last night Seaman, who is in Dublin with a woman friend and her 2 sons, said he was afraid an attempt would be made to rub him out. He said, "I know what can be done. I myself was personally responsible for the deaths of 12 terrorists in Aden." He also claimed that under the name Hans Kruger he worked for a month on a Howth trawler, sending back radio messages to London every night from Howth Head. but the boat on which he worked, the Windrise, sank some time ago and its skipper, a Lithuanian refugee, George Kivis, died last week. He said his body was found in Houth Harbor. Seaman demonstrated his ability to speak French, German, and 4 Scandinavian languages and says he is an expert in karate and judo. He refused to reveal who is paying for his stay in Dublin but said he had been promised a job in an architect's office in Dublin by the official IRA. So who were David Seaman and Hans Kruger? They were Barry Barber, who grew up in a working-class family in Manchester. His parents detected at an early stage their son's inability to make friends and his tendency to spend too much time in his own company. At school he continued to be a loner and showed little aptitude for learning, but had a talent for creating stories in which he played the central role, that of the hero. However, he was afforded the opportunity to be a real hero at the age of 13, when, according to a local newspaper report, he fought a blaze in his home to prevent it spreading and engulfing other houses. In this instance the hero, it later transpired, had started the fire. In 1956, aged only 15, he left school and began a succession of jobs, none of which lasted very long. He worked as a trainee milkman, a miner, and a seaman. After a year he enlisted in the Parachute Regiment as Private Barber, 235111300, but within a month was in trouble with his superiors. In December 1957 he was arrested for joyriding and being unlawfully in possession of a signals pistol and cartridges. This ended his career in the Parachute Regiment, which had apparently been unaware that prior to joining the young Barry Barber had been fined for knifing a youth in a pub in his hometown of Manchester. Barber was again in trouble with the law in April 1958 after an escapade at an RAF base in Leaming, Yorkshire, when he broke into the base, climbed into a trainer plane and fired a signals rocket, causing considerable damage to the plane and its control panel. He told police he was suffering from memory loss, but they knew he was drunk. He was placed on probation but this failed to control him and he spent 1 year in Borstal. His fondness for military camps led to his being arrested while in possession of a commando knife outside Castle Martin's camp in Pembrokeshire in October 1961 and once again he claimed he was suffering from loss of memory. When arrested he gave a false name and presented the police with a choice of stories, including statements that he was a deserter from the Parachute Regiment and, alternatively, that he was a major drug smuggler. He was sent back to Borstal and remained in custody for 4 months. His next misdemeanor surprised not only his family and friends but also the police. In May 1962 he was arrested by police in Dublin and told them he was Hans Kruger, a German national and a Russian spy. They soon uncovered his real identity and returned him to England to face trial on a charge of acting with intent to rob. Accompanied by a prostitute, he had hitched a lift, threatened the driver with a pistol and told him to keep driving. Barber told the court that he suffered from amnesia and was not in possession of his senses at the time of the incident. The court accepted his plea and acquitted him. His trip to the Irish Republic seems to have triggered off an obsession with that country. In November 1962 Irish police received a telephone call informing them that a man was seen with a parachute at Bray Head outside Dublin. When 2 constables arrived at Bray they searched the area and found Barry Barber, who told them he was a British agent on a training mission. He was taken into custody, where he again offered police an alternative version of events. He said he had bought the parachute in his hometown and travelled to Ireland on the Holyhead to Dunloe Air Ferry. This time he was returned to England without being charged with an offence. In the spring of 1963 he was imprisoned for 6 months for stealing money from his parents. 1 year later he was back in Dublin claiming to be Hans Kruger, an East German agent. He was in possession of a stolen radio transmitter, was charged with larceny and was given a 3-month prison sentence. Towards the end of 1964 he returned to England and tried to join the army. He was accepted but was quickly discharged when it was discovered that he had omitted to outline his previous service and to see an honourable discharge. After this he remained within the law and was married in 1968 to a divorcee with 3 children. She bore him a son but the marriage collapsed. Again he joined the British Army and re-enlisted with the Parachute Regiment. Seemingly his previous history in the army and his criminal record did not come to light. The Paras soon found him unsuitable and transferred him to another regiment, which made a similar judgment, and he was permitted to buy himself out of the services. In total his career as a soldier amounted to 7 months, 2 months in 1957, 12 days with the Royal Fusiliers in 1965 and 5 months with the Paras and Royal Anglian Regiment in 1969. In September 1971 he met Nora Grindrod, who was separated from her husband and had custody of her 2 young sons. She fell in love with him and within 1 month joined him on a trip to Ireland, which would finally lead to his death somewhere along the Irish border. As we know, as David Seaman he held a press conference with the assistance of the official IRA towards the end of October and returned to Manchester. However, what did not become known at the time was that the IRA sent several of its men to England to talk to him. This was done because IRA leaders were confused as much as anyone else about the manner in which Seaman had discredited them. They wished to know whether he was simply a crank, a deliberate plant, or a fool who had been used against them. On January 26, 1972 he went to stay with a male friend at Howth on the outskirts of Dublin. His girlfriend remained at home, unaware of his decision to leave Manchester, and was certainly not told by Seaman that he was returning to Ireland. The following day he was seen in the company of a stranger in the Gresham Hotel in Dublin's O'Connell Street. Witnesses recalled that the stranger was conspicuous because he was tall, wore a trilby and an expensive overcoat, that both men talked for over an hour and that Seaman behaved excitedly. Police investigations later revealed that a hotel on the Irish border had a booking for that night in the name of David Seaman, but he failed to appear. On January 29 he was back in Howth claiming, according to his friends, that he had been in Northern Ireland for a meeting with an SAS contact. David Seaman disappeared for the next 8 days. No one has ever reported having seen him during that period, so we must assume that he was in the hands of his killers. The provisionals say they did not kill him and the official IRA did not comment on his murder, though all the evidence points in their direction. The official IRA had a motive: he embarrassed them publicly at a time when they were vulnerable, when the provisionals were undermining their power base. The Irish government saw them as a threat and MI6 was trying to infiltrate their ranks to discredit them. Since David Seaman's public claims did considerable damage to the IRA, there were many journalists, as well as members of the Republican movement, who wondered whether he was really a British agent as well as a crank. A report in the Irish Independent illustrates the dilemma faced by journalists as well as the IRA. Weeks after Seaman was discredited, the reporter met him in a hotel and wrote the following account. As he planned to leave the country, Seaman revealed, "My mission in Ireland is finished. I was sent to discredit the IRA and I have done so. The whole story was concocted by them and I was told by London to go along with it until now. I infiltrated the IRA in Belfast and convinced them I was prepared to defect. They then made up a story that I was disgusted with British tactics in the north and I was briefed on it. I was driven to Dublin and stayed for a few days with a couple on the north side who are members of the officials. I was then moved to a city hotel 2 days before the news conference." Asked why he was revealing his mission, he replied that it was his instruction to blow sky-high the IRA story. Then in my presence, Seaman backed up his claims. He phoned the Admiralty in London. In James Bond fashion he asked for the radio room and then the duty officer. When the officer came on the line, Seaman said tersely, "Has one of your stations gone off the air?" The officer replied, "No." Seaman then said, "This is David O'Brien, I'm coming home tonight. Please pass on this message to Major Yago." The London voice answered, "You have been on before. We will pass the message to security." Then Seaman told me to contact a Cork telephone number where he claimed a British intelligence operator could be contacted. He told me to give the password, "Roses are red in Lancashire," to which the reply should be, "I thought the roses were white in Lancashire." We rang the number and gave the password. We received the correct reply. We then told the person that he had to get out quickly. He said he would contact London. He rang back saying a call had already been made. Whatever the truth of the Seaman/Barber/Kruger claim, the self-confessed spy demonstrated that he had abilities and personality traits which tend to make espionage successful, but for amateurs, ultimately dangerous. If Barry Barber, alias David Seaman, had never returned to Ireland, he could have lived off the one story which was unassailably a fact: the damage he inflicted on the IRA at a news conference in October 1971. The fate of Barry Barber also serves to illustrate how lucky the Littlejohns were to survive their foray into the dirty war, and how each of the protagonists in the conflict sought to deceive each other irrespective of the cost to human life. In this instance, the official IRA murdered a man whom they had exploited, simply because they were unable to separate fact from fantasy, which is often the central thrust of espionage. In its eagerness to damage the reputation of the British Army, the IRA showed itself incapable of assessing the character of one small, fat, balding Englishman whose person did not even suggest that he was capable of being a spy. 5. The Pitchfork Killings. Many killings of the early 1970s remain shrouded in mystery, and the passage of time and continued violence make it likely that until the perpetrators are brought to justice, doubt and suspicion will center on many organizations, including the British Army, which is known to have been involved in lawful and unlawful killing. The fact that soldiers were involved in MRF-related killings is sufficient evidence, though circumstantial, for some nationalists and certainly many Republicans to conclude that the Army sanctioned assassination in Northern Ireland. On that premise, the Army's detractors point at certain mystery murders and accuse the Army of being responsible. Thorough investigation is required in the case of killings for which no one has been tried and where suspicion of military involvement has arisen. That involvement may well turn out to be the result not of Army policy but of soldiers exacting revenge for the killing of colleagues by the IRA. The largest number of unsolved murders in any period of the war occurred in 1972 after the abolition of the Stormont government and the imposition of direct rule from Westminster. Loyalist paramilitaries reacted to the fall of their government by venting their wrath and hatred on innocent Catholics. They saw the Catholic population as the defender and harborer of the IRA, whom they believed forced the British through terror to destroy the major bastion and symbol of Unionist rule and domination, Stormont. The Loyalists began a campaign of terror which led to some of the worst excesses of brutality and bestiality during the conflict. Innocent people were tortured with knives and in some instances branded with red-hot irons before being killed. It was a period of extreme lawlessness, when the security forces found themselves unable to cope and when the IRA was bombing the heart out of the towns and cities of Ulster. During this time there were a number of unsolved murders of Catholics in border areas. Nationalist politicians pointed the accusing finger at the Ulster Defence Regiment, which patrolled border districts in support of the British Army. The UDR was a newly formed regiment which had replaced the B Specials. Most of its members were Protestants, and the regiment was prepared to allow dual membership with the UDA, the massive loyalist paramilitary organization. This was later to prove a major error and a serious threat to the security and credibility of the UDR. However, in 1972 no one in security circles was concerned that the regiment drew the majority of its members from one community and that many of them were also members of loyalist paramilitary groups who believed themselves to be in a war in which they were busy killing innocent Catholics. Be that as it may, the accusations were made against the UDR and not the British Army, which was equally active in border areas in a security role. Later events suggested that maybe the accusing finger had pointed once too often in the wrong direction. The killings which are the subject of this chapter represent one of the most complex episodes in the history of the war and might never have been understood if one man had not suffered from pangs of conscience. The story begins in 1972 near the Irish border in the lush and scenic countryside of County Fermanagh. At 4:20 p.m. on October 23, Mary Ann Murray was sitting in her home at Kerrykenny near Newtown Butler when a tractor drove to the side of her house. She looked out to see her son, Andrew, unloading firewood from a trailer which was tethered to the tractor. Alongside him was his employer, 31-year-old Michael Nunn, who owned a farm in the townland of Onahinch several miles from the Murray home. Andrew Murray was 24, the second youngest in a family of 3 boys and 3 girls. He was a dutiful son and was known as a quiet, inoffensive young man. He had been 2 months in the employ of Michael Nunn and had persuaded him to use his tractor and trailer to supply the Murray family with firewood out of Nunn's land. Mrs. Murray did not speak to her son or Michael Nunn but remembers hearing the tractor leave and seeing Michael Nunn driving the tractor and Andrew sitting on the trailer. She noted the time as 4:40 p.m. and knew that Andrew would be home within a few hours. He never stayed overnight at the Nunn farm, though he could do so if he wished. At 5:15 p.m. John James McCaffrey, who was working in his sawmill at Clonery, looked towards the road to Newtown Butler and saw Nunn and Murray traveling on the tractor and trailer towards Nunn's farm. That was the last sighting of the 2 men alive. At 6:05 p.m. the following day, October 24, John Patrick Hanna, a representative for a fuel company, was on his way to collect an account from Michael Nunn. As he drove off the main road into a laneway leading to the farm, he noticed a tractor and trailer at the entrance to the farmyard. He was unable to drive his Austin pickup van past the tractor and decided to make his way on foot to the farmhouse. As he approached the tractor, his attention was drawn involuntarily to an area of swamp to the right of the lane. When he edged towards the swamp, his worst fears were confirmed, that an object sticking out of the swamp was in fact a hand and that a body lay just beneath the surface. Hanna rushed to his van and drove to Newtown Butler Police Station, arriving there at 6:15. A police report confirms that Sergeant Cecil Brown, Constable McBrien, and Assistant Constable Beatty reacted speedily to Hanna's information and arrived at the Nunn farm before 6:30 p.m. Sergeant Brown sealed off the murder scene and began to search the surrounding area and farm buildings. In a byre he found the body of Michael Nunn lying beside a cow and her calf. He was lying face upwards and there was a considerable amount of blood around his face and mouth and particularly in the area of his chest. A search of the laneway revealed grass which was saturated in blood. In the days following the gruesome find, news reports referred to the murders as the Pitchfork Killings or Pitchfork Murders. Since both men were Catholics, there was speculation that their deaths were the result of sectarian violence. Indeed, 1972 was the worst year for sectarian assassinations throughout Northern Ireland. Another theory which seemed equally credible within the nationalist population was that the 2 had been killed by members of the Ulster Defence Regiment in retaliation for the murder of one of its members in the Newtown Butler locality on October 21. At that time the UDR, which was acting in support of the British Army, was a relatively new regiment and was believed by many nationalists to be a reshaped version of the anti-Catholic B Specials. Newspaper coverage of the murders tended to reflect either one or the other theory, but the one element on which all seemed to agree was that Nunn and Murray had been brutally killed with a pitchfork. It is reasonable to suppose that, for so many reports to make this assertion, someone at an official or unofficial level must have encouraged journalists to believe that the murders were committed in this way. Journalists at that time were unaware that autopsies carried out on the bodies on October 25 ruled out the use of a pitchfork. This information did not become available until an inquest hearing in 1973. I raise this matter because it is one of the most central and confusing issues concerning the double murder. I was one of the journalists who covered this story and later referred to it in a Penguin special, Political Murder in Northern Ireland, published in 1973. My co-author, Dennis Lehane, and I contested the pitchfork theory and asserted that both men were killed with a dagger. On October 25 an RUC inspector searched the Nunn farm, in the company of members of other specialist police branches, and later made the following observations. There was a heavy concentration of blood over a small area of grass convenient to the trailer. Opposite this was a marsh area or partially dried up slurry pit. There was a track in this marsh about 13 yards from where the blood was found. From my knowledge of the crime, I was aware that this track was where the body of Andrew Murray was found. There was also blood on the floor inside a nearby byre in the farmyard. A long period of dry weather had prevailed at the time, with the result that the farmyard and adjacent area were dry. I do not recall noticing any grapes, pitchforks, or other such implements at the scene, and certainly none to which I associated any significance in so far as the murders were concerned. Michael Nahn's dwelling house in the farmyard was examined. It was found to be intact, no windows were broken or doors forced. On a table in the living room was found the remnants of where tea had been partaken of by two persons, suggesting an afternoon snack. I took part in an organized search for the murder weapon along with Inspector McGinnis, Detective Sergeant Harrison, Constables Milne, McFadden, Shearing and other police. This search was in the fields to the Newtown Butler side of the farmyard towards a lock and to the right of the lane leading from the dwelling house to the Newtown Butler road. Nothing was found. On the following day, at the request of the police, water was pumped from a pond at the side of the lane in a search for the murder weapon without result. On October 28, I again visited the scene to conduct a search, and on November 31 returned with scenes of crime department constables and made a further examination. From all accounts, the RUC conducted thorough searches. It must have appeared unusual to Inspector Gilligan that a farmyard should not contain a pitchfork or similar implement, much less the murder weapon. Gilligan knew from the autopsies that the murder weapon was most likely a double-edged dagger. Why, one must ask, were there no pitchforks or similar tools, when Nahn was known to use them for mucking out the byre and other farmyard chores? Why would a murderer or murderers remove such implements as pitchforks when the murder weapon was a dagger? The received wisdom in public and journalistic circles remained that Nahn and Murray were killed with a pitchfork, yet the autopsies conducted by the deputy state pathologist, Dr. Derek Carson, on October 25, 2 days after the murders, proved otherwise. Dr. Carson was in no doubt about his findings, as he revealed in this statement about the murder of Michael Nahn. The wounds could not have been caused by a pitchfork or grape. Some of the wounds had run together, giving the false impression of a larger weapon having been used. All the wounds, at least 17 in number, had apparently been caused by the same weapon. It must have been sharp, pointed and probably double-edged, although one end of each wound was more sharply pointed than the other. The most likely weapon would be a double-edged dagger, with a blade up to 1 inch wide and at least 5½ inches long. Dr. Carson made similar observations in his report on Andrew Murray and concluded that they were both probably killed with the same weapon. So why should a story persist that the murder weapon was a pitchfork, and who would benefit from such a story? I should like readers to bear these questions in mind as the story unfolds. Dr. Carson's post-mortem reports were revealing about other aspects of the killings. Nahn's chest contained a group of multiple stab wounds concentrated mainly on the left side and center of the front of the upper chest. There were 17 wounds in all, with the uppermost wound occurring just below the throat. A group of 7 wounds, some of which were possibly made by 2 or more thrusts, gave the impression that a larger weapon had been used. Superficial wounds below the neck were shallow incisions indicating that a knife had been drawn slowly across the throat. Death was due to wounds which had pierced the chest cavity. The left lung and heart were extensively damaged to the extent that massive bleeding would have rapidly caused his death. An interesting observation by Dr. Carson was that the absence of significant injuries about the hands and forearms of Nahn suggests that the deceased had made little effort at resistance, or had been prevented from doing so. His findings in respect of Andrew Murray bore striking similarities to the Nahn autopsy. The man was of slim build and measured 5'6" in height. He was healthy. There was no natural disease to cause or accelerate death or to cause collapse. There were multiple stab wounds distributed over the front and back of the chest. In all there were at least 13 stab wounds. The pathologist also noticed that some wounds were grouped together, superimposed as though several thrusts had contributed to each wound. Many of the wounds had penetrated the chest cavity, damaging the lungs, heart, and the major artery, the aorta. There was bruising to the scalp which suggested blows intended possibly to incapacitate the victim. Unlike Nahn, however, Murray had been stabbed in both the chest and the back. Both reports encouraged police to the view that they were looking for more than one murderer. Inspector Gilligan interviewed numerous persons in the Newtown Butler area and made inquiries across the border in the Republic. The latter course of action would imply that he was considering an IRA connection, perhaps the notion that the murders were part of an IRA feud, though from the evidence at the time this would not seem to make a great deal of sense. However, one would, I suppose, expect every possible avenue of inquiry, suspicion, and theory to be fully exhausted by police. No one then or now within the nationalist or Republican community has sought to identify Nunn or Murray with the IRA, and the RUC at no time intimated that they suspected either man of having paramilitary connections. The IRA will as a rule claim it's dead, except in circumstances where it has secretly buried its own men. On rare occasions the IRA has conceded to requests from families of dead IRA men not to make public their IRA membership. There has never been conclusive evidence that Nunn was in the IRA. If he was and the IRA had a reason in 1972 to conceal his affiliations, one would have expected his name in an IRA roll of honor at a later time. I make this point because another murder occurred in the Newtown Butler area at that time. The victim was Lewis Leonard and he was believed to have been killed by Loyalists. 2 years after his death, his membership of the Provisionals was made known at an IRA Easter commemoration ceremony. The revelation appeared after a large financial award had been made to Leonard's wife and family by the government. If his membership of the IRA had been known beforehand, the sum of money awarded would have been minimal. Since Nunn had no immediate dependents, there would have been no conceivable gain for the IRA in remaining silent if he had indeed been a provo. In any event, 1972 ended with an inconclusive murder inquiry. By January 1973 the RUC was, however, pursuing a new line of thinking as a result of observations conveyed to them by 2 local people who were in the vicinity of the Nunn farm on October 23. Police knew that October 23 was a crucial date because the pathologist had confirmed that that was the day on which Nunn and Murray died. New information gained by the police, though it did not point to the killers, at least added to what was a sparse file on the murders. The first witness was Oliver Malarkey, a lorry driver, who told police that he drove along the Newtown Butler Road on October 23 and at 6:45 passed the lane entrance to Nunn's farm. I saw on the road in front of me what I thought was cattle. I then put on my headlights and I saw the figures were soldiers or, to be more correct, persons in military uniform. I saw 4 such persons in all and there were 2 on each side of the road. Their uniform was green with patches of brown. They had guns across their arms which appeared to be rifles. One of the men on the right side of the road had a walkie-talkie set with an aerial. They all wore black berets on the sides of their heads. From this account it would have been reasonable for police to infer that the persons in military uniform could well have been IRA, especially since they wore black berets, but the witness added a qualification: the berets were of the Glengarry type, a form of headdress worn by Scots soldiers. Oliver Malarkey had, however, noticed behavior which he considered unusual and not in keeping with his experience of soldiers on duty. They were all on foot and there was no sign of any vehicle. The 2 on my left were standing with their backs to me facing Newtown Butler. They were actually on the Wattle Bridge side of Nunn's lane whilst the 2 on the other side of the road were directly opposite Nunn's lane and looking towards it. They took no notice whatsoever of me. I was surprised to see soldiers on foot out on this road at this time, and this was the first time I had ever seen soldiers on foot on this road. At other times I saw soldiers, but they always had military vehicles with them. It also struck me as strange that they did not turn towards me when I came along as soldiers always do. I am definite that it was 6:45 p.m. because I went straight home and the time was between 6:55 and 7:00 p.m. when I arrived there. These observations were written down by police but were not, at that time, made part of a formally prepared statement because Oliver Malarkey said he did not wish to place his wife and children in danger. The other person who traveled past the entrance to the Nunn farm on October 23 was Dimpna Brady, and she recorded the time as 7:30 p.m. She saw a black Morris Minor car sitting on the roadway facing Newtown Butler. The car's rear red lights were switched on and she saw two occupants in the vehicle. As she drove towards the parked car, she dipped her headlights, and then saw three men standing beside the parked car. She took them to be army. They were along the side of the car and one or two of them was talking into it. I slowed down as I expected to be stopped, but the parked car moved off slowly. The three men on the road were dressed in military uniform and as I slowed down they shouted, "Move on, keep going, keep going." I could not say what kind of accent the person had, but it was not an English accent. I did not notice guns with the men, but I think they were wearing black berets. I drove behind the Morris Minor car towards Newtown Butler and it turned left at the chapel out the Galoon Island Road. Dimpna Brady and Oliver Malarkey's reports of seeing men in military uniform with black berets sounded all too familiar in border areas. Detectives knew the group of men could well have been an IRA patrol, but one piece of detail suggested it might have been a British Army patrol making a routine check of the neighborhood. That piece of detail was Malarkey's description of the berets as being of the Glengarry type. The Glengarry is a Scots Highlanders woolen cap, generally rising to a point in front with ribbons hanging down behind. Police knew that such caps were worn by members of the Argyll and Sutherland Highlanders Regiment, but the caps were not black unless the soldiers were wearing cap comforters, which were part of their winter kit. Detectives assigned to the murder inquiry decided that they were obliged to examine the army. Security files confirmed that 13 platoon of Delta Company, Argyll, and Sutherland Highlanders, had been billeted in a field adjacent to the non-farm for several days prior to the murder and had moved camp on October 24, the day the bodies were discovered. The RUC contacted the Army and asked that the matter be checked out with the officers in charge of 13 Platoon in October 1972. Officers from the Army's Special Investigation Branch visited the Argyll and Sutherland Highlanders Ritchie camp at Kirknewton in Scotland in January 1973 and interviewed 31-year-old Major John Jeremy George Mackenzie, who was in charge of Delta Company in the Newtown Butler area between 20 and October 27, 1972, on attachment from the Queen's Own Highlanders. On an mod form marked Case No. 15549/3, Major Mackenzie stated that on October 23, 13 Platoon had searched an island on Loch Earn and had sent a liaison patrol to Crom Castle, the home of Lord Earn. He also reported that he had no troops within 2 miles of the non-farm until 1400 hours on October 24, at which time he placed 3 roadblocks to cover the funeral procession of UDR Private Bell, who was murdered by the IRA. Mackenzie said all these men wore combat kit and Glengarry hats, and weapons carried included self-loading rifles. Each subunit had a IXA-41 radio. In his statement, which was brief and was carried on 2A4 Forms 266A/266E, he also gave the following information: the other military organization in the area belonged to Lord Earn and are about 8 strong based at Crom Castle. It is further believed that they have military-style uniforms and are armed. They might have had radios, but this was not confirmed. On reading Major Mackenzie's statement, one is obliged to invent questions which must have been put to him to elicit the information. The obvious conclusion is that he answered queries relating to points, suspicions or the need for clarification arising from the information provided by Oliver Malarkey and Dimpna Brady. In the text of his statement to the SIB he says little about the activities of 13 Platoon on 23-24 October, thus giving the impression that to his knowledge there was nothing untoward about the platoon's movements on those days. Is it fair to ask whether he was also implying that if 13 Platoon was in the vicinity of the farm during the period specified in his statement, this was not with his consent and was something which was not conveyed to him? His description of the kit worn by his men, their weapons, and the presence of a radio operator with each subunit would indicate that he was answering questions which emanated from points made by the witnesses about the men in military uniforms who were observed in the vicinity of the non-farm on the evening of October 23. However, Mackenzie adds detail which could not have related to anything contained in the statements of Malarkey and Brady. He talks of another military organization based at Crom Castle and further believed to have military-style uniforms and to be armed. Why should he proffer this information? Why does he not name the other military organization? Had it been the UDR unit, he would not have been so vague in his language. Had it been officially a British Army unit, he would have named it. Even if this reference merely related to a question from the SIB, he would have known the nature of this other organization, because according to his statement he was a visitor to Crom Castle and 13 Platoon sent a liaison patrol to the castle on October 23. Was he or were the SIB investigators seeking to establish whether this other organization of 8 men should be suspects? As this story will illustrate, there is no evidence that the group at Crom Castle were involved in the double murder, nor is there any other official record indicating that such a group existed, nor is there evidence to suggest that RUC detectives interviewed members of this anonymous organization which, according to Mackenzie, had a military capability and military-style uniforms. Mackenzie's statement that his men were not, from his knowledge of their movements, in the area at the time of the murders, and that there was another organization in the vicinity, ended the line of inquiry which sought to investigate the possibility of military involvement in the double murder. As far as the records show, the SIB investigation went unnoticed within the lower ranks of the Argyll and Sutherland Highlanders, but for one exception. Lieutenant Andrew Malcolm Burleton Snowball, commander of 13 Platoon, Delta Company, later confirmed that he was aware that his senior officer had been interviewed. One might well deduce that other members of Delta Company and, in particular, 13 Platoon also learned of the brief investigation. However, there the matter rested and would have remained an unsolved incident except for one man. In 1978, a man in his mid-20s walked into a city centre police station in Glasgow. He said he wished to talk to detectives because he had vital information but would not divulge its nature until he spoke to someone in authority in SID. Once he had been led to the SID office and asked by a senior detective to reveal his information, the young man began to explain why he felt the need to talk to the police. He said he believed he knew the identity of the man known as the Yorkshire Ripper. The detective looked at the young man in front of him not only in wonderment but with a degree of skepticism. There were people, mainly cranks, constantly claiming they knew the identity of murderers, but this young man did not look like a crank, though his claim seemed fantastic. The Yorkshire Ripper police inquiry, one of the biggest ever, had been in progress since 1976, but it was the first time this Glasgow detective had ever personally been faced with someone claiming to know the Ripper. The young man went on to explain that he had been reading newspaper reports and listening to broadcasts about the Ripper, and he felt that a man with whom he had worked was the person being sought by the West Yorkshire police. What was it about this man that suggested he was the Ripper? The detective asked. He had killed people with a dagger in Northern Ireland, the young man replied. The detective suddenly realized that he was about to hear startling information and he sent for several colleagues. In the next hour the young man described how he had served with the Argyll and Sutherland Highlanders in Northern Ireland in the autumn of 1972 and how he had learned that one of the men in his platoon had butchered 2 innocent people with a dagger and enjoyed the killing. He added that the killings were known as the Pitchfork Murders. This young man, whose identity has since remained a secret, and whom I shall call Mr. A for the purpose of this story, told of the killing of Non and Murray and named the murderer as Sergeant Stanley Alexander Hathaway of 13 Platoon, Delta Company. Mr. A said the matter had been on his conscience for 6 years, but the pleas for assistance to find the Yorkshire Ripper made him realize that it was his duty to reveal his secret if he was to prevent more killings. Glasgow detectives contacted the RUC and discovered that there were indeed Pitchfork murders in 1972 which remained unsolved. Both police forces cooperated in examining Mr. A's claims and, with the assistance of the Army's Special Investigation Branch, established that Sergeant Hathaway's service record indicated that he was out of the country during the Ripper killings and could therefore be ruled out of the inquiry. However, what interested the RUC were the murders of Non and Murray. Painstakingly, RUC detectives examined the Pitchfork murders file to discover that the Argyll and Sutherland Highlanders Delta Company had been the subject of a line of inquiry in 1973 which had ended with the statement taken from Major Mackenzie at Ritchie Camp in Kirknewton. Suddenly the spotlight was switched again to Delta Company, and Mr. A provided not only his own experiences of the platoon's movements on 23-24 October but hearsay evidence which at such an early stage in the investigation was valuable in the process of unraveling the sequence of events on those 2 days. Mr. A affirmed that Hathaway had been seen in the company of other men on the night of October 23. He named these men as Sergeant John McFadden Byrne and Lance Corporal Ian Fletcher Chestnut but was unable to state with any certainty whether they were involved in the killings. However, he added that he believed the platoon commander, Lieutenant Snowball, knew about the killings. The RUC and Scottish police began an exhaustive investigation assisted by the Army. Their primary task was to test Mr. A's allegations by interviewing Hathaway and Byrne, who were with the Army in Germany. Both men were flown to Northern Ireland before Christmas 1978 and denied that they or any members of 13 Platoon murdered Non and Murray. Lance Corporal Chestnut had left the Army, was working on a North Sea oil rig and was not easily contactable. The RUC inquiry once again reached a cul-de-sac, the only hope being that Chestnut might provide information to corroborate Mr. A's testimony. The team now assigned to the case consisted of 2 RUC officers, Detective Inspectors Scott and McBumey, and 2 SIB officers, Sergeant Robert Stronach and Sergeant Malcolm Denton. From the outset they operated professionally and with due deference to each other's roles, the civil power and the armed forces. On February 8, 1979, Ian Fletcher Chestnut was brought to Aberdeen Police Headquarters from his home in the city. Detective Inspector William McBurney from Gough Barracks in Armagh and Sergeant Malcolm Denton of SIB met Chestnut, and explained to him that they were investigating the killings of Non and Murray and that they wished to elicit his duties and that of his platoon in October 1972. Chestnut agreed after caution to make a statement, which began with a resume of his life and military career. I reside at Provost Rust Drive with my wife and 2 children. I joined the Army in 1964 and served with the 1st Argyll and Sutherland Highlanders in Borneo, Aden, Germany, and Ireland and the United Kingdom. In April/May 1973 I was dismissed or dishonorably discharged from the Army over an escapade involving an air rifle during a tour of duty with D Company which began in July 1972 and finished in November 1972. Chestnut illustrates here that his memory is flawed, though one should not be inclined to believe that a man with his Army experience could not remember whether he was dismissed or dishonorably discharged. He omitted to tell the investigators that he lost a stripe while serving with the Army in Newry. His crime was putting nuts and bolts into a rubber bullet gun, which converted it into a lethal weapon rather than a gun designed for riot purposes. He later claimed that he was a scapegoat and was punished as an example to other soldiers who were using a similar technique. However, if one is to believe this claim, one must first examine Chestnut's dealings with the police in the Pitchfork Inquiry, during which his behavior was not always that of a man of integrity. An example of his tendency to be economical with the truth is to be found in his statement of February 8, 1979. After outlining his military career he added the following. The 13 platoon moved to a new camping position, but I can't say if we moved very far, and all I can remember of the site was that it was on top of a small wooded hill beside an old ruined building. I have a vague recollection of either seeing a funeral or being told there was a funeral on. I believe it was the funeral of a UDR man, but I can't remember when it was. On the day that we moved from this second location, I remember seeing police and military vehicles at a farm and on stopping being told that 2 bodies had been found. Mr. Snowball, who was leading the platoon, went up to the farm but returned almost immediately and told us that there had been a couple of bodies discovered at the farm. I believe our company commander, Major Mackenzie, was there, and I assumed from what I heard that the bodies were still at the farm. I am quite sure that this was early in the morning. The statement continued with an outline of Chestnut's responsibilities in the days that followed. Then he returned to the subject matter which interested the police and Army investigators. While we were doing a vehicle checkpoint after leaving the farmhouse where the bodies had been found, we began to wonder why we had not heard the shots at the farmhouse, as we could not have been camped very far away the previous night. Some time later the word got round that the guys had been pitchforked, which explained why we had not heard any shots. There was also speculation as to whether the murders had been carried out by the UDA or UDR. The general opinion was that it was the UDR in revenge for that chap that was killed. I never heard any talk or rumors as to who was actually responsible for the killings, and I never heard exactly how they had been killed or where they had been found, though I had heard, as I have said, that they had been found on the farm. I have never heard any talk alleging that members of the regiment were responsible for the deaths, prior to reading a report in the Daily Record during December of 1978 to the effect that 2 men from the regiment were accompanying police back to Northern Ireland. I suppose I believed that 2 men were going back to Northern Ireland, and I tried to figure out what tour of duty the murders occurred on, as I could not mind having gone to Fermanagh. I had only been on one tour of Ireland with the Argyll and Sutherland Highlanders, though I had been on one tour prior to that with the Royal Scots. It was not until after I had spoken to Sid today that I remembered that I had been on a short spell of duty in Fermanagh. Chestnut omitted to point out at this juncture in his statement that 13 Platoon's tour of Fermanagh had been very brief, ending a short time after the murders. He went on to outline the regulations in relation to patrolling, and then turned his mind to the crucial question of his association with Sergeant Hathaway. You were not allowed to carry a sheath knife or any other type of personal weapon. At no time did I ever go out on a recce patrol with SGT Hathaway or other members of the regiment during which anything unusual occurred, apart from one patrol in Armagh when Corporal McCullough got shot. At no time was I ever detailed to carry out a reconnaissance patrol round the non-farm, and I am positive I never heard of him until after he was killed. I have never carried a bowie knife in Northern Ireland, though I did have a sheath knife in Aden, nor did I ever have any discussion about throwing away or losing a knife with any members of the regiment. I owned and carried a clasp knife when on duty in Northern Ireland. So ended Chestnut's statement. His comment about knives derived from questions put to him prior to the statement. The police phrased the questions to protect their source, Mr. A, who had informed them that Chestnut did carry a bowie knife while on duty in Fermanagh. After the interview and statement, a search was conducted at Provost Rust Drive to determine whether such a knife was still in Chestnut's possession, but no bowie knife was discovered, and Chestnut, who was present at the search, was unable to find his clasp knife, which he claimed he had with him in Fermanagh. He was allowed to go free. However, the RUC and Army investigators were not impressed by the manner in which he had delivered his evidence and his tendency to be vague about his stay in Northern Ireland. A month after the Chestnut interview, Sergeant John McFadden Byrne was flown to Army HQ at Lisbon in Northern Ireland and was interviewed vigorously by both SIB and RUC personnel in an effort to break down his claim that he was not involved in the murders and knew little about them. As he had said before, he told the detectives that he believed 14 Platoon found the bodies and 13 Platoon was camped in the grounds of Crom Castle. This time, however, Byrne added a detail which was to become a central feature of the investigation. He told his interrogators that he had a vague recollection that the name of one of the murdered men had been on an intelligence brief. He added that 13 Platoon did not place a cordon round the non-farm or arrange to search it. When asked if he had ever taken part in a reconnaissance patrol with Hathaway, Chestnut, and Privates Maguire and Clark, he replied that he might have done, but it would have been unlikely for Chestnut to have been present, since although Chestnut was indeed in 13 Platoon, he was not in his section. However, if such a patrol had gone out, it would have been normal for it to have reported to the platoon commander, Lieutenant Snowball, on its return to base. Byrne also volunteered the information that he had heard stories about the murders, particularly how they were carried out. After the bodies were found, we heard that they had a pretty gruesome death, and I think pitchforks were mentioned. Later, after we got back to our main base at Bessbrook in Co. Fermanagh, there were reports in the news media that the Army were involved in the murders, but that was just laughed off. Byrne's statement did not take the inquiry much further, and the investigating officers decided it was imperative that they talk to Lieutenant Snowball, who by this time was Captain Snowball and stationed at Warminster Military Camp. Detective Inspector McBurney recorded meeting Snowball on April 6 at Warminster and informing him of the nature of his inquiries. Snowball replied that he was aware of the investigations and of recent publicity in relation to the murders, but he could not visualize any of the men under his command having been involved because after such a long time and the way soldiers talk he would have heard of it. He added that he had never heard any rumors to suggest that military personnel were involved. Snowball agreed to make a statement, which was witnessed by McBurney and Sergeant Denton of the SIB. In his statement he recalled his trip to County Fermanagh, being billeted on Crom Castle estate and having drinks with the Earl. He could not remember exactly who told him about the double murder or when he heard about it, though he could have heard about it at an O Group meeting at Lisnaskea. He also mentioned using Q-vans while he was with Delta Company in Fermanagh. This seemed like a curious piece of detail when I first read his statement, but it proved significant, as I shall later illustrate. Suffice it to say at this stage that when Snowball referred to Q-vans in his April 6 statement he was alluding to the use of unmarked Bedford vans to transport platoon commanders from the field to O Group meetings, which would have been held in Newtown Butler or Lisnaskea. It was a means of moving senior personnel from one place to another safely, because terrorists expected soldiers to travel in military vehicles and convoys and not in civilian-type vans. Snowball's statement ended with the following observations. After those murders I did not hear any rumors suggesting that the company may have been involved. However, Indiana 19731 heard that the SIB had been to the battalion and interviewed Major Mackenzie in relation to a suggestion that troops had been in the area at the time of the murder. I must point out that I believe I may have been involved, together with my platoon, in that search where the torch and balaclava were found. I knew that there was a possibility of non being involved in the Republican movement, but I did not know to what extent. I probably would have learned of non-suspected involvement at an intelligence briefing. I am not aware of persons in my platoon carrying a substantial type of knife. They may have carried clasp knives. We always wore normal combat kit with the Glengarry. I cannot recall any incident in Fermanagh where 4 persons were stopped by a patrol and then released. I am not aware that there was ever a possibility of searching Non's home or of a reconnaissance for a possible search of the house by night. Several remarks in Snowball's statement require elucidation. First, he mentions that a military torch and balaclava were found during the search of a farm in the Newtown Butler area but does not indicate which farm it was. I fail to understand why the matter should be referred to, because there is no account of such a find in the RUC documents that later became part of court proceedings, and the only mention of such a find is in Snowball's statement. Maybe the matter was raised as a peripheral issue by the investigators and he felt he had to respond, though its significance is not established. Further, his choice of language in respect of Non's suspected involvement with the Republican movement exemplifies a vagueness one would not expect from an officer who was in charge of a platoon covering the area of Non's farm and who attended intelligence O Group meetings designed to provide commanders with detailed assessments of suspects. Finally, Snowball says he cannot recall any incidents in Fermanagh where 4 persons were stopped by a patrol and then released. I suspect that Snowball made this comment in response to questions put to him by Denton and McBurney, who had information from Mr. A that after the murders a vehicle containing 4 men in overalls was allowed access to Non's farm by military personnel from 13 Platoon with clearance from Company HQ at Lisnaskea. Denton and McBurney were convinced that the vehicle was at the farm on the night of October 23 or the early hours of October 24, a considerable time before the RUC learned of the murder. This element in the story, though peripheral, will be of significance to the reader in assessing one of the most vital elements of what to this day remains a mystery. McBurney and Denton left Warminster on April 6 without the crucial pieces they needed for putting together a complex murder puzzle. On June 5, Detective Sergeant Brian Taylor, from Gough Barracks in County Armagh, accompanied Detective Inspector McBurney to Tsello military camp in West Germany, where they were met by their opposite numbers in the SIB, Sergeants Denton and Stronach. The 4 men analyzed their progress in the murder inquiry in preparation for the interrogation of Sergeant Hathaway, who was stationed in the camp with the 1st Armored Division Engineer Regiment. The interrogation began at 2:00 p.m. and ended at 4:00 p.m. Hathaway revealed nothing of significance, but the detectives agreed that they should conduct a prolonged interrogation the following day. At 11:00 am on June 6 the two SIP sergeants began the questioning, and Sergeant Denton proved a very able investigator, as shown in his notes. Denton, a witness, has said that troops were seen on the road on the night of the 23rd by Non's farm. Could that have been you and a half section? Hathaway, it must have been. Denton, did you visit Non's farm? Hathaway, not to my knowledge. Denton, where was your bivvy area that night? Hathaway, I don't know. It must have been close by the farm and the roadway you are talking about. Denton, what time did this patrol take place? Hathaway, we went out, I think, about 8. I can't be sure. It could have been earlier or later. Denton, how long were you out on patrol? Hathaway, maximum time to patrol is 2 hours, so it would have been a bit less than that. Denton, was it dark? Hathaway, yes, it would have been. Denton, what were you wearing? Hathaway, combats. After dark we wore tam o' shanters or Glengarries outside in. Denton, who were the members of the half section? Hathaway, I can't remember. Denton, did you call at Non's farm? Hathaway, I can't remember. Denton, were any of the other farmers reported dead? Hathaway, no. Denton, what about the UDR man, Bell? Hathaway, I don't know anything about him. Denton, there were 2 incidents while you were in Fermanagh that you knew nothing about. You couldn't have been a good platoon sergeant, could you? Hathaway, maybe not. As the interview proceeded, Hathaway continued to be unable to remember the exact location of 13 platoon at various times, the types of vehicles used by them or relevant dates. Denton, you saw a situation report about people being killed, where were you when you saw this document? Hathaway, at the castle. Denton, at what time of day? Hathaway, early evening. Denton, and the previous evening you were out patrolling by Non's farm? Hathaway, yes. When I saw the report I realized that was the area we had been patrolling. Denton, when you were out patrolling you would have had a section corporal with you. Which one? Hathaway, I don't know. Denton, look Hathaway, you were out and about intelligence gathering, weren't you? Hathaway, yes. Denton, so you would have taken whichever section corporal was switched on, so who was it? Hathaway, well, Byrne was switched on. Denton, then I put it to you that Byrne was with you? Hathaway, I expect so. In a game of cat and mouse, Denton eventually established that the half section which had patrolled near the non-farm on the night of October 23 comprised Hathaway, Byrne, Chestnut, and a radio operator, Private John Brennan McGuire. Denton, were you going to search Non's farm? Hathaway, I don't know, maybe. Denton, I put it to you that you were going to search Non's farm early the next morning and that night you were doing a recce around the farm. Hathaway, no. Denton, did you have information that Non was suspected of being involved with the IRA? Hathaway, no, but we had a list of suspects and he could have been on that. Denton, was he? Hathaway, I can't remember. All I remember is that there were 6 names. Denton, did your platoon not pick up information that Non was a suspect and that was why he was on the list? Hathaway, I can't remember. Denton, out of the people we have seen there are only 3 with bad memories. You are one of them. This is a very serious matter and we have been fair to you. But let me tell you how things stand. You and your merry band were on that roadway. Therefore you would have visited Non's farm. Non's name was known to you. Either you found the 2 dead bodies there and said nothing, or you or one of your men killed Non and Murray. The pathologist puts the time of death as the evening of October 23 and you were there. Throughout this inquiry, of the people we have seen, the ones who could remember anything, said we should go and speak to you. Hathaway, why should they say that? Denton, it's come all the way down the line from the OC to Snowball to you. Hathaway, I didn't see any dead bodies. I didn't kill anyone, nor did my buddies. None of my buddies were capable of anything like that. Christ, I couldn't kill anyone. Denton, Hathaway, as far as we're concerned, it was you or one of your men, and I want you to tell me about it. Hathaway burst into tears at this stage and said, I suppose I have been trying to put it out of my mind. I did it. I did the killings. I killed them and they just wouldn't stop screaming. Oh my God. I have been having nightmares about it. That bloody dog at the farm must have found the bodies and kept howling when we got back to the location. I have been hearing that dog ever since. My God, I didn't want to kill anyone. Hathaway completely broke down after delivering his confession and was unable to be questioned for almost an hour. When the interrogation resumed, he began by telling Denton that the confession was a weight off his mind and that he never intended to kill anyone. He asked what would happen to him and whether his wife and children would suffer for his crime. Denton pursued his questioning about how the killings happened. Hathaway, we were out intelligence gathering and came to this bloke Non's farm and started looking around and came across Non in this stable place. We started asking him questions about who he was and where he had been in the last 2 or 3 hours. He wouldn't answer the questions. I told him I knew who he was. He was on our list as being an IRA quartermaster or something. Denton, who all was there? Hathaway, Self, Byrne, Chestnut, and McGuire. Denton, anyone else? Hathaway, there may have been someone else. Denton, who? Hathaway, I don't know. Denton, who found Non in the stable? Hathaway, me and Byrne. The others were outside looking around. He started getting stroppy with us. He said that we couldn't pin anything on him, that he had been lifted before and got away scot-free because there was nothing on him. Denton, is that when you put the knife in his throat? Hathaway, I don't remember doing that. He said he knew us and that he was going to get the IRA boys onto us. He knew people who were quite capable of knocking off troops. He knew where we were and could get quite a few of them to cause us trouble. He continued to be abusive and knew we couldn't harm him or lift him. I can't remember if he went for me. Byrne said, do him in, or something like that. I had the knife in my pocket. I'd taken it off one of the platoon who had it on his belt. I got it out and struck him in the stomach. He started screaming, I'll get the boys on you. He was still standing up. I must have carried on stabbing him. He was shouting for someone else. He tried to run out of the stable. Byrne blocked the door. I went after him to keep him quiet. He was shouting at someone to get the boys. He stopped screaming. He must have died on me. Denton's notes show Hathaway further admitting to the killing of Murray and returning to base camp where he washed himself beside a Saracen armored vehicle. Hathaway continued. I was covered in the stuff, must have been blood. It was close to Non's farm and I could hear that bloody dog. Snowball was there. He said, what's happened? Somebody said what had happened. I can't remember what Snowball said at first, but he then said, it'll be all right. He then took the knife from me and said, we must get rid of this. I don't know what happened to it. I think it was chucked away in the water the next day. We were moved out after 2 or 3 hours, it was still dark, to the castle. The OC was there. That's it? Denton, why did you move location? Hathaway, the major came to the location to tell Snowball to get us out. Denton, what caused the nicks on Non's neck? Had you been questioning him with a knife at his throat? Hathaway, I don't know. I must have done at the start when I was questioning him about his whereabouts. Then he made a grab for me and I struck him. He may have had a pitchfork because he was mucking out a cow. The knife was a dagger with a crossed pattern on the shaft with a finger guard on the side. Denton, what was Snowball's attitude? Hathaway, just that things were to be covered up and he told everybody never to ever mention anything about this to anyone. At this point Sergeant Denton put it to Hathaway that he had been ordered to be rough with Non, not to kill him, but to upset him enough for him to arrange for members of the IRA to be called in to retaliate. The interrogation ended with Hathaway telling Denton and Stronach that he felt better after confessing to the murders because the howling dog had haunted him. Hathaway's revelations to the SIB detectives placed the RUC and Army's murder inquiry on a new footing. Their task was now to find corroborating evidence, to test Hathaway's assertions and to analyze some of the points he had raised. The analysis centered first on Hathaway's claim that Snowball knew of the crime. Secondly, Hathaway's reference to his having heard a dog howling all night tended to lend credence to an SIB theory, put to Hathaway, that a search of the farm had been planned for the morning after the murders. Non did not have a dog, but military searches used sniffer dogs to detect explosives. According to the military record for 23-24 October, a sniffer dog was required for a search of premises on the 24th, but the premises were not identified in military documents relating to the duties assigned to 13 Platoon on those dates. The RUC and SIB officers decided to fly Hathaway and Byrne to Northern Ireland for further questioning, to arrange for Chestnut to be arrested in Aberdeen, and to charge them with murder. Although the evidence pointed conclusively to the involvement of these three men, no decision was taken about Maguire, since even Hathaway had tended not to implicate him. By contrast, a case could be made against Chestnut in respect of the murder of Murray. Mr. A had alleged that the knife used in the murders belonged to Chestnut, and the four officers felt that Chestnut was basically a liar. On Saturday, June 9, Sergeant Denton and Detective Sergeant Taylor questioned McFadden Byrne in interview room BF13 at Castlereagh RUC station. Byrne told the officers that Company Sergeant Major Higgins had mentioned the murders to him in 1973 when the inquiries were being made at Ritchie Camp, Kirknewton, and prior to that at Bessbrook, where they were eventually based after the murders. Snowball told him that he hoped the matter would be kept quiet. Byrne's account of the killings differed from Hathaway's. I was outside the barn when a scuffle started. I ran in and saw Hathaway stabbing Non 2 or 3 times. Non fell. When we got back to the bivvy area the whole platoon was there and Hathaway and I went to wash the blood off. Snowball appeared when we were washing the blood off. He said it would have to be kept quiet. This version of Non's murder tended to place all the blame firmly on Hathaway, yet the post-mortem evidence suggested that Non either put up no resistance or was restrained while being stabbed, and that would have required at least 2 persons. Byrne also appeared to be indicating that the whole platoon had witnessed their blood-spattered return from the farm. However, he was unable to provide information about the whereabouts of the murder weapon, but merely claimed that someone had thrown it away. Unlike Hathaway, he did not name that someone as Lieutenant Snowball. Byrne did, however, provide a graphic account of the killing of Murray. We decided we could not let him go. I had the knife and tried to stab him but couldn't. Hathaway took the knife off me and stabbed him. Byrne added that he and Chestnut held Murray while he was being stabbed, that Maguire was physically sick and was told to leave the scene, and that he helped Hathaway and Chestnut to throw Murray's body into a slurry pit at the side of the lane. When Byrne was questioned about whether there was an observation post on the farm, he denied that one existed. He was also asked if Snowball was present during the killings and he replied emphatically that the lieutenant was not with the patrol at the farm. The investigators turned their attention to Ian Fletcher Chestnut, who had been flown from Aberdeen on June 11 and presented for questioning at Castlereagh RUC station on the 12th. When it was put to him that Byrne and Hathaway were implicating him in the murder of Murray, he offered his version of events. He said that Byrne and Hathaway were in the barn while he was in the laneway with Maguire. He stopped Murray, who was walking along the lane, and made him lie face down on the ground. While this was happening, noises were coming from the barn. He held Murray down until Byrne and Hathaway returned. I grabbed his heels, and Byrne took one of his arms. Hathaway was kneeling at his head. The next thing, Hathaway stabbed the guy on the back, and that's when the sudden shock of it hit me. Chestnut agreed with the detectives that the patrol led by Hathaway was irregular because it contained a member from each section of 13 Platoon, When a patrol normally comprised members from just one section, the odd nature of the patrol convinced him that it was organized from even further up the line than Sergeant Hathaway. He added that when he was discharged from the army he considered revealing everything about the murders but was frightened because he believed the killings were army-orientated and anything he said would be twisted by the army. This latter claim is convenient for a man who seeks to imply that his guilt related to orders. One could deduce that by trying to implicate people at a higher level he was trying to minimize the role played by Hathaway, Byrne, and himself. When asked if he thought Hathaway had entered the farm with the intention of killing None, he replied that Hathaway was a good soldier who went by the book. It did not seem to occur to him that a good soldier does not kill innocent people with a dagger. Chestnut agreed to make a formal statement giving a detailed account of the events of October 23, 1972. According to the statement, the camp established by 13 Platoon almost overlooked the None farm. At 9:00 p.m. that day the patrol went towards the farm because it was believed that None was a recruiting officer for the Provisional IRA. It became apparent to Chestnut that he was not on a normal patrol, because they simply walked up to the farm, whereas the usual procedure was for them to snoop about. Chestnut produced a grisly description of how Hathaway stabbed Murray, then turned him over and continued to stab him until he stopped gurgling. However, he said the murder weapon was thrown away immediately after the murders and was not given to Snowball, as Hathaway alleged. When the patrol returned to the camp, Chestnut suddenly realized that Hathaway was covered in blood, and Snowball witnessed that fact. Just prior to getting into camp, Hathaway I think it was told us all to keep it quiet or words to that effect. There was no more talk of the killings that night. I assumed that the orders had been given higher up because Hathaway had come back into camp and washed himself openly in front of the platoon commander under the light of a torch. The following morning early we broke camp and moved to a new location later in the day. Later after I returned to Bessbrook I heard speculation and it was generally believed that it was another sectarian killing. This statement once again raised in the minds of investigating officers the possibility that there had been a cover-up, and the allegations about D Company officers required investigator. There were other vexed questions: the time at which the murders occurred, who knew about them, and why it was not until 6:05 p.m. on October 24 that the bodies were found and the RUC informed. The detectives turned to Captain Snowball in the hope that he could clarify the sequence of duties of 13 Platoon on 23/24 October 1972. On June 12, 1979 Detective Chief Inspector Scott and Sergeant Denton met Snowball and informed him that a number of people who had been under his command were assisting with the murder inquiry. Snowball is reported to have reacted with the words "Are they?" As the interview continued, the detectives asked whether he had sought advice from Major Mackenzie at the time of the murders, since he was then a young and inexperienced officer. He replied that he did not, but that for 9 months he was the youngest serving officer in the British Army and was 20 years old when the murders took place. When Chief Inspector Scott inquired whether he had discussed the matter under investigation with anyone, he answered that he had discussed it with his father and the general. He did not identify the general. Snowball admitted that Chestnut phoned him after newspaper reports in December 1978 and that he gave Chestnut his father's telephone number. He also ran into Chestnut on several occasions while serving in Aberdeen. At this point in the interview, Detective Superintendent Ernest Drew appealed to Snowball to assist the inquiry and delivered a homily on guilt. I informed Capt. Snowball that other soldiers found the enormous pressure of guilt so unbearable that they had decided to be completely frank and tell the truth in written statements. I continued by saying that very often the fear of detection filled the consciousness, but when detection came the pressure was relieved and the deep sense of relief made confession a satisfaction. I went on by referring to different cases where men found it necessary to surrender to the police after committing crimes because of the simple fact that the load of the deed done was so heavy they could carry it no longer and had to unburden themselves. The captain sat for a moment or two without speaking and then asked if it would be possible to speak to Staff SGT Denton of the SIB alone. I agreed and Chief Inspector Scott and I withdrew from the room. Denton emerged from the room 20 minutes later, and what followed is contained in a statement later made by Detective Superintendent Drew. On returning to the interview room, I told Snowball that I understood he now wished to tell us about the double murder. He informed us that contrary to what he had previously said, he had in fact been aware that some members of his platoon had been responsible for the murders. Mr. Snowball agreed to make a written statement, and during this time he stopped and muttered, "I never thought they would do it." When Chief Inspector Scott asked what he meant, he informed us that they were always joking in the camp as to what they would do with McGinnis or someone like that, but it had never crossed his mind that they would ever carry it out. Snowball's written statement outlined his duties on the day of the murder and subsequent events. I am reproducing much of it here because it is an aid to understanding some of the inconsistencies present in the whole of the police case, even after the interviews with Chestnut, Byrne, and Hathaway. After our arrival in Fermanagh, we camped for a couple of days down on the border by a salient. We then moved to another site somewhat nearer to Newtown Butler and just off the main road from Wattle Bridge to Newtown Butler. After our arrival at the site, I became aware that a nearby farm was occupied by a man named Non, who was on our suspect list. Though it was known by my men that Non was a provisional, no instructions were ever issued by myself in relation to sightseeing or action to be taken in the event of meeting him. As it was known that he was involved in everything that went down there, his name was discussed on occasions. A day or two after we got to our last site, I went to an O group at Lisnaskea around 1800 HRS, and it was attended by the company commander and platoon commanders. Before leaving for the O group, I gave instructions to my platoon sergeant, SGT Hathaway, that a patrol should go out sometime in the evening within the local area. On the evening referred to, I went to the O group in a Q van which was sent out from Lisnaskea. After the meeting, I returned to my area in a Q van. On my return to base, I went straight to the command post and confirmed that a patrol was on the ground. About half an hour later, the door of the Saracen was opened and someone said the patrol was back. I can't remember who that was. About 5 minutes later, I went out and saw jerry cans of water being poured over soldiers. I can't remember who was there, but I remember SGT Hathaway was one of them. It was dark at the time and there was a torch being used for light. This was taking place within an old shed, and I just stuck my nose in and then went back to the command post. When I looked into the shed, I saw one of the men was cleaning a knife, which I am sure was a folding knife. After spending a few moments in the command post, I made my way towards my basher, which was in the trees close by. As I was moving back to my basher, either SGT Hathaway or Byrne spoke to me, and I asked what had happened when they were out on patrol, as I suspected in my own mind that they could possibly have killed somebody. I can't remember the exact details of what they said, but it was along the lines that they had killed 2 men at Non's farm. I went to my basher where I mulled the whole thing over in my mind and decided that for the good of the army and the regiment it must never go any further. I have never discussed the matter with any other officer except when investigations started and army barristers. I was asked about the possibilities of our involvement, to which I replied, I suppose it is feasible, but I cannot see how it would happen. About 2 years ago, while serving in Germany, SGT Byrne mentioned it to me in passing, but there was no discussion about it. Sometime after the first reports appeared in the papers, an ex-member called Chestnut contacted me by phone while I was serving in Edinburgh. He expressed some anxiety, but I told him not to worry. He contacted me again by phone sometime after he had been seen by police and the reports had appeared in the papers, but I just said, don't do anything stupid. Though I had my suspicions that Chestnut would have been on the patrol, I never was actually aware that he was on it. I knew that SGT Hathaway was on it, but I never actually knew who else was on it, though I always had my suspicions. Staff Sergeant Denton recorded the details of his 20-minute interview. Snowball had admitted that Hathaway and the other members of the patrol had worn their kit turned inside out on the night of the killings. He denied that he had ever spoken to Major Mackenzie or Sergeant Major Higgins about the crime and supported their contention that they had not been in an observation post overlooking the farm on the night in question. He was unable, however, to remember whether a search had been planned for the non-farm on October 24, although he accepted that a search had taken place that day at a sawmill premises adjacent to the farm. Snowball admitted that he might have sent a patrol to cordon off the farm after the killings, but added that he could not honestly remember. Since there were still many anomalies within the evidence, on August 11 RUC detectives McBumey and Scott went to Ritchie Camp at Kirknewton to ask Major Mackenzie if he could enlarge on the information they had received to date. In particular, they wanted to discover whether Non was a leading IRA suspect, whether Q vans were used, and whether a search was planned for Non's farm on October 24. Major Mackenzie made the following statement. Before every operation, i.e. search, we would have held an O group. This would have been during the evening of the day before, and at the O group we would have allocated a search team and dogs if necessary, and I would have given the platoon commander orders as to what I wanted done. If we had decided to search Non's farm, the above procedure would have been carried out. I do not specifically remember an O group for the non-farm search, but if I had decided to search the farm I would have done so after an O group as above. The procedure for selecting a particular house was as follows. The platoon commander would produce a series of names that he believed to be of interest as a result of his normal patrolling. I would compare these with any names I had received from Army/RUC/UDR, and if a name appeared on my list as well, we would plan a search or observe that house. I am not happy about the apparent procedure concerning the stated search on Non's farm. The anomalies are as follows. If we had wanted to search the house of a suspected terrorist as opposed to a routine search, we would have mounted a formal company search. I would not have allowed any visits to the house by a patrol before the search. I also would have done a daylight recce with the platoon commander and the company SGT major. I would also have probably sent the search team back with the platoon commander to be ready for an early search next morning. If a search had been called off because the platoon commander felt that it was compromised, he would himself have returned to tell me. As I have said before, I was not aware of us having a Q van. We used normal military vehicles to travel everywhere. I would like to add that I do not believe that we had planned to search Non's farm at any time. I may well have been given his name, but if I had been told that he was an IRA quartermaster and therefore likely to have weapons and explosives in his possession, I would have planned a more thorough and large-scale operation. At that time there was virtually no information available, and I instructed the platoon commanders to get out and find out as much as they could. They were able to select their own platoon bases as they saw fit. They need only inform me of their locations once they had selected them. They were given an area of operation and each could move around within their areas as they liked. Their duties entailed chat-up patrols to every house in their area and vehicle checkpoints to monitor the traffic. Once they felt that an area or house needed searching, we would arrange this at the next O group. During this period, Non was a non-entity. However, after his murder there was much discussion in the company about the fact that this was an IRA man. I believe that as a result of this the personnel in the platoon have misinterpreted the importance of Non, and that he in our minds at that time assumed an importance after his death which was not apparent before it. I do recall a vehicle was stopped which contained 4 men and which was subsequently released, and that this we felt at the time was probably a mistake as these men were of interest. This information was given to me some time after the vehicle was released, but I cannot say precisely at what stage I got this information or precisely when the vehicle was stopped. Mackenzie's statement ended with an assertion that he had not been informed of the killings and found it difficult to understand why Snowball had kept the matter hidden from him for 7 years. He added that early in 1979 Snowball had phoned him to indicate that the Fermanagh incident had raised concern in the Argyll and Sutherland Highlanders and that he would like to speak to him. Mackenzie had invited him to dinner that following week, but no discussion of the incident had taken place until after dinner, when he had walked Snowball to his car. Snowball had asked what he thought of a report that the Army were involved in the murders. Mackenzie said he told Snowball not to worry, since police would get all the facts and it would turn out to be an IRA smear against the security forces, and Snowball left without mentioning that his soldiers had been involved in the murders. When one examines Mackenzie's statement in detail, it is obvious that his views on central issues conflict sharply with statements made by Snowball. For example, Snowball talks about traveling in a Q van, but Mackenzie says there was none available to his company. Mackenzie describes none as a non-entity, which is contrary to Snowball's belief that none was a provisional and on a suspect list. Mackenzie's statement also refers to a vehicle with 4 men in it, yet in a statement made in 1979 he said specifically that he had no knowledge of the group left at the farm stopping a van with 4 wanted persons in it. I was puzzled when I began to examine the reference to a vehicle. I wondered at first whether it was the car mentioned by Dimpna Brady, who said she saw soldiers talking to 2 people in a black Morris Minor near the entrance to Non's farm at 7:30 p.m. on October 23. However, I rule this out because other evidence had led me to identify another vehicle as the one which was at the farm after the killings. The existence of a civilian vehicle in the vicinity of the farm was confirmed when detectives interviewed other members of 13 Platoon. These soldiers, 6 in all, agreed that a cordon was thrown round the non-farm after the killings. One of those interviewed was Sergeant Joseph Lawrence Burke, who was a corporal in 1972, and his evidence is fascinating because he claims that the decision to seal off the farm was taken at an O Group meeting, which would have been held at Lisnaska or base camp, and that this decision was made in the knowledge that Non and Murray were dead. His evidence about a vehicle also demands scrutiny. I remember the day we were asked at the O Group to go to a farm to seal off the area until the RUC arrived. Mr. Snowball briefed me at the O Group. Prior to being called to the O Group, I was in my basher. I don't know who called me from my basher to go to the O Group. Lieutenant Snowball, Stan Hathaway, Corporal Campbell and Healy were at the O Group. After the briefing at the O Group, I went out and got my patrol together, who were Clark, Carson, Bernie, and one other. I believe that my patrol walked down to the laneway leading to the farm. We checked the farmyard to ensure that there were no vehicles there. We then walked about halfway down the lane leading from the farm to the main road and stayed there all night. I had briefed my patrol prior to leaving the base camp. I told them that we were to seal off the lane leading to the farm as 2 persons had been murdered at the farm and we had to stop any persons entering the farm until the arrival of the RUC. Sometime during the night I stopped and checked a shooting brake coming up the laneway towards the farm. There were 4 male occupants of the shooting brake. They were dressed in light overalls and said they were from Clones. The particulars were circulated to Company HQ and I was informed to allow them to proceed to the farm. The shooting brake left the farm again after about 10-15 minutes. I stopped and searched the occupants and vehicle before allowing it to leave the area. At first light we were withdrawn back to base camp. Later on that day, Chestnut, who shared my bivvy, told me that he had gone with Byrne, Hathaway, and McGuire to the farm the previous evening and murdered people there. He said that they had knocked on the door of the farmhouse and it was opened by Non, who did not tell them anything. Chestnut said that Non was the local quartermaster of the provisionals and the reason he had done it was in revenge for some of our own lads being killed. I assume that the shooting brake with 4 men in it was the vehicle which Mackenzie claims contained 4 wanted men. In his statement of August 1979 he says it was a mistake to allow the 4 men to the farm. Is it believable that men who came from Clones in the Irish Republic and were dressed in overalls would be permitted by company headquarters to proceed on their merry way after spending 10 to 15 minutes at the farm where the owner was apparently not present? Lance Corporal Frederick Clark, who later became a sergeant, was guarding the farm with Burke, but his recollection of the vehicle and its occupants is different. I didn't search the people in the car, but I did recognize them. I don't seem to remember if the vehicle was searched at all. I don't remember if I spoke to any of the men in the vehicle. The vehicle stayed long enough for Corporal Burke to P-check the occupants and then it was released. A P-check means to take all the personal particulars and send them by radio to Newtown Butler Police Station. Although Clark claims he knew the occupants of the car, he does not identify them. He also says the information was relayed to the police. A P-check in 1972 could have taken 5 minutes or an hour. So who were the occupants of this car? I am not inclined to the view that they were wanted men, in other words, members of the IRA. The fact that each of them was dressed in overalls suggests that each worked in a similar profession or were dressed for a collective task. If they were military personnel, what precise task could they have been given? Let us imagine that a cover-up is in progress. 2 men have been murdered and a cordon has been thrown round the farm to prevent access. Would other military or security forces personnel be permitted access? Consider the tidal pitchfork killings and the fact that for 7 years the murders were commonly believed to have been committed with a pitchfork. Yet no such implement was found on the farm by RUC investigators, nor was there any fingerprint evidence. In fact, there was no evidence available to police. If at first the view within military circles was that the murders were committed with a pitchfork or similar implements, is it not possible that in the heat of the moment 4 men in overalls were sent in to clean up and remove any incriminating evidence? The answer lies in the realm of conjecture, but, I suggest, reasonable conjecture. Burke also claims that the area was sealed off to allow for an investigation by the RUC, but according to the statement of Inspector Gilligan, the RUC did not arrive until 6:20 p.m. on October 24 after the body of Murray was found by a civilian, John Patrick Hanna, and according to Burke's evidence he and his men were withdrawn from the farm at first light. When RUC detectives began to interview Burke and the others, they were puzzled by the fact that each soldier had a different impression of the timescale of events on October 23. Corporal Frederick Clark told police that Non's farm was kept under constant observation and that late on the night of October 23 or very early on the 24th he was awoken by soldiers talking, laughing and carrying on. He heard words like stabbed, blood, killed, wash me down, and so on. Clark's description differs from that of Snowball, though it is confirmed by some of his colleagues. I looked out of the tent and saw 4 persons being washed down at the back of a 4-ton lorry. I saw 2 of them with a jerrycan which was sitting on the tailgate of the lorry and they were dipping water over themselves. I saw another man standing in a large metal pot being washed by another man. I would say altogether that there was between 12 and 15 people at the back of the lorry. This scene of jollity is alleged to have taken place late at night or early the next morning, which conflicts with Lieutenant Snowball's concept of the timing of events. Sergeant William Campbell told police he remembered Hathaway's patrol returning from duty before midnight. The question raised by those men who talked of Hathaway and his patrol returning late at night was whether the patrol went out before or after an O Group meeting. Snowball was certain that when he returned from the O Group the killings had already taken place. In attempting to unravel the conflicting assessments about time, one must consider a statement made to the police by Lance Corporal Robert Turnbull Hogan. I remember one night I was detailed for duty as sentry in the camp. My duty was keeping observation of the camp and surrounding area from a position overlooking the camp with Nada, which was a night sight. I was told to keep my eyes open for a patrol coming in between 2:00 m and 3:00 m. I saw 4 soldiers enter the camp and I heard a lot of shouting and heard voices shouting, "Keep the noise down." Which patrol was the one referred to in this statement? That question has never been answered. If it was Hathaway's patrol, then once again one would place the killing after the O Group meeting. Turnbull also revealed that he was using a night observation device, or NOD. Since Major Mackenzie told police that there was one night observation device and that was located at Company HQ, one must assume he was unaware of the presence of the device at 13 Platoon's base. He told police that he might have used a NOD on a routine reconnaissance task on October 23, so was there at least one other device available to D Company. Turnbull Hogan provided an additional piece of enlightening information for the RUC detectives. He said that in February 1973 he was in the company of Chestnut and McGuire when Chestnut mentioned the Pitchfork murders. He told me the patrol had posed as an IRA assassination team by altering their uniforms, by turning their jackets inside out, and by wearing cap comforters on their heads, and by not wearing puttees on their trousers. Chestnut said they went into the barn on the farm and one of the men, thinking the patrol was an IRA patrol, said, "I didn't tell them nothing." The patrol then killed the 2 men by stabbing them. This account suggests a premeditated ploy which led to murder. If the patrol dressed to look like an IRA team, one needs to ask whether such a ploy would have been decided on the spur of the moment. Could these have been the three men dressed in military uniform whom Dimpna Brady saw? She took them to be army, but thought they were wearing black berets. Oliver Malarkey saw a similar group of 4 men 45 minutes earlier, but he described the black berets as the Glengarry type. Do these descriptions fit a patrol with cap comforters on their heads and their uniforms turned inside out? That is another dimension to the story which remains to this day unanswered. Another question which constantly emerged but remained a mystery was whether the cordon search ordered for the farm took place on 23 or October 24. Sergeant James Healy of 13 Platoon informed police that at a briefing on October 23 he was told there was to be a cordon search. He said he was detailed to remain and guard the base camp with 4 others, which implies that most of the platoon was engaged in the cordon search. Healy believed that Hathaway's group was a reconnaissance patrol which would have gone to the farm in advance of a search if procedures were being followed. Either SGT Hathaway or Byrne ordered me to go and inspect my sentries. I did this and finished duty and went to bed. My relief was L/Corporal Burke. I did not see any of the recce patrol before going to bed. I only either saw Hathaway or Byrne, and there was nothing abnormal about him at that time. Some time later I was awakened, at which time the cordon search operation began, leaving myself and 3 or 4 others at the bivvy area. I cannot say what time this was, but normally it would have been an hour before first light. Like much of the evidence, Healy's estimate of time is confusing. His reference to first light raises the possibility that the cordon search that was about to take place was the one Snowball and Mackenzie said happened at a sawmill adjacent to Non's farm. One might, however, deduce from his timings that the killings occurred while he was asleep and that this would have been nighttime and not early evening. Despite so many inconsistencies and unanswered questions, the RUC proceeded with charges against 4 members of 13 Platoon, Hathaway, Byrne, Chestnut, and Snowball. Hathaway and Byrne were charged with murdering Non and Murray, Chestnut was charged with the killing of Murray, and Snowball faced a charge that, knowing that offenses had been committed, he withheld that information from the police. The Army provided legal assistance for Hathaway, Byrne, and Snowball, but denied it to Chestnut. The case of the Pitchfork murders is one of the most complex I have encountered as a writer and journalist. There are many aspects which I find disturbing. It seems that a cover-up was sustained for a long period of time. The farm was apparently sealed off after the killings to allow for a cleaning up operation. No pitchfork or similar implement was found, despite the fact that Non would have possessed such normal farm implements, and despite the belief that a pitchfork or pitchforks were used in the killings. Police investigations revealed that a considerable number of soldiers knew about the involvement of members of 13 Platoon but were content to conceal the facts. If there was indeed a cleanup operation, at what level was it ordered? Can any credence be placed on the claim that the vehicle on the farm after the killing contained 4 wanted men and the Army mistakenly allowed it to be present on the farm for 10 to 15 minutes and leave without hindrance? One is therefore left with nagging doubts. Was there a large operation? Staff Sergeants Denton and Stronach during interrogation suggested that Hathaway went to the farm to rough up Non but not to kill him. One either accepts that or believes that the 2 men were killed in revenge for the murder of Private McCullough of the 1st Argyll and Sutherland Highlanders, and that Hathaway and his patrol dressed in an unusual fashion that night so that if they were seen it would be thought they were IRA. The scenes of jollity, the washing off of blood and the general atmosphere in the camp are an appalling indictment of the members of 13 Platoon, their training, or their understanding of the nature of their role in Northern Ireland. We shall never know what really happened, and that alone is a sad reflection not just on Hathaway, Byrne, and Chestnut but on the whole of 13 Platoon if not D Company and the 1st Argyll and Sutherland Highlanders Regiment. In January 1981 the law did, however, deal with the central characters in the case. Hathaway and Byrne eventually pleaded guilty and were sentenced to life imprisonment, both of them electing to serve their sentence in Britain. During the trial Hathaway was severely tested under cross-examination and was emotionally weakened. Chestnut pleaded guilty to the lesser charge of manslaughter and was given 4 years imprisonment. He had spent 2 years in custody and was released after the trial because of the 50% remission rule in Northern Ireland, which allows for convicted terrorists to serve only half a stipulated sentence. He left Northern Ireland, and I am led to understand that he changed his name. Captain Snowball received a 1-year suspended sentence for withholding information. In April 1981, the Army made it known that Snowball had resigned his commission. While the Pitchfork inquiry was at its zenith, on June 11, 1979, a brief news report written by a highly respected freelance journalist, Yvonne McMichael, appeared in BBC News bulletins. It stated that 3 members of the Argyll and Sutherland Highlanders were being interviewed at Castlereagh police station in Belfast in connection with the murder of a Fermanagh butcher, Lewis Leonard, in December 1972. Leonard had been stabbed and shot 5 times, and his body had been found in a fridge in his butchery shop. The report was correct, but the matter was never resolved. To this day, the killing of Leonard, who like Non and Murray was a Catholic, has remained a bizarre mystery. When Leonard's body was found, 2 nationalist MPs sought to blame the Army, but without evidence. 26-year-old Lewis Leonard was married with a young son and was regarded as a respectable member of the community in Derryland village in South Fermanagh. The fact that he was also an experienced terrorist remained a well-guarded secret until 4 years after his death. On December 15, 1972, he was working late in his shop preparing Christmas orders. At 10:40 p.m. he was visited by his brother Barry, who was the last person to admit seeing him alive. At 11 p.m. Lewis Leonard's wife Betty arrived outside the shop and found it locked. Leaving the van with the keys in the ignition in an alleyway separating the butcher's premises from another shop, she made her way to a local hotel and inquired if anyone had seen her husband. She was informed that people had been at the shop earlier. Betty Leonard went home to Lisnaskea believing, she claimed, that her husband would find the van and drive it to their house. The following morning she phoned the police and told them her husband was missing. At lunchtime, friends of the Leonard family forced entry to the butcher's shop and found Lewis's body in a large walk-in fridge. He had been shot 5 times in the head and chest with .45 and .38 caliber weapons, which would undoubtedly have been handguns, either revolvers or pistols. Police began to piece together Leonard's movements on the night of December 15, in particular to discover whether he had been seen after 10:40 p.m. According to an eyewitness account, a large expensive-looking car had stopped outside Leonard's shop sometime between 10:40 and 11 p.m. The eyewitness, a woman, was sitting in a car parked outside a hotel opposite Leonard's shop when she saw a well-dressed man approach the shop and furtively look through a side window. He then went to his car and drove off after several minutes. Some 10 minutes later the car returned and 2 men stepped out, one of them the same well-dressed man. The eyewitness told police that he constantly rubbed his hands together as if to ward off the coldness of the night. His companion was wearing overalls. The stranger walked to the front door of the shop and the eyewitness remembered having seen them in the company of Lewis Leonard and assumed they were friends. She saw the car leave and noticed that the lights in the shop were extinguished. Another female witness also saw a dark-colored car and 2 men fitting a similar description. The second witness told police that she saw a man aged about 40 who appeared to be working at one of the car wheels because he adopted a squatting position as he approached. His companion, who was in his 30s, walked from Leonard's shop, placed an object in his pocket, locked the door and got into the car. The other man, who was over 6 foot tall, joined him and the vehicle drove away. This evidence led investigating detectives to the view that Leonard was killed before the 2 mystery men left the shop. In March 1973 the police case assumed a more intriguing character with the evidence of new witnesses, some of whom saw lights on in Leonard's shop at 1:30 am on December 16. This conflicted with earlier evidence from one of the female witnesses who saw the shop in darkness before 11 p.m. and from Betty Leonard who arrived at the premises at exactly 11 p.m. to find it locked and with no lights on. One witness testified that a Morris 1100 van matching the description of Lewis Leonard's was parked outside the shop at approximately 1:45 am. This was also a curious detail because police found the van in the alleyway on the morning of December 16 in exactly the spot where Betty Leonard said she had left it. Another witness alleged that 3 men, one of them in a white coat of the type worn by a butcher, were standing in front of Leonard's shop between 1:00 and 1:30 am. Even though Leonard's father reported that soldiers had photographed Leonard in his shop 1 week before his death, the case remained a mystery. At the time of the inquest, the one important piece of information about the secret life of Louis Leonard was missing: his membership of the Provisional IRA. The photographing of Leonard by soldiers is certainly irregular, and may well have been intended as a threat or a warning, or else devised to force him to run, to come into the open and reveal his contacts. As the Pitchfork inquiry proved, there were many unanswered questions about military tactics. On the other hand, it could have been a sectarian killing. Post-mortem evidence suggested that Leonard did not struggle, and if the IRA was settling a score, Leonard would not have been given an opportunity to resist. However, the IRA theory is a weak one, because the Provos commemorated Leonard after waiting 4 years to allow for his widow to receive £20,000 compensation from the British government for the unlawful killing of an innocent man. Since the IRA has never been known to honour someone executed by them, one may speculate that the killers were either loyalists or soldiers. The loyalist paramilitaries, the UVF and UDA, never claimed responsibility for the killing, but that would not rule out their involvement. In many instances, they neglect to admit responsibility either to confuse investigating agencies or to shift responsibility, if only temporarily, towards others. The dark-colored car seen outside Leonard's shop that night was never traced, though there were suggestions that it had a Belfast registration number. There was no hard evidence against the UVF or UDA. However, as I will show later in this book, loyalist paramilitaries, particularly the UVF, were capable of identifying and executing people such as Leonard. 6. Robert Nyrock, hero or villain. The organisation whose activities in Northern Ireland are always shrouded in secrecy and controversy is the Special Air Service Regiment. In the early years of the conflict, 10 Downing Street issued frequent denials that the SAS had a role in Northern Ireland, in response to constant accusations by nationalist and Republican politicians that the SAS was secretly stationed in the province with the aim of conducting an assassination campaign. These accusations became part of the IRA propaganda war, as the IRA claimed that unsolved murders were the work of SAS patrols. The SAS image of stealth, firepower, aggression and efficient killing power was such that successive British governments were reluctant to admit that the SAS played any role in Northern Ireland for fear that such an admission would tend to support IRA allegations or give added impetus to the criticism of the SAS by nationalist and Republican politicians. It is unthinkable that the SAS should not have been deployed in some capacity in the early 1970s for the simple reason that the British Army found itself fighting a serious urban guerrilla war and a dangerous conflict in border areas such as South Armagh, for which regular soldiers were not adequately trained or equipped. The plain fact is that the SAS did have a limited role in Northern Ireland from the early 1970s, and Kitson used SAS personnel to train MRF units. However, after increased violence in 1975, the public clamour in the United Kingdom was so vociferous that the government felt justified in publicly announcing the deployment of the SAS on January 7, 1976. The events of 1975 which strengthened British resolve to use the SAS included a bombing campaign in Britain, the murder in South Armagh of members of a Catholic pop group by the UVF and members of the UDR, and a new campaign of terror by loyalist paramilitaries in the border area. In January 1976, 2 incidents finally moved the decision on the SAS to the top of the political agenda: the killing of 5 Catholics on January 4 and the murder of 10 Protestant workmen the following day. These cases of mass murder by paramilitaries on both sides finally convinced the Prime Minister, Harold Wilson, that South Armagh needed to be subdued, and the one regiment capable of seeking out the perpetrators of such crimes was the SAS. Initially only 11 members of the SAS were available to be deployed, but within 2 months there were 60 SAS soldiers in South Armagh. Their presence in Northern Ireland determined the need for accurate intelligence and, as with all SAS operations, their work was to remain secret. Special intelligence units responsible only to MI5 were established to provide hard information for the SAS. One person who was quickly recognized as someone capable of working with them in South Armagh was a young man with experience in that region as an intelligence operative liaising between military intelligence and special branch. Robert Nyrick was born in 1948 and was the youngest of 4 children to Maurice and Barbara Nyrick. Maurice Nyrick was a general practitioner and later became an eye surgeon. It would later appear ironic that Maurice was Catholic and his wife Protestant, a division which was mirrored in a society where their son would later become famous and infamous. The family lived initially in the north of England and enjoyed a comfortable middle-class lifestyle. At the age of 10 Robert was sent to Gilling Castle Preparatory School and 1 year later to the leading Roman Catholic boarding school, Ampleforth College, which was presided over by Basil Hume. In his years at preparatory school and at Ampleforth, Robert Nyrick excelled at sports including rugby and boxing and enjoyed outdoor pursuits such as fishing and wildfowling. At Ampleforth he was regarded as a romantic, always acting out a part, perhaps the role of a historical figure with whom he was enamored at a particular time. One of his tutors felt that young Nyrick was insecure, concerned always to prove himself and measure up to figures like T.E. Lawrence. This same tutor later remarked, "I always expected him to come to a sad end because I always saw a sad end to his nature." He tried to excel at all sports but at fly fishing he was a perfectionist. By the time he left Ampleforth for Oxford he was the epitome of the successful schoolboy. At Lincoln College, Oxford, he studied medieval and military history, but created sufficient time away from his studies to enjoy his outdoor pursuits, to the extent that he kept a hawk in his room and occasionally used it for hunting. During his periods at home he tended his collection of animals and birds which included a polecat, ferret, buzzard, kestrel and goshawk. At Oxford he resurrected the almost defunct boxing club and became a boxing blue. He was also good with his fists outside the ring and enjoyed a good punch-up. Nyrick shied away from women, preferring his own company and pursuits or the companionship of men. While at Oxford he joined the Grenadier Guards and completed his finals, not in cap and gown, but in his army uniform. One of his tutors felt that Robert Nyrick showed little sympathy for much in the modern world and believed the army would engage and realize his romanticism. After Oxford he undertook a postgraduate course at Sandhurst. During this time he took part in an exercise where he was given a platoon and told to take a hill which was being held by the Gurkhas, who knew from experience to expect an attack from a particular direction. Nyrick impressed his superiors by choosing an unorthodox route for a successful attack which involved taking his men through arduous terrain, and proving that he was not foolhardy but took only calculated risks. In 1973 Lieutenant Robert Nyrick was on the streets of Northern Ireland, learning at first hand about a conflict between Catholics and Protestants. Because of his own background, he found it difficult to understand that people of different religions could kill each other. He was a devout Catholic who regularly attended Mass as a child and teenager and also, though less frequently, as an adult. When he returned home on leave his parents detected that he was shocked by the bitterness and hatred he encountered in Northern Ireland and the dreadful social conditions in Catholic ghettos such as Ardoyne in North Belfast. Whatever disillusionment he may have felt, his first taste of duty in Belfast did not deter him from seeking out a more daring role in the Irish conflict. He did not need to plead for a change in status because his immediate grasp of the complexities of Northern Ireland and his intellectual and soldiering abilities made him an obvious candidate for undercover work. There has and probably always will be controversy and conflicting claims about the organization he joined in 1973, after his first 6-month tour of duty, but suffice it to record at this stage that it was not regular army. He was sent to Kenya, where he underwent a lengthy survival course. On his return he told his parents that he had been forced to live off whatever he shot. His mother was convinced that her son was undertaking a military role which was best suited to his talents and ambitions. A colleague who knew him at that time has remarked that the survival course was an ideal test, since Nyrick was always looking for ways of assessing himself. After Kenya he attended a course at Warminster on psychological operations. Finally he was sent to Hereford, now Stirling Lines, where he was trained by members of the SAS in intelligence gathering and field work. Nyrick also spent some time in the Army Intelligence Wing of the School of Service Intelligence, where he learned about the methods and techniques for collecting information, particularly surveillance, which provides most of the combat intelligence available to commanders in the field. In April 1975 he received a tankard as a gift from Special Branch colleagues in Armagh. This is the only indication that after his 6 months as a regular soldier in Belfast he was working with Special Branch. The only members of the forces who worked closely with Special Branch were military intelligence operatives, the SAS, and a new grouping, the 14th Intelligence, which was an SAS-trained organization whose task was to conduct covert operations in certain defined areas of Northern Ireland. The 14th Intelligence comprised 50 to 100 operatives and was divided into smaller units which used as their cover the bases of regular army regiments. Robert Nyrick was attached to 4 Field Survey Troop of the Royal Engineers stationed at Castledillon in County Armagh. Castledillon is an estate which in 1974 was the base for the Royal Engineers, but there is no official record of 4 Field Survey Troop. However, Roger Freeman, the Parliamentary Under-Secretary of State for the Armed Forces, admitted in 1988 that this survey troop did exist, was formed early in 1973 and was disbanded in late 1975. Freeman also admitted that 4 Field Survey Troop was stationed at Castledillon in 1974-5 but that all documents relating to that period have, as a matter of normal procedure, been destroyed. When Roger Freeman was asked in Parliament for additional information about this survey troop, his reply served only to explain the nature of a normal resurvey troop, namely that its role was to provide or process aerial photographs, ground surveys, and maps for the Army as required, and did not answer the specific question about a survey troop which does not appear on the Royal Engineers list for 1973-5. In fact, smaller units from 14th Intelligence were so disguised solely because of their secretive role and because their operations were run and controlled from London. A member of RUC Special Branch who met Robert Nyrick in 1974-5 observed, "Robert was a professional and in no respect could he be considered naive. He was working for a secret organization which was based in several parts of Northern Ireland. Even on the Castledillon base, he and fellow operatives were housed in separate quarters and no one, was allowed access to their work. They remained apart from ordinary members of the security forces." This Special Branch officer also described a meeting with Nyrick and an old man from London, whom I assume to be Maurice Oldfield or Peter Wright. He said Nyrick and this man sought information on the whereabouts of a large IRA explosives dump. The old man simply stressed the importance of the operation and left. I never saw him again. Robert wanted me to use my major informer even though it might put him at risk. Robert was interested in identifying the dump and booby-trapping it. I told him my informer might just be one of the guys who was sent to take something from the dump. Robert didn't care but I told him to fuck off. I was prepared to do my best to find the dump because we all knew that a lot of stuff had come into Ireland, but if it meant finding the particular dump in my district and risking an informer who had long-term potential, there was no way I was going to do that. Having said that, I had a great respect for Robert's ability, and people who say he was naive didn't know him. He was good. Whether Nyrick was working for 14th Intelligence or SAS, he was undertaking dangerous tasks, operating in the most violent and potentially risky parts of Northern Ireland in what was known as the Bandit Country of South Armagh. He spent much of his time out in the field and also liaised with Special Branch personnel and military intelligence operatives. Captain Fred Holroyd, who was a military intelligence agent, met Nyrick in South Armagh and was convinced that he was an SAS member. It was not until 1975 that the British government admitted that the SAS were being posted to Northern Ireland. For the previous 6 years, both Tory and Labour administrations had denied that SAS troops were being deployed in the province. From 1969 onwards, nationalist politicians, the nationalist population and the Irish government attributed killings to the SAS, and the image of that regiment was of a gung-ho organisation. It would have been difficult at any time until 1975, when major sectarian atrocities occurred, to justify the use of the SAS in the conflict. After 1975, an admission that SAS personnel had served in Northern Ireland before 1975 would have been tantamount to saying that successive governments had lied. There is no reason why the SAS should not have been used for 6 years in other guises, such as the Military Reconnaissance Force or for Field Survey Troop or, for that matter, the organization revealed in 1988 to be 14th Intelligence. In some respects, the organization to which Robert Nyrick belonged is irrelevant, in that it is sufficient to recognize that he was an undercover operative. Although Nyrick's version of the story is not known, some of his undercover work now seems absurd. He frequented bars in the Republican stronghold of Crossmaglen village in the company of regular army patrols, though he often carried a double-barreled shotgun, which was not a normal military weapon. One naturally asks why he sought to draw so much attention to himself. He talked to bar customers and encouraged many of them to believe he was Irish. For example, he told an elderly lady from Crossmaglen that he was born in Spittal in Connemara on the west coast of Ireland. Since she herself was born in Connemara, she questioned the young soldier about Spittal, and he satisfied her curiosity by describing a derelict cottage in a townland known to her. He told another resident that he was from Westmeath. In Paddy Short's pub in Crossmaglen he adopted a Belfast accent which fooled many of the customers. Short remembers thinking there was something devious about the young soldier, whom he later discovered was Robert Nyrick. He also recalls that Nyrick claimed to be from the Ardoyne area of North Belfast. Nyrick was not averse to singing Republican ballads in the pubs and earned himself the nickname Danny Boy. Many people have found this dimension to his work particularly risky if not silly. However, in the light of information conveyed to me, I am convinced that Nyrick was behaving so differently from other soldiers for a deliberate purpose. By expressing an empathy with everything Irish, showing a knowledge of the counties, claiming an Irish birthplace, and through his singing, he was establishing a political and cultural identity in the hope that disaffected Republicans or Provisionals would recognize him as someone with whom they could communicate. The role he was playing also made him more acceptable in a volatile anti-British area. His period in Crossmaglen afforded him the time and opportunity to talk to people and assess their strengths and weaknesses, and his play acting made it possible for a British soldier, albeit an intelligence officer, to converse with Republicans. It is difficult for those who have not been to areas such as Crossmaglen and other parts of South Armagh to understand that Nyrick was subtly and cleverly interrogating people, assessing their potential as informers and possibly providing cover for other spies. Some people in Crossmaglen may have thought him devious, but they did not consider him to be an intelligence officer. When he was seen talking to an informer, therefore, it was in the guise of Danny Boy, who sings Irish songs and lies about his Irish ancestry. To some extent, Nyrick was theatrical and suspended disbelief sufficiently to allow himself space to operate, but at a price. When working outside Crossmaglen he had to be sure that his disguises were professionally applied. In 1977 Nyrick was stationed at Bessbrook Mill, the base for the 1st Battalion of the Worcestershire and Foresters Regiment. His duties were still to provide intelligence for combat forces such as the SAS. His area of operation remained South Armagh, but of particular interest was the district surrounding Drumenty, a hamlet several miles north of the border with the Irish Republic and halfway between the troubled towns of Jonesboro and Forkhill, which, with Crossmaglen nearby, represented the most dangerous area for troops, whether they were on foot, in the air or in armoured convoys. It was and remains a part of Northern Ireland where strangers, including journalists, are regarded with suspicion, and where the IRA runs its operations without referral to the Army Council in Dublin or the leadership in Belfast. As one high-ranking provisional put it, in South Armagh they do their own thing. Those guys don't like anyone, including the media. They don't concern themselves with the niceties of politics or propaganda. In fact, they are dangerous and professional. They know their neighborhood and they run their own war down there. The provisionals in South Armagh possessed some of the most expert bomb makers within the IRA, and active service units who knew the landscape because they lived there. Their intimacy with the countryside and their support from local people ensured their protection and receipt of information regarding the movements of soldiers and vehicles. According to security forces assessments, the provisionals regularly carried out spectacular operations within a 3-mile radius of Drumenti. These included a landmine explosion which killed 4 soldiers, 2 other landmines which killed an army explosives expert, Captain Gleason, and a private, and the shooting of a police constable and rifleman. Captain Robert Nyrick was given an intelligence briefing on this area and informed that the 3 Steps Inn, which held music sessions, much like Short's pub in Crossmaglen, was a well-known meeting place for IRA men and sympathizers. Nyrick was asked if he could infiltrate the premises, become a regular customer, identify known members of the provisionals and seek to develop contacts. It was a dangerous mission, but considered to be worth the risk. Unlike other intelligence operatives, Nyrick would be working alone. He was capable of mimicking a Portadown accent which could be readily recognized and accepted. He knew the area and was able to voice the sentiments and songs identified with republicanism. Having practiced the techniques in Crossmaglen, he was now more experienced, self-assured, and knowledgeable. If he could identify any of the faces in the pub from photographic records of known provisionals, it would help construct a picture of Drumenti and its inhabitants, including those who were being sheltered. Nyrick's manner of working differed greatly from that of military intelligence operatives in other parts of Northern Ireland. Normally an operative would enter premises such as the 3 Steps only if he knew that 3 days earlier a small backup team had dug in nearby and that another agent was also on the premises to provide a distraction or immediate protection in the event of danger. However, this method was not suited to South Armagh, where the local population was forever vigilant and supportive of the IRA and more than one stranger in a pub was likely to attract too much attention. Another reason why Nyrick worked alone is that his information was used not for regular army operations but for the SAS, and there were not enough similar operatives available to provide the cover he would normally have required. As with every SAS operation, secrecy is of paramount importance and success depends on few people knowing of plans and objectives. For this reason, Nyrick's contacts with special branch and military intelligence were kept to a level which required liaison but they were never developed operationally. At 9:00 p.m. on Saturday, May 14, 1977, Robert Lawrence Nyrick was in his quarters at Bessbrook Mill preparing for a trip to Drumenti. He put on a shoulder holster, placed his 9mm Browning pistol in it and lifted 2 magazines. Then he informed Captain David Allen Collett, who was on duty, that he was leaving the base. Collett says Nyrick was dressed in civilian clothes and before he left he checked out his Browning pistol and the 2 magazines. Nyrick said he was going to the 3 Steps Inn but did not offer an explanation for his visit to the pub, though he said he would return to base at 11:30 p.m. Nyrick left Bessbrook Mill at 9:25 p.m. in a red Triumph car, registration CIB 4253. 23 minutes later he used his radio telephone and his call sign 48 Oscar to inform the base operations room that he was en route to Drumenti. 2 other calls were received from him at 9:52 and 9:56. At 9:58 he made his last call to indicate that he was closing communications and was at his destination. Did the operations personnel know that this was his second visit to the 3 Steps Inn in 48 hours? That has never been made clear, but a Drumenti housewife, Kathleen Johnston, saw Nyrick in the 3 Steps on Friday, May 13. At around 9:00 p.m. my husband Patrick and I went down to the 3 Steps for a drink. A neighbor had a drink too many and kept coming back and forward to us. I have seen a photograph of a man identity was broken almost immediately by an IRA officer. SAS morale must now be shattered as one of their most high-ranking officers has been arrested, interrogated, executed, and has disappeared without a trace. The IRA were playing a game of nerves, and Nyrik's intelligence colleagues had to consider seriously the prospect that he was alive. The absence of a body also forced a decision to halt and even abandon certain operations because of the risk that they were compromised. Those who knew Robert Nyrik felt certain that he would not break under torture, but the intelligence services had to be sure. Was the IRA hiding the body to create paranoia and force the army to abandon some of its operations, or did the IRA have in its possession vital information extracted from Captain Nyrik? Answers to those questions were required quickly. Meanwhile, the army was busy confusing the media about Captain Nyrik's professional role, though Brigadier David Woodford of 3 Infantry Brigade, which covered the South Armagh area, was more forthright, saying that Nyrik worked occasionally with the SAS. Some of the questions were answered towards the end of May with the arrest of 24-year-old Liam Patrick Townsend, from May outside Newry. Townsend, the son of an English civil servant, was living in Dundalk and was known to be a provisional. He was on a security forces suspects list in Northern Ireland, and it was as a result of information from Northern Ireland sources that the Gardaí picked him up as he sat in a car at a roadblock near the border. Townsend was charged with the murder within a matter of days, and on November 8, 1977, with no body on which to base the charge, 3 judges sitting without a jury in Dublin's Special Criminal Court found Townsend guilty of murdering Captain Robert Lawrence Nyrik. It was only the 3rd recorded case in the Republic's history where no body was found. The conviction was made on the basis of 2 statements which Townsend denied making. In all he made 7 statements, but only 2 were considered admissible as evidence. He was sentenced to penal servitude for life. The case proved complex, but little was revealed about the life or activities of the victim. Captain Collett told the court that he saw Nyrik leave Bessbrook Mill with his Browning pistol and that the pistol had been specially modified by Nyrik. It had a filed-down butt and the normal safety catch had been replaced with a larger one. The holster was of a type designed to allow the weapon to hang under the armpit. Captain Nyrik also possessed a personal pistol, which was found in his room after his disappearance. Captain Collett accepted that one was indeed a personal weapon but could not express an opinion about the Browning because service weapon numbers were not disclosed for security reasons. In the Triumph car a powerful microphone was hidden under the seat, the normal radio was adapted for sophisticated communication, and a button on the dashboard was designed to act as an emergency signal for assistance. The court also heard that Townsend had taken Gardaí detectives to Ravensdale and in one place had indicated a concealed package containing 2 guns, one the modified Browning and the other a weapon belonging to himself. At another spot he pointed out a plastic bag containing clothing which he said belonged to Nyrik's killers. Among the clothing was a pullover owned by Townsend, and under an armpit forensic experts found a strand of hair which matched hairs on a brush belonging to Nyrik. There was also blood on the pullover, and the court accepted it as Nyrik's blood even though the army had no record of his blood group. The defense case was based on the contention that 6 of the statements had been made under duress and that one was not even in the accused's handwriting. The judges ruled 5 of the statements inadmissible on the grounds that Townsend had been denied constitutional rights during the periods of interrogation. However, what was acceptable was damning and disgusting and helped to resolve some of the awful mystery surrounding the soldier's disappearance. Townsend admitted the murder in these terms. "I shot the British captain. He never told us anything. He was a great soldier. I had been drinking in a pub in Dundalk. Danny O'Rourke came in. He told me to get a bit of hardware and there was a job to be done. We went down the road in Kevin Crilly's car. I got my gun, a .32 revolver. I went to the bridge near the road at Ravensdale. I fired a shot from the gun on the way out to test it. They were all there when I got there but I don't think young McCoy was there. I had a lot of drink taken. I asked the captain who he was and he said he was a sticky. I asked him who he knew and he said Seamus Murphy from Druminty. I told him I didn't believe him, that he was a British soldier and I had to kill him. I hit him on the head with my fist and then the butt of my gun. He said, "You're going to kill me, can I have a priest?" He was in a bad state. I aimed at his head. I only put one in him. The gun misfired a few times. I left the body there and went home across the fields. I don't know where the body is, and that's the truth. Townsend did not have a proper relationship with the truth, and it is doubtful if his admission fully explains the dirty nature of the final span of Robert Nyrick's life or the whereabouts of his body. But Townsend was only part of the story. North of the border, the RUC relentlessly pursued their inquiries, and 1 year later 5 South Armagh men appeared in court in Belfast charged in connection with the murder. The case made legal history because it was the first time people had been tried in a UK court for an offence committed in the Irish Republic. 3 of the men, 21-year-old Gerard Fearon, 18-year-old Thomas Morgan and 33-year-old Daniel O'Rourke, were jointly charged with murder. Michael McCoy, aged 20, was charged with kidnapping, and Owen Rocks, aged 22, with the crime of withholding information about the kidnapping of Nyrick. Owen Rocks made a statement which mentioned people who have been sought by police but never apprehended. He described a conversation with Pat McGuire, Terry McCormick, Kevin Crilly and O'Rourke. McCormick, according to Rocks, said, "We think that fellow at the bar is an SAS man. We're going to take him outside and give him a good hiding." Rocks said he would assist. 10 minutes later Nyrick left the bar, followed by McCormick and McGuire, and about 30 seconds later by Crilly. Rocks stated that he knew they were going to take Nyrick away in a car. This has a more serious implication than his initial use of the colloquialism hiding, which means a beating. He told police he took no part in what happened and instead accepted a lift from McCoy. On their way home they overtook a bronze-colored Cortina which contained about 5 men and was traveling slowly. The Cortina was being driven by Crilly, and Townsend was sitting in the front passenger seat. I think Pat McGuire was in the back because I think I heard his voice. Somebody in the back of the Cortina spoke to McCoy. I didn't hear what was said. I had a good idea what they were up to when I saw Townsend with them. I heard someone in the back of the Cortina say to Michael McCoy, "Do you think this fellow is SAS?" McCoy said he couldn't tell. McCoy then drove off to the Fairways Hotel in Dundalk. According to Rocks, Townsend's appearance alerted him to the intentions of the occupants of the other car, yet he and McCoy were content to go to a hotel for a late-night drink knowing a man was about to be killed. McCoy told the police he remembered Nyrick in the 3 Steps because he had black shaggy hair, a mustache, and a long black coat. However, McCoy did not subscribe to the hiding or beating theory. He said Rocks instructed him that McCormick and others were going to remove the SAS man for questioning and not to get involved. McCoy remarked that he saw Nyrick being beaten by McGuire and McCormick in the car park. The man struggled to get up and staggered. I caught hold of him and McGuire and McCormick took him off me. Just then a fellow called Crilly pulled alongside the car park and McGuire and McCormick put him into Crilly's orange-colored Cortina. McCoy sought to diminish his role in the abduction of Nyrick and offered a curious time scale, similar to the one claimed by Rocks. McCoy argued that after the abduction he returned to the bar, finished a drink, begged a lift home to Forkhill, where he arrived at his father's home at 11:45 and collected the family car, drove back to the 3 Steps, bought petrol, and with Rocks aboard headed for Dundalk. On the way there, they passed Crilly's Cortina. Townsend was in it and someone in a rear seat said, "Is that a good job that was done?" McCoy replied, "It's not a bad job." He maintained he knew they were referring to the killing of Nyrick. Thomas Morgan, who was accused of murder, implicated not only Rocks and Crilly in the abduction but many others. The dance band was loading up and about 5 minutes later I saw McCormick go over to the SAS man and say something to him. The SAS man then walked out of the pub and through the front door. McCormick followed him out. Paddy McGuire followed McCormick. I walked out after McCormick and McGuire and Fearon came with me. Danny O'Rourke and Michael McCoy went out too. Owen Rocks came out with us and Kevin Crilly left the pub too. I knew all these boys were in on it. When I got out I noticed that Paddy Maguire was blocking the space between the band's minibus and the front door so that no one else could get out of the pub. I could see McCormick over at his car taking a red and black scarf and putting it over his face. At this time the SAS man was at the top of the car park. I want to tell you that I didn't scout the road down to the border the way I said before this statement. That was lies. I saw McCormick walk up the car park after the SAS man, and after a short time I heard a scuffle and McCormick shouted on us to come up. In the ensuing fight Captain Nyrick dropped his revolver. McCormick warned the others of its existence and searched for it while the majority of the men crowded round the soldier, beat him and restrained him. McCormick found the modified Browning and placed it against the soldier's head with the warning, "Don't move you fucker or I'll shoot you." Crilly and Morgan were both told to fetch their cars and, according to Morgan, as he walked towards his car he glimpsed some of the men kicking Nyrick and pulling him by the hair. Nyrick was eventually forced into Crilly's car with the Browning jammed between his shoulder blades. 2 cars left the Three Steps car park. Crilly's bronze Cortina drove off with O'Rourke in the front passenger seat and Nyrick in the rear with McCormick and Maguire at either side of him. Morgan followed in his car accompanied by Gerard Fearon. Both vehicles drove to Ravensdale Forest as though by pre-arrangement and stopped beside the bridge over the River Fleury. Nyrick was forced out of the car, and Crilly left with O'Rourke to fetch Townsend or some of the boys. This last phrase, used by Morgan during police interrogation, implies that the hitmen, senior IRA figures or what a leading provisional has since called the real IRA, were being summoned, and that Morgan and the others were not provisionals. The evidence indicates that they were certainly not senior members. The phrase Townsend or some of the boys could also be interpreted to mean that Townsend was not one of the boys, not a provisional, since the phrase when used in this context in Ireland invariably means IRA. Though it is a puzzling phrase, my research proved that Townsend was in the IRA. One is therefore obliged to conclude that the phrase was intended to indicate a wish that Townsend be contacted, but that if he was not available some of the other boys in the neighborhood be summoned. Of all those legally held to be connected with either the abduction or death of Nyrick, only Fearon and Townsend admitted to IRA membership. My research confirmed that only these two were in the IRA, though I was unable to determine whether Crilly, Maguire and McCormick, who have never been charged, were anything more than Republican sympathizers. There is no evidence that they were in the IRA, and Fearon, who named the other members of the IRA in his area when questioned by police, did not seek to name Crilly, Maguire or McCormick as IRA members, even though they were with him on that night. In the course of examining the death of Nyrick I spoke to a high-ranking provisional. It was he who used the phrase the real IRA, and when one contextualizes the phrase one is obliged to look closely at those involved in the tragic episode and the manner in which they behaved. The leading provisional to whom I spoke said, "It may well be that, after Nyrick was executed, the real IRA moved in and took over. They then analyzed what happened and dealt with the removal of the body." This person offered no information aside from this brief comment, which is nonetheless an interesting remark. The phrase real IRA suggests to me that the abduction and murder of Nyrick was not an operation planned by the IRA, even though, as we know, at least 2 members of the IRA were involved. McCormick and Maguire appeared always to be in control, and this suggests that they were not merely Republican sympathizers, but it is odd that they sent for Townsend, unless they were seeking orders on what course of action to take. If they believed they were in possession of a member of the SAS, then they would have understood his value to the IRA and the requirement to refer the matter upwards. However, while they waited for the arrival of Townsend and possibly others, Maguire and McCormick began to question Nyrick brutally. Morgan gave an account of what happened. "I went down into the field and down the side of the bridge. The soldier was sitting on his bottom with his back and head against the wall. He had his hands over his face as if he was trying to save his face. His mouth and nose were bleeding. McCormick was down on one knee beside the SAS man and was asking a lot of questions about who he was and all of that. Fearon and Maguire were standing up and Maguire was pointing the gun at him. According to Morgan, Nyrick kept telling them he was a member of the official IRA and offered them a Belfast telephone number which they could use to authenticate his claim. When Maguire took out a cigarette box to write down the number, Nyrick seized the opportunity to catch him off guard. As the soldier struggled to his feet, weak from the beatings, he was again set upon. Morgan told police he kicked him in the balls, and when he fell he kicked him repeatedly. Maguire warned Nyrick that if he again attempted to escape he would shoot him. McCormick continued the interrogation. Morgan estimates that by this time they had been in the field beside the bridge for 10 minutes and, despite the punishment he received, Nyrick still had his senses about him. Morgan told police that he was asked by Maguire to drive Fearon to the 3 steps, pick up Fearon's 3.5-liter Rover, park it outside the border inn at Jonesboro and return to Ravensdale. No explanation was ever offered, but from all accounts it took place, and when they returned to the bridge they discovered that Nyrick had been moved into the middle of the field and Townsend was present. He had a gun and was hitting Nyrick over the head with it and asking him what he knew of the official IRA in Dundalk. Because Nyrick was claiming to be a member of the officials from Belfast, Townsend insisted that if he was a sticky he would know stickies in Dundalk. Nyrick was lying on the ground on his side. Townsend was kneeling beside him and kept laughing as he struck the soldier 5 or 6 times. Nyrick's only defense was to place his hands over his head. The beating continued for over 5 minutes. Then Townsend got to his feet and told the others he was going to take this fella over the fields and shoot him. He dragged Nyrick to his feet and began marching him away from the group. They had only gone a few yards when Townsend screamed that the soldier had the gun. Nyrick's attempt to escape was futile. He stumbled as he grabbed his pistol but was laid low with a vicious blow from Townsend. Maguire picked up a heavy piece of deadwood and beat him over the head. When Maguire stopped hitting him, Morgan noticed that Nyrick's face and head were saturated with blood. As he lay on the ground, Townsend pointed the pistol at him. Nyrick knew he was about to die and asked that he be allowed the service of a priest to make a final confession. Townsend callously told him he had only 1 minute to ask for absolution and say a prayer. As Nyrick mumbled an act of contrition through his battered lips, Townsend pointed the gun at his head and pulled the trigger. As though it was not enough that a man should suffer as Robert Nyrick had done, his death was to be much more horrifying. The Browning pistol simply clicked. Townsend in a rage shouted at his victim, "Fuck you, it's only blanks." He placed the gun closer to Nyrick's head and pulled the trigger until it fired, at the 4th attempt. Maguire asked if the soldier was dead, and Townsend, who remained for a short time looking at his grisly handiwork, replied that he could tell by the soldier's eyes that he was dead. Civilized people will find it bizarre that Morgan went home and the following morning attended Mass at 10 o'clock in Dundalk and at 11 in Jonesboro. O'Rourke admitted accompanying Crilly to Dundalk to bring Nyrick's executioner to Ravensdale. He also told police that during a struggle with Nyrick in the field, McCormick was accidentally shot by Maguire. It was a detail which confirmed the panic that set in each time the injured soldier tried to escape. It also showed how brave and determined Robert Nyrick was. When the police were building their case against the 5 South Armagh men, they sensed that of all of them Gerald Fearon would prove the most difficult to crack. His initial reaction to the murder inquiry was, "I know fuck all about it." However, Detective Sergeant Alan Simpson and Detective Constable Peter Dalton of Crime Squad HQ in Belfast were able interrogators. At first Fearon denied any knowledge of the murder during persistent questioning, then, under pressure, he decided to offer the detectives a small piece of information in an effort to give himself time to think and re-evaluate his dilemma. He said he was with Morgan at the 3 steps on May 14 around closing time and that they took a car and scouted the roads to see if the army was in the area because someone was going to be picked up at the inn. 24 hours after this interrogation session had begun, Fearon became more helpful and described the abduction and events in Ravensdale. Unlike his co-accused, he said that Nyrick was questioned repeatedly about the SAS despite his maintaining that he was a member of the official IRA. Nyrick's driving license contained his photograph and an address in the Ardoyne area of Belfast. Since McCormick knew Belfast well, he questioned Nyrek in detail and decided that he did not know the Ardoyne district as well as he should if he really lived there. Fearon told his interrogators that he met O'Rourke, Crilly and McCormick in the border in the following day to discuss the killing. They agreed that the victim was either an army man or a member of the Loyalist Ulster Volunteer Force, but they were nearly 100% sure that he was a soldier. The one detail which puzzled the RUC as well as all the security groupings was the disappearance of the body. Fearon revealed that the meeting at the border inn included a discussion about the body. Detective Sergeant Simpson recorded the following. We asked Fearon why they had not conveyed the body back into the north directly after the killing, and he said they were too afraid of running into Garda or army patrols at that time of night. He said that a couple of days later he had again seen either Maguire or McCormick in Jonesboro. He couldn't remember which one it had been, but whichever one it had been, told him that the body had been taken care of. We asked Fearon what he meant by that remark, and he said he did not ask the person who had told him this, but he assumed that they had meant that the body had been dumped back over in the north. When asked by us, Fearon said he honestly had no idea where the body was but felt it would be somewhere on the northern side. Fearon was the only one of the 5 who admitted and was charged with membership of the IRA as well as with murder. He gave his interrogators the names of other people within his unit, which was within the Provisional's 3rd Battalion in South Armagh. When asked if he had been involved in bombings and shootings, he smiled, and claimed he had spent only 6 months in the IRA. The detectives pressed him about the disappearance of the body and appealed to him to reveal its whereabouts for the sake of the deceased's family. After repeating the conversation in the border inn, Fearon remarked that a week later he had heard a rumor that the body had been dumped near Fork Hill, where the SAS had shot IRA Staff Captain Peter Cleary, in April 1976. At the trial of the 5 men, Fearon and Morgan were convicted of murder and sentenced to life imprisonment. O'Rourke was acquitted of murder but found guilty of manslaughter and received a 10-year sentence. McCoy was sentenced to 5 years for kidnapping and Rocks to 2 years for withholding information. To this day the body of Robert Nyrek has never been found, and the mystery has generated an abundance of theories. During Townsend's trial, his lawyer, Patrick McEntee, the leading criminal advocate in the Republic, argued that Captain Nyrek could have been going south to assassinate someone on the night of his abduction or to pay informers. Could it be that after the fracas, Captain Nyrek made his way back, to be spirited away to safety? There was also the consideration that Townsend was drunk, that his gun misfired and he put only 1 bullet in the victim. Could it have been that they left him there for dead and he stayed there lying dodo? McEntee's theorizing could be forgiven were it not preposterous in the light of the evidence of Townsend and the others. Fearon, for example, admits he was told that the body had been taken care of. I believe the IRA leadership ordered the body to be removed to draw the army into a game of nerves. Initially it was not known when Nyrek died or what information he might have divulged. IRA intelligence decided to sit back and watch how their counterparts in the undercover war reacted, to discover whether any informers in South Armagh would seek protection when they realized their cover could be blown. That does not answer the question of what happened to the body. Rumors circulated that it had been put through a meat processing plant, that it had been fed to livestock on a border farm. One theory was that the Provisionals could not reveal the whereabouts of the body because of the appalling injuries to Captain Nyrek, since this would be used against them in the propaganda war. Although it is only conjecture, there is every likelihood that initially the body was destroyed, and that this made it impossible for the IRA not only to admit to having moved the body but to reveal its whereabouts to the Nyrek family. Because of its Catholic history, the IRA were embarrassed by the condemnation of priests who insisted that the guardsman was entitled to a Christian burial. Considering the manner in which he was executed and the disappearance of the body, the IRA achieved only notoriety by the killing. Many people within the Catholic community who passively supported the IRA felt degraded by the unchristian treatment of the young soldier and of his grieving relatives. Perhaps someday the truth will come out and Robert Nyrek will be given the burial he would have wished and his family needs. A number of factors may have contributed to his death. Primarily, working alone, undercover, in such a small, closely knit community was hazardous. The IRA claimed that they planned his abduction, and various writers have described the murderers and accomplices as members of an IRA unit, but the evidence suggests otherwise. The IRA needed to convince its members in Ireland that it was capable of undermining the enemy and capturing an SAS officer. However, the facts indicate that it was not professionally planned. Police sources in Northern Ireland admit that aside from Fearon, who was an IRA lightweight, and Townsend, who had to be summoned and who was a hitman, that Morgan, O'Rourke, Rocks and McCoy were merely Republican sympathizers. The men who were not before the courts, such as McCormick, Crilly and McGuire, were involved with the provisionals but at that time were on the periphery of the organization. Someone in the bar that night or the previous night probably recognized Danny Boy, as he was known in Crossmaglen. Maybe McCormick sensed something strange about Nyrick. It was McCormick who whispered something to Nyrick in the bar and who masterminded the abduction. What did McCormick know or suspect, and what was said that enticed Nyrick to what appeared to be a meeting in the car park? Did McCormick offer him information and thus trap him, or was it something much more simple such as an invitation to a local house for late-night drinks and good music? We may have an answer to that if McCormick is tracked down, or we may never know. One factor is not in doubt, Nyrick's courage and tenacity and, before his death, his simplicity of belief and his acceptance of his death. Over the years many journalists have described Nyrick as naive. I do not believe he was. I am convinced he was following orders, and any criticism of the events which led to his capture and death must be directed towards the intelligence hierarchy. Many questions need to be answered. Why was Nyrick encouraged or permitted to enter a Provo area with an alias which was that of a member of the official IRA? There was so much enmity between the two organizations that he would have been regarded with suspicion. Why was he allowed to visit a pub whose customers came from a catchment area which included Crossmaglen, where Nyrick was known? Surely long hair and a mustache would not have changed the features of a man whom people in Crossmaglen had undoubtedly scrutinized with a view to remembering him. The 3 Steps Inn was in a remote part of South Armagh and was not a place where strangers would have gone for a drink. Why allow a good operative to risk life and limb with a weak alias, with no backup and with a knowledge of Belfast that did not fool his captors? The fact that people thought his name was McKellian indicates that he could not pronounce the R in the name McCorlian. That would have been noticeable to Republicans suspicious of a stranger who claimed to be from Belfast. In an area so closely knit as South Armagh, most people in the bar on that fateful night would have viewed any outsider with suspicion and hostility. Finally, what was so important that he should have risked his life, or was taking risks his way of seeking exhilaration? Robert Nyrick's mother said the survival course in Kenya was suited to his ambitions and interests. It seems that so also was South Armagh, Bandit County as it is termed in the tabloid press. To some his violent death was inevitable. An Oxford Don, who was fond of him, also saw another side of his character. He was accident-prone, and when I learned of the nature of his work in Northern Ireland I had a sense of impending tragedy. Perhaps the most poignant comment about him was made by one of the monks who tutored him at Ampleforth College: he would not have been drawn to a conventional war. He was really the SAS type with fatal flaws, and these were his tendency to get emotionally involved and over-recklessness. In 1979 he was posthumously awarded the George Cross, and many people thought they had heard the last of the Nyrick case, but it was not to be so. Thomas Morgan was released from prison in 1986, having served 9 years of a life sentence. His release was part of a Northern Ireland office policy to free a number of lifers, though most life sentences in Northern Ireland do not extend much beyond 10 to 12 years because of the 50% remission rule, which halves all sentences and also reduces life sentences where a judge has not stipulated that life should mean life. 1 year after his release, Morgan was killed when his Vauxhall car was in collision with a concrete mixer on the main Newry to Belfast road. Gerard Fearon was also freed in accordance with the lifer release policy in 1985. The terms of his release stipulated that he could be recalled to prison to continue his life sentence if the security forces believed him to be associating with undesirable elements or if he committed a misdemeanor. Daniel O'Rourke served his sentence and was released in 1982. Michael McCoy was freed in December 1979, having served half his sentence, and Rox was the first of the 5 to be set free in January 1979. Kevin Crilly and Pat McGuire have been on the run in the Irish Republic since the murder, and no attempt has been made to have them extradited. Terry McCormick fled to the United States and was last heard of in New Jersey, where he was in trouble with the law for breaking the jaw of a patrolman. Since McCormick, Crilly and McGuire were never interviewed about the abduction and murder, the British authorities have felt that an extradition plea would prove futile. Should any of them return to the United Kingdom, warrants will be issued for their arrest. Townsend has appealed against his sentence without success. Unlike the others, he took part in the murder of a British soldier not merely through IRA involvement but because of a much more deep-seated inadequacy. Townsend lived at May, a townland between Newry, Forkhill, and Jonesboro. His father was a former British soldier, an Englishman who had spent a tour of duty in Northern Ireland during the war and, like many young soldiers, married a local girl. He liked the place so much that he decided to settle down at May in South Armagh, where he worked as a sanitary inspector for the Department of Health. He was regarded as a respectable family man with a strict and very English attitude to life. Neighbors remember his expressing the view that children were taught too much religion at school, which he felt was intended merely for academic study. Liam Townsend grew up with a peer group which, at the beginning of the conflict in 1968-9, would have regarded him as the son of an Englishman. He, for his part, would have been obliged to overcompensate, to express an even greater hatred for everything British than the average provisional. It would have been a prerequisite to full acceptance by his peers that he denied everything British, including the obvious and personal aspects of his life, his father's nationality and history in the British Army. Townsend's expression of hatred was fully realized in the brutal torture and execution of an English soldier. Finally, I believe it is worth returning to the statement I quoted earlier in this chapter that the real IRA appeared on the scene after the murder of Captain Nyrook, since I feel it is crucial to an understanding of what happened. With that statement in mind, I sought out a leading provisional in an attempt to clarify further the phrase real IRA, and to establish why the IRA had not tried to kidnap and interrogate Nyrook in a well-planned operation and whether the IRA believed, as some have alleged, that he was a hitman. The member of the IRA to whom I spoke offered the following explanation which, if credible, may help to unravel part of the mystery. Nyrook was out in the open. IRA intelligence reckoned that he was possibly a decoy and was there to entice would-be informers to approach him or to draw attention away from someone more important than himself who was operating in the same area. There was also a recognized possibility that he genuinely believed he was in deep cover and that his cover was good enough to fool people. IRA intelligence was content to wait and watch. By the time of the 3 Steps in episode, he was someone who knew the neighborhood and many of its occupants, but he had changed his image from the guy who was seen around Crossmaglen. That would not have fooled the IRA, but he might well have thought that it would. If he was in the business of gathering intelligence, which seems his more likely role, he would have appeared in pubs as he did in the 3 Steps and maybe have left a cigarette packet on a table, bar counter or in an ashtray for someone to pick up. Such a cigarette packet would carry information or details of a meeting arranged for him and his contact or informer. On the other hand, his informer might meet him in the bar or toilet and pass on a message or leave a cigarette packet or box of matches with intelligence about the IRA contained in it. The fact that he appeared in the pub the night before he was killed and again on the night of his death means that he was meeting someone or being passed information. If there was intelligence on his person, that is one reason why the IRA would have moved in to search the body after Townsend and the others left the scene. On the night of his death, those involved were drinking and were not in possession of the whole picture. They didn't know what IRA intelligence knew, nor did they behave in a manner which would have suggested that they knew his significance. A real intelligence operation would have necessitated Nyrick being taken to a safe house to be interrogated by people who would have been in a position to know what to ask him and how to extract it from him. While Nyrick was alive, the IRA was content to leave him in the open where they could see him and know what he was up to. He was no use dead. They were not able to watch him every day but would depend on people to let them know where he was seen and who he was talking to. It is a cat and mouse game. The real IRA job would not have happened in the way it did at the 3 steps. Those involved didn't know the importance of the person they were abducting. They may have suspected that he was a Brit or maybe a member of the UVF, but that was about it. It is likely that when the local IRA intelligence learned what happened and analyzed it and examined the body, they realized the identity of the dead man. Maybe they found intelligence material from an informer on the body. They would have known from his Browning pistol that he was SAS related. It was a special type of weapon that would only be carried by someone special. The IRA probably decided to capitalize on a killing which they had not sanctioned by pretending that he was alive. They couldn't leave the body around indefinitely, so at the outset it was probably decided that if they were going to use the ploy that he might still be alive, it was safer to get rid of the body entirely. Only IRA intelligence in that area will know what happened to the body, no one else. There's been a lot of talk about Nyrick but little about the way he operated. He worked in the way SAS people are trained to behave. He was involved, it seems, in an unusual method of intelligence gathering. It follows that he probably had his own contacts and gathered information on which only the SAS acted. The guys who do hits, but he was someone who probably provided the intelligence on which hits or ambushes of IRA personnel are planned. The only thing which suggests that he may also have been required to shoot people is the presence in his quarters of a personal weapon. That suggests that he was required to do unattributable work, otherwise service-issue weapons would be sufficient. However, his activities bear all the hallmarks of someone engaged in intelligence gathering. He operated with more freedom than special branch or army intelligence would allow. The IRA knows that in the mid-1970s small intelligence gathering units were established to provide specialist information for the SAS. Nyrick worked for one of those units and as such was not responsible to Army intelligence proper but to MI5. He was permitted to operate alone, and the intelligence he acquired did not go through the normal special branch/military intelligence channels. The reason is that everything connected with the SAS is highly sensitive and secret and is handled outside normal security channels. That was also the reason why he did not have the backup which special branch or military intelligence officers would require and, as a rule, be given. Therefore, because no one was entitled to know what the SAS were doing, Nyrick was operating on the edge without proper backup protection. Now, that implies that what the SAS were doing, as the IRA knows, was not within the law. The SAS depends on accurate intelligence and people like Nyrick were being sent out alone to acquire it. The only thing even the IRA will admit is that he was a brave soldier. It is noticeable that the comments from that member of the IRA are cautiously interspersed with a number of qualifications. However, 2 pieces of information appear to break through: that Nyrick in the course of gathering intelligence was compromised by a group of people who recognized him as a threat but never fully learned his real identity, and that the IRA became officially involved only after his death. They knew he was involved in intelligence gathering and were prepared to wait and watch. Had they believed he was directly involved in the killing of their members, there was every opportunity before his death for them to have killed him. The IRA never claimed that he was a killer. That allegation was left to a former member of military intelligence. 7. Dirty Tricks and Conspiracies, Holroyd and Wallace. One result of the Dirty War has been the emergence of conspiracy theories which have become an integral part of the propaganda war and have been used to great effect by the IRA and other paramilitaries. Ironically, those who have shaped the major conspiracy theories have not always been within the ranks of terrorism, and in this chapter I shall be dealing with one such set of theories, how they arose and how much emphasis should be placed on them. The memory of Captain Nyrick remained untarnished until 1984, when a former undercover soldier who knew the murdered captain began to tell his story of events in Northern Ireland in 1974-5. The whistleblower was Captain Frederick John Holroyd, and his story was that Nyrick was involved in assassination and sectarian murder. The allegations came to the attention of the investigative journalist Duncan Campbell, who spent 6 months examining them and discovered that the RUC had conducted an inquiry and produced a 900-page report, which included an analysis of Holroyd's claims. The report was with the Director of Public Prosecutions when Campbell began researching Holroyd's military career in Northern Ireland. He soon discovered that in 1983 the Ministry of Defence had also ordered a secret inquiry into accusations about the Dirty War. Campbell's research led to the first public awareness of Holroyd and his allegations, when he published a series of articles in the New Statesman magazine dealing with claims of British Army dirty tricks including kidnap, plots, assassination, forgery and political psychiatry. Central to the published material was Holroyd's assertion that Nyrick had executed a leading IRA man in the Irish Republic. The victim was 27-year-old John Francis Green, who was, according to Holroyd, a commander of a provisional IRA battalion in North Armagh. I have spoken to Holroyd, and the story he told Campbell in 1984 has not changed significantly. He says that he met Nyrick at the British Army's Mahone Road base in Portadown in County Armagh in January or February 1975. Holroyd was serving as a military intelligence officer attached to J Division of Portadown Special Branch and knew Nyrick was working for the SAS. According to Holroyd, Nyrick visited him in his quarters and they discussed the murder of Green, whose body was found at a remote farmhouse in the Irish Republic on January 10, 1975. Green was renowned as one of the few IRA personnel to have escaped from Lancashire in 1973. In January 1975 he was on the run from the security forces and in hiding at a farmhouse owned by an elderly Republican sympathizer, Gary Carville. Although Green was a prominent IRA man, he was not, as some people suggested, an IRA battalion commander. Holroyd says Nyrick told him that he and 2 SAS colleagues knew where Green was in hiding and traveled one evening to Carville's farm. Nyrick and a sergeant major crept up to the farmhouse and watched Green through an uncurtained window. Then they kicked open the door and shot him repeatedly. When Holroyd expressed amazement at this account of the killing, Nyrick responded by producing a Polaroid photograph of Green's body. The photograph showed Green lying on his back, blood-spattered. Holroyd adds that Nyrick allowed him to keep the photograph and it remained in his possession until 1982, when he gave it to Detective Superintendent George Caskey, who was leading the RUC inquiry into British Army dirty tricks in Northern Ireland. According to Holroyd, the RUC later told him that the Polaroid photo was taken by Gardaí who inspected the murder scene. Duncan Campbell dismisses this by maintaining he was told by a very senior Garda source that no officer had either the equipment or official reason to take such a picture and that the morning after the murder Gardaí photographers took pictures using standard black and white film. Campbell's treatment of Holroyd's allegation implies that details he discovered during his research supported the claim. Nyrick's account of the killing, as provided to Holroyd, is chillingly exact. Irish police investigations produced reports of an unknown vehicle in the area at the time of the killing, a white Mercedes or Audi, which eyewitnesses thought contained 3 men. Farmer Gary Carville has told us that for more than a month he had left his farm at the same time each evening to tend to a neighbor's cow. Garda investigation of the killing confirmed many aspects of Nyrick's account. The room in which John Francis Green was shot dead was indeed uncurtained at the time. The front door frame was kicked in and still bears the cracks. Forensic experts, whose reports we have also seen, later established that 2 guns were used to shoot Green, one is thought to be a Luger, the other a Spanish-made Star pistol. However, the RUC offered Campbell an alternative theory, that Green was killed by a deranged Protestant called Elliot, who believed his brother had been killed by the IRA on Carville's farm and went to the farm with an accomplice to kill Carville, not Green. From 1984 onwards there has been a great journalistic debate about these allegations. If one accepts Holroyd had a conversation with Nyrick in which they discussed the Green killing, one could validly argue that Nyrick might well have been in possession of a considerable amount of detail about the murder, and much of this would have come from forensic examinations and the post-mortem report. Army contacts have encouraged journalists to accept that Nyrick may have boasted about the killing purely on information he received, and in order to impress Holroyd. Much of the debate has centered on Holroyd's claim that Nyrick possessed a Polaroid photograph. Campbell believes the photo could only have been taken before the arrival of the police and was most probably taken by the murderer. In fact, Nyrick may well have given Holroyd a photograph, but one which was taken after police arrived at the murder scene. When Holroyd first made public his allegations, the Polaroid photograph was not available and the RUC were refusing to confirm or deny that they had received one from him. He told selected journalists that the photograph would show a window in the murder room and darkness outside, proving it had been taken at night. Duncan Campbell's argument that the Gardaí would not have taken a Polaroid does not take account of the way in which professional photographers operate. A professional photographer will take a Polaroid photograph of a room to determine the required lighting. In the case of a murder scene, a Polaroid may ultimately be valuable evidence if the conventional cameras should be defective. Therefore, the Gardaí photographers may have taken a series of photographs to ensure a record of the scene should they return to Dublin with film which proved unsatisfactory. If any Polaroid photographs were handed over to the RUC, one of them may have found its way into the hands of Robert Nyrick. In September 1987, the journalist David McKittrick, who years earlier had been supportive of Holroyd's claim, wrote in the Independent newspaper that he now found inaccuracies in the allegations about Nyrick. He turned his attention to the issue of the Polaroid. Mr. Holroyd originally said the photograph was not available for inspection, but the Royal Ulster Constabulary obtained it from his ex-wife in Zimbabwe. The Independent has examined the original photograph and obtained a copy. It does not match Mr. Holroyd's description of it. There is no window in the picture, and since flash was used, it is unclear whether it was taken in daylight or at night. But it is clear that the photograph was taken many hours after Mr. Green's death and not by his killers. The large amount of blood on and around the body is obviously not fresh but congealed. Forensic science evidence indicates that the photograph was taken about 18 hours after the victim's death. McKittrick added that the Gardaí Technical Bureau's photographers had taken the Polaroid and circulated it to border Gardaí stations, and that a copy had later been sent to the RUC. Holroyd's allegations centered on Nyrick, but privately he indicated that one of the two men who accompanied Nyrick to the farmhouse was Tony Ball, his superior officer, who has since died. While researching this book, I came across new information which revealed that the real murderers of Green were loyalists and not Nyrick. One of them is a UVF hitman and the other a senior member of the UDA. Both men are from Portadown and would have been known to Fred Holroyd in 1974-5. One of the killers was involved in the planning of the Miami show band massacre in 1975 and in numerous sectarian murders. I shall return to them in the next chapter, but suffice it now to record that J Division of the RUC Special Branch and Fred Holroyd had these men under surveillance in 1974-5. From the moment that Duncan Campbell published Holroyd's allegations until now, the debate has widened and gained momentum. The Independent carried a full page of articles aimed at unraveling the truth in Ulster's dirty war. Another article, also written by David McKittrick, dealt with the second major allegation about Captain Nyrick, namely that he had been involved in the Miami show band massacre. Duncan Campbell's research in 1984 established a tenuous connection between Nyrick and the Miami show band murders on the basis that Nyrick had killed Green and that bullets taken from Green's body matched bullets removed from a Miami show band victim. However, Nyrick was not involved in either crime, and I shall demonstrate in the next chapter that both crimes had a connection, but it was not an army captain named Nyrick. Holroyd should have been in receipt of sufficient hard intelligence to know that the Miami show band killings were loyalist-inspired, with an input from several people within the Ulster Defence Regiment. So why did Holroyd make his allegations about Nyrick? Was he encouraged to do so by others, or did his initial claims lead to journalistic overkill which in turn took him on a course from which there was no return? In order to find an answer, one must first ask who is Fred Holroyd and what was his role in Northern Ireland. Holroyd left Harrogate Grammar School in 1959 and in 1961 became a private in the Royal Horse Artillery. From this lowly status he rose through the ranks and undertook courses in a variety of disciplines such as diving, parachuting, navigation and helicopter handling. He represented to his colleagues the archetypal image of the man who enjoyed soldiering and studying warfare techniques. As the Northern Ireland conflict developed, he was selected for training at the Joint Services Intelligence School at Ashford in Kent. In 1974 he was posted to Northern Ireland and assigned as a captain of a special military intelligence unit to J Division of RUC Special Branch, based in Portadown. His task was initially to maintain surveillance on known members of the IRA and set up contacts within the organization with a view to recruiting agents, and later to organize surveillance on loyalist paramilitaries in Portadown and its environs. Holroyd was an able officer and a fine operative, as evidenced from this citation from RUC Assistant Chief Constable Charles Rogers. I found him to be a man of unquestionable loyalty, outstanding courage, with devotion to duty that one looks for but rarely finds today. During the 2 years he was attached to the RUC, the force enjoyed a success record against terrorists in my area of Portadown which has not been equaled before or since. It is my considered opinion that the part Capt. Holroyd made a very significant contribution to our success. His leadership qualities and dedication inspired the men around him. From my long years of experience of dealing with terrorists, I can say that he is exceptionally well equipped for any command position that requires loyalty, courage, dedication, and anti-terrorist know-how. This testimony was repeated on many occasions. The collective wisdom in special branch circles was that Captain Holroyd was a man of impeccable judgment and commitment. However, that did not appear to be the Army's opinion of him in May 1975 when he was removed from Northern Ireland with 4 months of his tour of duty remaining to be served. Holroyd claims he was removed without warning. First he was given a medical examination at Musgrave Park Hospital in Belfast and then he was told to report to an army hospital in Netley outside Southampton, where he spent a month undergoing psychiatric evaluations. He says he was told his removal from Ulster resulted from complaints made by his wife and her doctor, who made it clear that unless he was sent to an army psychiatric unit they would apply legally to have him committed. He maintains he was also told that his wife alleged that he was threatening her with a hidden gun, meaning an unattributable personal weapon. Holroyd says he only kept an extra barrel for his service weapon at home. Duncan Campbell claims he spoke to the woman who was then Holroyd's wife, and she denied having demanded he be committed. Holroyd's ex-wife and her GP deny the mod claim that they requested that he be certified. Holroyd's ex-wife says that she merely told another army wife that her husband was under too much strain in his job and had wanted to return to England with her and their children for a month, to avoid further pressure on their marriage. She had not been threatened with a gun but had merely told his army colleagues that he kept his unattributable gun in the house. After his stay in the army hospital, he was told he would not be returning to Northern Ireland. He was offered a job which would not affect his rank or salary and was assured that his record would bear no reference to his mental condition at the time of his departure from Northern Ireland. A board of inquiry examined his case at his request, but it failed to recommend that he be allowed to return to active service in Ulster. In 1978 he left the United Kingdom a disillusioned and embittered man who felt the British Army had betrayed him. He was unable to recognize stress in himself and saw the psychiatric evaluation which ended his tour in Northern Ireland as a denial of his ability and of his contribution to the undercover war. By his own admission, when Holroyd was being moved from Musgrave Park Hospital to the Army's psychiatric unit at Netley he heard someone remark that he was a dangerous man, and he claims he was held under armed guard in Musgrave, much to his disquiet. He believes this period in his life and his departure from the province were part of a conspiracy to remove him from duty in Northern Ireland because he was caught in a conflict between the various arms of security. Holroyd makes a more serious allegation that an attempt was made to ambush him and that it was organized by MI5. This is what he says in his book War Without Honor. The more I thought about it, the more I thought that something strange was going on. Those half-joking threats from Brigade, the Brigadier's own personal distaste for me, the conflict of loyalties between the Army and the police, with the Secret Intelligence Service acting independently and often against their will. It all seemed to point to some kind of conspiracy. But I realized if I was going to get through this, I was going to have to look at it more rationally. I would have to pinpoint how exactly I had left myself open to this treatment and why I should have been targeted. What I wasn't aware of in Musgrave Park was just how far an altogether different body might have been responsible. I just didn't know how ruthless MI5 were prepared to be in their quest to take over the Ulster operation. Certainly an ambush had been set up for Bunny and myself out at Kilwilkie. The central point made in this statement by Holroyd is that, while he was working for Army Intelligence and MI6, MI5 was taking over in Ulster and prepared not only to have him committed to a psychiatric hospital but to ambush him. Kilwilkie is the name of an estate at Lugan. Holroyd claims another ambush was planned for N and his colleague him but it failed, and further alleges that members of the Army and MI5 conspired to subject him to what he calls political psychiatry. He names so many high-ranking people as part of this conspiracy that one is left with the impression that he must have been a major threat to MI5 interests in Ireland, or was seriously in need of psychiatric treatment. One wonders whether he was also claiming at that time that Nyrick was involved in the Green murder and Miami ambush. The fact that neither the Army nor the intelligence agencies have responded to Holroyd's claims has created a situation where the only way in which many people have been able to assess his allegations is by examining what he has said about himself. If I had not sought to discover that the killers of Green were loyalists and that Nyrick was not involved in the Miami massacre, I too would be left in a situation in which I would be assessing Holroyd's story on the basis of his own statements. It has to be said that the RUC were obviously pleased with his work, though it may also be true that they did not know the exact nature of his work within the Army and whether he was fulfilling his duties in respect of the allegiances he claims to have had. The only evidence that there was a conflict of interest between MI5 and MI6 at the time comes from Holroyd, Colin Wallace, and Peter Wright. Even if there was such a conflict, would MI5 have sought to ambush MI6 operatives or single Holroyd out for political psychiatry? There are no obvious answers to any of these questions. Holroyd was, from RUC accounts, a good officer, but he admits that he was under considerable strain in 1974-5. His mother had died of cancer and his father, who also had cancer, spent the remaining months of his life in Northern Ireland under his son's care. Holroyd says it was tragic to watch his father die. If one places both tragedies in the context of his professional life as an undercover soldier, one is obliged to assume that Fred Holroyd must have been under extreme pressure. After his father's death, his marriage began to fall apart and he says that both he and his wife were taking Valium. During the period when all these events were conspiring to place so much strain on his life, he met Nyrick. One wonders whether he recognized that the younger man was being groomed to take over from him and whether this later turned to a resentment which culminated in Nyrick's becoming part of his bitterness towards the Army and MI5. His own observations about those last months in Northern Ireland are interesting because they tell us something about the man who was later to destroy Nyrick's image. Through the spring our marriage deteriorated. But just as it had done with Dad's illness, this made me throw myself into my work with an even greater commitment, and this of course simply strengthened the downward spiral. By now I was handling the agent known as the Badger in the Republic, liaising with the Special Branch and continuing to provide information to Mr. Smelly at Lisbon. Whatever happened with my wife, Fiona, I was determined that my work should not be affected. But it was not to be. I came home one night early in May and discovered that I had gone off in the morning without checking if I was being followed and adopting the usual techniques to ensure personal safety. My private life had at last intruded where it did not belong. I had been racking my brains to find some way through the endless bitterness and recrimination, and only 2 days before had gone to a travel agent in Portadown and arranged a break for the whole family in Canada. Afterwards I had visited a jeweler's and bought Fiona a ring. But any peace between us was short-lived. Now I saw that my domestic problems might lead to my actually being killed if I did not act decisively to do something about them. I went in and told Fiona that I could no longer go on as we were, and she would have to go home and base herself in England for the rest of my tour. This would not interfere with the Canadian trip, but would make sure that the long saga of unhappiness was finally settled. Inevitably a row ensued. We were both at our wits' end. Holroyd says he and his wife slept in separate rooms that night. The following morning he discovered his wife and children had left the house. At 11:30 a brigade major arrived and, according to Holroyd, said that Fiona was making extraordinary allegations against him. The worst implied that I had threatened her and the children with a gun I was keeping in the house. F asked me where the unattributable weapon was, and I said there was no such weapon. I had had various weapons there in the past which I had borrowed from the SAS armory for certain operations, but the only gun I had now was my army-issue Walther PPK. It was after this exchange that Holroyd was taken to Musgrave Park Hospital. Before leaving his house, Holroyd says he was told that his wife's doctor had made a statement that he had threatened Fiona and the children with a gun. When one examines what subsequently happened to Holroyd, such as his removal from Northern Ireland and his incarceration at Netley, one is easily encouraged to see that he was a man likely to become embittered. As he freely admits, the journey from the battlefield of Ulster to Netley cost him everything he had achieved in his army career. I believe that in trying to find reasons beyond his obvious suffering from severe stress, he was obliged to construct the conspiracy which eventually placed Nyrick at the center of it. Nyrick was the man who took over many of Holroyd's duties. Did Nyrick try to impress Holroyd when they first met by producing the photograph of Green to indicate how much he knew about the killing and how good his sources were in that part of Northern Ireland? Was that attempt to convince the experienced, hard-bitten veteran something that became a twisted memory which served another purpose when Holroyd subsequently embarked on a crusade to clear his name by damning others? In placing before the reader some of these questions, I feel it only right to point out also that Holroyd was a tough veteran, and that I do not dismiss everything he has said or written about Northern Ireland, but am obliged to look for reasons for his statements about Nyrick in the light of new information about the Green murder. In 1978 Fred Holroyd joined the Rhodesian Army and served for 3 years, returning to the United Kingdom in 1981 to take up a post with the firm Group 4. Then in 1982 he became security superintendent for Marks and Spencer at Oxford Street in London and remained with the company for a year. By 1983 he was very unsettled. On his return from Rhodesia he worked in several jobs, not remaining in any of them for more than a year. He felt his life could have been much better if he had not been forced to leave the undercover role at which he undoubtedly excelled. In 1983 allegations were beginning to surface, quietly at first, that Northern Ireland was a theatre for dirty tricks and for factional fighting between MI5 and MI6 in the early to mid-70s. The source of these allegations was Colin Wallace, a native of Northern Ireland, who was employed by the Ministry of Defence as an information officer when the army arrived in the province in 1969. Because of his intimate knowledge of Ulster, he became an advisor to intelligence chiefs and was constantly sought out by undercover operatives. His work fitted into Kitson's development of counterinsurgency policy, since the gathering of information, its analysis and dissemination, misinformation and black propaganda are essential to psychological operations, or what used to be termed psychological warfare. Wallace became a central figure in the Army's Information Policy Unit, a bland description of what was essentially part of a psychops unit. In Wallace's own words, in recorded interviews with me, his duties in Northern Ireland included the following activities. Information policy activities were carried out at 3 levels of consciousness. To the press, it was a liaison section that provided a link between the operations network and the press room. At certain levels within the security forces, it was seen as a counter-propaganda organization dealing in white information. It did have a third and totally undeniable role in which black operations popularly known as dirty tricks were used. Being the only unit of its kind in the province, the Information Policy Section undertook assignments for other agencies such as the Northern Ireland Office, the RUC, etc., though these organizations were often quite unaware of the fact. The relationship between information policy and the other intelligence organizations was quite different in that they were to a great extent conscious of the nature of the unit's work if not of specific activities. Very few members of the intelligence community, other than those directly involved in a particular project, would be told of information policy involvement. The relevant activity could then be totally denied if something went wrong. Indeed, the need-to-know principle was taken to such lengths that I frequently found information policy disinformation appearing in intelligence summaries and graded as A1. As the only indigenous member of psychological operations in Northern Ireland, I was involved in a wide range of activities and a multitude of disguises. Wallace claims that he pretended he was a barrister and appeared at the sittings of the Widgery Tribunal which investigated the shooting dead of 13 civilians by paratroopers in 1972 in what later became known as Bloody Sunday. Holroyd remembers meeting Wallace in Northern Ireland and says Wallace was dressed in a UDR uniform. Holroyd did not talk to him, on the basis that he did not trust the UDR. Wallace says his disguises, his covers, were highly successful. It is perhaps worth recording that the covers used in connection with information policy were highly successful in that almost all of the dirty tricks attributed to the PSYOPs unit by the terrorists and their supporters had nothing whatsoever to do with us. Most of the activities uncovered were freelance or cowboy activities carried out by the brigades or over-enthusiastic individuals without proper clearance or expertise. Basically, the main tasks of the PSYOPs unit were A. Undertake operations which would act as a cohesive factor between the various elements of the security forces and the public, in both Northern Ireland and the rest of the United Kingdom. B. Undertake operations to discredit the paramilitaries and their supporters. C. Undertake operations to cause dissension within the ranks of the terrorists and their supporters. D. Undertake operations which would discredit organizations and individuals who, by their activities, were hindering the work of the security forces. Wallace rightly says that in the early 1970s intelligence quickly became a growth industry. The result was a great deal of rivalry, confusion, and conflict which produced the unlikely situation in which MI6 and MI5, who normally do different jobs, each saw Northern Ireland as their territory. Wallace contends that political events in Britain in 1974 led to the two groupings finding expression in activities which he considered unlawful. Wallace points the finger at MI5 and not the Secret Intelligence Service, MI6, for which he worked. In the aftermath of the three-day week and the fall of the Heath government, various individuals and organizations in Whitehall and its environs became very concerned by what they saw as a growing threat from the left wing of the labor movement. Plans were drawn up to take countermeasures should further industrial unrest or disruption occur. Various key members of the intelligence community past and present, assisted by influential figures in the public service, politics, and commerce, produced a series of political and psychological warfare projects. Those projects, according to Wallace, were designed to prevent the election and re-election of a Labour government, to prevent any coalition between Labour and the Liberals, to collate and disseminate black information which could be used to discredit or control those politicians who were known to hold power behind the scenes in the three major parties, and to remove Heath as leader of the Tory party and replace him with someone who held a harder view on how to cope with political and industrial unrest. Quite a number of political figures were highly vulnerable on account of their sexual, social, or financial activities. The introduction by Labour of the sexual offences legislation relating to homosexual offences had, to some extent, reduced the risk of exposure of some Westminster MPs, but the changes in the law did not apply to Northern Ireland. The Kincora Boys' Home situation was just one of a number of areas where Ulster politicians were highly vulnerable to exposure, and it provided a suitable base from which a disinformation campaign could be mounted. I would stress that the wider concept of this strategy did not become apparent until late 1974 or early 1975, and after I had refused to undertake a project designed to discredit several MPs. It is also true to say that the various army officers who directed psychological operations in the province from 1969 to 1974 had no knowledge or part of this campaign, or at least I have no evidence that they did. The campaign involved a number of activities. Information leaked to the press to embarrass the Labour government or to create public hostility to the Labour Party in the run-up to the 1974 general election. B. The manufacture of false intelligence to influence political policies. C. The planting of manufactured intelligence to show links between Soviet and other communist agencies and the terrorists. D. Compiling information which could be presented to show that the government's policies were not only hindering the work of the security forces but also putting the lives of troops and police at risk. Wallace's claims about the use of dirty tricks in Northern Ireland have been accepted by many journalists who were fed false information. I was one of those journalists, and while writing about the overall conflict in the early 1970s, I accepted a story from the Army press desk which I later discovered was manufactured to discredit the IRA. I did not realize for some time that I had been used. However, Wallace says that, aside from the use of black propaganda to damage the terrorists, the reputations of politicians in Northern Ireland and Great Britain were in danger of being compromised. This allegation is one which is believed by some journalists but dismissed by others. Wallace also claims that MI5 were aware of a homosexual vice ring operating within the Kincora boys' home in East Belfast. He says he was sufficiently concerned about Kincora that he reported the matter to a member of the intelligence staff at Army HQ in Lisbon, but it was not dealt with because Kincora was part of an MI5 operation. Wallace says this was cynical manipulation which resulted in the ill treatment and continued sexual abuse of young boys. The boys' home was run by William McGrath, a notorious homosexual who was the leader of a shadowy paramilitary organization, TERA. TERA was strongly anti-communist but, ironically, anti-UVF. McGrath was a member of the Orange Order and also a member of Ian Paisley's Free Presbyterian Church. He may well have been in the employ of MI5 from the mid-1960s. He had access to the Loyalist community, and as such was a mine of knowledge about loyalism and unionism. He was later prosecuted for homosexual offences at Kincora. Others who were said to be part of the homosexual ring are now dead. One of them was John McKeague, who ran another loyalist paramilitary organization, the Red Hand Commandos, which was involved in many sectarian killings. McKeague's organization attracted many teenage recruits. He was shot and wounded, it is said by the INLA, and was not available to be interviewed about the Kincora affair. Another prominent member of Belfast society, Jos Cardwell, was interviewed but committed suicide in 1983 before the Kincora inquiry was held. The inquiry concluded that there was no evidence that civil servants, military intelligence, or RUC personnel were involved in homosexual activities at the home or in suppressing information about the happenings in Kincora. Many journalists who covered the inquiry and were aware of the background to it were not convinced by its findings. Colin Wallace was not at the inquiry. He says the Kincora affair was part of another, larger project on which he was asked to work. Officer A asked me to undertake a project which I later discovered was designed to cause major dissension within the Loyalist leadership and thus avert the Ulster Workers' Council strike, which was being threatened as a means of bringing down the power-sharing executive. I was given a file containing extracts from intelligence reports and other documents from which I was to construct and write in the Ulster idiom 2 or 3 personal accounts by non-existent people giving details of the homosexual activities of well-known political figures and to link these activities to other political figures in London. The technique was quite simple in that accurate intelligence was to be reconstructed and collated in such a way that it would appear to be the personal experiences of individuals. The object of the project was to put pressure on key people who might play a vital role in the unrest, particularly those whom intelligence believed had influence or control over the Loyalist paramilitaries. I carried out some work on the project, codenamed Clockwork Orange 2, but after a short time Officer A told me to stop because London had a change of mind and wanted the Ulster Workers' Council strike to succeed. I later discovered that this new strategy was part of the overall policy to discredit Harold Wilson, in that the Sunningdale Agreement was a Conservative initiative and was now being seen to fail under Labour. Also, it became clear that during the strike false intelligence assessments were being given to the government so that incorrect decisions were made. As someone who has studied the events of 1974, I believe the allegations made by Wallace provide a compelling argument to explain the reasons why the strike was allowed to proceed and the power-sharing executive collapsed. The army was reluctant to intervene when the province was virtually taken over by loyalist paramilitary organizations such as the UDA. The cabinet was informed at one stage that the army was not prepared to remove the barricades or to take over the power stations. The province was brought to a standstill and there was a complete breakdown of law and order, yet the army, which was there in support of the civil power, did not exercise its muscle. I was told by a high-ranking officer that assessments were presented to Downing Street which suggested that if the army intervened there would be a situation in which they could not cope, and that they would be left facing two enemies, the IRA and the Loyalists. That, I believe, was not sufficient reason for allowing a takeover of the state and the collapse of the only experiment in the sharing of political power between Catholics and Protestants. There is a suspicion that there may well have been a hidden agenda of which the Wilson government was unaware. Wallace says he became concerned about the work he was being requested to undertake for Clockwork Orange 2 in respect of the two personal accounts he was being asked to produce. I was supplied with further information which I was to add to the narrative, and I was also to produce a third personal account which I was to attribute to a prominent but unidentified political personality. The tone of the new project was very different from that of the previous one in that it was much more political in content and involved a number of Westminster MPs. Kincora featured prominently not because of its importance but because it provided a local story link which could be quickly substantiated by any investigative journalist. Amongst the new information I received was a report from the RUC which indicated that various people associated with Ian Paisley were involved in or aware of the Kincora situation. This report listed a wide range of loyalist politicians and other personalities and key figures in the Orange Order. Wallace says he recognized that he was being asked to undertake a black operation without political clearance and that it was directed at elected members of Parliament. He claims he was asked by a senior officer to leak the contents of another document about Kincora so that the press would investigate the matter. He refused to continue with Clockwork Orange 2 but leaked other Kincora material which was given to him by an officer at Army HQ. He told a person whom he refers to as Officer A that he could not continue with the Clockwork Orange project unless he got some form of very high political clearance. Wallace claims that he returned the file on Clockwork Orange and that his refusal to proceed was resented. Officer A contacted me saying that his superiors were furious that I had refused to go ahead with the project, and said it could be regarded by some that I had withdrawn from the scheme because I was pro-loyalist and therefore a security risk. Wallace says another colleague told him that his official telephone was being tapped and that the Northern Ireland office lot were after his blood. A few days before Christmas 1975 he was told that he was being moved from Northern Ireland because there was a threat to his life. Wallace was not inclined to accept this. He believed the threat to his life had been a constant one and there was no reason to consider it had increased. On the day he was due to leave Northern Ireland to take up a posting in Preston he placed a restricted document in the letterbox of Times journalist Robert Fisk. He was under surveillance at the time and was later questioned about this leaking of a classified document. In February 1975 he was suspended from duty. Wallace says MI5 had decided to remove him from Ulster because they could not rely on him to do their dirty work and they were putting their own people into the key jobs in information policy. In June 1975 he was dismissed from the Ministry of Defence and in November of that year he briefed his solicitor about his allegation that he has a scapegoat who was caught in a conflict between the intelligence agencies. In 1976 he wrote to Harold Wilson telling him about dirty tricks and how in 1974 they had been aimed at the Labour government. In 1980 he was sentenced to 10 years imprisonment for the killing of a Sussex antiques dealer, Jonathan Lewis. The court was told that Wallace was infatuated with the victim's wife. Wallace consistently pleaded his innocence. What Wallace has to say about his time in Northern Ireland is now high on the political agenda throughout Britain and Ireland. It has also created two camps, one which believes that Wallace is telling the truth and that he is a victim of MI5 dirty tricks, and the other which says that he has a credibility problem. Wallace admits that his conviction for manslaughter creates such a problem. His detractors also say that anyone who worked in an intelligence role in Northern Ireland should not necessarily be believed. I personally feel that much of what Wallace says about the use of dirty tricks is very credible, but that does not mean that everything he says stands up to scrutiny. Maybe he will be proved right. Only time and a great deal more investigative work by journalists and politicians will finally determine how much reliance should be placed on his claims. If one believes them in part or in their entirety, there is every reason to worry about the ways in which democracy is also compromised by those who should be upholding it. It also serves to illustrate how a dirty war generates strategies of a dubious nature. In his close association with Holroyd, Wallace not only has tended to support Holroyd's allegations but has provided supportive information. It is in this area that Wallace's credibility may also be tested, though he may seek to distance himself from Fred Holroyd's claims in the coming year. The parliamentary interest in what Wallace has to say is not extended to the same degree to Holroyd, who has never had the type of evidence which Wallace has been able to present. It is on those issues where they overlap in their testimony that one tends to find discrepancies. Holroyd and Wallace claim, for instance, that in 1 week 10 Grade 1 agents were wiped out by the IRA because of internecine squabbles generated by MI5. As I revealed in an earlier chapter, a number of agents including Hetherington and McGrogan were killed by the IRA, but not 10, and not in 1 week. The story about the loss of agents initially struck me as wild exaggeration. The loss of 10 agents, I deduced, could have been related to military intelligence gossip which Holroyd heard while serving in Portadown. How could 10 agents could be murdered in 1 week, apparently at some time in 1974-5, and escape media attention? I contacted Holroyd and asked him for exact dates of these killings, but he was unable to expand the basic claim that this had happened. Other journalists who had read about it have dismissed it or ignored it on the grounds that the Army would never reveal such a loss of personnel, even of agents or informers. I was further intrigued when I discovered the sting which ultimately led to the execution of Hetherington, McGrogan, and others, and I wondered whether those deaths might have resulted in gossip within military intelligence circles which Holroyd and Wallace translated into a loss of 10 Grade 1 agents. This seemed possible, since the two events were connected. Hetherington and the others were killed during Holroyd's period of service. If I am right, that gossip about the loss of some agents became 10, then there is every reason to examine carefully other claims by both men, because they may have been misled by just such gossip. I was initially inclined to believe that Holroyd was the source of this story about the 10 agents, but Wallace, in a personal account of his time in Northern Ireland, says he was also told by a colleague about these agents. One would expect that both these men, with their wide experience of military matters, would be able to define when and where such a major loss occurred, particularly in 1 week. I defy them to prove it, because there has never been any evidence to show that such an event occurred. I think Holroyd did hear about many secret matters but never fully understood their significance. I believe the explanation for the story of the loss of agents is to be found in a related matter which illustrates how Holroyd pieced together information to create conspiracies. While Holroyd was in Portadown, he undoubtedly heard of a teenager, Columba McVeigh, who disappeared in 1975 and has not been seen since. Holroyd told Duncan Campbell what he believed happened to McVeigh, and Campbell investigated the case and wrote about it in the New Statesman. Another of Holroyd's accounts concerns a plan to discover the IRA's major escape route from Belfast for wounded and wanted men. The plan went wrong, resulting in 2, and possibly 5 deaths. SGT Tony Poole of the Intelligence Corps, who worked as a field intelligence NCO at the RUC station at Dungannon, set up the plan in 1974 and explained it to Holroyd. Poole planned to use a Catholic youth, who had recently been questioned by the army, as his infiltrator. The hope was that he might finish up at an IRA training camp in the Irish Republic. But Poole's choice of agent was ludicrous. The operation quickly went wrong and his operative, Columbo McVeigh, a woolly-headed 17-year-old, went to jail for 4 months. In February 75 an innocent Protestant man was killed almost certainly as a result of the bungled operation. 3 Catholics are believed to have been shot in a fit for tat revenge killing. According to Holroyd's account, Sergeant Poole decided that McVeigh should be encouraged to plant ammunition in his home. The army would be told to raid the house and find the ammunition, but in advance of the raid McVeigh would escape and seek sanctuary from the IRA. Holroyd says Poole and his fellow operatives were keen to compromise a priest whom they believed was the organizer of an escape route for IRA men fleeing Northern Ireland. McVeigh was given the ammunition and told to conceal it in his bedroom. The house was searched in an early morning raid, but Columbo McVeigh had left the house during the night. When the ammunition was found, a warrant was issued for the arrest of the 17-year-old. Holroyd says Poole told him that McVeigh responded to orders and sought shelter from the priest but was rejected. After several days on the run from the police and army, the teenager visited Dungannon RUC station and asked for Poole but was turned away. Within 1 week of the arms discovery, McVeigh was arrested, charged with possession of ammunition and confined, on remand, to Crumlin Road Prison. It was noticeable that at his court hearing he refused to recognize the court in a manner indicative of a member of the IRA. When Duncan Campbell investigated Holroyd's story, he wrote the following. The IRA knew that McVeigh had not joined. Inside Crumlin Road he was beaten up by the provisionals and accused of being a stool pigeon. He confessed his involvement and agreed to give the IRA complete details of his dealings with the security forces, and a list of names of people working with them. This information was sent out of Crumlin Road in a coded letter. The army specialists decoded it and showed the list of names to Holroyd. The list the IRA had obtained from McVeigh was nonsense, fabricated in order to escape further beating. At the head of the list of Catholics supposed to be collaborating with the British was a well-respected local solicitor and an SDLP politician. At the top of the list of Protestants was the McVeigh family's milkman, a Protestant who lived in the same area as the family. We have also spoken to a public figure in Dungannon who saw the list after it had been sent out, and he confirmed that he saw the same names as Holroyd. In February 1975, a milkman doing relief work on behalf of the McVeigh family's regular milkman was shot dead. Holroyd says that immediately after the event he made an insertion in his notebook indicating that the murder was a case of mistaken identity and that the intended victim was the regular milkman who was at the top of McVeigh's list of Protestant agents. McVeigh was released from prison several weeks before the shooting. His punishment for possessing ammunition was a suspended prison sentence. Since this did not reflect the seriousness of the offense, the obvious leniency of the sentence was a signal to the IRA that Columbo McVeigh had friends in high places. The teenager did not remain in the Dungannon area and left his home in Donaghmore for Dublin, where he lived with his brother. Before the year ended he disappeared, and until now no one has known of his fate. I can reveal that he suffered a similar fate to that of Seamus Wright and Kevin McKee. He was executed and buried secretly in the Irish countryside. The story told by Holroyd has features of which he was unaware. In Crumlin Road Prison, McVeigh fell foul of the Hetherington/McGrogan plan, which led to paranoia and the mass interrogation of IRA men. McVeigh arrived in prison at a dangerous time and, when questioned repeatedly about the ammunition and how it came to be in his possession, he broke down and revealed his connection with military intelligence. However, for some time after his release the IRA took no action against him because the sting discredited many confessions extracted in the prison. Columbo McVeigh probably thought he was safe, as did others. He was not. When the discredited IRA men returned to the streets and reasserted themselves, McVeigh was one of those agents whose death warrant was signed. Although Holroyd was correct in stating that the IRA assassinated army agents, the death toll was not 10, and not all of them were Grade 1 agents, as McVeigh's behavior clearly shows. He was an IRA volunteer, and according to the IRA his execution was held in secret to spare his family public embarrassment. Holroyd also claimed that McVeigh was part of a plan to discover an IRA escape route and that when the plan backfired this caused the deaths of agents. In his published account of his life Holroyd again refers to the loss of agents by MI5 and says he was told by an SAS officer who was working for the intelligence services at Lisbon that an NCO in the intelligence corps had been running 10 different sources in the IRA and had seen them all murdered within a few days of ML5 taking over operations. The officer had responded by going into a bunker and shooting himself in the head because he was made distraught by the news. Holroyd uses this anecdote to illustrate the alleged incompetence of MI5 in losing 10 agents. There is no evidence that 10 agents were ever wiped out by the IRA within such a short space of time, and the IRA told me that they regarded this claim with derision. The only period when the IRA executed a large number of was that dealt with in the chapter about the Sting and the Hetherington/McGrogan saga. Since Holroyd maintains he was given this information by an SAS officer, one is obliged to ask whether Holroyd was being lied to by a source. On the other hand, is it a claim he would have manufactured to reinforce his story about the incompetence of MI5? Or did Holroyd mishear what was being said to him by the SAS officer whom he names in his book? However one chooses to answer these questions, the fact remains that the IRA has never been in a position to wipe out 10 agents in such a short period. Such an achievement is not something the IRA would have chosen to hide, since it would have rivaled the killing of a large number of British agents in Dublin by the famous IRA leader, Michael Collins, and his hit squads in 1920. One is left with the feeling that Holroyd is either capable of rewriting history to support his conspiracy theory concerning his departure from Northern Ireland, or unable to determine when colleagues were telling him the truth, or else unwilling in this instance to recognize that the statement he says was made by the SAS officer does not stand up to scrutiny. I feel that Holroyd was indeed a man who was highly respected for his undercover work but who may well have been unable to cope with all the other problems in his life at the same time as dealing with terrorism and constantly placing his life on the line. The RUC were impressed with his soldierly qualities, but they were not in a position to recognize the other stresses. It may also be true that once the army recognized that someone with access to highly classified information was in need of help, the decision was taken to remove him from an area where a minor mistake could have cost him and possibly others their lives. I am convinced that his period in Netley and his inability to return to the war front where he believed he functioned best added to his feeling of resentment and isolation. Unlike Colin Wallace, he was in the unique position of not having a criminal record and of being in the front line of a dirty war. It is my contention that Wallace saw the value of having Holroyd as a fellow traveler in seeking to attract media attention to his cause. Holroyd was in a position to reveal much about the intelligence agency's role in the war. However, he was only one person in the war and therefore unable to offer a global view of it. Holroyd I see as a man who collected scraps of information which he did not always understand and which he often misunderstood. The subsequent dissemination of those scraps in his association with Colin Wallace served to make the dirty war murkier, though it must also be recognized that what they both had to say encouraged a greater scrutiny of particular events and helped indirectly to clarify certain aspects of the conflict. 8. Killers in the ranks, loyalist terror groups and the security forces. The communal violence, which tore asunder an already deeply divided society in 1969, exposed the difficulties faced by those responsible for the policing of Northern Ireland. In 1968 9 men within both the RUC and the B Specials not only demonstrated a hatred of the nationalist community but showed exactly where their loyalties lay. This was no more clearly illustrated than in West Belfast, where loyalist mobs were allowed and even assisted by some members of the RUC and B Specials to burn Catholic homes and loot shops. I remember as a journalist watching policemen stand idly by while loyalists set alight Catholic-owned business premises in North Belfast. When one makes these observations, people tend to assume one is criticizing the entire RUC or B Specials. The degree to which members of both forces colluded with mobs is difficult to quantify. I would say that available evidence indicates there was a small percentage of individuals within both forces who were willing to allow and encourage loyalist violence and others who were too terrified to be perceived as preventing it. The reason why there has always been a problem is that the RUC, like the B Specials, is essentially composed of men and women from the Protestant community. That is not to say that the force is sectarian, but simply that Catholics refuse to join the RUC because they will be immediate and easy IRA targets. There has also been a historical reluctance on the part of Catholics or nationalists to join the RUC, and I am not aware of any number of nationalists ever having joined the B Specials. The RUC has always been a target for loyalist terrorists in that some seek to join the force, and members of the force, because they originate in the loyalist community, by default or by design supply loyalist paramilitaries with information about the other community. Throughout the Troubles, members of the RUC have been known to frequent loyalist clubs and pubs. Other policemen have passed on information about Republicans and members of the IRA to loyalists in order to seek revenge for the killing of fellow policemen. In a number of instances, as this chapter will show, there have been loyalist killers in the ranks of the RUC. The other organization which has been seriously penetrated by loyalist terror groups is the Ulster Defence Regiment. Like its predecessor, the B Specials, the UDR comprises men and women from the Protestant community, and like the RUC it has consistently failed to attract more than a small percentage of Catholics because of IRA threats and because of the regiment's reputation as the B Specials under a different name. In 1989 it became clear that the UDR was like a sieve and that intelligence was being leaked by some of its members to loyalist paramilitaries. The UDR gave loyalist paramilitaries the opportunity to exploit its intelligence, to obtain military training through membership, and to have greater freedom of movement under the guise of acting in the capacity of members of the security forces. From its birth the UDR did not introduce tight enough controls to ensure that prospective recruits were not members of paramilitary groupings, and the problem was further compounded by the fact that dual membership of the UDR and UDA was acceptable to the military authorities. The UVF, which throughout much of the Troubles has been an illegal organization, has also exploited membership of the UDR and its potential for widely circulating intelligence files on the nationalist community throughout its ranks. The history of the UDR is littered with the names of members who have been engaged in terrorism. This alone illustrates how easy it has been for loyalists to gain access to the regiment. While the RUC does not possess such a history, it has also exercised greater control over its members and stricter security, and has changed its image since 1969. Within the loyalist community the RUC is now seen as a force which has been used to suppress loyalist protest, whereas the UDR is regarded by loyalists as a Protestant force whose purpose is to defend Ulster against the IRA and invasion from the Republic. This loyalist perception of the UDR is strongly held in areas where Protestants are living close to the border and where many of them have been murdered by the IRA. In those areas Protestants will join the UDR to defend Ulster as though it were a historical duty and to gain the necessary weaponry to protect their families and homes, since members of the UDR are entitled to carry personal weapons for their protection because of their military role. However, the UDR is not simply a full-time force but has a large part-time reserve, and loyalist groups such as the UDA and UVF have actively encouraged their members to become part-timers in the UDR. In this way they obtain weapons, training, and access to files on the nationalist community and IRA, which the UDA/UVF regard as the greatest threat to Ulster. Membership in turn guarantees for loyalist paramilitaries up-to-date knowledge of the whereabouts of security force patrols in areas where the UDA or UVF may want to transport arms or carry out the murder of Catholics. In South Armagh the UDA and UVF operate jointly and have made great use of having members within the Ulster Defence Regiment. The UVF and UDA believe the real war is being waged in South Armagh because the army is under the most intense pressure there. The IRA uses the border to escape into the Irish Republic, and some of the most experienced IRA bombers and active service volunteers operate in South Armagh, particularly in the countryside near Crossmaglen, Forkhill, and Newry. Since the UDR has suffered its greatest onslaught in South Armagh, where Protestants live in small, tightly knit communities and justifiably feel constantly under threat. This has also created a deep hatred of the Catholic community which harbors the IRA. Both the outlawed UVF and the legally constituted UDA have used their base in Portadown to coordinate attacks from South Armagh on towns in the Republic including Dublin itself. The fact that there were killers in the ranks of both the RUC and the UDR made it possible for them to operate more effectively within South Armagh and in bombing the centre of Dublin. On July 7, 1987, Ken Livingstone, the newly elected Labour MP for Brent East, told a packed House of Commons it was likely that Captain Robert Nyrick organised the killing of 3 members of the pop group, the Miami Show Band, in 1975. The left-wing MP said the gun used to kill John Francis Green was also used in the Miami Show Band massacre. Livingstone was basing his allegation on claims made by Fred Holroyd, and though both these men were making false assertions, they did, by default, draw attention to the murders of the pop group, an event which fits perfectly into what I regard as the Dirty War. The Miami Massacre, as it became known in the press, is one example of collusion between loyalist paramilitaries and members of the security forces, namely the Ulster Defence Regiment. Such collusion has frequently been misinterpreted and has led to a widely held belief in the nationalist community that loyalist-inspired violence is often masterminded by British military intelligence in liaison with RUC Special Branch. However, the Miami Massacre best illustrates the degree to which loyalist terror often depends on cooperation from dissident UDR personnel and not from British military intelligence or special branch. In the early hours of July 31, 1975, a minibus containing 5 musicians and their equipment made its way out of the mainly Protestant town of Banbridge in County Down and took the road for Dublin. The musicians were members of the Miami Show Band, which was proving, after 13 years in show business, that it could still attract large audiences and stay at the top of the Irish charts. The band comprised 6 members, but one of them had left Banbridge in his own car to travel to his home in Antrim. At a time when the violence in Northern Ireland was severely limiting the social life of the population, the Miami Show Band refused to be restricted and traveled to the most difficult areas. All the members were Catholics, some from the Republic of Ireland, where the band was based. The religious persuasion of the band did not deter them from playing in dance halls in predominantly Protestant towns such as Banbridge, and for their obvious tolerance and courage the Miami musicians were highly respected throughout Ireland. The Banbridge gig in the town's Castle Ballroom was the Miami's first appearance there for over 4 years. As the minibus left the town, the trumpeter, Brian McCoy, who was driving the minibus, remarked that it was marvelous to receive such a warm reception from the Banbridge audience, and it illustrated that northern dance halls provided the best gigs in Ireland. The band was tired but knew the journey to Dublin would be swift because of the absence of traffic on the road. As the minibus approached Loch Brickland, a few miles from Banbridge, McCoy noticed a red torch being moved in a circular motion on the roadway 50 yards ahead of him. As he slowed his vehicle, a man in military uniform used the torch to direct him to park the minibus in a lay-by. Believing they were being stopped at a military road check, McCoy produced his driving license as a means of identification, but the band were ordered to leave the minibus and line up with their backs to the side of the vehicle so that they faced a ditch at the edge of the road. At this stage 10 men in uniform were in the vicinity of the vehicle. De McAleya, the band's saxophonist, thought it was a joint UDR/British Army patrol because he heard an English voice and local accents. The soldiers were armed with self-loading rifles and submachine guns. Some wore berets and some did not. McAleya saw a man with a mustache who was wearing dark glasses and appeared to be the leader of the military patrol. This man demanded that each member of the band give his name and date of birth. McAleya became suspicious because the request was not one he associated with a regular military road check. McAleya would remember the leader's face because of his aggressiveness and his annoyance with members of his unit who were talking to some of the musicians about the success of the Banbridge gig. Stephen Travers, a guitarist who had joined the band 6 weeks earlier, was frightened when the band members were asked to place their hands on their heads. He stepped out of the lineup and walked to the rear of the minibus to ensure that several soldiers who were about to search the vehicle did not damage his guitar. He was asked if there were valuables in his guitar case, and when he replied that it contained his guitar, he received a punch in the back and was told to return to the lineup. The band members were facing the ditch and therefore unable to observe the search of their vehicle. Then Traverse heard a large bang and experienced a searing heat. He felt himself propelled, as if in slow motion, into the ditch. Suddenly events changed and he had a sensation of tremendous speed as he rolled through the ditch. He heard machine gun fire and someone say, "Kman, those bastards are dead. I got them with dum-dums." He thought dum-dums were blanks because he felt no pain. In fact, he had been hit by several bullets, one of them a dum-dum which struck his hip, exploded inside him and exited through his left arm. Demichelia was fortunate in escaping such serious injury. There was an explosion which lifted me off the ground and flung me into the ditch. Then there was a burst of automatic fire. I realized we were in trouble and I stayed as close into the ditch as I could. I remember calling out the names of some of our lads, but there was a second burst of fire. I was unconscious for a while, and when I came round, the wagon was on fire and so was the ditch. The fire was getting so close to me that I had to move. I rolled out onto the grass. I saw Brian McCoy's body and he was dead. Michelia ran down the main road towards Newry and hitched a lift to the town's police station. When police arrived at the murder scene, they were shocked by what they saw. The Miami's lead singer, 29-year-old Francis Fran O'Toole, was lying over 20 feet from the roadside. His body was riddled with 20 bullets, and a pathologist later confirmed that he had probably been shot as he lay on the ground face upwards. Brian McCoy lay dead nearby, as did Tony Garotti, the band's youngest musician, aged 22. He had been shot from behind, some of the wounds indicating that he had also been shot as he collapsed. His body contained 8 bullets. Stephen Traverse was found to be alive and was rushed to hospital, where he recovered several months later. 50 feet from the front of the burned-out wreck of the minibus, police found a man's body blown in two and bearing extensive burn marks. 90 feet from the rear of the vehicle was another body in a similar condition. Debris from the minibus was scattered over a 100-yard radius, and a careful search of the area revealed a submachine gun, a magazine containing .32 rounds, another with 9mm rounds, a .38 pistol, 3 green berets, a human arm tattooed with the inscription UVF Porta Down, and a pair of spectacles. Identification of the mutilated corpses proved easier than police expected. Within 12 hours of the killings, the UVF issued a statement that 2 of its members, Major Horace Boyle and Lieutenant Wesley Somerville, had been killed while on patrol. A UVF patrol led by Major Boyle was suspicious of 2 vehicles, a minibus and a car parked near the border. Major Boyle ordered his patrol to apprehend the occupants for questioning. As they were being questioned, Major Boyle and Lt. Somerville began to search the minibus. As they began to enter the vehicle, a bomb was detonated and both men were killed outright. At the precise moment of the explosion, the patrol came under intense automatic fire from the occupants of the other vehicle. The patrol sergeant immediately ordered fire to be returned. Using self-loading rifles and submachine guns, the patrol returned fire, killing 3 of their attackers and wounding another. The patrol later recovered 2 Armalite rifles and a pistol. The UVF maintains regular border patrols due to the continued activity of the Provisional IRA. The Mid-Ulster Battalion had been assisting the South Down, South Armagh units since the IRA's Fork Hill booby trap, which killed 4 British soldiers. 3 UVF members are being treated for gunshot wounds after last night but not in hospital. The UVF statement was cleverly designed to offset public condemnation. It also illustrated a deeper knowledge of the movements of the Miami show band than might have appeared on a first reading. There were indeed 2 vehicles on the fateful night. The band's manager left Banbridge ahead of the minibus. That was known to the killers. However, he never stopped his vehicle at any point between Banbridge and Newry. The UVF quickly issued its statement in the knowledge that the bodies of Somerville and Boyle would indicate that both men were close to the detonation of the explosion which killed them. The statement provided a story which would have fooled many people at a time when the police were in possession of only circumstantial evidence to connect Somerville and Boyle to the cause of the explosion. However, police files soon confirmed that Somerville was a terrorist suspect in 1974, when he was acquitted of being involved in an attack on a Catholic housing estate. The offense involved holding bakery workers captive and driving their bread van packed with explosives into an estate at Coal Island in County Tyrone. What was not immediately apparent to the public in July 1975, though it was to the RUC, was that Somerville and Boyle were part-time members of the Ulster Defence Regiment, and this equated with the discovery of berets at the murder scene as well as McAlea's eyewitness account of men in military uniform. While Traverse recovered slowly in hospital, McAlea provided a description of the leader of the UVF patrol which was circulated to police stations throughout the Portadown/Armagh area. However, it was the seemingly trivial discovery of spectacles at the scene which was to prove crucial. Police asked an optician to examine them in the hope that there might be something about them which would identify their owner. The optician told police that he had 10,000 patients on his files and that this type of spectacles was worn by only 1 in 500,000. That provided the breakthrough. A check of the files of opticians in South Armagh turned up a 29-year-old optical worker, James McDowell. His description fitted that of the man with the mustache and dark glasses whom McAlea believed was the leader of the patrol. On the basis of a tip-off, police also arrested 25-year-old Thomas Crozier, who, like McDowell, hailed from the town of Lugan. Both men were members of the Ulster Defence Regiment. Under police questioning they refused to reveal the identity of their accomplices but admitted that the explosion was caused by a bomb being planted in the minibus by Somerville and Boyle. Crozier, a lance corporal in the 11th Battalion of the UDR stationed at Lugan, said that on the night of the murders he drove to the grounds of a school in Lugan and picked up 2 other men. He then drove to a lay-by on the Newryban Bridge dual carriageway and joined 5 others who were in uniform. They set up a roadblock with all the trappings of a regular military checkpoint. Crozier told police and later a court that he did not play a prominent part in the massacre and he could not reveal the names of his accomplices because to do so would endanger the lives of his family. When asked if he did not regard membership of the UVF and UDR as incompatible, he replied that both were legal organizations. In that respect he was correct, because a ban on the UVF had been lifted early in 1975 by the Secretary of State, Merlin Rees, and was not reimposed until November 1975. However, membership of the UDR and the other loyalist terror group, the UDA, has never been declared incompatible. The UDA is not an illegal organization and joint membership of it and the UDR was declared to be acceptable by a UDR commander, Dennis Omrod, in 1972. The trial of McDowell and Crozier did not reveal the extent of UVF/UDR liaison, the planning which took place before the Miami massacre or why the band was targeted. In fact, the murder of the Miami show band was planned weeks before in a house in Portadown. The man who assumed overall responsibility for the operation was once in the UDR but is a free man and for legal reasons I shall refer to him as Mr. A. He is known to the security forces and has been questioned about numerous murders and bombings. I can reveal from sources within the UVF that his reason for choosing the Miami was to use them as a means of getting a bomb into the Republic. The plan was to stop the minibus at the roadblock and, while the musicians were being questioned with their backs to the vehicle, for Boyle and Somerville to plant a bomb under the driver's seat. The bomb was a 151B gelignite device with a clock timer and was concealed in a briefcase which Mr. A knew would slide under the driver's seat. Should the van be stopped by Irish Customs, the bomb would be sufficiently concealed. The device would be set to explode after the vehicle crossed the border. Mr. A's intention was that not only would the band members be killed but they would be judged to have been transporting explosives. The result would be tighter controls over all persons crossing the Irish border and the UVF would have secretly succeeded in bombing the Irish Republic. Should it ever be discovered that the van had been stopped at a military checkpoint, the IRA and nationalist politicians would blame it on the British and not the UVF. The plan went wrong. As Boyle and Somerville were priming the device it exploded. McDowell then gave orders to leave no witnesses. Like his companions, he was not wearing a disguise because the van was to be blown to pieces en route to Dublin. Another reason for choosing the Miami as a target was the band's high profile within the community that the UVF wished to discredit. For the sake of conjecture, it is worth examining what is likely to have been said if the UVF plan had succeeded. Since there were no witnesses to the roadblock, the immediate conclusion would have been that the bomb had been placed on board by the band. In England, a bomb exploding on a pop group's van would be immediately understood to be an act of sabotage, but in Northern Ireland people would conclude that the explosives were in transit and detonated prematurely because of a faulty timing device or an uneven road surface. At the time of the massacre, the UVF/UDA were trying to illustrate that the border was not secure and that explosives could be easily transported. If the bomb had indeed exploded before the van reached the border, in a town like Newry, people would have speculated about a likely target, for example, an army post. The suspicion that a band was carrying the explosives would have led Unionists to feel justified in arguing that all nationalists were potential terrorists, and it would have embarrassed the Irish government because the Miami show band lived and were based in the Republic. It would also have illustrated the failure of the government of the Republic to recognize that its border was being used by the most unlikely groupings. The deaths of all the band members would also have served as a blow against the Catholic population. It might have led to greater security on the border because of the shockwaves such a deduction would have created. The plan to kill the pop group was a military-style operation which failed because of one error. Aside from the presence of the 4 members of the UDR already mentioned, there were several other UDR men and at least one non-member of the regiment, 31-year-old James Joseph Somerville, the brother of the UDR/UVF man who died in the massacre. McDowell, Crozier, and James Somerville were each sentenced to over 30 years imprisonment for their part in the crime. Mr. A was questioned by the RUC's squad of detectives set up to track down the 10-man gang. He was ruled out of the police inquiry because of insufficient evidence and because he was not a man to weaken under police interrogation. Mr. A was angry about his arrest and was convinced that there was an informer within UVF ranks. Having decided that the informer was not in the team which formed the bogus roadblock, he turned his attention to those who were involved peripherally with the massacre. In January 1976 he singled out Samuel Fulton Neal from the town of Lugan, whose car had been used by some of the UVF unit traveling to the checkpoint on the night of the murders. Although he had been interviewed by police, no charges had been preferred. He had told detectives that his car had been stolen, when in fact he had lent it to Crozier knowing that it was to be used in a UVF operation. Mr. A ordered his execution in the belief that it was he who had given Crozier's name to the police. As Neal left a pub in Portadown on January 25, he was shot 5 times in the head and died instantly. Another killing connected with the Miami murders was that of a 45-year-old part-time UDR captain, Billy Hanna, who had won the military medal while serving with the British forces in Korea, and later joined the B Specials and, on their disbandment, the UDR. On the night of July 26, 1975, he drove home from a function in a British Legion club in Lugan. As he stepped from his car outside his house, 2 young men walked up to him. He asked, "What are you playing at?" One of the men produced a pistol, held it to Hanna's temple and pulled the trigger. As Hanna lay on the ground, the gunman acted like a professional assassin, and fired a second bullet into the back of his head. The killer was Mr. A and his companion was Horace Boyle. Hanna's wife watched the killing but has been too distressed since then to identify the assassin and his accomplice. Prior to his death, Hanna was under surveillance by members of RUC Special Branch and by the military intelligence officer who replaced Fred Holroyd. It was believed that Hanna was closely connected with UVF operations in South Armagh and that he was intricately involved in assisting the UDA/UVF to plan and coordinate the bombing of Dublin and Monaghan in 1974. By 1975 both the UVF and UDA, which often carried out joint operations, were concerned that there was an informer in their midst. Suspicion centered on Hanna, who was trying to distance himself from his terrorist connections. A week before the Miami massacre, Mr. A decided that Hanna was a security risk, because a large number of UDR/UVF personnel were to be used in the Miami job. Hanna was in a position to know that the operation was being planned. A decision was therefore made to eradicate the risk by killing him. The connection between members of the UDR and loyalism owes much to the history of North Armagh, which cradles Lugan and Portadown, two towns as tribal, extreme, and sectarian in character as any nationalist or loyalist district of Belfast. North Armagh was one of the first areas after Belfast to see the terrifying results of sectarian conflict between the Catholic and Protestant communities. A carefully planned UVF/UDA raid on the UDR's 11th Battalion barracks in Lugan on October 10, 1972, when an estimated 83 self-loading rifles and 21 machine guns were stolen, provided loyalist groups with the means to wage armed conflict. From the outset of the Troubles, the UVF and UDA encouraged their members to join the UDR not only to acquire weapons training, intelligence about Republicans, and the ability to set up roadblocks which could be used to check constantly on the movements of IRA suspects. They also had another motive: assassination. The intensity of hatred arising from the historical divisions, the proximity of the border and the obvious strength of the IRA in the south of the county made for a bloody conflict. The frequent murders of local Protestant members of the UDR served to fuel sectarianism. On the one hand, the IRA tried to justify the murder of UDR men by maintaining they were part of the war machine. On the other hand, the loyalist paramilitaries claimed the murder of innocent Catholics was part of a self-righteous policy of revenge. It is not surprising that the UDR was easily infiltrated when dual membership of a terror group such as the UDA and the UDR was acceptable to the regiment's leadership. The UDR battalions in County Armagh, the 11th and 8th, were the major infiltration targets for the UVF and UDA, and the result was sectarian murder. Thomas Leonard, a member of the 8th Battalion of the UDR, machine-gunned an elderly Catholic couple on their farm near Cong in County Tyrone. 3 weeks after the Miami massacre, another bogus roadblock claimed the lives of two Catholics, Sean Farmer and Colum McCartney. The roadblock remained in place on the main Newtown-Hamilton-Castleblaney Road outside Armagh for over an hour. A plainclothes police patrol passed through it after presenting RUC identity passes. Farmer and McCartney were stopped and shot dead. The area where the shooting took place was within the responsibility of UDR. Crimes connected with the UDR have spanned the whole of Northern Ireland. Over 100 members of the regiment have been convicted of serious offences including murder, attempted murder, causing explosions, and having explosive substances. 5 months after the Miami massacre, Alexander Irwin of the 8th Battalion was jailed for 3 years for possession of fuse wire and ammunition, an offence mirrored elsewhere in the province. Another constant problem facing the British Army and RUC were thefts of weapons from UDR bases and from UDR men's homes. It was, however, the involvement of members of the regiment in shootings and cross-border bombings which led to many of the conspiracy theories concerning military intelligence or security services involvement in terrorism. It may also be the case that the evidence that an English accent had been heard at the roadblock before the Miami killings, coupled with the fact that a star pistol was used in both the Miami and Green murders, led Holroyd and some journalists to conclude that Robert Nyrick was present not only at the Carville farm where Green was killed but also at the bogus roadblock where the musicians lost their lives. It is important to clarify at this juncture some of the controversy surrounding the star pistol and how this and the hearing of an English accent at the scene of the massacre were later used to connect Nyrick, wrongly I contend, to both the Green and the Miami murders. The star pistol used to kill Brian McCoy at the Miami massacre was the same weapon as that used to shoot Green. Forensic tests established without doubt that this was the case. Mr. A used the pistol to shoot Green, and after the murder it was returned to a UVF weapons dump in Portadown. When the Miami murders were planned, weapons were taken from the same dump and one of them was the star pistol. Its presence at the scene of the Miami killings is significant only in that it connects Mr. A with both the execution of Green and the planning of the Miami massacre. Like all terrorist weapons, the pistol belonged to a particular unit and was kept within an area controlled by the unit. As such, it was available when required unless a battalion commander in the area requested weapons to be transferred from one unit to another. When Holroyd and Wallace began developing the theory that Nyrick killed Green, they were later obliged to conclude that he must also have killed McCoy in the Miami massacre. Their reasoning was not simply loose but wrong. Although the Star pistol was used in both crimes and in the Miami massacre, an English accent was heard, it is, to say the least, highly dubious if not absurd to conclude from such superficial factors that Nyrick was present at the Miami murders. I was told by a source close to Mr. A and another Loyalist hitman that Nyrick was not present at either murder. The source I regard as impeccable, and the other hitman is in a position to know exactly who was involved in both episodes. He will be referred to later in this chapter as Mr. B. He has no reason to protect or damage the image of Robert Nyrick and has been accurate about other events which took place in the South Armagh area. For reasons which should be obvious to the reader, I am not prepared to name the source, who is known to Mr. B but is not a terrorist. Mr. B was involved in the murder of Green but says that Mr. A pulled the trigger. The arguments of Holroyd and Wallace, irrespective of what I have learned while researching this book, remain unconvincing when one considers the fact that they connect Nyrick with the Miami massacre because of an English voice at the scene of the massacre and the Star pistol. I have been unable to discover the identity of the person with the English accent. I am informed, I believe reliably, that it was not a member of the UDR, but that is as much as my source is willing to say on the matter. If the reader accepts my evidence of the execution of Green, it is much easier to understand how such a man could professionally execute Captain Billy Hanna. Mr. A maintained control over the majority of major Loyalist terror attacks in South Armagh, forged close links with the UDA in Portadown, and was willing to act as a hitman when he saw fit. He did not confine his activities solely to County Armagh but was prepared to undertake and plan operations in County Antrim. Not only was he in command of men who were members of the UDR, he was also linked to dissidents within the RUC who believed in terrorism. Two other leading UVF officers, C and D, had a contact within the RUC, 25-year-old Constable William McCauley, a member of the RUC's Frontline Special Patrol Group. William McCauley came from a strict Presbyterian background and was raised in a townland close to the village of Ahoggle in County Antrim. His father, Alexander, was an elder in the local Trinity Presbyterian Church and, though he was a pillar of respectability, he harbored a deep-seated hatred of Catholics. William inherited his father's bitterness and was known as the Protestant Boy, a nickname that spanned his youth and adulthood. When he joined the RUC, he was obliged to leave home because of his range of duties. In 1975 he was posted to South Armagh. That year he married his wife Angela. They bought a house at Wood Lane in Lugan and had their first child. McCauley therefore found himself in Lugan at a time when Mr. A was planning a resurgence of Loyalist violence. He had been in Lugan only 1 year when he came into contact with C, who lived in nearby Portadown, and whose history of violence would have been apparent to members of the Special Patrol Group, since they were in the front line in the war against terrorism. McCauley, however, was riddled with prejudice and saw terrorism as the violence of only one of the communities in Northern Ireland. It was inevitable, therefore, that through mutual contacts in the world of Presbyterianism and Orangism, C and McCauley should meet and agree that they could serve each other in a joint cause, revenge and retaliation against Catholics for crimes committed by the IRA. The self-righteous, introverted McCauley saw himself as a politically motivated idealist prepared to kill for God and Ulster. His narrow and intense religious upbringing, allied to his confirmed belief in the righteousness of Protestant unionism, created a walking time bomb with all the ingredients which shape terror. To the world at large and his colleagues in the RUC, however, he was a dedicated policeman committed to law and order and the defeat of terrorism. His decision to reside in Lugan was also significant, because Lugan and its sister town of Portadown were centers for the planning and execution of Loyalist violence, and their proximity to IRA strongholds in the south of County Armagh heightened tension. McCauley was also working in an area of Northern Ireland which held the greatest risk for soldiers and policemen and generated constant stress in the daily lives of members of the security forces. Members of the SPG were obliged to drive over roads which were constantly mined by the IRA, and this daily confrontation with danger, the deaths and injury of friends and colleagues coalesced to produce a case for retribution in the view of McCaughey and ultimately some of his colleagues. On April 19, 1977, McCaughey decided to take the law into his own hands after being told about an IRA attack on the police station in his hometown of Ahoggle. Although the assault on the station failed, one policeman sustained a gunshot wound to his ankle. McCaughey was incensed that the IRA should choose his birthplace, quickly made inquiries about the incident and was informed of rumors in circulation. Ahoggle being a predominantly Protestant and staunchly loyalist place, the townspeople had immediately sought a scapegoat. Irrespective of who started the rumor, it suddenly became common currency that the IRA attack had been planned and coordinated with the assistance of a local Catholic shopkeeper. Respectable people in Ahoggle did not stop to think that the person who was being singled out for malicious gossip was a man who had lived alongside them for 13 years. He was William Strathern, a 39-year-old father of 8 children. This quiet, respectable, and inoffensive man was certainly not the type of person to have ever expressed political sentiments which the majority Unionist population in the town would have deemed offensive. McCaughey was told that Strathern had hidden the IRA gang's guns after the attack and that scarring on his face was due to a premature explosion which had happened while he was a bomb maker in an earlier IRA campaign. William Strathern ran the local VG grocery store and it was a successful business. He was deeply involved in community projects and was a member of the village association. He hailed from Bellachy in County Londonderry and was a well-known Gaelic footballer in his youth. The scarring on his face, which served to heighten rumor after the IRA attack, was caused by an accident 16 years earlier. While he was working at a car, the petrol tank exploded, killing his brother and leaving him seriously injured for a long time. It was this accident which cut short a promising football career and terminated his ambition to run and own a garage and workshop. McCaughey knew Strathern and like other people in Ahoggle he should have been aware that the sudden campaign against him was a tissue of lies. However, he made no attempt to dispel the vicious rumors and instead decided coolly and clinically that Strathern should be killed. Within 24 hours of the Ahoggle incident he sat down with a friend and fellow member of the Special Patrol Group, Sergeant John Oliver Weir, and planned Strathern's death. Sergeant Weir, aged 29, was an officer with 7 years' experience and 5 commendations for police work. On the evening of April 19 both policemen met in a pub in Armagh City and McCaughey explained that Strathern should be killed in revenge for the attack on Ahoggle RUC station. No mention was made of the rumors about Strathern. McCaughey said that this was to be a sectarian murder as a form of retribution, and that a friend in the UVF who was an experienced assassin would do the actual killing. He had no difficulty in encouraging Weir to be a partner in crime. McCaughey assured his accomplice that there was little risk, since he knew the area around Ahoggle and could ensure that they were not stopped by security forces patrols. McCaughey drove Weir to a house in Lugan to meet C. According to Weir, McCaughey insisted that he remain outside the house until C allowed him to enter the premises. Once in the house Weir discovered that C and McCaughey were not alone. There was a fourth man, whom for legal reasons I shall refer to as D. Although Weir, I believe, knew that D was a UDA leader from Portadown, what he may not have known is that C and D were connected with the killers of John Francis Green and that C was the organizer of many terror operations for the UVF including the Miami Massacre. C and McCaughey agreed that the killing should be carried out that night, and McCaughey outlined his plan. The 2 policemen and the 2 known terrorists would travel in separate vehicles, one of them a lorry, to a meeting place close to Ahoggle. McCaughey said a phone call to certain people, whom he refused to identify, would provide him with the necessary information about security movements in the Ahoggle district. His intention was that the 2 vehicles would meet at a pre-arranged time at a roundabout near the town of Moira. McCaughey would then drive behind the lorry to a point about 1 mile outside Ahoggle. From there he would transport C and D to the village by car and show them where Strathern lived. After the murder he would return them to their lorry. McCaughey reckoned that by accompanying them to the village he would ensure that, if his car was stopped with Messrs C and D inside, the vehicle and its occupants would not be scrutinized because of his membership of the RUC. He also insisted that Weir should be a passenger in the car so that the presence of two policemen would further establish the car and its occupants as respectable people. C agreed that the plan was excellent but for one item, the murder weapon. He pointed out that if he and D were to get to a hoggle and home safely they could not risk carrying the weapon except while in the presence of McCauley and Weir. McCauley said that he had an unattributable .45 pistol which was clean and could not be traced. As experienced terrorists, Messrs C and D knew exactly what was being conveyed to them by the word clean. The pistol had, in other words, no history of use in terrorist crimes. Forensic examination of bullets removed from the body of a murder victim can determine not only the type of gun used but also whether that gun has been used in previous killings. Accordingly, any suspect charged with a murder involving a gun that police know has been employed in previous killings can face charges relating to other crimes. Moreover, when bullets from the victim of an apparently motiveless murder match those used in a crime known to be the work of a particular terrorist organization, police can attribute responsibility to that organization. Messrs C and D were therefore reassured by McCauley's intention to use a clean pistol, which he said he kept at home. Weir drove McCauley to his Logan home to pick up the gun and then they traveled to the Moira roundabout. Messrs C and D were waiting there in the lorry and transferred to the car, where C was handed the weapon. As they made their way towards the village, McCauley explained that Messrs C and D would be taken to within 200 yards of Strathearn's home above his grocery store. He would remain with Weir in the car and they would listen to the police radio for any signs of a problem. It was suggested that C should first ring Strathearn's doorbell but be prepared that he might not open the door because it was 2.00 m. In that event, C was to open fire on the door and hurry back to the car. C replied that he would rather do the job properly. He would ring the doorbell and if Strathearn did not appear he would shout to him that his child was sick and he urgently required aspirin for her. C's ploy worked. When he and D rang the doorbell, William Strathearn opened a window above his shop and looked into the street. As soon as they told him they needed aspirin for a sick child, he rushed downstairs and opened the shop door to his killers. C shot him twice in the chest at point-blank range. Weir and McCauley drove Messrs C and D to their lorry at the Moira roundabout and waited until the two terrorists had driven off towards Logan. The two policemen traveled to the McCauley farm and disposed of the murder weapon. On June 5, 1978, McCauley was again on the trail of revenge and retaliation, this time in County Armagh. That evening the Rock Bar in the predominantly Catholic village of Keady in South Armagh was the target. A bomb was placed against the door of the bar, shots were fired through the windows, and a customer who tried to leave the bar was shot twice in the stomach by McCauley. The reason why shots were fired through the windows was to keep customers in the bar while the bomb was being detonated so that the explosion could cause maximum damage to the bar and the people trapped inside. Fortunately the bomb, which was composed of 10 IB of gelignite, failed to explode, though the detonator ignited. McCauley escaped in a car which was later abandoned and set alight. The gun he used in the attack was left in the burning car. What was disturbing about the bomb attack was that McCauley's accomplices were 3 members of the RUC Special Patrol Group stationed in Armagh. They used an official police car to scan the Keady area before and after the attack and with the benefit of a police radio were able to give themselves ample warning of the presence of Army or RUC patrols. The 3 were Reserve Constable Lawrence McClure, Constable Ian Mitchell and Constable David Wilson. They were later given suspended prison sentences. In an unusual judgment, the Lord Chief Justice, Lord Lowry, said he recognized the motive for the attack on the bar and felt the 3 policemen were misguided, wrong-headed and, above all, unfortunate. Their actions, he said, sprang from a feeling of frustration that ordinary police methods had proved relatively ineffective for combating terrorism in Armagh and elsewhere. However, it should not be thought that he looked lightly on offences committed by members of the RUC. Lord Lowry certainly expected too much from certain nationalist politicians who felt that his remarks tended to detract from what could have been a ghastly massacre at the Rock Bar. They expressed the view that the Lord Chief Justice's comments eroded the seriousness of the crime and exonerated those involved by suggesting that their motivation was one of frustration and not naked prejudice or revenge. Was Lord Lowry more in touch with the records of McClure, Wilson, and Mitchell? They, like McCaughey, were highly decorated policemen, and there was no evidence to imply that they had been involved in any other terrorist acts. 12 days after the abortive bombing of the Rock Bar, the IRA unleashed a murderous attack on 2 policemen in South Armagh. One of the policemen, Constable McConnell, was killed instantly, but his companion, Constable Turbett, was wounded and taken captive by his attackers. When McCaughey heard that a fellow policeman was being held captive, he felt that the only way of forcing the IRA to release Constable Turbett was to find a means of bargaining with them. He decided to kidnap a well-known Catholic priest and hold him hostage, while making it public that, if the IRA killed their captive, the priest would be executed. McCaughey required an accomplice, and he found one in 25-year-old Sergeant Gary Armstrong of the RUC Special Patrol Group in South Armagh. McCaughey suggested they kidnap the parish priest in a hoggle, Father Hugh Murphy, an elderly member of the village community who was highly respected by Protestants. His war record as a padre was common knowledge, and unusually for a Catholic he was a prominent member of the Royal British Legion. At 7:30 am on June 18, Father Murphy, dressed in pajamas and dressing gown, responded to a knocking on the door of the parochial house. He opened the door and was confronted by a man wearing a balaclava mask and carrying a gun. A second man, similarly dressed but without a gun, arrived on the scene and blindfolded Father Murphy before forcing him into the rear seat of a waiting car. The priest was driven by his kidnappers, McCaughey and Armstrong, to the McCaughey farm, where a hood was placed over his head and he was led into an outhouse. His hands were bound and he was tied to a ring which hung from the wall and was used for shackling cattle. For 24 hours McCaughey, with the knowledge of his parents, issued public statements warning of the fate that would befall the priest if Constable Turbett was not released. A massive security forces operation followed the kidnapping of Father Murphy, and the McCaughey farm was one of many in that neighborhood visited by police and soldiers. McCaughey Sr. persuaded his son to let the priest go free. Within 48 hours and after numerous public appeals for the release of both the priest and the policeman, Father Murphy was driven from the McCaughey farm, still blindfolded, and released near the house of one of his parishioners. His ordeal was terrifying, but nothing compared to the plight of Constable Turbett, whose bullet-riddled body was found in a derelict farmhouse 1 week later. On the basis of excellent detective work, McCaughey and Weir were brought to justice and sentenced to life imprisonment for the murder of Strathemi. Messrs C and D escaped the police net and remain free men. It is unlikely they will ever be charged with the Strathern murder because Weir and McCaughey will not testify against them and they have not been known to break under interrogation. Sergeant Gary Armstrong walked free from court with a 2-year sentence suspended for 3 years for falsely imprisoning the priest and possessing a gun with intent to kidnap. Lord Lowry told McCaughey and Armstrong that he understood the harrowing compulsion which made them carry out the crime. They had, he said, been trying to secure the safe return of their colleague, Constable Turbett. 60-year-old Alexander McCaughey was also able to walk from the court to freedom with a suspended sentence after he pleaded guilty to hiding the weapon used in the killing of Strathern and to his involvement in the kidnapping. Lord Lowry told him he understood why he committed the crimes. Your real punishment has been to find out what terrible deeds were done and to have first the apprehension and then the grief of knowing the situation in which your son had put himself. I am satisfied you are most unlikely to do this again, that your punishment is greater than anything I could impose on you and that you yielded to the natural temptations that would beset any father in the same position. McCaughey went to prison, I believe, with the knowledge of more crimes than those with which he was charged. I say that because of his close association with Mr. A, because he was able to acquire guns, explosives, and accomplices from within the RUC, and because of an attempt to poison him while he was awaiting trial. During this time he was also encountering domestic difficulties. His wife, Angela, decided to divorce him after he was arrested in 1978. She said he had assaulted her while she was 7 months pregnant with their third child. McCaughey took to reading the Bible while awaiting trial, and in 1980 he became a prominent born-again Christian. His wife spoke out publicly in condemnation of him in August 1980, when Culibaki apprentice boys unfurled a banner presented to them by the convicted murderer. She told journalists she was disgusted with her husband and with the apprentice boys' Culibaki branch for publicly honoring a man who had murdered an innocent shopkeeper. Angela McCaughey also announced her intention to change her name and those of her children by deed poll. She asked the prison authorities to prevent her husband writing to her and confirmed that he claimed to be reconvert to Christianity and regarded himself as a political prisoner rather than a criminal. McCaughey, Weir, and their accomplices damaged not only their own lives and those of others but the reputation of the RUC and particularly the Special Patrol Group in the minds of nationalists and Republicans. I think it is important to emphasize that this story is about a group of men, not about the RUC. After all, it was the RUC which unflinchingly detached them from its midst and prosecuted them. Equally, an analysis of the story of McCaughey and his accomplices dispels certain myths such as those concerning Captain Robert Nyrook. However, the damage is incalculable, because McCaughey proved that he could operate with impunity for years. One might ask, for example, how much intelligence he passed to the UVF and UDA. In 1989, new evidence of collusion between members of the security forces and loyalist terror groups emerged. It became clear that hundreds of files on members of the IRA, Sinn Féin, and people suspected of involvement with both groupings were being given to the UDA and UVF by soldiers, policemen and, particularly, members of the UDR. The UDR appeared to be the organization most involved, though there were suspicions in journalistic circles that there were probably as many leaks from within the RUC, but, since the police were investigating leaks of intelligence documents, it was in their interests to ensure that the UDR shouldered much of the blame. I do not necessarily subscribe to such a theory, but I do accept that it was within the UDR that the UDA and UVF had the majority of their contacts. It was clear by the autumn of 1989, when Deputy Chief Constable Stevens was investigating the security forces in Northern Ireland, that loyalist terror groups had benefited over the years from help within security forces ranks. In this realm of the dirty war, there is no need for conspiracy theories to explain this aspect of the war. Clearly, loyalist attacks throughout the conflict have been organized in some instances with the assistance of security forces personnel rather than security forces leadership. The fact that such instances can be proven leads to the suspicion at the very least that there may well be other similar incidents which have not yet come to light, and at worst leads to a hardening of historical attitudes towards the security forces from within the nationalist community. What is not in dispute is that it was the RUC that investigated and provided the basis for prosecutions in the cases I have outlined. In a dirty war, that may not be enough to prevent the inevitable conspiracy theories from emerging. 9. Honey traps. The arrival of the provisionals on the scene in 1970 transformed the situation on the streets and ended the honeymoon for British troops who had arrived in August 1969 as defenders of the Catholic population. Events in 1970 changed the manner in which the troops operated and heralded the difficulties they would face in later years. It was in 1970 that the provisionals began preparing for a war with the British Army, planning arms shipments, training volunteers, and molding their organization into an urban guerrilla force. The Provisionals' Chief of Staff, Sean Maxtiofan, told other members of the Army Council that once units were equipped with modern weaponry, the war with the traditional enemy, the British, would begin in earnest. What he really meant was that when the time was right, the IRA would start killing soldiers on the streets of Northern Ireland. The IRA campaign in 1970 amounted to bombing commercial targets and the killing of 2 policemen in a booby trap explosion close to the border. While the provisionals busied themselves devising a political language of revolution through the IRA newspaper Republican News, a series of events on the streets coalesced to harden attitudes within the Catholic community towards the British Army and to ignite the traditional Republican methods espoused by the provisionals. In May, the Conservative administration of Edward Heath replaced the Labour government at Westminster and led to a change in military strategy in Northern Ireland. Encouraged by the presence of the Tories in power, the British Army believed the new government would support a change of army policy from the peacekeeping role to a more assertive one of seeking out the troublemakers in both communities. In June, the army illustrated its willingness to adopt an aggressive posture by dealing harshly with rioters and seeking out IRA weapons. As a result of a tip-off, soldiers entered the Lower Falls area of Belfast on July 3 and in a house search they uncovered a quantity of pistols, a submachine gun, and explosives. The weapons belonged to the official IRA. The seizure led to crowd reaction and within a short time a full-scale riot was in progress. The area was an official IRA stronghold, and at the height of the disturbance the provisionals pulled their men out and left the officials to face the full force of the British Army. In this way the provos avoided losing what few weapons they had in a confrontation which could only end in disaster. As the officials engaged the troops, the narrow streets of the Lower Falls became a battleground, with guns being fired and grenades thrown. The rioting began at 6:00 p.m. and within 4 hours, as the area was shrouded in CS gas, the Army General, Sir Ian Freeland, placed a curfew on the area. The general later explained it was not in fact a curfew but merely a movement restriction on the population of that area for their own safety and the safety of the soldiers. His decision also had the effect of clearing the area of the media. Those few journalists who were unable to avoid the imposition of the curfew were arrested and charged with breaking the curfew order, though the charges were later dropped. However, without the media there to observe their activities, soldiers undertook a search operation which went beyond the rules of normal army conduct. Hundreds of homes were damaged and several pubs and business premises were looted. The search did yield a massive quantity of weapons, ammunition, and explosives, but it also allowed soldiers to behave with reckless abandon and thereby served to signal a change in army strategy. 4 people were shot dead, 1 man was killed when he was hit by an armored personnel carrier, and 60 people were injured, 15 of them soldiers. The army were judged by many nationalist politicians to have overreacted. The quantity of CS gas, 1,600 canisters, was considered to be excessive in a small area which housed a lot of elderly people and children. The provisionals, who were suspected of starting much of the trouble, benefited from the outcome. That episode and others where the provisionals were the instigators in 1970 fueled a resentment towards the army within Catholic areas and reinforced the provisional IRA philosophy that the soldiers were the traditional enemies of the nationalist population. Some observers saw the army's developing role of aggression as a policy of attrition in keeping with the thoughts of Brigadier Frank Kitson, who believed that riots provided the ideal opportunity for seeking out and arresting the extremists. By the end of 1970 the provisionals were ready for their own war of attrition. As the army was announcing that rioters were liable to be shot, the provisionals were planning to kill soldiers but not during riots. The provisionals had learned one important lesson from the Lower Falls curfew, that the British Army was a formidable enemy in open warfare. Some IRA members decided that other methods were required to kill soldiers. Those provisionals who decided to devise new and what would eventually be considered dirty tactics were influenced in their thinking by the volunteers in Cuman Nam, the female wing of the IRA. The role of women in the shadowy world of espionage and terror has been depicted in novels and movies as glamorous and deadly. In reality that imagery holds certain truths, but in the world of terrorism women tend to be more deadly than glamorous. Exceptions to the rule have been the Irish terrorist Maria Maguire, who was in the headlines in the early 1970s as a pretty, many-skirted gunrunner, and Leila Khaled, the first female hijacker, whose smoldering attractiveness made her a Palestinian pin-up. The IRA always recognized the deadly capabilities of its female members but traditionally refused to permit girls and women to play a prominent role in the expression and execution of terror. The supportive role of women in IRA history until 1971 mirrored the role of women in Irish society. The male adopted the dominant, overt role, while the female was subservient. Women were only allowed to act as couriers or to help move guns and explosives. It was unthinkable to the IRA that women should be in the front line of the war killing soldiers. The image of Leela Khalid hijacking a plane over London on September 6, 1970 may well have been a signal to the provisionals that the time had come for women to play a prominent role in guerrilla warfare. It was also a time when well-educated young women such as the Price sisters were joining the provisionals and asserting their right to be at the forefront of the conflict. It was younger women within the IRA who recognized that the honey trap, the use of sexual entrapment, was a way of luring soldiers to their deaths. Such a tactic would never have been contemplated by the IRA in other decades, but by the end of 1970 and the beginning of 1971 there were younger IRA commanders who were prepared to consider any tactic which would deliver soldiers to their deaths. These younger elements were not rooted in the old Catholic IRA tradition, and their hatred of the British Army was so intense that it disposed of previous IRA principles and tactics. A new type of war was taking shape. There was a great deal of bitterness within the minds of many young people, resentment of a system which the British had kept in place for 50 years, anger against soldiers who were behaving with heavy-handedness towards the Catholic population, and a general feeling that the provisionals were right in maintaining that the army was in place to deal with only one section of the population, the nationalists. The provisionals opened up old historical wounds, and no one in military or political circles had the foresight to realize what was happening or to seek to develop a different military or political strategy to counter the rise of romantic nationalism. Kitson did recognize one of the difficulties facing the army, that the Protestant population was always leaning on us to do something about the Republicans. In this atmosphere the IRA began planning the murder of off-duty soldiers. The British Army had failed to learn the lessons of Palestine and allowed young soldiers to drink while off-duty in pubs in Belfast city centre and in town centres such as Lisbon. Cuman Nam argued that soldiers were easily identified because of their regular army hairstyles and they were vulnerable because they were unarmed. The proposal made to the IRA was that the soldiers could be lured from bars by the offer of sex, and then taken to a convenient place and shot. On March 9, 1971, 3 young Scotsmen from the Royal Highland Fusiliers decided to spend an off-duty day in Belfast city centre. 2 of the soldiers, 17-year-old John McCaig and his brother Joseph, aged 18, were new to army life and on their first tour of duty. They knew little of the background to the conflict in Northern Ireland and did not regard themselves as being at risk. Another member of their unit, 23-year-old Dowgald McCauley, agreed to join them on a pub crawl to alleviate their boredom and to seek out female companionship. At that time the city centre had not yet become a target for bombers and a nightly haunt of sectarian assassins, and it was regarded as a neutral area of Belfast which offered a lively nightlife. The 3 young Scotsmen were based at Girdwood Barracks on Belfast's Antrim Road, half a mile from the city's main shopping precinct. On March 9 the McCaig brothers from Ayr and McCauley from Glasgow travelled into town in much the same way as they did in their hometowns. They were casually dressed, and aside from their accents and short hairstyles they did not appear at first sight to be off-duty soldiers. They visited several bars in the vicinity of High Street and Royal Avenue, and in one of them they were singled out for attention by 2 female IRA volunteers in their early 20s who were searching bars for soldiers. On that day there were many off-duty soldiers in town, and one can only speculate that the youth and demeanor of the teenage McCaig suggested that they were vulnerable. Until now it was always believed that IRA men apprehended the 3 soldiers, but that is not true. The female terrorists followed the 3 soldiers to Mooney's bar in Camarket and befriended them there. Doubtless they chose their moment to approach the soldiers after a considerable quantity of alcohol had been consumed. At some stage in the evening, one of the women made a pre-arranged phone call to an IRA safe house in Ardoyne and confirmed that a car and assistance were required. A short time later, 3 men from the IRA's 3rd Battalion arrived in Mooney's. The 2 women welcomed them as friends and introduced them to the soldiers. The 3 IRA men were from Ardoyne. One of them was Paddy Mcad Ori, who was shot dead by the army later that year. Another man, whom I cannot name for legal reasons, is, I believe, living in the Irish Republic and was known as a professional killer who bragged about his exploits. However, To the young soldiers the IRA men must have appeared pleasant and friendly. As the evening progressed, the soldiers became intoxicated and the IRA women invited them to a party which they said was being held on the outskirts of Belfast. The IRA men said they had 2 cars and they would drive everyone there. As closing time approached, the IRA team and the soldiers left the bar. McCauley and the McCaig brothers followed, carrying their pint beer glasses, and walked to a nearby street where the IRA team had left 2 cars. The IRA leader and the 2 women got into one car and the other IRA men and the 3 soldiers climbed into the other. The vehicle carrying the women contained 2 weapons. It was driven towards North Belfast and the Crumlin Road while the other car travelled behind at a short distance. Both cars proceeded country wards and left the city limits. On the Hightown Road the first vehicle came to a halt when the car behind sounded its horn. The IRA leader left his vehicle and was told by his accomplices that the 3 Scotsmen needed to urinate. The soldiers left the car, each of them with a beer glass in one hand, and began to urinate at a ditch by the roadside. At this stage the IRA men took the guns from the first vehicle. Joseph McCaig was shot 3 times through the back of the head. His brother was struck with the butt of a pistol and shot twice in the head. McCauley was shot once through the back of the head. It was a professional execution which shocked Catholics as well as Protestants in Ireland. To the army it was a warning that was not fully heeded. Since it was believed that the soldiers had been picked up by IRA men, the IRA could use the same ploy again. No one was ever charged with the killings. The IRA leader was one of the toughest and most infamous IRA men in the Ardoyne district, and regarded by the army as a hardened terrorist. His accomplices left Northern Ireland for the safety of the Irish Republic in the mid-70s. One of them was a ruthless killer who enjoyed killing at close quarters and who shot a policeman at point-blank range with a carbine before fleeing to the Republic. As I mentioned in Chapter 2, the names of the 3 killers were made known to the Army in 1972 by the SDLP councillor Paddy Wilson. His revelation was made to a masseuse in an Antrim Road massage parlour and tape recorded by Army intelligence, who were running their own honey trap as part of the MRF operations. The Army's failure to discover the role of IRA women in the soldiers' deaths and their reluctance to curtail the off-duty activities of soldiers was to have fatal consequences. As a result of the killing of the 3 Fusiliers, Belfast city centre was made out of bounds to off-duty soldiers, but this policy served to encourage soldiers to frequent pubs and hotels on the periphery of the city and near the town of Lisbon, which was predominantly Protestant and the site of army headquarters. The change of habit did not go unnoticed in IRA circles, particularly in Ardoyne, where Martin Dillon was in control of the 3rd Battalion and on the Belfast Brigade staff. The brigade staff were told that it was possible to lure soldiers from a well-known hotel near Lisbon and that the 3rd Battalion could handle such an operation, since they had proved their ability to do so by killing the Scots soldiers. The Provisional Belfast Brigade gave permission for a similar operation, even though it might well take place within an area covered by the 1st Battalion, whose responsibility extended outwards towards Finaggy and Lisbon. As with the Foursquare laundry operation, the brigade staff were consulted because of the IRA's strict rule that volunteers or active service units should operate only in those areas defined for their units, companies, and battalions. If the Belfast Brigade were prepared to bend the rules, that implies that the 3rd Battalion was offering to use the same team as in the murder of the Scottish soldiers. I do not know if the same team was indeed used, but I leave the reader to make a judgment based on the facts. During March 1973, 2 IRA women paid daily visits to the lounge bar of the Woodlands Hotel outside Lisbon. It was a favorite drinking haunt for off-duty soldiers from Army HQ and was deemed to be a safe haven. The 2 women introduced themselves to soldiers as Jean and Pat, names which would not have appeared to be Catholic and therefore did not arouse suspicion about their origins. They appeared to be aged between 18 and 22. One of them was of slim build with thin features and shoulder-length mid-brown hair. Her companion was well-built and attractive, with a small upturned nose and dark wavy hair. Both were smartly dressed and about 5 feet 7 inches tall. By March 24 they had made friends with 5 NCOs from Army HQ. On that day the soldiers met the women at the Woodlands and were invited to a party in their flat on Belfast's Antrim Road, in a part of the road which the girls said was safe. As an enticement the two terrorists told the soldiers they would be inviting other female friends, that the flat was already prepared for a party and food had been cooked for the occasion. One of the NCOs decided for personal reasons not to go, but his 4 colleagues were keen to enjoy an evening with attractive women who were making their flat available for what appeared to be an interesting party restricted to 8 people.